Chapter 1. The Crane-like Form. In the depths of a dark and damp cave, dozens of disciples, clad in tattered garments and bearing gaunt visages, huddled together, whispering in hushed tones. The flickering light from the cave walls cast an ever-changing glow upon their faces, illuminating their expressions of fear. "We cannot stay. We must leave," insisted a young man with prominent cheekbones, his voice low yet tinged with desperation. A glimmer of madness sparkled in his eyes. "While that old man is still in seclusion, this is our only chance. If we linger any longer, we will inevitably become mere refuse in his alchemical experiments." Beside him, an elder disciple grasped his arm, shaking his head in terror. "Li San, have you lost your mind? We are deep within the 100,000 mountains. Without the protection of that old man, our meager skills would only lead us to our doom. Death? Is remaining here truly a path to survival? Have you all forgotten how Brother Wang perished?" He merely uttered, "Our master is no celestial being, but rather a monstrous creature," and he was. Li San wrenched free from the elder's grip, his voice trembling. At this moment, he seemed to recall a horrifying image, his words trailing off, his face turning ashen. A profound silence enveloped the group, the oppressive atmosphere rendering it difficult to breathe. "Practice until your form resembles that of a crane, beneath 1,000 pines," 2 volumes of scripture. Suddenly, an unexpectedly sharp and high-pitched voice, imbued with an odd rhythm, resonated from the innermost part of the cave, penetrating the stone walls and piercing the eardrums of every listener. The sound was not purely human. It bore the quality of metal scraping against stone and echoed like a crane's call soaring through the heavens, reciting poetry with a manic yet self-satisfied fervor. Buzzed the disciples, who had been arguing moments before, experienced an abrupt emptiness in their minds. The previous commotion and whispers vanished in an instant, replaced by an even more profound silence that enveloped the cave, rendering every face pale and their pupils constricted in sheer terror. "Master has emerged from seclusion," stuttered one, his teeth chattering as he uttered the words. Rumble. The direction from which the voice had emanated revealed a massive stone door slowly creaking open, transforming the expressions of the disciples into ones of sheer horror. A bizarre amalgamation of sense blood, herbal remedies, and decayed feathers poured forth from beyond the door. Thud, thud, thud. Without any command, the disciple closest to the door crumpled to his knees, his legs giving way beneath him. Almost as if in a contagious response, within mere moments, all the disciples in the cave faced the stone door, prostrating themselves upon the ground, trembling bodies pressed against the cold surface, too frightened to even breathe. Li San, who had been so vocal about fleeing moments earlier, now wished he could bury his entire head in the stone. As the door swung fully open, an eerie figure emerged. It was a towering red-crowned crane, even larger than the ordinary celestial bird. Yet, peculiarly, this crane donned a tattered and dilapidated Taoist robe that hung loosely over its form, trailing on the ground as it moved. The true crane had arrived. It disregarded the multitude kneeling on the ground, instead extending its neck, delicately using its sharp beak to groom non-existent dust from its wings, a motion that exuded an elegance laced with a peculiar twitch of nervousness. Then, it commenced its slow, deliberate stride, its slender crane-like legs moving with a stiff and bizarre gait among the disciples. The sharp claws clashed against the stone floor, producing a crisp tap-tap sound that resonated like a relentless drumbeat upon each heart. Its head twisted at a physiologically defying angle, golden vertical pupils coldly surveying every prostrate disciple before it finally halted beside one of them. This disciple was the elder who had earlier urged Li San not to flee. He felt a tremendous shadow enveloping him, an acrid stench flooding his senses, making the very blood in his veins feel as if it were freezing. Tap! A cold, scaled claw lightly rested upon his head, exerting no force, yet causing every hair on his body to stand on end, dreadfully prompting an involuntary release of fear. "Fool! Raise your head," the crane spoke, its voice sharp and grating. The disciple dared not defy, summoning every ounce of strength, trembling as he lifted his gaze, but he only dared to fixate on his master's tattered Taoist robe, unable to meet those piercing golden eyes. The crane tilted its head, its neck contorting into an astonishing arc, its beak nearly brushing the disciple's nose. Master has devoted such effort to cultivate, transforming into this innate Tao body. Returning to simplicity, tell me, is Master's cultivation correct? Each word was pronounced with deliberate care, as if striving to mimic human speech, yet rendering it all the more eerie. The disciple's spirit nearly shattered with fear mere days prior. The brother Wang, who had simply expressed a doubt, was crushed before all by such a claw, his head bursting like a ripe watermelon, blood and brains splattering everywhere. As this thought crossed his mind, an overwhelming desire for survival eclipsed all terror, and he suddenly prostrated himself fervently, pouring forth his most sincere and fervent emotions in a loud, desperate shout. Yes, yes, Master's cultivation is indeed correct. Master's celestial arts are boundless, having attained the true essence of the Tao. Your crane form embodies the return to simplicity, the supreme celestial demeanor of harmony between heaven and humanity. I, a dull disciple, am so fortunate to witness Master's unparalleled Taoist arts. It is indeed a blessing of 3 lifetimes. No, celestial connection hard to find even in 100 generations. As he shouted, he repeatedly knocked his head against the ground, soon rendering his forehead a bloodied mess. Caw, caw, caw. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of satisfaction seemed to flash in the crane's golden eyes. It slowly withdrew its claw, emitting a peculiar laugh. Spreading its wings, the immense appendages stirred a tempest, causing the flames within the cave to dance wildly and the disciples to sway precariously. Amidst the shadows and the gale, the crane tilted its head back, directing its sharp beak at the cave's ceiling, crazily reciting again and again. Practicing until my form resembles that of a crane. Beneath 1,000 pines, 2 volumes of scripture. Cow, 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 cow. I shall become an immortal. An immortal. I, He Chuanjin, shall be the first to ascend in this lawless land. Caw, 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 caw. The frenzied cries reverberated throughout the vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains, sending the malevolent spirits that lurked within into a state of trembling terror. That cursed red-crowned crane has gone mad again. We must flee underground, it will devour us. Only by retreating to the hidden spring, where the water obscures our scent, can we elude its grasp. In an instant, the entire 10,000 great mountains erupted into chaos, with countless malevolent entities hastening to burrow into the earth. Once home to a myriad of wicked spirits, in that fleeting moment, the mountains became a realm devoid of their presence. Chapter 2. I am the best. He Chuanjin slowly retracted his wings, the manic joy still gleaming in his golden vertical pupils. He stiffly turned his neck to gaze once more at the disciple whose forehead was a bloody mess. Well said, very well said. He Chuanjin's sharp voice softened somewhat, yet it sounded increasingly eerie. He lifted one of his enormous wings. Rather than a flap, it was more akin to a strike, crashing heavily onto the disciple's shoulder. With a crack, the disciple's shoulder bone shattered, the excruciating pain nearly rendering him unconscious. Yet he gritted his teeth, daring not to utter even a muffled groan. I am greatly comforted. You possess remarkable wisdom. He Chuanjin nodded in satisfaction, his head moving unnaturally like a marionette on strings. Once I have refined this batch of ascension elixir, I shall reward you by allowing you to study the Tao Sutra alongside me, to comprehend the Great Way. At this proclamation, the disciple trembled violently, his face awash with terror, yet he dared not refuse nor reveal even a hint of reluctance. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he forced a smile that resembled more a grimace than joy, stammering, "Thank you, Master. It is an honor for the disciple." He Chuanjin appeared quite pleased with the disciple's abject terror, emitting several cawing, eerie laughs. He paid no further heed to the others in the cave, turned, slightly bent his legs, and his immense form shot forth like an arrow, soaring into the sky. He sought to find some foolish, malevolent spirit to concoct his ascension elixir. The moonlight cascaded like water over the vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains. He Chuanjin hovered in the night sky above the mountains, the moonlight illuminating his snow-white feathers, which radiated an inexplicable wickedness instead of any celestial aura. His golden vertical pupils scanned the undulating mountains below, his nostrils flaring as if searching for something. He Chuanjin tilted his head, twisting his neck at an unnatural angle, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. Ordinarily, As night fell upon the 10,000 great mountains, malevolent winds would howl and evil spirits would abound, making it the finest source of medicinal materials. Yet tonight, the mountains were eerily silent, devoid of any trace of malevolence. Have they all hidden away? He Chuanjin shrieked in anger. With a powerful flap of his wings, he dove down like a bolt of white lightning, his sharp claws plunging deep into the earth. Boom! The ground was violently torn open, creating a massive chasm hundreds of feet long, with dirt flying in all directions. At the deepest part of the chasm, a trembling cloud of dark smoke was forcibly extracted from a depth of 100 feet beneath the surface. The dark smoke coalesced into a vague, humanoid shape, a small malevolent spirit that had failed to escape into the depths of the hidden spring. Spare me, immortal. Spare me, true immortal. As soon as the dark smoke spirit was apprehended, it rolled and crawled on the ground, fervently bowing to He Chuanjin. It understood the rules known to all malevolent spirits in the 10,000 great mountains. To survive, one must extol his praises, lavish him with flattery. I have only just managed to cultivate a modicum of intelligence, and upon sensing your supreme celestial might from afar, I was so overwhelmed with excitement that I failed to escape. No, I meant to come and pay my respects. Just look at your celestial demeanor. You are the true embodiment of the Great Way, returning to simplicity. Upon your emergence from seclusion, all malevolent forces are dispelled, and the heavens shine with clarity. This indeed heralds your imminent ascension to immortality. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing these words, He Chuanjin felt an overwhelming joy, retracting his talons, puffing out his chest, and using his sharp beak to preen the tattered Taoist robe adorning him. He laughed triumphantly towards the heavens, a cacophonous and jarring sound. The dark smoke of malevolence, witnessing this, felt a flicker of relief, realizing that its flattery had struck a chord. It hastily seized the opportunity, employing every ounce of eloquence it had mastered. You are the ultimate truth in this world, a peerless immortal. No, you are the unparalleled and singular true immortal, unrivaled in both heaven and earth. However, as soon as the words left its lips, He Chuanjin's laughter came to an abrupt halt. The air surrounding the cave seemed to freeze in that instant. He Chuanjin slowly lowered his immense crane head, his golden vertical pupils fixating intently on the dark smoke. The previous joy evaporating, replaced by a chilling and bone-deep murderous intent. Unrivaled, his voice, sharp and deliberate, dripped with menace. Do you imply that I am a second-tier immortal? The dark smoke was momentarily stunned, its mind blank. It quickly realized that this madman could not be gauged by common logic. To him, the term unrivaled was misconstrued as not being the first. No, immortal, you misunderstand. Unrivaled means unique, that you stand alone in the heavens and on the earth, with no one capable of comparison. The malevolent spirit, terrified, kowtowed desperately while attempting to clarify. Yet, He Chuanjin paid no heed. In his reasoning, the number 2 was the utmost insult. His lifelong pursuit was to be the first immortal to ascend. How could he tolerate the existence of the term second? Noise. He Chuanjin abruptly extended his neck, his beak, sharp as a divine weapon, darting like lightning towards the dark smoke with a fierce peck. Thud. The dark smoke's explanation was cut short, unable to emit even a cry of despair before being wholly consumed by He Chuanjin. He Chuanjin slowly withdrew his neck, his throat rolling as if savoring the moment. He raised his head, golden pupils gazing at the cold moon, murmuring in a voice only he could hear. Stubbornly and madly, I am the first, the unparalleled true immortal in heaven and earth. Yet, a mere minuscule malevolence was hardly sufficient to fill even a fraction of the grand elixir he sought to concoct for ascension. He Chuanjin elongated his neck, his golden pupils greedily sweeping across the desolate mountains, his consciousness enveloping the vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains. All gone. He tilted his head, his elongated neck contorting into a rigid shape, seemingly unable to comprehend this reality. In the next moment, a nameless fury ignited within his chest. Without herbs, how can one concoct elixirs? Without crafting the grand elixir, how can one ascend? Without ascension, how can one be the unparalleled true immortal in heaven and earth? Caw! The frantic He Chuanjin, having found nothing, erupted into madness, his golden pupils ablaze with wrath. Where are you? Where are my herbs? My grand elixir? Why can I no longer scent your presence? Caw! With a piercing shriek that reverberated across the mountains, he vowed, I shall surely uncover your whereabouts. As the voice faded, Ichuanjin's neck elongated dramatically, resembling a colossal white python connecting heaven and earth, twisting and surging to an astonishing height of several thousand zhang. That extraordinarily long neck coiled around a mountain peak, which soared hundreds of zhang high, and with a violent twist, it uprooted the mountain from the earth, hurling it like a mere pebble toward another peak. The collision of the two mountains shook the ground, sending plumes of dust soaring into the sky. I refuse to believe that all the malevolent entities within this vast expanse of mountains have hidden themselves. Surely, one or two have yet to escape. Even if I must overturn these 10,000 mountains, grinding each one to dust, I shall unearth you all. Ha ha ha. Ichuanjin's massive head hovered in midair, surveying the devastation he had wrought with a maniacal laugh. Chapter 3. I have found you. His crazed cries echoed throughout the mountains, as Ichuanjin's extraordinary neck transformed into a terrifying white whip. In the brief span of a single incense stick, dozens of majestic peaks were uprooted and torn to shreds. The very core of the 10,000 mountains thrown into chaos. Such a monumental disturbance transcended the boundaries of the mountains. Surrounding the 10,000 mountains, the deities of several county towns were simultaneously roused. They manifested their forms, standing atop the clouds of their respective cities, gazing in horror at the forbidden realm shrouded in an invisible barrier. Within, the earth roiled, mountains fractured, and a white light stirred the winds and clouds, instilling a profound dread even through the seal. The thoughts of several county deities swiftly converged in the void. What malign force was at work within that forbidden land, causing such a terrifying commotion? Should we dispatch a few wild deities to investigate? There is no need. That place is far too horrifying. Once, the great Zhou celestial dynasty expended thousands of county deities and over 1,000 celestial kings and emperors to establish the seal. We must not tread even a single step inside. The celestial dynasty has perished for countless eons, yet the seal remains steadfast. It seems only the internal malevolence is engaged in self-destruction. There is no need for us to risk ourselves over this minor disturbance. We should simply report this matter to the court and await the emperor's divine judgment. Boom. Once more, a mountain was ensnared by his whip-like neck, yanked from the depths of the earth as if pulling a radish, and then violently hurled far away, shattering into countless fragments. Dust filled the air, and stones fell like rain. Ichuanjin's astonishing neck gradually retracted back into the tattered Taoist robe that draped over his body. His enormous crane head turned slowly with an excruciating creak, the golden vertical pupils coldly scanning every inch of the land he had devastated, falling into confusion. Nothing, absolutely nothing. Not even the faintest trace of malevolent energy could be sensed. It is impossible. Ichuanjin tilted his head, instinctively pecking at the feathers on his chest with his sharp beak, producing a dull thud. He seemed trapped in an incomprehensible logical dead end. It is absolutely inconceivable. Where have they gone? My elixirs, my granddad. His head began to shake nervously from side to side, the amplitude increasing as if he were trying to snap his own neck. In those golden vertical pupils, the frenzied flames were gradually replaced by a profound bewilderment. It had turned the vast mountains upside down, yet why could it find not a single trace? At that moment, its violently shaking head suddenly stilled. The colossal crane's head slowly descended, its neck taut as a bowstring. The sharp beak pointed unwaveringly at the ravaged ground beneath its feet. Its gaze shifted, descending from the devastated horizon to the depths below. Silence enveloped the air. One breath, two breaths. A low, eerie laughter erupted from the depths of the crane's throat, reminiscent of two rough glass shards grinding against one another. The sound grew louder, more deranged, ultimately transforming into a piercing shriek that resonated through the heavens. Ha 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 ha. In its golden vertical pupils, bewilderment and confusion evaporated, replaced by a morbid ecstasy at having found its prey. So, you all were hiding here. Ha ha ha. Did you think that burrowing underground would shield you from my sight? No sooner had the words left its beak than the crane propelled itself forward, not soaring into the sky, but rather plummeting headlong. It did not dig with its claws, nor did it flap its wings. Instead, it aimed its sharp beak directly at the earth. With a thunderous roar, the crane thrust its entire head, with immense force, straight into the thick layers of rock beneath. The ground trembled violently, and from the point of its entry, spiderweb-like fissures erupted, spreading wildly in all directions. Soil and debris shot skyward like a fountain, and an unfathomable, terrifying pit appeared instantly at the heart of the ravaged mountains. Deep within the earth lay a hidden spring. This was an expansive underground cavern where black water flowed silently, exuding a chilling aura that could sever all forms of psychic inquiry. Countless malevolent entities transformed into hazy shadows or wisps of ethereal smoke, trembling as they curled up in the depths of the spring, completely submerging themselves in this sanctuary that concealed their forms. The cataclysmic tremors emanating from above relentlessly battered this final refuge. Debris cascaded from the cave's ceiling, plunging into the spring without even stirring a ripple, as if consumed by the water itself. Newly formed malevolent beings, unaccustomed to such terror, nervously questioned whether the deranged crane could truly not find this place. The ancient malevolent entities, having survived for hundreds or even thousands of years, though equally fearful, assured them, "Fear not. Though the mad crane is powerful, its wits are lacking. In its previous frenzies, has it not always wreaked havoc on the surface, giving up when it could find nothing? This hidden spring is the eye of the earth's e'en veins, a world unto itself. The spring's waters can wash away all traces, and it will never find us. It has never succeeded." However, scarcely had these words been uttered when a peculiar laughter echoed from the surroundings. Ha 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 ha. The sound was sharp and frenzied, seemingly capable of piercing the very soul, striking without warning deep within the minds of all the malevolent entities. In the fleeting moment when the malevolent beings were offering each other solace, an eerie silence enveloped them. Suddenly, a voice emerged, seemingly from the depths of the underworld, infused with a morbid ecstasy and boundless malice, resonating clearly within the consciousness of each malevolent entity. "I have found you." Boom. In the instant those words were uttered, a massive chasm erupted in the ceiling of the cavern, under the horrified gaze of all the fiends. Out burst an enormous, sharply pointed beak, forcefully piercing through layers of rock, shattering the boundary of the ethereal spring. The water, which should have been a barrier against all, transformed into mere streams, violently agitated and soaring into the air. Countless fragments of stone mingled with the dark spring water, cascading down like a torrential downpour. Behind that gaping hole, a colossal, suffocating crane had slowly pushed its way in. Its golden, slitted eyes surveyed the chaotic scene below, brimming with a greedy and fervent hunger, as it gazed down upon the throngs of frenzied malevolent beings fleeing in panic. The entire spring was thrown into disarray in an instant. Chapter 4. Escape. It's over. It's all over. It has found the ethereal spring. How is this possible? The water of the spring can conceal all traces. How did it discover our presence? We are doomed. We are all going to be taken and turned into elixirs. Don't eat me. I beg you, don't eat me. I'm not delicious. My flesh is sour. Faced with the enormous crane head intruding into the spring, the countless malevolent beings below were instantly engulfed in terror, scattering in all directions, turning the depths of the ethereal spring into a boiling cauldron of chaos. Observing the frantic movements of the fleeing entities, the rigid crane head tilted in a human-like manner, emitting a low, chuckling sound from its throat. With deliberate slowness, it raised one of its wings, directing the tattered sleeves of its tattered bagua robe toward the tumult below. "Gather." A sharp, singular syllable escaped its beak. As it spoke this word, the wide sleeves suddenly unfurled. An irresistible, incomprehensible terror erupted from the sleeve, morphing into an invisible vortex that swiftly enveloped the entire spring. Those malevolent beings, regardless of their forms or hiding places, found their bodies abruptly stiffening, followed by an uncontrollable ascent as they screamed and were consumed by the black hole of the sleeve. No, the ethereal spring was instantly filled with anguished cries. Amidst this turmoil, several particularly formidable shadows erupted, exuding a powerful aura that stabilized their forms. They were a few fiends that had already attained the status of calamity, regarded as overlords even among the 10,000 great mountains. Leading them was a colossal tree of calamity, entwined with countless dried vines and dark energy, flanked by rock fiends and wind fiends among others, though fear coursed through them, trembling in their very essence. Their centuries-long reign instilled a sense of dignity that made it unbearable to be swept away like refuse by a madman. Why are you all in a panic? It is but one creature. With so many of us, should we truly fear it? They say it is strong. I see it as nothing more than a deranged fool. The tree calamity feigned calmness, bellowing at its companions, a desperate attempt to bolster its own courage. Then, it abruptly turned towards the colossal crane's head, roaring with all its might, "You mad crane! Do you truly believe I am the sovereign of the 10,000 great mountains?" Yet, it could not finish its words. The immense head of the crane, Chuanjin, suddenly lunged downward. With astonishing speed, a white shadow flashed by, and the gigantic tree calamity, along with its protective aura, was seized as effortlessly as a fragile berry, devoured whole by the crane's sharp beak. Crunch. It tastes a bit woody, not as delectable as death, ha ha ha. Chuanjin's throat rumbled, producing a sound reminiscent of bones being chewed. The courage it had barely maintained shattered in that instant. The remaining calamities felt their minds explode with terror. Death, an existence of a realm even higher than theirs. The calamities were classified into 6 realms: chaos, disaster, malevolence, calamity, death, and tribulation. Death was a formidable presence within the 10,000 great mountains, and if it were to escape, all surrounding kingdoms would suffer. This creature had consumed death. Run! A shrill voice pierced the air, and the once mighty calamities turned and fled in a frenzied dash, transforming into streaks of black light racing in different directions. However, their efforts were futile. Chuanjin's eyes darted in their sockets as he observed the fleeing figures, a stiff smile creeping across his lips. With a mere flick of his billowing sleeve, an immense suction force surged forth. The fleeing black lights collided with an invisible barrier, halting abruptly in midair. And amidst desperate screams, they were forcibly drawn back, vanishing indistinguishably into the abyss of his dark sleeve, alongside countless lesser malevolent spirits. Moments later, within the dark spring, not a single malevolent spirit remained standing. Chuanjin cackled with satisfaction as he slowly retracted the tattered 8-trigram sleeve, glancing at his swollen sleeve, feeling elated. 5,327 essences, nearly enough for my ascension elixir. Ha ha ha. He laughed maniacally, his massive form gradually retreating from the hole, transforming into a beam of white light shooting skyward, directly flying back to the cave. The echoes of Chuanjin's frenzied laughter lingered in the cave, yet it was shrouded in an eerie silence. The mingled stench of blood and decay clung to the air, weighing heavily upon each heart like a frozen nightmare. Crack! A faint sound of brittle bones echoed. It was Li San, his head, firmly embedded in the stone, now rising inch by inch in an excruciatingly stiff manner. He did not glance at his brother, whose shoulders sagged and trembled silently, nor did he look at the gaping stone door. His gaze was resolutely fixed on the cave's exit. There, the moonlight shone pale, yet it was the passage to freedom. Suddenly, he sprang up from the ground, the force of his movement startling the few disciples still languishing on the floor. However, he remained utterly unconcerned, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the outside. It has departed, to concoct that absurd ascension elixir. If we do not flee now, when it returns, we shall all become mere fuel for the cauldron. Li San's voice was no longer subdued. Rather, it resonated with an almost frenzied excitement, his words striking like a colossal stone into still waters. The bodies of all the disciples began to tremble, but this time, it was not solely from fear. There was a flicker of ignited vitality within them. Yet, one disciple of the 10,000 great mountains, his lips quivering, voiced the collective anxiety. The 10,000 great mountains? What of it? That old wretch just overturned the mountain. The malevolent creature outside has either been consumed or frightened away. The outside is, for the first time, unprecedentedly safe. This is fate. This is the sole opportunity bestowed upon us by the heavens. Shall we remain here to await our demise? Li San suddenly turned, seizing the collar of the disciple who had just spoken, their faces nearly touching, spittle flying as he spoke. He released his grip, surveying the pale and hesitant faces around him, pointing at the senior brother who had been favored, writhing in agony, yet daring not to utter a sound. Do you wish to end up like him? Or to have your heads crushed like overripe watermelons, as with Brother Wang? When it returns, do you think it will spare us? We are the final and most crucial ingredient for its elixir. Remaining here is a certain death. Follow me, charge forth, and face the peril. Which will you choose? Li San's voice grew louder, imbued with fervor. Chapter 5. How splendidly to run. Go. It was unclear who first shouted out. That single word seemed to ignite the fuse of a powder keg. Go. Let us confront it. I refuse to be turned into elixir. Better to perish outside than to die at the hands of this madman. The fear, suppressed to its utmost, transformed into courage in that moment. Dozens of disciples struggled, supporting one another, rising from the ground. They gazed toward the pale moonlight at the cave's entrance, their faces alight with hope. Yet, amidst this fervent crowd, 5 disciples remained kneeling, trembling as if shaken through a sieve. They were not unwilling to leave, but dared not. We cannot go, One stammered, his face ashen, shaking his head. Have you forgotten? 3 years ago, several senior brothers also fled while it was in seclusion. What became of them? His words instantly quelled the restless crowd. Li San's pupils constricted as he recalled the fate of those brothers. They had escaped for less than 3 days before being recaptured by that mad crane, not immediately killed, but hung alive at the cave's entrance, subjected to the searing flames of elixir for 7 days and nights. Those harrowing screams still haunt his nightmares. That old wretch can scent our presence. Another kneeling disciple cried out in despair. We bear its mark. It can find us anywhere in the world. To flee is but to face a more dreadful end. A more dreadful end. This proclamation was like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing the flickering flame of hope in many eyes. Indeed, there is no escaping. Li San gazed upon the renewed despair etched upon the faces of those around him, acutely aware that retreating now would seal their fates forever. His heart raced uncontrollably, a fierce determination surging from the depths of his being. He strode abruptly to the 5 disciples kneeling before him and forcefully kicked the one nearest to him, sending him sprawling to the ground. Let it sniff the air. Let it. Li San's eyes burned crimson, his voice laced with madness. Prolonged fear had frayed his sanity. There are so many of us. Let us scatter. Let us flee in 10, in 20 directions. It is but one. Even if it can send us, whom will it pursue first? Even if it captures a few, surely some will escape. Are you willing to sacrifice your lives for the chance of another's survival? Or would you rather lie here together, waiting to be tossed into the furnace, none surviving? Silence enveloped the cavern. Li San's words, though brutal, struck a chord of stark reality. Was it a gamble on the faintest hope of survival for some, or a resignation to the certainty of death for all? I choose to gamble. A young disciple gritted his teeth, the first to stand behind Li San. I too choose to gamble. Better to face death together. One by one, 2, 3, barring the 5 utterly defeated disciples, all rallied behind Li San. They understood this was a reckless gamble, risking their lives to divert attention, aware they might well serve as bait. Yet, even the slightest glimmer of hope was preferable to waiting in despair for death. Li San turned away from the 5 who lay prostrate on the ground, mere shadows of their former selves. He inhaled deeply the frigid, tainted air of the cave and waved his hand decisively. Go. At his command, dozens of ragged figures surged toward the cave's mouth like a panicked swarm of rats. In an instant, only the 5 kneeling disciples remained, alongside the one moaning in agony upon the ground. The 5 exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting an even deeper and purer terror than before. They realized that when the frenzied crane returned to find its precious herbs diminished, the first to feel its wrath would undoubtedly be them. The cave was steeped in a suffocating silence. The 5 disciples, paralyzed by fear, resembled rigid statues kneeling on the frigid ground, their thoughts nearly frozen in place. They did not dare contemplate the fate of their fleeing comrades, for their own doom loomed perilously close. A sharp cry echoed from afar, drawing near, as a white silhouette descended with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Accompanied by a pungent scent of blood, the crane had returned. It did not immediately enter the cave, but lingered at the entrance, methodically preening its feathers in a slow, deliberate manner. Inside the cave, the hearts of the 5 disciples nearly leaped from their throats. They held their breath, pressing their heads firmly against the cold ground, fervently praying that this mad creature would head directly to its lair, oblivious to their presence. With measured steps, the crane advanced into the cave. The sound of sharp claws striking the ground resonated eerily within the desolate cavern, akin to a fatal incantation. It advanced a few steps before abruptly halting. The rhythmic clatter ceased, plunging the cave into an even deeper silence. Qiquanjin slowly raised his rigid crane-like head, nervously swiveling it around. His golden vertical pupils scanned the empty cave, where once dozens knelt in reverence. Now only 5 remained, alongside an injured comrade convulsing on the floor. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. The 5 disciples felt as though they had been sentenced to death, awaiting the impending wrath. A low, strange laughter suddenly erupted from the depths of Qiquanjin's throat. Ha ha ha. The laughter crescendoed, transforming into a maniacal cackle that echoed throughout the cavern. He abruptly unfurled his wings, the enormous appendages stirring a tempest that nearly extinguished the torches affixed to the cave walls. Qiquanjin tilted his head back, his giant crane head swaying frantically, his laughter imbued with a sickly, extreme exhilaration. They fled. All fled. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Such a splendid escape. Ha ha ha. This sudden and entirely irrational reaction left the 5 disciples in a daze, their minds buzzing in confusion. Shouldn't he be enraged? Qiquanzhen's laughter ceased abruptly, without any preceding indication. His massive head swung around sharply, golden vertical pupils fixed with a frigid, intense displeasure upon the kneeling 5. They all fled, terrified of their master, thus indicating that his realm had ascended to the level of the immortal. Chapter 6. Capture. Qiquanzhen stepped forward, advancing one deliberate stride at a time until he stood before the 5, casting a colossal shadow that enveloped them entirely. And what of you? Qiquanzhen tilted his head, his neck contorted into an odd angle, his sharp beak nearly grazing the forehead of one disciple, his icy, displeased voice scraping against their eardrums like a knife. Why did you not flee? The disciple trembled uncontrollably, unable to utter a single word. Do you believe that your master is not worth your flight? A hint of scorned rage seeped through Qiquanzhen's sharp voice. Or do you presume you can survive, thus looking down upon your master? No, the disciple, paralyzed by fear, finally managed to squeeze out a few words, yet could not articulate further. Silence. Qiquanzhen fixed his gaze on him, his golden vertical pupils devoid of emotion, only a chilling void. Such scrutiny was more tormenting than any form of torture. After a moment, Qiquanzhen slowly retracted his neck, straightening his form. Ha ha ha. You are commendable. He spoke in a tone that was both nearly praiseworthy, yet distinctly eerie. These 3 words plunged the 5 disciples into an icy abyss, their hearts devoid of relief, instead swelling with a deeper terror. Qiquanzhen did not cast another glance at them. Instead, he turned and, with a sweep of his wings, pointed at the disciple with a shattered shoulder, then gestured towards the 5 kneeling figures. His voice, sharp and piercing, declared, "Once I have refined this batch of ascension elixir, you 6 shall accompany me in comprehending the Tao scriptures. Only those who remain to witness my ascension are the true disciples blessed with celestial affinity. As for the rest, they shall serve as my sustenance." Ha 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 ha. His maniacal laughter echoed once more as Qiquanzhen, dragging his tattered Taoist robe, strode contentedly towards the cave's entrance. Before his laughter faded, his colossal form transformed into a streak of white light, accompanied by a nauseating, fishy wind. Vanishing into the cave's mouth, he was off to capture the fleeing herbs. In the forest, Li San was leading 2 fellow disciples as they sprinted along the rugged mountain path, their feet stumbling unevenly. Behind them loomed the cave, resembling a den of horrors. Faster! We must distance ourselves from that madman, Li San urged hoarsely, panting heavily. They dared not stop or look back, pushing themselves relentlessly forward. Suddenly, without warning, a thick fog began to pour forth from the surrounding woods. The fog was eerily white, dense as milk, swiftly engulfing the moonlight, the shadows of trees and rocks. And the path ahead? Why is there fog? One disciple questioned, hesitantly halting. Li San furrowed his brow, but hesitated only for a moment. Ignore it. The fog is advantageous. It conceals our figures. Keep running. The trio resumed their flight, plunging into the obscuring white mist. However, they were not alone. In another valley, beside a stream, and in various hollows, all the scattered disciples were simultaneously enveloped by the identical, sudden fog. Initially, everyone shared Li San's assumption, believing it to be a divine cover. Yet gradually, they sensed something amiss. Li San, guiding his 2 companions through the fog, lost track of time. Their legs felt as heavy as lead, and all they could see was the endless white mist. Wait, one disciple gasped, clutching a tree, fear etched on his face. Li Shixiang, look at this tree. Didn't we just pass by here? A chill gripped Li San's heart as he turned to inspect the tree. There, on its trunk, were distinct claw marks, a testament to a beast scratching. He remembered vividly, just a mere incense stick ago, he had leaned against this very tree to catch his breath. No, this is impossible. Another disciple's face turned pale, his voice trembling. We were running in a straight line. How could we? The 3 of them surveyed their surroundings. The impenetrable white fog loomed like soft yet insurmountable walls, trapping them in this confined space. No matter which direction they ran, they ultimately returned to the same spot. A chilling dread, steeped in despair, seized their hearts. This fog is problematic. At that moment, a sharp and mocking voice seemed to permeate from all directions, seeping through every wisp of mist, clearly penetrating the ears of each trapped disciple. Why aren't you running? Do you still enjoy my celestial barrier? The mist roiled, and a distorted white figure gradually coalesced within the dense fog. He Chuanjin's rigid head emerged from the haze, his golden vertical pupils glinting with a cat-and-mouse-like amusement. Master, we were wrong. We shall never dare again. The two closest disciples collapsed in despair, kneeling on the ground, frantically bowing their heads in a plea for mercy towards the colossal figure. He Chuanjin tilted his head, seemingly bored by their unoriginal supplication. He merely flicked the tattered sleeves of his bagua robe with impatience. Enough. A sudden force of attraction emerged, and before the two disciples, still kowtowing, could utter a scream, their bodies were uncontrollably hurled backward, instantly engulfed by the dark abyss of the robe's cuff. You deranged monster. You will meet a wretched end. Li San's eyes burned crimson as he watched his companions vanish. Understanding that he had no hope of escape, all the suppressed hatred and fear within him erupted at that moment. He Chuanjin paused, slowly turning his crane-like head. His golden vertical pupils locked onto Li San, but unexpectedly. He did not immediately erupt in anger. Instead, a low, derisive chuckle escaped him. A monster? A madman? He spoke in a tone that was almost compassionate, yet more maddening. If it were not for me, you would have long since become fodder for those malevolent beings, your bones rotting in the earth. It was I who granted you the chance to live. Your lives belong to me. Now, you shall contribute yourselves to my ascension. This is your honor, a grand celestial destiny. Yet, instead of expressing gratitude, you dare to flee? He Chuanjin's voice suddenly turned sharp and furious as he spread his wings wide, the mist being swept away by a fierce wind, revealing terrified and desperate faces trapped in various places. Come back, my good disciples. The elixir furnace is already heated. Ha ha. Amidst his frenzied laughter, the voluminous sleeves billowed in the wind, unleashing a terrifying force that enveloped the entire forest. Whether it was the cursed Li San or the others who lay prostrate on the ground, all fleeing disciples found their bodies immobilized simultaneously. Then, amidst their chilling and desperate shrieks, they were forcibly yanked from the ground, behind trees, and between rocks, transformed into streaks of flowing light, all drawn into that endless darkness. Chapter 7. Alchemy. A gust of rancid wind rushed in, carrying the dampness of the forest flora. He Chuanjin's white figure appeared silently at the cave entrance, one sleeve of his tattered bagua robe bulging, as if filled with a pocket of living creatures, still twitching slightly. The 6 survivors within the cave were already terrified to the core, and at this moment, their breaths were suspended in fear. He Chuanjin did not glance at them. Instead, he stepped forward with his stiff crane legs, moving deeper into the cave. The sharp claws clashed against the ground, producing a rhythmic sound. It did not glance back, nor did it utter a word. Yet, as it approached the entrance of the alchemy chamber, that enormous crane-like head abruptly twisted 180 degrees in a manner that defied physiological norms, its cold, golden slit pupils fixating intently on the 6 disciples. There was no command in that gaze, yet it wielded a more profound intimidation than the most forceful words. The 6 trembled, akin to puppets tethered by invisible strings, struggling to rise from the ground, supporting one another as they stumbled forward, 1 foot deep and the other shallow. The stone door of the alchemy chamber swung open before He Chuanjin, unleashing a wave of scent 100-fold more potent than that outside, a noxious blend of charred flesh, failed elixirs, and ancient stench. Within the chamber, the serenity typical of celestial abodes was utterly absent, replaced instead by a hellish tableau. In the center stood a tripod alchemical furnace, not forged from metal, but resembling a gigantic, still pulsating heart. Its surface was laced with eerie purple veins, the opening situated directly above the heart, exuding billowing black flames. The surrounding walls were marred with dried, dark red stains and claw marks. Fools, behold! He Chuanjin's sharp voice echoed within the chamber, imbued with a fervor of impending triumph. Today, you shall witness the foremost alchemical endeavor of eternity. It stood before the throbbing heart of the furnace, slowly raising its bulging sleeve, the wide cuff aimed at the black flames above, and with a sudden shake, it unleashed a torrent. No, spare me, master, monster, you shall not escape unscathed. Accompanied by countless anguished screams, the previously captured evildoers, disciples, and some indescribable entities were all cast into the furnace. They shrieked and struggled, yet could not resist being drawn into the furnace below. Once they fell into the black flames, they were instantly transformed into wisps of azure smoke, completely devoured by the furnace. He Chuanjin elongated its neck, delicately prodding the last remnants of unwilling souls into the flames with its sharp beak. Boom! It slammed the lid down with its wings, and the heart furnace trembled violently, its pulsations intensifying, the purple veins glowing with an otherworldly luminescence. All cries abruptly ceased. Hichuanjin gazed upon its creation with satisfaction, spreading its wings and circling the furnace, embarking on a rigid, frenzied dance, once more reciting in a sharp, piercing tone, deliriously chanting, "Reverse the cosmos to forge my true self. Even the acquired can return to the innate. On the day the elixir is complete, I shall ascend. Above and below, I alone shall reign supreme." The manic chant reverberated within the chamber, forcing the 6 disciples to retreat step by step under the invisible pressure, trembling as they huddled in the darkest corner. Each one clutched their mouths tightly, their teeth chattering uncontrollably, terrified that even the slightest sound might draw the madman's attention. In the shadows of the corner, the youngest disciple's eyes were filled with a palpable terror, as though it could solidify into a tangible form. He gazed upon the frenzied figure of Hichuanjin, his lips trembling as he whispered in a voice barely audible to those nearby, "Is it true, what it said about ascending to immortality?" Beside him, an older disciple, pallid and shaken, responded, "Immortality? Absolutely impossible. This world has never witnessed a true immortal. Even those so-called immortal kings merely bear the title. Stripped of the devotion of countless souls, lacking the sustenance of incense to replenish their powers, they would wither and die like ordinary mortals within a century." Yet another disciple interjected, his gaze fixed intently on Hichuanjin, his voice rife with confusion. "But the methods it has imparted to us, and its own cultivation, do not require the absorption of incense. It is extraordinarily bizarre, an entirely different path. Thus, it has driven itself to madness." The first disciple, now consumed by fear, glanced around at his equally ashen companions, his voice quivering. "It has embarked upon a road to ruin, a path that is destined for failure. It perceives us and those malevolent beings as the resources for its so-called return to primordiality. Yet this is but the delusional ramblings of a madman. We must find a way to escape. Now, immediately. Can you fathom how it would react upon discovering it cannot achieve immortality?" As his words hung in the air, the others, without a moment's hesitation, concurred. Their previous reluctance to flee stemmed from the constant threat of the old man's return, but now, with Hichuanjin preoccupied in alchemical pursuits, they had at least 3 hours of reprieve from his potential wrath. One audacious disciple gestured fervently to the group, mouthing the word "go." They exchanged desperate glances, crouching low and inching towards the exit of the alchemical chamber. They moved with utmost caution, fearful that even the slightest sound might rouse the madman cavorting around the cauldron. Hichuanjin's incantations grew increasingly fervent, and his dance became ever more frenzied, the gusts from his flapping wings effectively masking the sound of their careful footfalls. Hope shimmered tantalizingly before them. The leading disciple felt a surge of elation as he finally reached the cold stone door of the chamber. Hesitating not a moment longer, he extended a trembling hand and pushed with all his might. Yet, the door remained immovable. A wave of despair washed over him, yet he refused to yield, straining with every ounce of strength until his face flushed crimson. However, that formidable stone door seemed as though it were fused with the very mountain itself, revealing not even the slightest crack. The others drew closer, witnessing the scene and sinking into despair. No longer cautious, they united their efforts, hurling their shoulders and backs against the door, desperately battering it. The resounding thuds echoed in vain. Hichuanjin had sealed the entrance to prevent any interruption during his alchemical work. Gradually, their efforts waned, and they slumped against the frigid stone door, drenched in cold sweat, utterly despondent. Chapter 8. The completion of the elixir. Thud, thud, thud. Within the alchemical chamber, the enormous heart of the elixir furnace pulsed with an increasingly heavy and languorous rhythm. At last, accompanied by a muffled, thunderous sound, the furnace ceased its throbbing, and the violet veins adorning its surface dimmed in unison. Hichuanjin's frenzied dance abruptly halted, leaving it rigidly rooted in place, its crane-like head slowly turning towards the lifeless furnace, golden vertical pupils alight with maniacal excitement. In that moment, the black flames at the furnace's mouth extinguished suddenly, leaving only wisps of dark smoke spiraling upwards. At the center of this haze, a pill the size of a longan, entirely black and glistening with a viscous liquid, floated serenely. "It is done." Hichuanjin, with its stiff crane legs, approached the furnace, extending its elongated beak to retrieve the black elixir from the smoke. "It is done. The grand elixir for my master's ascension has finally been completed." It erupted into wild laughter, the sound echoing sharply within the confines of the chamber. In the next moment, it unhesitatingly tilted its head back and swallowed the elixir whole. Upon consumption, however, there was no celestial radiance illuminating its being, nor the euphoric sensation of rebirth anticipated. Instead, a wave of black mist, tenfold more potent than before, erupted from He Chuanjin's body, enveloping it like ink, filling the chamber with an aura of malevolence and madness. He Chuanjin was momentarily stunned. It lowered its head slowly, observing its wings cloaked in white feathers, then raised its claw-like talons resembling desiccated branches. No change. It remained this grotesque creature, neither human nor demon. It had not attained immortality. A flicker of confusion crossed He Chuanjin's golden pupils. It murmured in a dreamlike, subdued tone, "This ascension is an illusion." Yet, before the words could fully escape its beak, its head jerked upward, a terrifying brilliance igniting in its golden gaze. The voice abruptly transformed into a sharp, fervent exclamation. "No, it is real. I have transformed from acquired to innate. This sensation, this is the true essence of the innate. Above and below, only I shall reign supreme." It wildly flapped its wings, spinning in place, the boundless black mist emanating from it mistaken for innate energy. However, its movements soon faltered, the confusion and agitation returning to its gaze. No, something is amiss. Why are there no radiant clouds of light? Why are the gates of heaven not flung wide? False. All of it is false. He Chuanjin was plunged into utter madness, alternating between proclaiming the elixir's success and vehemently asserting that it was all a deception. Its crane head twisted erratically, neck contorting into bizarre angles as if embroiled in a dispute with an invisible self. Suddenly, He Chuanjin shook its tattered robe, pulling from its breast a battered, stained ancient text, the Taoist scripture. "It is all your fault." It shrieked at the book, as if it were not a mere object, but a living adversary. "You told me that the acquired could return to the innate. You told me that all things could serve as nourishment. Now that the elixir is complete, I have not attained immortality. You have deceived me." Deceived me? In a fit of unparalleled fury, it opened its sharp, elongated beak and devoured the entire thick tome of the Tao scripture in one swift motion. The moment the scripture was swallowed, a sudden transformation occurred. He Chuanjin did not even have time to react as a blinding beam of golden light erupted violently from within its being. Following this, a second and a third beam of radiant golden light followed suit. Boom! A deafening roar resonated as He Chuanjin's immense form exploded under the onslaught of myriad golden rays. White feathers, twisted flesh, and dark malevolence intertwined, bursting apart like fireworks, scattering throughout the entire alchemical chamber. As the golden light dissipated, the center of the explosion revealed the tattered ancient text that had been consumed, now quietly suspended in midair. It emanated a gentle and sacred radiance, with all its stains and damages vanished, replaced by a pristine cover that appeared as if forged from gold. Upon the cover, 3 ancient characters shone brightly, Ascension scripture. The air was thick with an eerie silence. Suddenly, a low and sinister laughter abruptly broke the stillness. Ha ha ha. The sound emerged from a crane's head, which had rolled into a corner, its single golden vertical eye wide open. In the next moment, a hair-raising scene unfolded. The scattered remnants of flesh, bone, and feathers throughout the chamber seemed to respond to an unseen call, beginning to writhe violently. They converged from all directions like a tide imbued with life, clinging, entangling, and merging. In just a few breaths, a complete yet distorted and towering white figure reassembled from the pulsating mass of flesh. He Chuanjin had been resurrected. It shook off the residual bloodstains and raised its head, its golden vertical eyes fixated intently on the floating ascension scripture. No longer were they filled with confusion and rage. Instead, they mirrored a profound epiphany, an even deeper madness. Slowly, it extended its wings and gently cradled the ascension scripture before itself. "So this is how it is. This is the true Tao scripture," He Chuanjin whispered softly, which soon transformed into a joyous, thunderous laughter that resonated throughout the cavern. Ha 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 ha. That maniacal laughter echoed relentlessly within the alchemical chamber, as the 6 disciples huddled in a corner, trembling like leaves in a tempest. They gazed at the creature that had just exploded into a shower of blood and flesh. Now reformed, their minds utterly blank from terror. Initially, they had prepared to cheer at the sight of He Chuanjin's demise, only to discover that this monstrosity was indestructible. having survived even when its body was shattered into pieces. The laughter abruptly ceased. He Chuanjin's colossal head turned with a disconcerting creak, exuding an agonizing slowness. Its gaze, transcending the floating golden ascension scripture, settled upon the 6 quivering figures in the corner. This time, the golden vertical eyes held no fury, but rather a gaze filled with compassion directed at them. Children, you have not fled. You have borne witness to the rebirth of your master. A moment of extraordinary fortune as the true scripture manifests in this world. He Quanzhen's sharp voice softened, yet it took on an eerie semblance of compassion. He raised one wing, gently brushing over the cover of the ascension scripture, as if caressing the most precious of treasures. Chapter 9. The Dark Aura. Then he pointed with that wing towards the 6 disciples, his voice fervent. You are commendable, blessed with celestial affinity. My heart is greatly comforted. I have always been clear in reward and punishment. Since you possess such heavenly fate, I shall not be stingy. He Quanzhen's rigid crane head twitched nervously as he bowed his head, opening his sharp beak to draw in a deep breath towards his chest. A strand of black aura, deeper than ink, was forcibly extracted from within him. The black mist twisted and spiraled before his beak, exuding an ominous presence. He Quanzhen raised the strand of black aura high, his expression frenzied. This is primordial essence. Those who obtain this essence shall transcend their mortal forms and reshape their celestial bodies. Today, I shall bestow this monumental benefit upon you. His massive crane head slowly turned towards the nearest disciple, who, already terrified to the point of losing control, lay collapsed on the ground, devoid of strength even to plead. Come, you approach. He Quanzhen commanded in an irresistible tone. I grant you the path to ascension. The disciple, paralyzed by fear, could only shake his head vigorously, emitting a series of incoherent, mournful cries. He Quanzhen's patience seemed to wane, a flicker of displeasure crossing his golden vertical pupils. Foolish, fortune lies before you. Yet you cower so. Truly, a child unteachable. He screeched sharply, and with a powerful flap of his wings, the strand of black aura shot forth like a released arrow, piercing through the air with unerring precision into the disciple's brow. Ah! A scream, so piercing it seemed inhuman, erupted from the disciple's throat. His body convulsed violently, as if thrown into boiling oil, twisting and contorting. The dense black aura erupted from his orifices and every pore, swiftly enveloping him in a massive, writhing black cocoon. The sound of bones shattering and reconstituting filled the air, and in mere moments, the black cocoon burst apart. What remained of the human form? Only a grotesque creature, more than 3 zhang tall, formed from countless twisted black mist and vine-like shadows. This monster radiated pure malice. The black aura had directly transformed this disciple into a calamity. His eyes were filled with terror and anguish, retaining his consciousness. He was acutely aware of his transformation into this grotesque, inhuman visage. Although his power had increased exponentially, he felt no joy. Rather, he was consumed by despair. He had become a malevolent spirit, destined to linger in the depths of the mountains. For this ghastly appearance precluded any possibility of returning to the original world. Should he venture beyond the mountains, he would be slain by the local deities. Look, do you see? He Quanzhen, far from exhibiting any discomfort, instead erupted into a mad, euphoric cackle, stretching its wings. It pointed at the calamity just born and boasted to the remaining 5 utterly stupefied disciples. Behold, this is the innate body. This is the true path, a complete transformation. A single step to immortality. Ha 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 ha. Its crane-like head slowly turned toward the 5, regarding them as if they were 5 unrefined gems awaiting exquisite craftsmanship. Do not rush, do not rush. He Quanzhen's voice brimmed with seduction and affection as it approached them step by step. Today, everyone shall partake in this journey. I shall grant you the path to enlightenment together. Ha 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 ha. Amidst the manic laughter, it once again unfurled its sharp, elongated beak. No, please. We beg you, master. We do not wish to. In the corner, the remaining 5 disciples gazed in terror at the grotesque monster their former comrade had become, their hearts gripped by an overwhelming fear. Upon hearing their refusal, He Quanzhen's smile abruptly froze. The enormous crane head tilted slowly, its golden vertical pupils reflecting a familiar, scornful rage. What did you say? Its voice turned sharply piercing, akin to nails scraping against iron. Do you dare to look down upon the celestial fortune bestowed by your master? And no, master, we would never. One disciple, scrambling and bowing, cried out. We are but mere mortals. We are unworthy. We do not deserve your grace. Unworthy? He Quanjun tilted its head at a disconcerting angle, gently stroking the golden ascension scripture with its wings, as if soothing an offended child. Indeed, you are unworthy, it murmured softly, then suddenly raised its voice to a hysterical shriek. But this is a gift from your master. If I deem you worthy, then you must be worthy. Dare you refuse? You question my path. You disdain my cultivation. It spread its wings wide, a frenzied gust erupting forth. The master realized, its golden vertical pupils fixated on the 5 terrified faces, as it spoke in a manic tone of revelation. You think my innate energy insufficient. You desire more. Do you not? Before the 5 could react, He Quanjin opened its sharp beak wide, drawing not in wisps but with a frenzied inhale towards its own chest. Then, I shall fulfill your desires. Ha 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 ha. A torrent of darkness, 100-fold denser than before, erupted from its mouth. This black flood split mid-air into 5 streams, imbued with a dreadful malice, rushing toward the 5 disciples. 5 piercing screams of despair echoed simultaneously, only to be drowned in the horrific sound of bones and flesh being torn apart and reconstituted. They had no time to evade, utterly consumed by the dark energy. The dark mist surged, and their bodies resembled wax figures thrown into a furnace, melting, elongating, and reshaping within the obsidian haze. Shadows danced beneath their skin, while sharp bones pierced through flesh. Ultimately, the outlines of 5 human forms vanished entirely, replaced by 5 monstrous shadows, each distinct in shape, yet exuding boundless agony and pure malevolence. They had transformed into calamities, yet were far more formidable than the previous one, nearing the brink of demise. Observing the 6 masterpieces he had created with his own hands, He Chuanjin nodded in satisfaction. He spread his wings, and his manic yet gratified laughter echoed throughout the cavern. Excellent. Truly splendid. This is what it means to have worthy disciples. Come, witness the true path alongside your master. Chapter 10. The Convergence of 3 Flowers Within the Cave. The frenzied laughter gradually subsided. He Chuanjin gazed contentedly at his 6 creations. The calamities, transformed from his disciples, stood silently in place, their enormous shadowy forms nearly filling the entire alchemical chamber. They were so powerful, so perfect. This was the essence of innate energy. However, this satisfaction did not endure for long. He Chuanjin's golden, slit-like pupils keenly detected a hint of discordant atmosphere. The first disciple transformed into a calamity slowly raised a hand enveloped in a writhing mass of black mist. It gazed at its new appendage, then glanced at its variously shaped brethren beside it. A profound sorrow unexpectedly manifested on its face, composed entirely of sheer malevolence. Black liquid dripped from its eye sockets. It was weeping. Why, master? Why have we become like this? A hoarse, distorted voice emerged from the depths of the creature's being. This mournful inquiry acted as a spark. The remaining 5 calamities stirred restlessly, lowering their heads to behold their now non-corporeal forms, their expressions wrought with unbearable anguish. The comforting smile on He Chuanjin's face instantly froze. Creak. His immense crane head abruptly pivoted towards the weeping disciple. The golden slit pupils, which had just brimmed with paternal satisfaction, now radiated only cold, offended fury. What are you saying? What manner of appearance is this? His voice suddenly sharpened, piercing through the air like a dagger. He spread his wings wide, advancing a step, the immense pressure instinctively causing the 6 newly formed calamities to shrink back. He Chuanjin pointed angrily at the disciple's face with the tip of his wing. Foolish, short-sighted, pathetic, merely a wretched shell, a mundane, filthy vessel of life and death. What is there to lament? I grant you eternal life. I bestow upon you unmatched power. You dare to weep. He Chuanjin's colossal crane head drew near, nearly touching the disciple's face, his golden pupils reflecting the creature's contorted, anguished silhouette. You dare to question your master's grace. Master, this is not immortality. This is a curse. Another disciple, now fully transformed into a mass of shadow, cried out in despair. We do not desire this fate. Please, let us return to what we were. Return? Please. We would rather live and die as mere mortals. We do not wish to become monsters. The remaining disciples, or rather, calamities, echoed in agreement. Ha ha. He Chuanjin listened to these pleas, laughing maniacally. His laughter made his entire body tremble, and his tattered Taoist robe danced wildly. Then, suddenly, the laughter ceased. He lowered his head abruptly, and within his golden, slitted eyes, all fury vanished, replaced by disdain. The mountain pig cannot consume fine grains. The path lies before you, yet you are only preoccupied with your own decaying flesh. Foolish, utterly ridiculous. His voice was sharp and caustic, filled with disdain for the ignorant. With the tips of his wings, he swept over the 6 disciples with a mix of pity and contempt. Very well, very well. Since you are willing to be frogs at the bottom of the well, why should I force you? My innate energy is far too precious. It is not something you mere mortals can endure. Before his words faded, He Chuanjin suddenly opened his sharp beak wide and, directed at the 6 calamities, inhaled forcefully. Whoosh! An irresistible suction enveloped the entirety of the alchemy chamber in an instant. The 6 disciples emitted a wailing far more anguished than when they had transformed into monsters. The thick, black mist that had resided within them, turning them into calamities, transformed into 6 thick streams of black energy, violently extracted from their 7 orifices. Their bodies convulsed and twisted violently in midair. As the black mist was entirely drawn out, the 6 enormous monstrous forms quickly deflated like punctured balloons, shrinking until they fell heavily to the ground, reverting to their original human forms. Yet, at that moment, they were clad in tattered garments, drenched in blood, their skin marred by bizarre black patterns, and black blood continued to seep from their orifices. He Chuanjin consumed the 6 pure streams of black energy back into his abdomen, letting out a satisfied belch. He cast a cold glance at the 6 half-dead disciples on the ground, devoid of any emotion. Slowly, he turned away, gently lifting the Golden Ascension Sutra with his wings, no longer casting them a glance. Leave. A cold, emotionless word escaped his lips. All of you leave. The 6 disciples, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly supported one another as they exited the alchemy chamber. He Chuanjin paid them no further mind at that moment. All his thoughts were immersed in the shimmering Ascension Sutra in his grasp. On the golden pages, there were no intricate characters, only a few large words flowing with profound Taoist essence, stating that ascension begins with the gathering of the 3 flowers at the crown. He Chuanjin gently tapped the 4 characters 3 flowers gather at the crown with his sharp beak, murmuring softly. Then, as if enlightened, he erupted into wild laughter. Ha ha. So it is. So it is. 3 flowers gather at the crown. Ha ha. The Tao is exceedingly simple. The Tao is exceedingly simple indeed. In his frenzied logic, this enigmatic alchemical term was understood with utmost clarity and in the most literal sense. He Chuanjin abruptly closed the sacred text, tucking it into the folds of his sleeve. He then stepped forward with his stiff crane legs, striding out of the alchemical chamber and into the sunlight that bathed the entrance of the cave. Squinting his golden vertical pupils, he surveyed the vibrant flora of the surrounding wilderness. Finally, his gaze settled on the edge of a cliff, where 3 wildflowers, each a different hue, danced in the breeze. One bloomed a blood red, another shone like gold, and the third exuded a mysterious violet. With purposeful strides, he approached, extending his sharp beak to snap. Snap! Snap! The 3 blossoms from their stems, securing them in his mouth. Upon returning to the alchemical chamber, He Chuanjin resumed his position before the furnace. With solemnity, he delicately retrieved the dew-kissed flowers from his beak using the tips of his wings, placing them one by one atop his grand crane head. The red, yellow, and purple blooms appeared comically out of place against his snowy white feathers. Chapter 11. The true immortal's view. Having completed this ritual, He Chuanjin straightened his posture, slightly unfurling his wings, striking a pose he deemed to exude celestial grace. Closing his golden vertical pupils, he raised his head skyward, enveloping the chamber in a profound silence. He waited, anticipating the brilliant rays of dawn, the grand opening of the celestial gates, and the euphoric sensation of ascending to immortality. Moments turned into breaths, and breaths into the burning of incense, yet the chamber remained eerily quiet. The anticipated events failed to unfold. The lids of He Chuanjin's eyes twitched imperceptibly. Cautiously, he cracked open a sliver of an eye, peering upward with one golden vertical pupil. Nothingness stared back. Fully opening his eyes, he glanced at his wings and talons. Finding no change, his enormous crane head tilted rigidly to one side, emitting a sound filled with confusion. He plucked the 3 flowers from his head, holding them before his eyes, inspecting them from every angle. The flowers were indeed correct, he murmured to himself. He pointed to the top of his head. That too was correct. He then picked up the scripture of ascension, flipping to the first page, and pecking at the words one by one. 3 flowers gather at the crown, no mistake. The text stated precisely this. Why, then, had it not worked? His voice suddenly sharpened in irritation, and with a flap of his wings, he cast the 3 flowers to the ground, trampling them into oblivion. Could it be that these flowers were unsuitable? A flicker of doubt crossed his golden pupils. Yes, that must be it. How could mere wildflowers be worthy of adorning my crown? These blossoms must be celestial flowers. Yes, celestial flowers. But then he quickly negated this thought. No, no. If I were already an immortal, why would I need to ascend? If I have yet to achieve immortality, where then could I find those celestial blooms? This reasoning eludes me. Quan Zhen fell into deep contemplation, standing motionless in the center of the alchemical chamber, like a peculiar statue. The question vexed him. Far too intricate for his mad, yet linear mind to fathom. Its immense crane head began to rotate at a uniform speed of 360 degrees, producing a sound that was both jarring and grating, a reflection of its unique mode of contemplation. No, something is amiss. As it spun, it muttered frantically in a voice only it could hear, the scriptures are not at fault. My path is indisputable. Is the error in the flowers? The apex? Or is it this world? Suddenly, the rotating crane head came to an abrupt halt in a manner that defied the laws of physics, twisting its neck into a horrifying spiral. Humanity. In its golden vertical pupils, a fervent light of realization erupted. The issue lies with humanity. Having long resided in the mountains, I have become detached from the mundane. My thoughts have stagnated. Hence the misunderstanding. It first adopted a posture of self-critique, emitting a manic cackle. Ha 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 ha. It seems I must descend the mountain to capture a few individuals to assist me in deciphering the scriptures. Ha ha ha. The crane, named Quan Zhen, unfurled its wings and pierced through the mountain, creating a gaping hole as it soared toward the outer reaches of the vast mountains. Yet, halfway through its flight, it abruptly halted, as if recalling something. No, it cannot be done. The time is not yet ripe. I must not venture out now, as it would jeopardize my ascension plans. Patience, patience. There remains a century, just a century until the appointed time arrives. Quan Zhen glanced at the nearby county outside the mountain, begrudgingly returning. Cursed appointment. Cursed appointment. Were it not for the fear of disrupting my ascension scheme, I would have already comprehended the scriptures. Within the cave, Quan Zhen roared in madness, its head violently striking the stone walls, leaving the mountain riddled with dents, venting its pent-up fury. And that accursed Dezhou celestial dynasty. When the 10,000 years are up, should you dare to go back on your word and fail to deliver the latter half of the scriptures to me, I shall turn your vast lands into a sea of blood. Your countless subjects shall become sacrifices to my grand path. Fury burned fiercely in Quan Zhen's golden pupils, fixated on the scripture of ascension in its grasp. The scriptures are divided into 2 parts. One is the method of spiritual ascension, which is the one in its possession, granting it eternal spirit and transforming it into a primordial spirit. The other is the method of physical ascension, capable of reshaping the mortal body and forging an indestructible immortal form, currently held by the ruler of the Dezhou celestial dynasty. Within the mountain's belly, dust filled the air and fragments of stone fell like rain. At this moment, the cave was left battered and scarred. Quan Zhen stood amidst the rubble, its head bowed, obscuring its expression. An eerie silence enveloped the cave. Its crane head lowered, as if lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a sharp, dry laugh pierced the stillness, shattering the silence. In an instant, the furious Quan Zhen transformed, erupting into laughter. Its head shot up as if a revelation had struck, sweeping away the previous rage. Ha ha. Perhaps I need not venture out to capture anyone. They will come to me, one by one. The world is filled with greed. All I need to do is reveal a hint of the fragrant essence of the celestial way, and those self-proclaimed wise cultivators will swarm like flies drawn to blood. They will come seeking me, bowing before me, begging for opportunities. In due time, they shall become my disciples, assisting in my ascension. Ha ha ha. Quan Zhen shook off the dust from his body, flapping his wings with mad laughter, soaring deep into the heart of the 10,000 great mountains. Within the depths of these mountains, where human presence is scarce, ancient trees loom and miasma pervades the air. A crane ascends deeper into the obscurity. Eventually, it slowed its pace in a valley shrouded in thick black fog. At the valley's center stood a dilapidated temple. The structure was in utter disrepair, the entrance askew. The courtyard walls collapsed, and the stone floor overrun with dark purple, eerie moss. Yet, amidst such ruin, the temple's overall structure remained curiously intact, as if an invisible force were preventing its total collapse. A dark wooden plaque hung above the entrance, inscribed with the three grand characters, True Immortal Temple. At first glance, the calligraphy seemed imbued with an ethereal elegance, but upon closer inspection, the strokes began to twist inexplicably, the spirit becoming increasingly distorted. Clang! He Quan Zhen did not enter through the door, but descended directly into the courtyard, the rigid legs of the crane striking the stone floor with a resounding thud. It surveyed this place, both familiar and foreign. It was once its sacred ground, abandoned for reasons unknown. In the courtyard, a dozen or so worshipped stone statues leaned askew, their faces devoid of the compassion or majesty of enlightened beings, instead frozen in expressions of sheer terror, as if they had witnessed the most horrifying events of the world. Chapter 12. The fragrance of incense. He Quan Zhen disregarded the petrified statues in the courtyard, holding no interest for these once defeated opponents. It strode forward on its stiff legs, heading straight for the main hall of the temple. The decayed doors of the hall crumbled to dust at its approach, obliterated by an invisible force. Inside the grand hall, a stark contrast to the dilapidated exterior awaited. It was pristine, an empty expanse that sent chills through the heart. There were no deities, no altars, not even a single mat. In the center stood a solitary black stone altar, upon which lay a measuring tool. This instrument, barely 2 feet long, emanated an eerie darkness, as if it could absorb all light. Countless twisted, ambiguous runes were carved into its surface, and upon closer inspection, they appeared to writhe slowly, as if countless tormented souls were imprisoned within. An invisible yet profoundly terrifying aura emanated from them, capable of annihilating any being that dared approach, reducing them to nothingness. He Quan Zhen emitted an ambiguous chuckle, seemingly unfazed by the lethal aura capable of slaying immortals, for it was the very source of this terror. He Quan Zhen extended his wings, enveloping the dark-hued ruler beneath them, causing the terrifying aura emanating from the ruler to vanish in an instant. With the ruler in hand, He Quan Zhen exited the grand hall, casting a glance around, his gaze sweeping over the dozen or so stone statues that bore expressions of sheer terror. Ultimately, his eyes fixed upon the statue that was preserved in the best condition, its visage reflecting the most intense fear. The celestial emperor Xianyang, He Quan Zhen, gently tapped the cold cheek of the statue with the tip of his wing, producing a sound akin to a gentle knock. His voice, laced with mockery and madness, echoed, reminiscing about the days when this statue was one of the 8 great emperors of the celestial dynasty. How magnificent it once was. Who would have imagined it would fall to a humble monk such as himself? Leaning his massive crane head closer to the statue's ear, he whispered in a tone bordering on madness, "Do not fear. I am aware that you have long since perished. Yet, your celestial incense and legacy are preserved well by me. Now, it is time for you to contribute the final remnants of your power to my path." Upon finishing his words, He Quan Zhen raised the dark ruler high above his head and gently struck the top of the statue. A crisp sound rang out, reminiscent of shattering jade. The statue, transformed from the celestial emperor Xianyang, remained utterly still. However, a fine crack, as delicate as a hair, appeared on its forehead. In the next moment, an overwhelming aura erupted. A magnificent torrent of golden energy, unimaginable in its might, surged forth from the crack. This was a tangible manifestation, forged from the purest, most primordial essence of incense and willpower. The sweet aroma of this incense, utterly irresistible to living beings, burst through the valley's dark mists and ascended to the heavens, radiating outward towards the periphery of the 10,000 great mountains. This was the entirety of a celestial emperor's lifelong accumulation of Tao fruits. He Quan Zhen, witnessing the golden pillar of light soaring into the sky, erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter, filled with satisfaction. Go forth and attract those foolish, greedy beings." He spread his wings, laughing maniacally at the dissipating golden incense in the sky. "Come, all of you, come to seek me, come to worship me. I shall bestow upon you unparalleled celestial fortune." The soaring golden incense, akin to a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, stirred tumultuous waves across the entire 10,000 great mountains. The essence of the incense transformed into an invisible, nourishing rain, dispersing into every corner of the mountains, its sweetness and temptation, born of the celestial emperor's Tao fruits, sufficient to drive any greedy heart into madness. In an instant, deep within the 10,000 great mountains, Countless caves, deep pools, and ancient tombs that had lain silent for centuries stirred to life, as pairs of scarlet, eerie green, and ghastly white eyes abruptly opened. It is the incense of the celestial Tao. So much, so abundant. Such pure willpower consumes me. I shall surely break free from this millennial shackles. Who is it? Who has fallen? No, this is a treasure without a master. A heavenly opportunity. The earth trembled and the winds howled as ancient evils, long dormant, were awakened from their slumber. They emerged as shadowy forms, obscuring the sky, greedily gazing towards the source of the incense. However, as their gazes pierced through layers of thick fog to discern the outline of the dilapidated Taoist temple, the overwhelming greed that had engulfed them was doused as if by a bucket of icy water, extinguishing their fervor in an instant. The ancient corpse king, having just emerged from a crevice in the earth, suddenly found its rotting aura stifled. Its massive form trembled in fright, and without uttering a word, it scrambled back into the depths of the fissure, sealing it tightly behind. It is that madman's domain. A terrified scream echoed from within the toxic miasma that enveloped the swamp, as the sinister clouds seemed to encounter their nemesis, retreating at tenfold their previous speed, vanishing without a trace. Bad luck. Truly unfortunate. How could it be that harbinger of doom? Flee, flee. It is that lunatic. The ancient malevolent beings, who had witnessed the terror of Hechuanjin over the long years, swiftly replaced their greed with a far more profound fear. Their dread of the words true immortal temple was etched deep within their very souls. That was not an opportunity. It was a trap. In an instant, the tumultuous depths of the 10,000 great mountains returned to an eerie calm, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, the old ones understood the gravity of the situation, while the Navi newcomers remained blissfully unaware of the peril they faced. In the outer regions of the 10,000 great mountains, those malevolent beings born merely 100 years ago, with shallow insights and limited cultivation, could only sense the intoxicating aroma of incense that tantalized their senses, completely oblivious to the true implications of its source. Ha! A tremendous fortune. It is mine. Charge. Whoever seizes it shall claim it. Consume it. Devouring it will crown one as the new king of the 10,000 great mountains. In an instant, countless grotesque figures surged forth from the forests, rivers, and caves. There were grotesque masses covered in eyes, enormous centipedes dragging long bony tails, and black storms formed from countless vengeful spirits. They coalesced into a filthy and chaotic torrent, emitting piercing howls and roars as they madly surged toward the true immortal temple. A band of fools. Do you think such incense is for you to enjoy? Hechuanjin stood amidst the crumbling courtyard, his golden vertical pupils coldly observing the vile flood rushing from the forest. With a flick of his inky black measuring rod beneath his wings, the countless runes carved upon it seemed to come alive, unleashing a silent shriek, as tendrils of smoke darker than night began to waft forth. Within that black smoke, it appeared as though countless twisted faces of agony floated, eerily drifting towards the throngs of malevolent beings. Chapter 13, Restlessness Charge. The celestial opportunity is within reach. Whoever dares to contest with this king shall be devoured. The filthy torrent surged forth like a flood unleashed from a dam, carrying with it the stench of decay and malice, racing toward the true immortal temple. Leading the charge was a colossal centipede, assembled from countless corpses, its legs frantically clawing at the ground, greedy saliva dripping from its massive mandibles. Yet, just as it was about to cross the threshold of the temple courtyard, its movement abruptly halted. From the wisps of seemingly gentle and slow black smoke silently entwined around its first pair of limbs. There were no screams, nor struggles. The limbs, composed of ghastly white bones and decaying flesh, instantaneously lost all hue, transforming into a desolate gray stone. This bizarre petrification spread upwards with astonishing speed. The greedy, frenzied expression of the centipede was frozen on its face, and in the next moment, its massive body, along with the drool that hung halfway from its mandibles, was completely transformed into a lifelike, yet lifeless stone statue. Bang! Due to inertia, several sinister creatures following closely behind collided with the suddenly materialized statue. Get out of the way. Don't block. The curse had not yet escaped their lips when their bodies met the pervasive black smoke. In an instant, their gazes lost all color, and they too, like the previous creature, morphed into stone figures. The foremost of these malevolent beings crashed into an invisible wall, and in a chilling silence, they successively turned into statues. The deafening roars and howls seemed to be abruptly silenced by an unseen hand. What is that? Run! Quick! Run! The creatures that had narrowly escaped the onslaught finally awakened from their greed, intoxicated by the incense. They gazed ahead at the diverse array of stone figures, each frozen in expressions of greed and astonishment. A cold dread surged from the depths of their souls. That was not a celestial encounter. That was sheer terror. Flee! Save us! The once reckless torrent of malevolent beings, charging forward without a care, instantly reversed direction, devolving into a chaotic and desperate flight. Yet, all was in vain. The black smoke seemed to have a life of its own. It no longer drifted in wisps, but spread like a tide of darkness, silently enveloping all. Its pace was not swift, yet wherever the black smoke passed, time appeared to stand still, rendering their frantic escape futile. Countless sinister creatures, running, crawling, or flying. Every motion to flee was abruptly transformed into stone the moment they touched the black smoke. In but a few breaths, the once thunderous chaos and clamor had entirely metamorphosed into a silent forest of stone figures. From the entrance of the temple, stretching outward, thousands of malevolent beings had become thousands of stone sculptures, forever displaying the terror and disarray of their final moments amidst this desolate mountain. Chuanjin, coldly observed all of this. He waved the once more, and the sky full of black smoke returned to thee as if weary birds returning to their nest. The earth-shattering golden beam of light not only stirred the 10,000 great mountains, but also pierced through the ancient miasma that shrouded the range, illuminating the skies above the border provinces of the Great Xia dynasty. In an instant, all counties neighboring the 10,000 great mountains, regardless of day or night, beheld a sacred pillar of light that seemed to connect heaven and earth. Within the various city god temples conferred by the Great Xia dynasty, the city gods, who usually bask in the incense of mortal offerings, abruptly rose from their thrones in unison. They were not deities in the truest sense, but rather practitioners of the divine path who consumed the essence of mortals, transforming it into offerings. At this moment, adorned in official robes, their countenance bore no trace of majesty. Instead, they were fixated on the direction from whence the golden light emanated, their eyes ablaze with an almost tangible greed and desire. Heaven has bestowed a rare treasure. What unparalleled potency of celestial incense this is! Should I manage to acquire even a fraction of it, I might ascend to the rank of an immortal king, or perhaps even higher. The surging tide of ambition surged within them, each one nearly yearning to cast aside their divine insignia and robes, transforming into a streak of light to plunge into the depths of the mountains. Yet, none dared to act upon such impulses. The region was the realm of the 10,000 great mountains, sealed with countless malevolent entities, and as mere county city gods, venturing in would be tantamount to courting death. This force was far beyond their reach. A fierce battle raged between their insatiable greed and the voice of reason. Ultimately, reason prevailed. They could not possess it, but others could. The emergence of such a treasure was a monumental event, one that could not be overlooked. They must promptly report to the celestial court, swiftly inform the imperial court. This is a divine favor to our great Xia, an unparalleled treasure manifesting in the 10,000 great mountains. This merit shall surely earn the emperor's generous reward. Almost simultaneously, in numerous city god temples scattered across the borders, these scheming deities instinctively performed the same act. They unfurled documents, lifted vermilion brushes, and embellished their accounts of what they had witnessed. Subsequently, they cast their reports into the air, chanting incantations. In an instant, the reports transformed into golden messenger birds, forged from the willpower of incense, flapping their wings and soaring at an imperceptible speed, crossing city walls and mountains, hastening towards the capital of the Great Xia dynasty. For them, since the treasure was beyond their grasp, the most prudent choice was to report this scorching opportunity to the court, thereby securing tangible rewards and prospects. As for whether the deep mountains harbored fortune or calamity, or what entities it might summon, such matters were far beyond the concerns of these frontier deities. Days later, in the courtyard of the true immortal pavilion, several stone statues, once belonging to celestial practitioners, were engaged in a bizarre and rigid manner, wielding tattered brooms to sweep away non-existent dust. Chuanjin paced restlessly among them, his enormous beak occasionally striking the head of one statue, producing a dull thud. Hasten, faster, clean this place to perfection. Can't you see? My scripture apprentice is about to arrive. His shrill voice was tinged with a neurotic excitement. Make it spotless. Do you hear? I am a true immortal. A true immortal. How can the abode of a true immortal be in such disarray? You worthless creatures, move swiftly. If he sees even a speck of dust here, and I fail to honor my esteemed guest, I shall twist your heads off and use them as cushions. Cackling laughter followed. Chapter 14. Into the mountains as he Chuanjin directed the stone statues to cleanse the temple grounds. A grand procession was steadily advancing into the depths of the 10,000 great mountains. At the forefront of this procession were 1,000 diverse wild deity statues. Most of these statues stood merely half a human height, crafted in a crude manner. Some were wooden, others clay, and a few were merely haphazardly stacked stones. Each statue was cautiously borne by several common folk clad in coarse garments, their faces pale and their eyes reflecting an indescribable mixture of fear and numbness. Following closely were 500 statues of the county magistrates. These figures were noticeably more refined, each sculpted with an imposing presence, adorned in official robes, and wielding tablets of authority. The bearers had doubled in number, with 8 individuals lifting each statue, their steps synchronized, yet similarly pallid. Further back were 100 statues of the prefectural magistrates. These statues were even more resplendent, entirely gilded, towering over a yard in height, requiring the strength of 16 robust men to lift. Their visages were stern, with eyes glinting like lightning, as if divine beings truly resided within. Bringing up the rear were 20 statues of the provincial magistrates. These statues were magnificent, each soaring over 2 yards tall, carved from the finest jade. Embellished with exquisite patterns on their ceremonial attire, crowned with tiaras, and holding jade tablets, exuding an air of unassailable authority. Each statue demanded the strength of 32 brawny men to carry, and the weary bearers were already panting, yet dared not show any sign of lethargy. This grand procession comprised tens of thousands of people, not coming of their own volition but summoned by the imperial decree as incense bearers. Their role was simple yet grim. When the spiritual practitioners had exhausted their incense power after battling the malevolent entities, these commoners would have to offer their vital essence, which would be consumed and transformed into incense power for the practitioners. Hurry, hurry, do not dawdle. A minor official clad in the garb of a constable brandished a whip, darting through the ranks. Lest you dare to slacken, beware that I shall feed you directly to the malevolence of the mountains. Sir, I truly cannot go on, pleaded a frail commoner carrying a wild deity statue, stumbling on his feet, nearly falling. Crack! The whip struck mercilessly across his back. You must continue, you wretched commoners. To serve the deities is your fortune. If you dare to complain, I shall make you offer your essence to the gods this very moment. The commoner fell silent, gritting his teeth as he pressed on, hoisting the statue. Though the statues in the procession appeared silent, the spiritual practitioners among them were already communicating covertly through their divine thoughts. This time, the imperial court has truly invested heavily. They have even dispatched 20 provincial magistrates. One county magistrate transmitted quietly, "Humph, you have all seen the astonishing aura of golden light. It is undoubtedly a remarkable treasure." 20 provincial magistrates is no exaggeration. Even a celestial king himself would not be amiss, spoke a prefectural magistrate, his tone laced with greed. However, one must acknowledge that the 10,000 great mountains are no benign locale. Countless malevolent entities lie sealed within. As for us, our survival upon entry is uncertain, another remarked. What is there to fear? The voice of a local deity resonated with disdain, asserting that no matter how formidable these malevolent spirits might appear, they were merely a throng of irrational beasts. Moreover, with our numbers and the abundance of incense offerings, should a confrontation arise, we would not necessarily suffer defeat. Yet, as these words were spoken, another local deity interjected, proclaiming that fortune often favors the bold. Such extraordinary treasures are not easily acquired. Furthermore, we are merely the vanguard. With mightier forces yet to come, our task is to ascertain the authenticity of the treasures and pave the way for those who follow. Indeed, caution is paramount. The depths of the 10,000 great mountains are treacherous, and we must not be careless. While the esteemed practitioners of the divine arts exchanged these thoughts in hushed tones, the expedition reached the heart of the 10,000 great mountains. A dense miasma loomed before them like an invisible barrier. "Stop," commanded the leading deity, and the entire procession came to an immediate halt. From this moment forth, every individual must be on high alert. The deity's voice, emanating from the statue, was both commanding and frigid. Upon entering the 10,000 great mountains, no one is permitted to stray from the group, raise their voice, or act out of greed. Those who disobey shall face severe consequences. Yes, the assembled deities responded in unison. The miasma surged forth like a tide, swiftly engulfing the entire group. The civilians bearing the statue turned ashen, their breaths quickening, and a few among them fainted from the strain. Form a protective formation around the incense offerings. The leading deity barked. In an instant, beams of golden and silver light shot forth from the statue, weaving into an immense web of luminescence above the procession. Barely warding off the lethal miasma, the group pressed onward, the surroundings growing increasingly sinister. Towering ancient trees obscured the sky, and the ground emitted a nauseating stench. Eerie howls echoed intermittently, sending chills down their spines. "My lord, I can't hold on any longer," cried a frail civilian, his face as pale as a sheet, sweat cascading down his brow. "Persevere, just a little longer." The voice of the wild deity resonated from the statue, tinged with urgency. At that moment, however, a deep roar erupted from the dense thicket ahead. The ominous sound drew closer, and tension gripped the entire procession. "Stand ready. Something approaches," a local deity warned gravely. From the thicket, a mass of black mist began to emerge, within which a colossal figure became discernible. Towering at nearly 10 feet, it exuded an overwhelming aura of death. Its blood-red eyes glimmering like lanterns, fixated intently on the statue within the procession. "It is a Shah?" A voice from a regional deity quivered with fear. The creature gradually revealed itself, its form composed of countless twisted vengeful spirits, each wisp of black mist writhing and emitting anguished cries. It dragged its enormous claws across the ground, tearing through the hard rock and leaving deep rifts in its wake. "Merely a Shah? We have an abundance of incense offerings. Why should we fear it?" declared the deity from Huaiyan, resolutely asserting, "I shall now." The governor of Yuaning Prefecture immediately halted him, urging caution. The governor of Huaiyan Prefecture hesitated. "Brother Yuaning, this is not advisable." "What do you know?" Yuaning's voice was frigid. "We have yet to reach the depths of the mountains. To recklessly expend our incense power now would leave us defenseless when true danger arises. What shall we do then?" Chapter 15. Sanctuary. Yuaning's gaze swept over the 1,000 wild deity statues ahead, a glimmer of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "Wild deities, heed my command. Advance and confront the foe." An uproar erupted among the wild deities. "Why must we lead the charge?" one deity protested. "Indeed, your governors possess great strength. Why not fight yourselves?" another echoed. "Impudent," Yuaning bellowed, his voice thundering like a mountain. "This is an order. Those who dare defy it shall face my wrath." His imposing presence descended upon the wild deities, rendering them mute, though their eyes simmered with resentment. They were mere folk deities, worshipped by the common people, and stood no chance against the officially sanctioned governors. Onward. Reluctantly, the hundreds of wild deities in the front ranks steeled themselves and charged towards the malevolent creature. Upon sensing the approach of incense power, the creature roared with excitement, its gaping maw greedily consuming the fragrant essence exuded by the wild deities. One wild deity, upon contact with the creature's claw, was instantly shattered, the cultivator within letting out a harrowing scream as their soul was torn apart. "Cursed beast! It is too powerful. Run! Run!" The wild deities scattered in panic, but the creature was swifter. In mere moments, it caught up to several fleeing deities, devouring them whole along with their statues. "Fools! Return at once!" Yuaning shouted in fury, yet the wild deities dared not look back. Thus, within a fleeting moment, dozens of wild deities were consumed by the creature. "It seems we are doomed," one governor sighed, preparing to take action. However, at that moment, the creature appeared satiated, letting out a contented belch before casting its gaze upon the common folk. "This is dire. It has set its sights on the incense," a county governor exclaimed. The creature slowly approached the citizens, its nose twitching as it savored the scent of something delectable. "Quickly, order the citizens to offer their vitality," one governor commanded urgently. The creature was on par with them, and they needed to maintain a steady supply of incense power. Otherwise, even the slightest miscalculation could lead to grievous wounds. Yes, in an instant, the enforcers brandished their whips, driving the citizens forward. "Hurry, offer your essence to me," sustained the deities. "No, I do not wish to die," a citizen cried out in despair. Crack! The whip lashed mercilessly across his back. "This is your fate. To serve the deities is your honor." Under the whip's coercion, The citizens were forced to sit cross-legged and close their eyes. Soon, wisps of pale golden essence rose from them, drifting towards the statues. As their vitality waned, the citizens' faces grew increasingly pale, some even beginning to convulse. The beast, sensing a more potent aroma of incense, became increasingly agitated and charged towards the group with a thunderous roar. Its massive form resembled a moving mountain of death, barreling directly towards the citizens who were sacrificing their essence. "Damn it!" came a furious rebuke from the statue of the city god of Yuanning Prefecture, Sun Wan. "You deal with it. Why must it always be me?" Sun Wan's voice was laced with dissatisfaction. "We are all city gods. Why do I always have to take the lead? This is not the time for debate." The city god of Yuanning retorted sharply. "We, 20 in number, must reserve sufficient incense to confront the true dangers lurking in the depths of the mountains. We can only sacrifice one person's incense. Then why not you?" Sun Wan scoffed. "Or do you believe yourself to be more important than I?" The other city gods fell silent, clearly reluctant to expend their incense at this critical juncture. "Enough," gritted the city god of Yuanning. "I shall take action." No sooner had he spoken than a brilliant golden light erupted from the top of his statue, piercing the beast like a sword. The creature let out a harrowing wail as the golden light struck, tearing away a substantial portion of its dark mist. However, this strike also rendered the statue of the city god of Yuanning noticeably dimmer, depleting a significant amount of his incense power. "You scoundrels!" he cursed as he battled the beast. "Do not blame me for holding a grudge later." "Heh, we are all considering the greater good." Sun Wan replied with a hint of malice. "You have worked hard, brother Yuanning." The beast, under the assault of the golden light, began to retreat, but its counterattacks rapidly drained the incense of the city god of Yuanning. "Quick, let more citizens offer sacrifices," he urged desperately. The sound of whips cracked like raindrops, as more citizens were compelled to surrender their essence. Their faces turned as pale as paper, and some even began to cough up blood. "No, my child is still waiting for me at home," a middle-aged man cried out in despair. "Silence!" A constable struck him across the face with a whip. "Serving the deity is your fortune." The fierce battle raged for half an hour until the beast was finally vanquished by the relentless attacks of the city god of Yuanning. Yet, the statue had dimmed considerably, its incense power nearly exhausted. "You have toiled greatly, brother Yuanning," Sun Wan remarked, his tone dripping with schadenfreude. "However, your incense is now insufficient. I fear the journey ahead." "What do you mean?" The city god of Yuanning snapped. "Nothing much. Merely suggesting that your diminished power might necessitate your withdrawal from this mission for some much-needed recovery," Sun Wan replied with a cold smile. "Nonsense." Yuanning gritted his teeth. "Even with scant incense, I am stronger than you cowardly lot." "Then let us proceed," Sun Wan replied indifferently. "But should we uncover any treasures in these mountains, I fear you will be left merely to watch." The group reformed, and thanks to the intervention of the city god of Yuanning, they suffered minimal losses, just over 100 wild gods and 300 citizens, with another 100 or 200 wild gods seizing the opportunity to flee amidst the chaos. Those who escaped would undoubtedly face the reckoning of the Great Xia Court in due course. Although the loss was minimal, the mood among everyone was profoundly somber. They had only just reached the heart of the 10,000 Great Mountains, yet the strength of the local deity had already diminished significantly. As they ventured further, they encountered increasingly malevolent entities, and the path ahead promised to be fraught with peril. The surviving citizens trembled as they hoisted the deity's statue once more, their eyes brimming with despair and terror. Many were on the brink of collapse, yet the enforcers mercilessly lashed at them with their whips. "Hurry, what are you dawdling for?" the enforcers shouted. "There are more pressing tasks awaiting you ahead." The procession continued deeper into the mountains, yet all were acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. After several hours of travel, they occasionally encountered malevolent beings emerging from the shadows. Most were of the lowest ranks, chaos and disaster, swiftly dealt with by the wild gods and local deities. However, they did encounter two formidable entities, which required the combined efforts of two local deities, expending considerable incense to eradicate. Strangely, all the divine practitioners in the group felt an unsettling oddity, for reasons unknown. The legendary and fearsome 10,000 Great Mountains seemed eerily desolate. "Brother Yuanning, do you not sense something amiss?" One local deity communicated telepathically to Brother Yuanning. "It is far too quiet here." Yuanning offered no reply but scanned the surroundings with increasing gravity. Ancient texts of the Great Xia dynasty clearly documented that thousands of years ago, the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains were teeming with catastrophic entities, including numerous terror-class beings. It was truly a forbidden zone, where even celestial beings dared not tread. For reasons unknown, the malevolent entities within the mountains began to dwindle. And every few hundred years, those formidable beings diminished exponentially. As of now, they had not encountered a single calamity-class entity, let alone one that had perished. I once read a fragmented ancient scroll containing a mad legend. A venerable local deity's voice echoed, which suggested that the 10,000 Great Mountains are, in fact, a breeding ground. A breeding ground? Indeed, the master of this place is a lunatic. Periodically, it purges the malevolent entities from the mountains, either consuming them as snacks or using them as materials for alchemy. It is possible that all the entities in these mountains have already been devoured. This revelation sent a chill down the spines of all the local deities who overheard. Over the past several millennia, the 10,000 Great Mountains had undoubtedly undergone some unfathomable and terrifying transformation, and they were plunging headlong into the heart of this change. The procession continued its slow advance through the miasma-laden forest, the faces of the citizens carrying the deity's statue growing increasingly pale, with some beginning to stagger. The sound of the enforcers' whips occasionally cracked through the air, yet even they appeared unsettled. This cannot continue, a local deity conveyed telepathically among the group. Our incense is depleting rapidly, and the citizens cannot endure much longer. Indeed, another local deity concurred, at this rate of consumption. By the time we reach the depths of the mountains, our incense will be nearly exhausted. Unless we drain every last ounce of sustenance from these citizens, we will not have enough to support our return journey. The group paused in a relatively open valley, where the minds of 20 state deities began to engage in fervent discourse. I believe we should return, one voice suggested, clearly expressing reluctance. The reconnaissance mission had reached its conclusion. We had discerned the realities of this vast mountain range, and the malevolent entities within were far fewer than anticipated. This intelligence was sufficient to report back to the court. Return? The tone of the deity from Xuanwan's state dripped with disdain. Have you forgotten the soaring golden light? That extraordinary treasure lies just ahead. To turn back now would be a grievous folly. Xuanwan was correct, despite the substantial loss of incense offerings. The deity from Yuaning state remained resolute. The golden light is not far off. Since the malevolent entities are fewer than expected, we can surely proceed directly to claim that treasure, which would be an immense honor. But what if there are dangers lurking? A cautious deity voiced their concern. Such a dazzling light must surely attract countless malevolent beings. It may have become a battlefield. What is there to fear? Xuanwan's deity scoffed. Throughout our journey, we have encountered not a single calamity. What does this indicate? It suggests that this vast mountain range is no longer the perilous place it once was. If we do not seize this opportunity now, when the court sends stronger individuals, what will be left for us? The other state deities began to murmur among themselves, their thoughts interweaving in the air. Some advocated for a return, favoring prudence, while others supported advancing, believing that opportunities like this must not be squandered. Esteemed colleagues, allow me a moment. An elderly deity's mind slowly resonated. Having come this far, if we return empty-handed, our contributions will be minimal. Moreover, consider the magnitude of that golden light. It must signify an extraordinary treasure. If we can secure it, it would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But our incense offerings, a voice interjected. We lack sufficient offerings, and what of the common folk? The elder deity's tone turned cold. In the worst case, we may expend a bit more. If we can obtain the treasure, it will be worth any cost. Although the common folk could not hear the exchange of thoughts, they sensed the prolonged stillness of the deities and felt an ominous premonition rising within them. Sir, when can we return? A frail villager trembled, inquiring. Crack! A whip struck him mercilessly. Silence. When has it been your turn to speak? After intense debate, the voices supporting advancement gradually gained the upper hand. In that case, let us continue forward. The deity from Yuaning state decisively proclaimed. However, from this moment on, everyone must remain vigilant and composed in the face of any situation. Indeed, Xuanwan's deity echoed, excitement lacing their words. One must seek fortune through risk. That extraordinary treasure awaits us ahead. The group reformed and pressed onward toward the direction of the golden light. The common folk were compelled to lift the deity's effigies once more, their faces etched with despair. Yet none dared to resist. Hurry, move swiftly. The enforcers brandished their whips. Ahead lies the celestial opportunity. Your participation as lowly commoners is a fortune earned over lifetimes. The procession advanced slowly through the miasma, each individual harboring their own thoughts and intentions. The team trudged through the miasma-laden forest, the citizens bearing the statue increasingly burdened by the weight of their task. Several, weakened in spirit, began to froth at the mouth. Hurry, move for me. The officials urged impatiently, brandishing their whips. Linger any longer, and I shall send you to feed the malevolent spirits. At that moment, the foremost wild deities abruptly halted. What is it? Why have we stopped? A county magistrate inquired with dissatisfaction. There is something ahead, one wild deity responded, perplexed. The group raised their eyes to behold a row of grotesque stone statues positioned not far along the mountain path. Each statue manifested a unique pose. Some appeared to be running, others crawling, while some gaped wide as if in a roar, their expressions frozen in a blend of greed and terror. What is this? A district magistrate queried, bewildered. It resembles a malevolent spirit, another remarked, scrutinizing the statues. The craftsmanship was so lifelike that even the expressions seemed vividly animated. Who would carve statues in such a desolate wilderness? Pondered the magistrate from Yuanning Prefecture, his mind tinged with wariness, especially given their sinister appearance. Something is amiss, muttered another magistrate as the statue flickered slightly. Why do I feel these figures might actually be genuine malevolent spirits? Nonsense. A third magistrate scoffed. Stone is merely stone. How could it possibly be a spirit? As the procession inched closer to the statues, every detail of the carvings became evident. Each hair, every line, and even the terror in their eyes was unmistakably clear. This artistry is truly divine, a county magistrate marveled. To render malevolent spirits so convincingly must require an extraordinary master. Wait, an experienced prefect suddenly trembled with foreboding. Look at that centipede statue. Its saliva is still dripping. All eyes converged on the massive centipede figure, where indeed, a droplet of saliva hung precariously in the air. This is impossible. A district magistrate's voice quivered with fear. How can stone possess saliva? The magistrate from Yuanning Prefecture's mind was steeped in profound shock. Unless these are not mere statues, but actual malevolent spirits petrified by some arcane means. Upon uttering this hypothesis, the entire procession fell into a profound silence. Petrified malevolent spirits? The voice of the magistrate from Sun Wan Prefecture quaked. What kind of existence could achieve such a feat? What has transpired here? A county magistrate asked in terror. The citizens carrying the statue, though unable to comprehend the exchange of thoughts, grew increasingly frightened as they witnessed the statue's sudden stillness and the horror of the figures ahead, trembling in fear. My lord, shall we continue onward? One of the officials cautiously inquired. Silence. A prefect barked in anger. When did it become your turn to speak? Yet, in truth, all the divine practitioners were wrestling internally. The presence of these statues unequivocally indicated that an exceedingly formidable force lay ahead. I counted. A county city god trembled as he spoke. Here lie at least thousands of stone statues, which indicates that there were once thousands of malevolent spirits petrified in this place. Thousands of malevolent spirits, the city god of Yuanning murmured. What kind of terrifying power must exist to petrify so many at once? The procession halted before the cluster of statues, and hesitation gripped everyone as they pondered whether to advance. Silence enveloped the group for a considerable time until someone finally broke it. Dear friends, take a closer look at these statues. The city god of Qingling stated with a calm, analytical tone. Most of these malevolent spirits belong to the categories of chaos and disaster, with only a few being of the malevolent type. Observe, those smaller in size with faint auras are evidently of the lowest rank, while those slightly larger are of the disaster category. As for the malevolent ones, I have counted fewer than 8. Brother Qingling is correct. Another city god began to scrutinize, recognizing the evident distribution of strength among these spirits. The vast majority are indeed of inferior quality. And so what? The city god of Yuanning's thoughts were laced with unease. To petrify thousands of malevolent spirits, regardless of their rank, suggests that the entity responsible is far from ordinary. At that moment, he felt a flicker of retreat within himself. The statue of the city god of Qingling shimmered slightly, as if in contemplation. However, from this perspective, the existence capable of such a feat is likely no more than a disaster-level malevolent spirit. Disaster level? Fear rippled through the minds of several county city gods. Their strength was merely sufficient to contend with chaos. Even in an abundance of incense, they could only manage a few exchanges with disasters. As for calamities, even a state city god could hardly prevail without a substantial supply of incense. Indeed, the tone of the city god of Qingling grew resolute. If it were a higher existence, there would be no need to petrify these minions. A mere thought could reduce them to ashes. Only a disaster-level malevolent spirit would resort to such methods to handle a multitude of lowly spirits. Upon hearing this analysis, the excitement within the city god of Sun Wan began to eclipse his fear. Brother Qingling makes a valid point. If it is merely a disaster-level malevolent spirit, given our current strength, we can certainly handle it. Precisely. We have 20 state city gods, 100 county city gods, 500 district city gods, and an abundance of incense offerings. Even a disaster is no match for us. Another city god echoed, enthusiasm igniting within him. Moreover, the ability to petrify so many spirits must have drained that entity's power significantly. It may very well be in a weakened state now. The city god of Qingling continued his analysis. A subtle shift in the atmosphere enveloped the group, as fear gradually gave way to greed. In that case, why should we fear? That golden light lies just ahead. If we can attract a disaster, it only underscores the treasure's value. Excitement surged in the thoughts of the city god of Sun Wan. Indeed, though the city god of Yuan Ning had suffered considerable losses in incense, there was a boldness in his tone. Fortune favors the daring. How could a mere disaster hinder our progress? The discussions among the divine practitioners in the group grew fervent, as the initial fear appeared trivial in the face of their burgeoning greed. The city gods of each state spoke with great bravado, declaring that if the worst came to pass, they would unite their forces of 20 states. Even calamity would find only a dead end before them. Furthermore, with so many commoners at their disposal, they could simply offer them all as sacrifices. Their incense would suffice to confront any foe. Although the common folk carrying the divine statues could not comprehend the exchanges of divine thoughts, they sensed an ominous premonition as the statues began to shimmer with renewed light. Master, should we not return? An elderly commoner trembled to inquire. Crack! The whip landed mercilessly upon him. Silence. When did it become your place to speak? The city god of Qingling State ultimately decided. Having analyzed the situation, we shall press onward. A mere calamity cannot impede our quest for treasure. The procession cautiously navigated around the stone statues, advancing with care. At that moment, the miasma ahead thinned slightly, revealing the outline of a valley. We have arrived. The source of that golden light lies within this valley. The excitement in the thoughts of the city god of Xuanwan State was palpable. The spirits of all the divine practitioners surged, urging the group to quicken their pace. As they drew nearer, the silhouette of a Taoist temple emerged more distinctly from the thinning mist. Chapter 18. This crane is suspicious true immortal temple. One of the county city gods could not help but utter the 3 grand characters inscribed on the plaque. True immortal? The thoughts of the city god of Xuanwan were laced with derision. Such audacity! The owner of this temple was indeed exceedingly arrogant to claim to be a true immortal. The divine practitioners within the group began to murmur among themselves, their thoughts weaving various speculations in the air. Indeed, even the sovereign of the great Zhou state from 100,000 years ago, whose cultivation reached the heavens, would never dare to proclaim the title of true immortal. The sovereign from 100,000 years ago transcended the divine path and entered the immortal realm. Even he only deemed himself the sovereign of the immortal dynasty. What right does this dilapidated temple in the wilderness have to use the title of true immortal? It must be some ignorant practitioner overestimating themselves. Just look at the temple's decrepit state. That arrogant owner has likely been dead for centuries. The group cautiously stepped into the courtyard of the true immortal temple, the tilted stone statues instilling a sense of unease in all. The lackeys urged the commoners to carry the divine statues into the courtyard, the sound of whips echoing sharply in the silence of the temple. Why is it so quiet here? A county city god pondered, perplexed. Wasn't it said that a calamity of some sort lurked here? The city god of Qingling warned, be cautious. Perhaps that entity is concealed within the temple. The group slowly approached the main hall, where the half-open vermilion door creaked eerily in the wind. Open the door, commanded the city god of Xuanwan. Several bold lackeys stepped forward, cautiously pushing open the main hall's door. Instantly, a rich aroma of incense wafted forth from within. Yet this incense bore an inexplicable and strange scent, causing discomfort among all the divine practitioners. What kind of incense is this? A county city god inquired, perplexed. I do not know. But it feels quite peculiar, another county city god replied. The procession gradually entered the main hall, with the townsfolk bearing the statue following with trepidation. Inside the hall, dimly lit yet discernible in its arrangement, there stood an empty expanse, with a tattered mat positioned at the center. Upon this mat sat an eerie figure, a stately red-crowned crane, its plumage a pristine white, save for the vivid crimson atop its head. It sat upright, wings folded, its grand head slightly bowed, golden vertical pupils tightly shut, adopting a pose reminiscent of a venerable sage in meditation. Yet, most peculiar was the inky mist that perpetually seeped from the crane, swirling in the air and exuding a nauseating, malevolent aura. What manner of being is this? A county magistrate exclaimed involuntarily. What on earth? Why is it merely a crane? Another magistrate from a different county queried in astonishment. Where is the master of this temple? Why is there only a crane here? Pondered the magistrate from Xuanwan Prefecture, bewildered. Could it be that ominous entity? Speculated the magistrate from Qingling Prefecture. Nay, though the aura is strange, it does not feel like that of an evil spirit, the magistrate from Yuaning Prefecture observed, intently sensing the black mist. As the discussions ensued, the red-crowned crane suddenly opened its golden eyes. Ahem! It cleared its throat, striving to render its voice solemn and dignified. Esteemed guests from afar, your journey has been arduous. It rose slowly, attempting to straighten its back and withdraw its wings, striking a pose it deemed to exude an air of otherworldly grace. Though the black mist around it thickened, I, the humble Taoist, have heard of your arrival and have come to welcome you. The crane's voice, laced with deliberate authority, glanced furtively at the throngs gathered outside the temple, a strange smile briefly gracing its beak before it was swiftly suppressed. Pray tell, what brings you to my humble immortal abode? What are you? A county magistrate boldly inquired. Impudent. The crane erupted in fury, a glint of cold light flashing in its golden pupils. I am not what? I am the master of this immortal temple. How dare you ignorant mortals show such disrespect? No sooner had it uttered these words than the black mist surged violently, yet the crane instantly recognized the impropriety of its outburst. Inhaling deeply to regain composure and re-establish its sage-like demeanor. Ahem, I was merely a tad overzealous. I apologize for my rudeness. I have not seen guests in this place of cultivation for an extended period, and my emotions got the better of me. I hope you can forgive my indiscretion. The crane endeavored to imbue its voice with calmness. Upon hearing the crane's words, the practitioners of the divine way within the hall began to murmur amongst themselves. Something felt amiss about this crane. Its manner of speech was peculiar, oscillating between wrath and an affected air of wisdom. Could it be mad? Moreover, the black mist enveloping it was clearly tainted with the essence of malevolence, yet it did not entirely conform to that notion. Even more curiously, they sensed no overwhelming power emanating from it. I surmise this is merely a deranged malevolence, perhaps driven mad from prolonged confinement within this dilapidated temple, resulting in such nonsensical utterances. The practitioners of the divine way within the team increasingly suspected Hechuanjin, yet simultaneously acknowledged the feebleness of its presence. Why not simply eliminate it? Proposed a district city god, suggesting that it was hardly a formidable entity, and perhaps they could see some valuable items in the process. Hold on, interjected the city god of Qingling Prefecture. We have already expended a significant amount of our incense. There is no need to squander our energies on such a minor malevolence. Indeed, Brother Qingling speaks wisely. Our purpose here is to seek the source of that golden light, not to cleanse the realm of such trivial figures, concurred the city god of Yuaning Prefecture. However, there was a palpable concern regarding the erratic behavior of this crane. What chaos could it possibly create? Scoffed a state city god. With such scant power, any county god could easily handle it. Why waste our incense? Although the practitioners communicated through their divine thoughts, to Hechuanjin, it was akin to being loudly discussed in his presence. Man, weak malevolence? Deranged? A tempest of fury surged within Hechuanjin's heart. How dare a group of lowly deities, sustained by incense, make such conjectures and insult me? I shall rend your effigies asunder, devour your souls, grind your very bones to dust, and scatter them upon the grounds of this true immortal temple as fertilizer. Yet, as this frenzied thought arose, it was abruptly extinguished. No, I am a celestial. I am an enlightened being. The twisted neck of the crane emitted a faint cracking sound as it forced itself to regain composure. A celestial must possess the demeanor of a celestial. How could I stoop to the level of these insignificant ants? Yes, dignity, ethereal grace. What's more, it relied on these ants to assist in deciphering the sacred texts, to aid in its ascension. Contemplating its grand ambition of ascension, Qiquanjin stifled the almost instinctual mad laughter that threatened to escape. Chapter 19. Is this crane truly deranged? The city god of Qingling Prefecture spoke first, his thoughts laced with caution. Esteemed Taoist, we have come to investigate the towering golden light from several days past. Might you have witnessed it? Qiquanjin tilted its head, its golden vertical pupils swirling, completely disregarding the inquiry, and suddenly asked, "From whence do you hail? Did you encounter any wild wolves on your journey?" It merely sought to deceive them into coming closer, but did not intend to offer them the celestial incense. That was reserved for its alchemical endeavors, and it could not afford to part with it. What wild wolves? The city god of Xuanwan Prefecture was taken aback. We are inquiring about the golden light, the one that ascended from here a few days ago. Golden light. Qiquanjin blinked, a swirl of black mist enveloping it momentarily. Ah, the golden light, that one. It paused for a moment, then excitedly inquired, "Have you all dined yet? I have some wild fruits here. Though not particularly fresh, they can suffice." "We did not come here to eat wild fruits." A district city god exclaimed in frustration, "The golden light. The soaring golden light. Did you see it or not?" Qiquanjin feigned a look of sudden realization, but then continued to ask, "Your effigies are indeed exquisitely crafted. May I inquire as to which artisan was responsible? I too wish to commission a statue." The divine thoughts of the city god of Yuaning Prefecture were now tinged with evident ire. "You bizarre crane, answer the questions posed to you directly. Do not stray off topic." Bizarre crane? Qiquanjin slightly twisted his neck, producing a cracking sound, and his eyes nearly blazed with fury. Yet, he quickly regained the composure of a celestial being. "I am not to be blamed. I am a sage. Since you have traveled from afar, why not stay at my true immortal temple for a few days? It would allow me to extend my hospitality. We do not require accommodations," thundered the city god of Qingling Prefecture, nearly driven to madness. "Just inform us of the origin of that golden light." Qiquanjin nodded, seemingly in contemplation, and then spoke earnestly. "I have a few guest rooms here. Though modest, they can shelter you from the wind and rain. After your arduous journey, why not rest for a night? Is this crane truly deranged?" A county god fumed in thought. "It answers none of our inquiries. I believe it is being deliberately evasive." Another county god echoed, his anger mounting, "Let us slay it." "Wait." The city god of Qingling Prefecture interjected, scrutinizing Qiquanjin closely. "Hold your hand. Our incense has dwindled substantially, and this place is peculiar. We must ascertain the situation first." Though the city god of Yuaning Prefecture was irate, he recognized the wisdom in Qingling's words. Their journey had depleted their resources significantly, making it unwise to resort to violence at this juncture. "Shall we then stay?" one of the county gods asked reluctantly. "Yes, we shall stay." The city god of Qingling Prefecture declared through gritted teeth, "We shall investigate slowly. I refuse to believe we cannot uncover the origins of that golden light." The city god of Xuanwan Prefecture nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we have ample time to explore." The group disregarded Qiquanjin as they exited the main hall to seek lodging. The true immortal temple was quite expansive, with 36 rooms surrounding the central hall. "Move the statues to the backyard," commanded the city god of Xuanwan. "Clean the surrounding rooms. Then transfer us inside." "Yes," the attendants replied, and the townsfolk hesitantly followed to the backyard. As the crowd departed from the main hall, Qiquanjin stood alone on his mat, his neck twisting and emitting faint cracking sounds. "So many interpreters of the scriptures have arrived," he murmured to himself in a hushed tone, his golden vertical pupils flickering with a mad gleam. "They have come to assist me in deciphering the Tao scriptures. They are here to aid my ascension." The black mist enveloping him began to swirl uncontrollably, but was soon forcefully subdued by his will. "Patience, patience. A sage must remain calm," Qiquanjin urged himself, striving for tranquility. "Let them settle in first, and then I can invite them to interpret the scriptures for me. But it seems I have forgotten something." He suddenly fell silent, his crane head swaying oddly from side to side, as if trying to recall something. "It appears I have hidden many things within the temple. What could they be? Sealed jars, perhaps? Never mind, I cannot recall." In the backyard, the attendants busily arranged the statues while the townsfolk huddled in corners, afraid to make a sound. "This place is truly uncanny," thought one county god uneasily. "Do you sense it? The malevolent energy here is quite heavy." "Indeed," the city god of Qingling Prefecture affirmed. And it is precisely for this reason that the origin of that golden light warrants further investigation. The city god of Yuaning Prefecture hesitated momentarily, pondering. Is this crane truly just a madman? Whatever it is, it matters not. Sun Wanzhou, the city god, disdainfully remarked, in any case, our strength is lacking and we cannot stir up much commotion. Let us settle here for the time being and gradually investigate the origin of that golden light. Just as he spoke, He Chuanjin unexpectedly sauntered out from the main hall, his slender crane legs pattering amusingly against the ground. How have you all settled in? He Chuanjin inquired, but before anyone could respond, he continued, I happen to possess several volumes of Taoist scriptures that are quite intriguing. I wonder if any of you might be interested. With that, he retrieved a few yellowed scrolls from beneath his wings, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. For these were his transcriptions, meant solely for his own perusal. Taoist scriptures? The city god of Qinglingzhou was taken aback, for they had no knowledge of such texts. You wish for us to assist you in reviewing a scripture? Not merely to review, but to interpret, He Chuanjin quickly corrected. I have cultivated for many years and possess considerable insight into these scriptures, though there are some aspects that require discussion with you. The assembly of divine Taoist practitioners exchanged glances, finding the request of this peculiar crane utterly perplexing. We did not come here to listen to your sermons. The city god of Qinglingzhou's thoughts were laced with evident impatience. The city god of Yuningzhou echoed his sentiment. We are here to investigate the source of the golden light, not to assist you in interpreting scriptures. You bizarre crane, best take your leave. Do not linger here and become a nuisance. A county city god scolded directly. Upon hearing these words, He Chuanjin's neck stiffened slightly, the scrolls beneath his wings quivering ever so slightly. A flicker of dangerous light passed through his golden vertical pupils, but was quickly suppressed. Are you truly unwilling? He Chuanjin's voice grew somewhat somber, the dark mist enveloping him swirling involuntarily. Begone. Sun Wanzhou spoke curtly, you mad crane. Go find somewhere cool to stay. He Chuanjin fell silent for a moment, then suddenly let out a soft chuckle. Very well, very well. He slowly retracted the scriptures back beneath his wings, twisting his neck with a series of unsettling cracks that echoed eerily in the stillness of the courtyard. Chapter 20. The jar. Since you are unwilling, I shall not press the matter. He Chuanjin's voice turned tranquil, yet there lingered an unsettling undertone. I shall take a stroll to the back mountain. You may proceed with your investigation at your leisure. With that, he turned and strolled toward the back mountain, his slender crane legs pattering against the ground, his figure swiftly vanishing into the mist. He's finally gone. That bizarre crane was truly a nuisance. A county city god sighed in relief. Now we can thoroughly search this temple. The origin of that golden light must lie here. The city god of Qinglingzhou thought with excitement. However, at the very moment He Chuanjin disappeared into the back mountain, the mist surrounding the entire Zhenren temple suddenly thickened, as if an invisible barrier had sealed the area completely. In a secluded corner of the back mountain, He Chuanjin stood alone atop a massive boulder. His neck twisted at an utterly unnatural angle, the madness glinting in his golden vertical pupils. Unwilling? No matter if you are unwilling, it muttered to itself, the tone laced with a morbid delight. In any case, you cannot escape. I have ample time to wait for you to change your minds. Ha ha ha. The black mist enveloping it surged with greater intensity, and within the haze, faint sounds of something cracking could be discerned. Just as the deities deliberated on how to search the temple, a constable hurriedly emerged from the side chamber, his face ashen. My lords, the constable knelt, his voice trembling. While tidying the rooms, I discovered. What did you find? Speak clearly. The city god of Xuanwan impatiently rebuked. The constable swallowed hard. In every room, there is a jar. Those rooms are empty, save for a single jar placed at the center, adorned with 2 talismans. A jar? The city gods of Qingling and Yuaning exchanged anxious glances, sensing unease in each other's thoughts. What manner of talismans? One of the county gods inquired. I dared not examine them closely, but the inscriptions on the talismans appear peculiar, as though they seal something. The constable trembled as he spoke. Moreover, it seems there is something moving within those jars. Upon hearing this, the collective consciousness of the divine cultivators tightened with alarm. Moving? The city god of Yuaning's thoughts brimmed with vigilance. What do you mean? Occasionally, faint sounds emanate from within, as if something is scratching against the jar's wall. The constable's voice dwindled. The city god of Qingling promptly commanded, everyone, exercise utmost caution while handling those jars. For safety's sake, do not open them. Indeed, The city god of Xuanwan grasped the gravity of the situation, immediately instructing that all jars be removed from the chambers and taken far from the temple. Under no circumstances should they be opened. Remember, no one is to disturb those talismans. They may very well be seals. The city god of Yuaning stressed. The constables exchanged glances, hesitating to act. What are you waiting for? Move swiftly, urged one of the county gods. Be gentle. Do not let them collide. Yes, my lords. The constables quaked as they complied. The city god of Qingling and the other county gods communicated amongst themselves. This temple is indeed suspicious. That mad crane just now wished for us to reside in those rooms. It was intentional. It knew those jars were present, but chose not to inform us. Anger infused the thoughts of the city god of Yuaning. Now that mad crane has retreated to the rear mountain. With this situation unfolding, I cannot shake the feeling that we are being manipulated. A deep unease permeated the thoughts of the city god of Xuanwan. The constables, trembling, cautiously carried the jars, making their way toward the temple's entrance. Each jar was not particularly large, akin to an ordinary earthenware pot, with talismans fluttering gently in the breeze, occasionally accompanied by faint crackling sounds from within. Be careful. Do not let them collide. One constable quietly warned his companion. I know. This thing is exceedingly ominous. Who knows what is contained within? Another constable replied, clutching the jar tightly. As they stepped beyond the temple's threshold, the surrounding mist began to thicken ominously. The once discernible mountain path has swiftly succumbed to a shroud of dense fog. What could possibly be the cause of this sudden mist? One of the laborers halted, casting a glance around. Why ponder so much? Quickly find a spot to set down these jars, urged another laborer. They groped their way forward through the fog, clutching the jars, but curiously, no matter the direction they took, they inevitably found themselves back at the entrance of the Taoist temple. Were we not heading outward? How have we returned? One laborer exclaimed, gazing at the familiar vermilion gate, bewilderment etched upon his face. This is truly uncanny. We have been moving forward, yet somehow we have circled back, another laborer echoed, equally perplexed. They attempted several more times, each endeavor yielding the same result, regardless of the path they chose. They returned to the temple entrance. Enough is enough. Let us return and report to our superiors. This fog is too strange, one laborer declared, shaking his head in resignation. The laborers returned to the rear courtyard, recounting their peculiar experience in detail to the deities. Unable to leave, the spirit of the city god of Qingling, Zhou expressed astonishment. Is what you say truly accurate? Indeed. We have tried multiple times, each time returning as if ensnared by something surrounding this temple. The laborers replied earnestly. The city gods of Yuaning Zhou and Xuanwan Zhou exchanged glances, sensing unease in each other's thoughts. Place the jars outside the door. The city god of Qingling, Zhou pondered momentarily before issuing the command. Since we cannot exit, let us position these hazardous items at a distance from us. Yes, my lord. The laborers responded, proceeding to neatly arrange the jars in the vacant space before the temple entrance. The situation grew increasingly disconcerting. A profound worry permeated the thoughts of the city god of Xuanwan Zhou. First, that mad crane deliberately concealed the jars from us. And now we find ourselves unable to leave. Have you noticed that the fog thickened remarkably after the crane vanished? The city god of Yuaning Zhou analyzed. That crane may be more complex than we perceive, cautioned the city god of Qingling Zhou. We must reassess the peril of this place. A county god inquired anxiously. What shall we do now, my lords? For the time being, we shall remain and observe the situation, decided the city god of Qingling Zhou. Since we cannot exit for now, we must endeavor to comprehend what truly transpires here. Chapter 21. The voice from the jars. The night enveloped the surroundings like a sodden black shroud, heavily pressing down upon the true immortal temple. The deities were cautiously carried into the guest quarters, while the living, these laborers and common folk, were left in the courtyard as a matter of course. The frigid mist permeated every crevice. The warmth emanating from the campfire was greedily consumed by the dense fog the moment it departed from the flame. The flickering light illuminated only a mere 3 feet ahead. Beyond that lay a writhing, rolling darkness. Oh, we two-legged creatures are hardly worthy to dwell in the same abode as the clay bodhisattvas. One laborer chuckled bitterly, his voice hoarse. Close your ravenous mouth, retorted a companion. Yet the fatigue and fear in his tone were palpable, even overshadowing the fire's glow. Li Sanhua curled into a ball, his arms tightly clutching his knees, his knuckles turning pale from the pressure. He desired silence, Wishing to expel the haunting images that plagued his mind, he sought to erase the visage of a fellow villager. His face ravaged by venomous insects, the remnants of the squad leader torn to shreds by malevolent forces, and all memories of death. Yet, the more he attempted to banish them, the clearer they became. A month prior, a grand procession of 10,000 had been conscripted into these treacherous mountains. Now, how many remained alive? 4,000? Or merely 3,000? He dared not count. Li Sanhua raised his gaze, yearning to glimpse the moon. But above him lay only a thick, viscous fog, akin to a colossal lid, firmly trapping them all in this desolate place. There was no returning. As this thought emerged, it ensnared his heart like a vine, tightening painfully, rendering him breathless. He could almost envision the flickering glow of his oil lamp at home, where his wife bent over, mending his worn garments. Their 3-year-old son lay on her lap, drooling as he babbled for his father. Their faces, so near, yet so distant. Li Sanhua's eyes grew warm, and something scalding trickled down his cheek, quickly cooling in the frigid air. "We might all perish here," he croaked, fragmented syllables escaping his throat, as if speaking to the campfire, or perhaps to himself. "Li Sanhua, have you lost your mind?" Wang Erge nudged him, his voice barely above a whisper. "Don't speak such nonsense. Can't you see the deities are right in the dwelling? They will protect us." Yet, Wang Ergu's words faded, for even he lacked conviction. Those divine beings regarded them with the same gaze a butcher casts upon his livestock. Suddenly, as the campfire crackled and spat a spark, Li Sanhua heard a voice. It was delicate, like a cold thread, piercing through the dense fog and precisely entering his ear. Li Sanhua, it called, a vague utterance, neither male nor female, neither old nor young. Li Sanhua's body stiffened, as if his blood had frozen in an instant. He whirled around, staring intently into the darkness beside him, forcing his voice to rise. Who is calling me? Calling you?" Wang Erge was startled, glancing around in confusion. "No one is here. You must have misheard. This cursed place plays tricks with the wind." "It is not the wind," Li Sanhua insisted, resolute in his certainty. "Li Sanhua, come to me." The voice echoed again. This time, it seemed to bypass his ears, resonating directly within his mind. The sound possessed an irresistible allure, akin to an invisible hand gently tugging at his very soul, beckoning him to a certain destination. Li Sanhua felt the voice as a chilling thread, emerging from the depths of the fog, disregarding the barriers of flesh, and precisely piercing his spirit with a gentle pull. Slowly, he rose to his feet, his movements stiff and mechanical, akin to a marionette manipulated by strings. "Sanhua, where are you going?" Wang Erge, suddenly aware, instinctively reached out to grasp him. But his fingertips merely brushed against the cold, damp fog. Li Sanhua's figure had vanished into the dense fog, as if swallowed whole by the darkness. He moved like a mere shadow of existence, drawn by an invisible thread through the vermilion gates of the Taoist temple. Outside, a clearing lay before him, where 36 earthen jars stood in meticulous alignment, silent as miniature tombs amidst the mist. It was here that Li Sanhua approached, the voice becoming ever clearer, as if whispering directly into his ear, imbued with an enchanting tenderness. He halted before one of the jars, from which the voice emanated. 2 yellowed talismans adorned the jar's surface, their cinnabar markings trembling slightly in the gentle breeze, as if they were alive. "Who are you?" Li Sanhua's teeth chattered, fragmented syllables escaping his throat. "I am a wretched soul trapped here, Li Sanhua." The voice within the jar resonated with heart-wrenching sorrow, laced with an irresistible allure. "Help me. Open this jar and set me free. I can take you away from this cursed place, granting you boundless riches, allowing you to live a life akin to that of the immortals." Riches? A flicker of desire ignited in Li Sanhua's eyes, yet it quickly dimmed. He sought not wealth. "I only wish to return home, to my wife and son." "Home? Of course." The voice grew fervently eager. "Not only can I bring you home immediately, but I can also fill your house with gold and silver, adorn your wife in the most splendid silks, and ensure your son feasts on delicacies every day. All you need to do is open this jar, tear off these 2 talismans, and I can take you away." This promise struck Li Sanhua's mind like a thunderclap, dispelling the chaos within. "Home." He extended his trembling hands, his fingertips reddening with blood flow as they slowly approached the thin talismans. "Tear them off. Just tear them off. And he could return home." "Wait." Just as his fingertips were about to touch the talismans, the voice from within the jar became sharp and urgent, brimming with primal fear. "Do not open it here. I cannot emerge within this temple, or it will discover me. You must carry this jar, leave the temple, and find a safe place before you open it. Remember, you must leave here. Li Sanwa nodded stiffly, bending as if in a trance to lift the jar. It was heavier than he had anticipated. Something inside seemed to shift slightly, pressing against his chest, sending waves of chill through the thin fabric of his clothing. Yes, just like that. While those people are distracted, leave this place. The voice within the jar purred with satisfaction. Clutching the jar, Li Sanwa walked unsteadily toward the temple's exit. The guards by the bonfire were huddled around its warmth, oblivious to his presence. After all, who would dare venture out alone in the heart of the treacherous mountains? The area was rife with venomous creatures and malevolent spirits. What sane person would run away? Chapter 22. Where do you intend to take my medicinal herbs? Li Sanwa stepped into the thick fog. The white mist immediately enveloped him, reducing visibility to less than 3 feet. Clutching the jar, he advanced forward. However, not long after, the vermilion gates of the temple reappeared before him. What is happening? Li Sanwa murmured, his voice tinged with fear. Do not be afraid. This is merely the illusion conjured by that madman. Close your eyes, refrain from looking at anything, and simply continue onward, the voice from the jar reassured him. After a moment's hesitation, Li Sanwa shut his eyes. He groped his way through the darkness, the jar in his arms growing increasingly heavy, as if whatever lay within was stirring to life. The ground beneath his feet transformed from solid stone to soft earth, and then to a rugged mountain path. Excellent. Keep moving. The voice from the jar grew clearer. We are nearing a safe place. As Li Sanwa's figure vanished into the thick fog, the open space outside the temple began to tremble slightly as the remaining 35 jars quivered. He. A high-pitched laugh emanated from one of the jars, akin to nails scraping against glass. That fool truly believed the words of number 36, thinking that merely clutching the jar would enable an escape? How naive. A somber voice arose from another jar. Ha ha ha. More jars began to emit a cacophony of eerie laughter, both male and female, young and old, rising and falling in the night. That number 36 has been plotting an escape since the day it was sealed. After all these years, it remains utterly foolish. Indeed, this imbecile thinks it can leave this place when the entirety of the 10,000 great mountains is within that madman's perception. Not even an ant can traverse without its notice, let alone we, the entities it has personally sealed. Should we stray even an inch, it would sense our presence immediately. Number 36 is doomed now, he. The jar's chatter intensified, as if they were spectators to a splendid spectacle. What do you think that madman will do to number 36? Naturally, it will devour it, just as it did with those other entities that sought to flee in the past. Not necessarily. It might reseal it and then subject it to centuries of torment. That would be even worse, haha. Suddenly, an elderly voice emerged from one jar. Quiet down, lest those divine cultivators hear us. What is there to fear? Those clay-bodied bodhisattvas cannot comprehend our words. A bunch of self-righteous fools, thinking they can investigate the origin of that golden light. They shall not escape. They are trapped here now, and will inevitably be consumed by that madman. He. The elderly voice paid them no mind, merely sighing to itself, a sound that pierced through the fog, imbued with boundless sorrow and absurdity. Who would have thought that this ancient being, having practiced that erroneous scripture for so many years, not only failed to go mad and perish, but instead carved out a path of wickedness that none can comprehend? It seems that the plan of the great Zhou sovereign to eliminate it in the 10,000 great mountains has utterly failed. As the voice resonated, the sound within the jar grew increasingly heavy. Indeed, it would not be long before we, like those divine practitioners, would be cast into the furnace, ultimately transformed into the elixir of ascension. Li Sanwa groped his way through the darkness, blind to his surroundings, clinging desperately to the cold ceramic jar, which embodied all his hopes. Very well. Continue onward, echoed the voice from within the jar, now clearer and imbued with a morbid excitement. We are nearing a safe haven. Soon we shall escape this wretched fog. Li Sanwa tightly shut his eyes, his steps faltering. He sensed the surrounding mist gradually thinning, the suffocating humidity in the air diminishing. Hope was tantalizingly close. Just a few more steps, just a few more, and we shall be utterly free. The voice within the jar grew increasingly urgent, as if it had already glimpsed a new beginning. When that time comes, not only will I take you home, but I shall also bestow upon you immeasurable wealth and glory. Li Sanwa's heart raced with fervor. The image of home grew clearer in his mind, his wife's smile, his son's call, the flickering yellow oil lamp swaying in the breeze. Almost there. Almost there. I can already feel the liberating air outside. The voice from the jar brimmed with excitement. After being confined for 10,000 years, it was finally on the brink of freedom. Li Sanhua, you are my savior. I shall repay you in kind. However, at that moment, a shadow emerged from the thick fog ahead, a tall, slender silhouette with an elongated neck. This figure flickered in and out of the sparse mist, indistinct, yet radiating an eerie aura capable of freezing one's very soul. The voice within the jar ceased abruptly. The previous torrent of excitement and promises was as if interrupted, fading into silence. All sounds vanished. An oppressive stillness enveloped the air. Li Sanhua sensed something was amiss. The incessant voice that had been whispering in his ear had suddenly disappeared, leaving him engulfed in an inexplicable, overwhelming dread. Hello? Are you still there? He whispered. His voice swallowed by the vast fog, receiving no response. The jar remained silent. Li Sanhua halted, still clutching the jar. Though his eyes were tightly shut, he could distinctly feel an entity watching him from the shadows. That gaze was devoid of warmth, emotionless, merely a pure scrutiny that sent chills racing down his spine. Why have you stopped speaking? Li Sanhua's voice trembled uncontrollably. Did you not say we were nearing a safe place? In his arms, the ceramic jar was enveloped in silence. The entity within was now quaking with fear. Li Sanhua was engulfed by an unprecedented terror. This fear did not stem from the darkness or the unknown, but from an acute sense of utter abandonment. A feeling of having all hope stripped away in an instant. The voice that had just promised him wealth and a return home now seemed as if it had never existed at all. Youngster, to where do you intend to take my medicinal herbs? A languorous voice emerged from the thick mist, imbued with a morbid delight. Li Sanhua abruptly opened his eyes, and before him stood a tall figure, a colossal red-crowned crane, towering over him, its feathers as pristine as snow, save for the vivid crimson atop its head. Most peculiar was the crane's neck, twisted at an impossible angle, its golden vertical pupils fixed intently upon him. Even more terrifying was the swirling black mist enveloping the creature, pulsating like a living entity, radiating an oppressive malevolence. Chapter 23. Consumed by the true immortal. Spare me, true immortal. In an instant, fear gripped Li Sanhua. It was the mad crane from the temple. He hastily knelt on the ground, his clay jar crashing to the earth with a dull thud. His forehead struck the damp soil repeatedly as he pleaded, I did not realize these were your herbs, esteemed true immortal. I implore you, spare my life. True immortal? Upon hearing this title, the crane's golden pupils gleamed with excitement, and the black mist around it surged with renewed vigor. It erupted into a cacophony of maniacal laughter that echoed through the silent forest, sending the night birds fleeing in terror. The crane, elated, twisted its elongated neck with crackling sounds, appearing both comical and terrifying. Indeed, I am a true immortal. You, my boy, possess some discernment. The crane's delight deepened, its surrounding black mist becoming animated, dancing like flickering flames under the moonlight. It strutted around Li Sanhua, its slender legs clattering against the ground. Since you recognize me as a true immortal, I shall graciously grant you one wish. Suddenly, the crane halted, gazing down at the kneeling Li Sanhua. Speak, what is it that you desire? Li Sanhua momentarily faltered, clearly bewildered by the proposition. However, the longing to return home ultimately triumphed over his fear, and with a quavering voice, he implored, True immortal, I only wish to return home, to my wife and son. No sooner had he spoken than the crane's laughter ceased abruptly. Its grotesquely twisted neck snapped towards Li Sanhua, its golden pupils flashing with a perilous light as the black mist swelled ominously, churning like a tempest of wrath. Do you look down upon me? The crane's voice turned sharp and furious. Returning home? Such a trivial matter should not squander the powers of a true immortal. You dare insult me. Li Sanhua trembled with fear, hastily bowing his head in rapid succession. No, true immortal, do not take offense. I did not mean it. I desire gold and jewels. Gold and jewels. Gold and jewels? The crane's ire intensified, the black mist around it thickening almost to corporeal form. You fool. How dare you disturb a true immortal over mere riches? I, a dignified true immortal, would never stoop to such mundane affairs. It twisted its neck in fury, producing a series of cracking sounds. Very well, I shall assist you in selecting. The crane seized the clay jar from the ground, and with a swift motion, the talismans within disintegrated into dust under its claws. With a sharp pop, the lid of the jar flew open, unleashing a dense aura of malevolence. Immediately, a shadowy figure began to emerge from within the jar. It resembled a humanoid specter, yet its form twisted and contorted, at times appearing as a famished refugee, then as a decaying corpse, and at other moments morphing into countless agonized faces. The most terrifying aspect was the aura it exuded, a harbinger of calamity. Should the celestial practitioners be present at this moment, they would undoubtedly be engulfed in terror, for this calamity could easily obliterate an entire dynasty. However, this formidable force of destruction now quivered in the hands of Hichuanjin, like a frightened chick. Number 36, you restless creature, I have sealed you here. Yet you contemplate escape and tempt my guests, Hichuanjin remarked coldly as he gazed at the calamity in his grasp. Spare me, immortal, spare me. The calamity cried out in a piercing wail. I shall never dare again. I beseech you, grant me mercy. Grant mercy? Hichuanjin laughed maniacally. You, mere materials for my alchemy, are nothing but fodder. With that, he opened his mouth wide and swallowed the calamity whole. Li Sanhua stood agape, astonished that this entity capable of annihilating a dynasty was so effortlessly devoured by Hichuanjin like an insect. Hichuanjin smacked his lips, seemingly savoring the delectable morsel, then exhaled a plume of dark air into the empty jar. The dark mist coalesced into an almost imperceptible black mass within. This is the primordial essence, granting you boundless magical power. It is the fortune bestowed upon you by this immortal. Hichuanjin then replaced the jar's lid and handed it to Li Sanhua. Trembling, Li Sanhua accepted the jar, scarcely able to express his gratitude when he suddenly felt an immense force surge toward him. Hichuanjin lightly flapped his wings, and a tempest arose, sweeping Li Sanhua and the jar far into the distance. When Li Sanhua regained his senses, he found himself standing at the edge of the great mountains, with the vast wilderness behind him and familiar plains ahead. He had truly emerged. Clutching the jar close, he gazed into the distance at the scattered lights. There lay his home, with his wife and son. After whisking Li Sanhua away, Hichuanjin was pleased, flapping his wings and cracking his neck, before strolling back towards the true immortal temple. Ah, how benevolent I am, bestowing such great fortune upon that lad. The primordial essence, a culmination of my years of cultivation, given to him, a treasure he shall benefit from for a lifetime, he muttered to himself. The more he reflected on his deed, the more he felt he had accomplished a great act of kindness, his steps becoming lighter. Upon reaching the temple's entrance, he noticed the jars neatly arranged in the open space, causing him to frown. What fools are these, moving my materials outside, exposed to the elements? What if the contents escape? He bent down, using his wings to lift 3 jars simultaneously. With a crack of his neck, Hichuanjin carried the jars back into the temple. The sound of tinkling bells resonated as ceramic pots collided, producing a crisp melody. The officials and townsfolk, dozing by the bonfire in the backyard, were abruptly awakened. They turned their gaze towards the source of the sound and beheld a colossal red-crowned crane, awkwardly clutching 3 ceramic pots, its neck twisted at an impossible angle as it stepped deliberately towards the temple. That crane has returned, muttered one of the officials in a hushed tone, trembling. What is it doing? Why is it moving those pots back? Fear filled the eyes of another official. The crane, seemingly attuned to their whispers, twisted its neck in an eerie manner, its golden vertical pupils glimmering in the shadows. Have you all awakened? The voice of the crane echoed, laced with a peculiar delight. I am gathering medicinal herbs, and shall join you shortly to continue our discourse on the Tao scriptures. The officials exchanged nervous glances, none daring to respond. Unperturbed, the crane continued its task, transporting the pots into the main hall. The townsfolk huddled in the corners, observing the enormous bird as it diligently moved those strange ceramic vessels, fear etched on each face. Chapter 24. Exploration. The tinkling sound persisted for half an hour, as the crane successfully relocated all 35 pots into the main hall, arranging them neatly in the corner. This is as it should be, the crane nodded in satisfaction. Medicinal herbs must be kept indoors to preserve their efficacy. Pacing out from the main hall, it regarded the officials and townsfolk gathered around the bonfire, its neck cracking several times. Esteemed guests, I have returned from my errands and now have time to converse. Would you be inclined to assist me in interpreting the Tao scriptures? But we cannot read, stammered one official, visibly shaken. Cannot read? The crane tilted its head, considering the matter. Not to worry. I can recite it for you. You need only nod or shake your heads in response. We know nothing of the Tao scriptures. Another official bravely interjected. Know nothing? The golden pupils of the crane sparkled with intrigue. Even better. I relish teaching the ignorant. as it embodies the compassion of a true immortal. A swirl of black mist enveloped it momentarily before it continued. However, the hour is late. You should rest for now. Tomorrow morning, I shall return to discuss the scriptures with you. With that, the crane turned and strode back into the main hall, leaving behind a group of terrified officials and townsfolk. Is that crane truly mad? One townsfolk whispered. Mad or not, it is certainly no good, Wang Ergu replied, clutching his arms tightly. Did you see? Li Sanhua has vanished. Li Sanhua? The crowd took notice that the boy, once by the bonfire, was indeed missing. It couldn't be that the crane. An official began, but was silenced by the wary glances of others. Some things are best left unsaid in such a place. As dawn broke, the pale light filtered through the thick mist, casting a ghostly hue upon the eaves of the true immortal temple, reminiscent of a sickly visage. The deities emerged from their quarters, their expressions grave. They had scoured the entire temple the previous night, leaving no stone unturned, no crevice unchecked, in pursuit of any potential clues. How did it fare? The city god of King Lingzhou spoke first, his thoughts laced with anticipation. Nothing has been found. The city god of Yuningzhu shook his head. I searched the back mountain thoroughly. Apart from some withered trees and decaying leaves, there was nothing. I too, lamented another city god, have inspected the front courtyard, the rear courtyard, the side rooms, and even the latrines, yet I discovered not a single strand of hair. Could it be that the golden light did not originate from here at all? Another city god queried with intrigue. Impossible, the city god of Sun Wanzhou firmly countered. Our tracking direction is undoubtedly correct. That golden light emanated from this Taoist temple. Then why are there no clues? A county god asked in confusion. The city god of King Lingzhou furrowed his brow in contemplation. Could it be that the crane has meddled? He speculated. Having resided here for so long, it must possess some knowledge. That mad crane? Scoffed the city god of Yuningzhu, with its erratic demeanor. What could it possibly know? Not necessarily, the city god of Sun Wanzhou pondered. Though it may seem insane, it might not be entirely oblivious. Just as the gods were engaged in their debate, a series of pattering footsteps approached from the main hall. He Quanjing ambled over, his neck twisting rhythmically, producing faint clicking sounds. The black mist enveloping him was denser than the previous day, appearing particularly ominous in the morning light. Good morning, everyone, He Quanjing greeted, his voice tinged with a morbid delight. Did you sleep well last night? Fairly well, the city god of King Lingzhou replied dismissively. That's good, He Quanjing nodded, then retrieved several yellowed Taoist scriptures from beneath his wings. Since you all have rested sufficiently, why not discuss these scriptures now? The gods exchanged glances, feeling that this crane was disturbingly insistent. We discussed this yesterday. We did not come here to listen to your teachings, the city god of King Lingzhou thought impatiently. Why can't you understand human language? We are here to investigate that golden light, not to indulge your nonsense, a county god said bluntly. Upon hearing these words, He Quanjing's neck twisted peculiarly, producing a sharp sound. His golden vertical pupils were devoid of emotion, eerily calm. Oh, unwilling? That's quite all right. I am in no hurry. The city god of Sun Wanzhou retorted angrily. You mad crane, go away. Do not obstruct us. We have serious matters to attend to. No sooner had the words left his mouth than He Quanjing's golden vertical pupils suddenly fixed upon the city god of Sun Wanzhou. That gaze held no anger, no resentment. Only a pure, unwavering stare. It was akin to a famished individual eyeing a succulent piece of meat, or a butcher selecting the choicest livestock at the market. That gaze instilled a chilling dread within the city god of Sun Wanzhou, as if he were no longer the imposing city god, but rather a fish awaiting slaughter on the chopping block. He Quanjing remained silent, turning to walk towards the main hall, his neck clicking ominously, the sound echoing eerily in the quiet courtyard. The city god of Sun Wanzhou watched the retreating figure of He Quanjing, his fear gradually dissipating, replaced by a rising sense of confusion. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to sense something terrifying, yet upon reflection, it was merely a mad crane. What could possibly be frightening about that? Perhaps I am overthinking. Xuanwan, the city god of Wanzhou, shook his head privately, dismissing the notion that a deranged crane could stir any significant turmoil. He rationalized his earlier feelings as mere illusions, as it was only natural for one's nerves to be heightened in such an eerie place. It appears we have overlooked a particular location. A county god suddenly spoke, as if a thought had struck him. Which place? Inquired the city god of Qingling. The main hall. The county god gestured towards the imposing red hall ahead. We thoroughly searched the entire temple last night, yet we did not venture into the main hall. At this, The assembled deities turned their gazes toward the main hall. The ancient structure loomed in the morning mist, its doors firmly shut, exuding an air of mystery. The city god of Yuaning pondered, for it was indeed the most likely place to conceal clues. However, that mad crane has remained there, making our entry risky, as it could potentially incite trouble. What is there to fear? Xuanwan, the city god of Wanzhou, scoffed. With its frenzied demeanor, could it truly pose a threat to us? Such words may not be prudent. We do not yet fully understand the crane's nature. To intrude recklessly may lead to unfavorable consequences. The city god of Qingling mused for a moment. Indeed, the city god of Yuaning nodded in agreement. Although the crane appears mad, its ability to survive alone in the depths of these vast mountains for so long must indicate some skill. Are we to simply wait idly? A county god expressed his dissatisfaction, for the lead of that golden light may very well reside within the main hall. Patience is key. The city god of Qingling suggested thoughtfully. We can bide our time until the crane departs the main hall, allowing us to search undisturbed. Agreed, Xuanwan. The city god of Wanzhou concurred, seemingly struck by another thought. Yet what if it remains inside and does not emerge? Are we to wait indefinitely? We cannot afford such a luxury of time. Then we must devise a means to lure it out, the city god of Yuaning proposed. Perhaps we could send some commoners to seek it out. It has been obsessed with deciphering that particular scripture, has it not? We could coax it outside with some fabricated tale. That is an excellent suggestion. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in the eyes of the city god of Qingling. Though those mortals are ignorant, they would serve well as bait. Thus, it was decided. The assembly resolved to wait outside for the time being. Should the crane remain within the next day, we shall execute the devised plan. As night deepened, the Zhenren temple appeared particularly eerie amidst the thick fog. The celestial beings and Taoist practitioners dispersed around the hall, while the 20 city gods convened to strategize. The crane had yet to emerge from the main hall, and it seemed they would have to adhere to their plan come morning. A hint of fatigue pervaded the mind of the city god of Qingling. There was no alternative. Just then, the city god of Yuaning had yet to finish his sentence when an odd sound emanated suddenly from a side chamber on the left. The sound, though faint, resonated with startling clarity in the stillness of the night, akin to something gnawing on bones or the dry crackling of wood being incrementally snapped. What is that sound? A state deity inquired, puzzled. The deity of Qingling's state listened attentively for a moment and, dismissively, remarked, "It is likely just a rat. This dilapidated temple has been abandoned for years, so it is only natural to find rodents here. There is no need to concern ourselves with it." The deity of Yuaning's state, hearing this, also paid it no mind and continued, "Let us proceed to discuss our plans for tomorrow. We must ensure that all is flawless." However, unbeknownst to them, as they believed themselves to be orchestrating their affairs meticulously, a terrifying occurrence was unfolding within the adjoining chamber. A mass of black mist seeped silently through the crack of the door, gradually coalescing into the form of He Kuan-jun. His golden vertical pupils glimmered with a sickly light in the darkness, greedily fixating on the idols within the room. 17 deities, all of lesser strength, were arranged neatly in the chamber, among them a slightly larger idol representing the deity of Xuanwan's state, while the remaining 16 were the deities of 6 prefectures and 10 counties. The aroma is intoxicating. He Kuan-jun inhaled deeply, the mingling scent of incense and divine power enrapturing him. It had been quite some time since he had feasted upon divine practitioners, particularly those as fresh as these. With a cackling laugh, the black mist enveloped the entire room, forming a dense barrier that effectively obstructed any external divine perception. Even light could not penetrate its depths. We must ensure those clever ones outside remain oblivious. I shall consume them quietly. When they discover their companions are missing, their expressions will be utterly delightful. He Kuan-jun murmured to himself, his voice tinged with uncontainable excitement. Soon, more tendrils of black mist, like living appendages, reached out to ensnare each of the 17 idols, writhing and tightly coiling around them. Meanwhile, the deity of Xuanwan's state, strategizing outside the main hall, suddenly shuddered as the divine light surrounding him dimmed imperceptibly for a moment. Let the mortals seek the mad crane in the main hall tomorrow. Once it emerges, we shall immediately commence our investigation, the deity of Qingling's state stated, unaware of the peculiar tension enveloping his companion. An excellent plan. The deity of Yuaning's state nodded in agreement, his divine consciousness stirring with anticipation. They were deeply engrossed in their discussion, oblivious to the transformation of the deity of Xuanwan's state, whose expression shifted from focus to sheer terror. What is happening? I cannot move, he exclaimed in horror, realizing that some force had ensnared his divine consciousness, rendering him incapable of summoning even a fraction of his divine power. He attempted to alert his companions, but found himself unable to convey even a whisper of thought. It felt as though he were submerged in a frigid, viscous swamp, his very thoughts slowing to a crawl. The other 16 divine practitioners outside the hall similarly felt this dreadful constriction, yearning to cry out, to seek assistance from their comrades, yet discovering that they could not produce a sound. What is this? What is this thing? Within the consciousness of a county city god, a profound sense of dread took root, yet this fear churned solely within his own awareness, unable to be communicated to another. Suddenly, an irresistible force of attraction surged forth, and the city god of Xuanwan felt as though an unseen entity had seized him, compelling him to soar in a particular direction. It was akin to being drawn into a colossal whirlpool, with everything around him spiraling chaotically, his divine power, consciousness, and memories fracturing under the strain of this pull. Oh! The city god of Xuanwan yearned to scream, only to discover that no sound emerged from his throat. In the next instant, he collided heavily with something solid. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the familiar texture of clay. He had inexplicably returned to his divine idol. What was happening? Was I not strategizing outside? The city god of Xuanwan was gripped with terror as he realized he had been forcibly yanked back into his idol, which was now shrouded in a strange black mist that writhed as if alive. He attempted to summon his divine power to break free from this layer of darkness, but the mist clung to him like the most resilient of chains, ensnaring him within the idol. What is this? Who is behind this? Fear and fury swelled within the city god's consciousness. A stifled fit of giggles erupted in the room, followed by a maniacal laugh. Ha ha ha. Back in position so soon. It seems my innate energy has advanced further, He Chuanjin exclaimed, flapping his wings with wild delight, his demeanor frenzied. The city god of Xuanwan turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, witnessing a slender figure dancing around their idol with wild abandon, resembling a madman. Chapter 26. The frantic He Chuanjin It's You. The city god of Xuanwan glared in terror at the red-crowned crane before him. You crazy bird. What have you done to us? Upon hearing this, He Chuanjin's neck cracked ominously, his fury igniting instantly. Crazy bird? Crazy bird. My voice turned sharp as black mist surged around him. I am a true immortal. A true immortal. How dare you refer to me as a crazy bird? You clay idol? Ha ha ha. It seems you clay bodhisattvas lack sufficient respect for me. But fear not. Once I drain you dry, you shall express gratitude for my benevolence. Drain us dry? The county city god inquired with trepidation. What are you planning to do to us? Planning? Why, to feast. Of course. He Chuanjin declared with nonchalance. It has been millennia since I have dined on divine practitioners like yourselves. As he spoke, he extended his talons, gently scratching the surface of the city god's idol, leaving behind deep, jagged marks. You vile creature. We are righteous deities recognized by the court. Should you show us disrespect, the court shall not let you off lightly. The city god of Xuanwan bellowed in anger. The court? He Chuanjin paused momentarily before erupting into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha. The great Zhou celestial dynasty would oppose me for the sake of a few county city gods? Absurd. I consumed so many celestial kings and emperors, and even the ruler of great Zhou dared not utter a word. The great Zhou celestial dynasty? The city god of Xuanwan faltered, disbelief lacing his voice. You speak of the dynasty that fell into ruin thousands of years ago. What? Ruin? He Quanzhun's maniacal laughter abruptly ceased, his golden vertical pupils widening in disbelief. What nonsense is this? How could the great Zhou celestial dynasty possibly fall? A trembling county magistrate spoke up. The great Zhou celestial dynasty perished thousands of years ago. At that time, to seal the malevolence of the 10,000 mountains, all the celestial kings, emperors, and monarchs perished. Subsequently, the descendants of the 8 celestial emperors rebelled, fracturing the great Zhou into 8 kingdoms, of which we are one, the divine Tao practitioners of the great Xia court. He Quanzhun's neck cracked ominously, his entire being quaking with disbelief. His elongated neck writhed like a serpent, and the black mist surrounding him surged violently. Impossible. Impossible. He Quanzhun's voice turned shrill and hysterical. Even if all the celestial kings and emperors perished, what of the sovereign of the great Zhou? He left the 10,000 mountains alive. How could those fools dare to rebel beneath his very nose? The county magistrate, Witnessing He Quanzhen's sudden descent into madness, felt a surging dread. He steeled himself and replied, I do not know. He has gone missing, and there are rumors that he is dead. Dead? Dead? He Quanzhen's pupils dulled instantly, murmuring to himself, no, it cannot be. He did not sustain severe injuries. How could he possibly die? Suddenly, he erupted into frenzied laughter. Ha ha ha. I have been deceived. Deceived by that wretched sovereign. He promised to deliver the complete Tao scripture after 10,000 years. Yet he himself has been dead for tens of thousands. His laughter grew increasingly maniacal, the black mist around him seething like boiling water. The echoes of his laughter reverberated in the enclosed chamber, more mournful than any cry. What has my 10,000 years amounted to? What does it signify? Abruptly ceasing his laughter, his golden vertical pupils fixated intensely upon the statues. It is all your fault. All of you later generations of clay-bodied bodhisattvas. Had it not been for you, I would have discovered the truth long ago. And no, it is not our fault, a county magistrate stammered in fear. Silence. He Quanzhen roared in fury, his claws striking down violently, shattering the statue before it could react. Since the celestial kings and emperors are dead, I am no longer bound by any agreement. Once I forge the upper portion of the Tao scripture, I shall personally emerge from my seclusion and capture those sovereigns. Since they are descendants of the 8 celestial emperors, they must possess knowledge of the lower portion of the Tao scripture. No one shall impede my ascension. He Quanzhen's rage reached its zenith, his golden vertical pupils glinting with madness, and the black mist around him roiling like a boiling cauldron. Since the celestial kings and emperors are dead, I shall no longer hold back. You clay-bodied bodhisattvas will serve as my appetizers. He suddenly opened his mouth wide, transforming it into an unfathomable abyss. A terrifying suction force surged forth, causing the 16 statues within the room to tremble violently. No, stop. The magistrate of Xuanwan Prefecture screamed in terror, but his voice was quickly engulfed by the overwhelming pull. Strands of golden light were forcibly drawn from the statues, representing the accumulated incense wishes and divine essence of these practitioners over millennia. The radiant beams struggled and twisted in the air, yet ultimately succumbed to a terrifying gravitational pull, all being voraciously drawn into the mouth of He Quanzhen. Crunch, crunch. He Quanzhen chewed with exuberance, the divine thoughts and incense producing a crisp sound reminiscent of gnawing on the sweetest of fruits. How delectable! How exquisite! As it chewed, it erupted into maniacal laughter, proclaiming that it had not indulged in such fresh divine practitioners for tens of thousands of years. The brilliance of the statues dimmed at a visible pace. Their once vivid expressions now rendered vacant, the meticulously crafted details beginning to blur. Help! Help us! A county deity wailed in despair, but its voice grew fainter, ultimately vanishing entirely within He Quanzhen's maw. Ha ha ha! This sensation is simply magnificent. The sound of He Quanzhen's neck cracking echoed, the black mist surrounding it thickening, as it felt its innate energy significantly enhance. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the 16 statues had been reduced to empty husks, their divine essence and incense completely siphoned away. Though the exterior of the statues appeared unchanged, their interiors had been utterly hollowed out, reduced to mere clay effigies. There remains one more substantial figure. He Quanzhen, still unsated, gazed at the statue of the deity of Xuanwan Prefecture, thinking that this local deity should possess an even richer incense. You vile creature, roared the Xuanwan Prefecture deity in despair, you shall face retribution. Retribution? He Quanzhen laughed maniacally. I have cultivated for 100,000 years. What retribution have I not encountered? You clay-bodied bodhisattvas dare to speak of retribution? It opened its gaping maw once more, emitting an even more terrifying suction. The divine thoughts and incense of the Xuanwan Prefecture deity were drawn forth like a flood breaching a dam, forming a thick golden beam of light in the air. The Xuanwan Prefecture deity let out a final, anguished scream before being wholly consumed by He Quanzhen. Crunch, crunch, crunch. He Quanzhen savored each bite, intoxicated by the rich essence and divine thoughts. Indeed, the local deity was far sweeter than those lesser figures. He Quanzhen smacked its lips, relishing the profound flavor of the incense, leaving it with an everlasting aftertaste. Having consumed 17 divine practitioners, He Quanzhen felt a marked enhancement in its innate energy, the surrounding black mist becoming more substantial. Chapter 27. Doubt. Meanwhile, outside the Grand Hall, The deities of Qingling Prefecture and others were still deliberating their plans for the following day, entirely oblivious to the fact that the Xuanwan Prefecture deity had been devoured. At dawn tomorrow, we shall send a few commoners to locate that mad crane and lure it out of the main hall, stated the Qingling Prefecture deity solemnly. Indeed, this plan seems sound, nodded the Yuaning Prefecture deity in agreement. Since the mad crane is so fixated on lecturing, it will surely follow those commoners outside. By the way, why has Brother Xuanwan fallen silent? Questioned one of the prefectural deities in confusion. It was only then that the others noticed that the Xuanwan Prefecture deity, who had been beside them moments ago, had inexplicably vanished. Perhaps he has retreated into his statue to rest, remarked the Qingling Prefecture deity dismissively. After days of travel, it is only natural to seek rest. Quite so, the others nodded in agreement, none suspecting that anything amiss had occurred. The morning light filtered through the dense fog, casting a chilly aura upon the Zhenren temple. A few individuals had stood vigil outside the hall throughout the night, yet there was no sign of He Chuanjin's emergence. They were prepared to proceed with their plan. Xuanwan, it is time to rise, the spirit of the city god of Qingling Zhao conveyed towards the left wing, but received no reply. How peculiar! He had clearly returned to the statue for rest last night. Why was there no response now? The city god of Yuaningzhou shared the same sentiment, directing his spiritual awareness towards the same room. Could it be that he was merely in a deep slumber? One city god speculated, considering the fatigue of recent days warranted ample rest. That cannot be, the Qingling city god frowned. Given our cultivation, such an extended repose is unnecessary. Furthermore, I can no longer sense their presence. The deities exchanged glances, all acutely aware that something was amiss. As practitioners of the divine path, they could normally perceive each other's spiritual fluctuations, yet now the room was enveloped in an eerie silence. Let us investigate, the Qingling city god declared gravely. The 19 divine practitioners swiftly converged upon the left wing. As they pushed open the door, an involuntary gasp escaped their lips. Inside, 17 statues were meticulously arranged, yet each bore visible cracks upon their surfaces, as if something had violently ruptured them from within. More ominously, these statues were hollow. The clay that once contained divine essence was now nothing but empty shells. What on earth has transpired? One city god inquired, astonished. The Qingling city god stepped forward to examine the scene closely, his spiritual awareness probing the statues, causing a cold sweat to break upon him. Their divine essence has vanished entirely, he uttered, fear lacing his voice. Not a trace remains. Could it be the work of that mad crane? A county city god trembled in query. Impossible, the Qingling city god shook his head. Even that crane could not silently subdue so many divine practitioners. Xuanwan is a city god of considerable strength. Then what manner of entity could do this? Another city god asked, terror creeping into his tone. Just as the group was engulfed in uncertainty, a familiar sound of footsteps echoed from the courtyard. The distinct crackling of He Chuanjin's neck twisting cut through the morning fog with unsettling clarity. Good morning, everyone, He Chuanjin ambled over, his dark aura more pronounced than the previous day. Did you sleep well last night? The Qingling city god fixed an intense gaze upon the peculiar red-crowned crane, a deep unease surging within him. The bizarre disappearance of the city god Xuanwan, coupled with this crane's presence and its heightened dark energy, raised alarm bells in his mind. What were you doing last night? The Qingling city god asked in a low voice. Me? He Chuanjin tilted his head, a glint of mischief flickering in his golden vertical pupils. I was diligently studying scriptures in the main hall, deprived of sleep, and finally gleaned some new insights. Did you hear any unusual sounds? The Yuaning city god pressed. Unusual sounds? He Chuanjin feigned contemplation, his neck cracking a few times. I did hear some odd noises that seemed to emanate from your resting quarters, but I presumed it was merely mice. As the conversation unfolded, He Chuanjin suddenly displayed a look of concern. What is the matter? Has something happened? He inquired, noticing the grim expressions on everyone's faces. The city god of Qinglingzhou, suppressing his inner fury, replied coldly, 17 of our people have gone missing. Do you truly know nothing about it? Missing? He Chuanjin's eyes widened in astonishment. How could they possibly go missing? Although we are in the depths of the 10,000 great mountains, my temple here is quite secure. Just as the city god of the state was about to erupt in anger, he was restrained by the Qinglingzhou city god. What brings you here? The latter asked, forcing down his rage. Of course, I have come to seek guidance on the Tao scriptures, He Chuanjin stated matter-of-factly, his neck cracking as he spoke. Last night, I pondered for hours, yet there are still aspects I find unclear and wish to discuss with you all. Seeking guidance on the Tao scriptures? The city god of Yuaning Zhou was instantly incensed. Our people are missing, and you still have the composure to discuss such matters? He stepped forward to confront He Chuanjin, but was halted again by the Qingling Zhou city god. Calm down. The Qingling Zhou city god transmitted silently to Yuaning Zhou city god. This crane exhibits odd behavior. The disappearances from last night are likely connected to it, and the dark energy surrounding it seems more pronounced than yesterday. Taking a deep breath, the Qingling Zhou city god forced a smile. Taoist he. We currently have urgent matters to attend to and simply cannot spare the time to discuss the Tao scriptures. Perhaps on another day? No time? He Chuanjin tilted his head, disappointment flickering in his golden vertical pupils. I had assumed you all were interested in the Tao scriptures. Suddenly, He Chuanjin erupted into a fit of manic laughter. Very well. If you have pressing matters, I shall not intrude. He turned and began to stroll away, only to pause and glance back, his neck cracking ominously. I shall return tomorrow to seek your guidance, and I hope you will honor me with your presence. With that, He Chuanjin swayed as he departed, the dark mist surrounding him appearing particularly eerie in the morning light. Only when his figure vanished into the thick fog did the city god of Yuaning Zhou exhale a sigh of relief. That crane feels increasingly perilous. Not just perilous. The Qingling Zhou city god remarked gravely. I suspect it is responsible for the disappearances. Chapter 28. The white mist outside the temple watching He Chuanjin's retreating figure. The deities exchanged glances, an oppressive atmosphere enveloping them. The city god of Yuaning Zhou spoke first. Brother Qingling, I believe it is time for us to depart. Depart? A county city god questioned in confusion. Did we not come to seek the source of the golden light? Shaking his head, Yuaning Zhou's city god responded with solemnity. 17 city gods have vanished just like that. Even a state city god like Sun one has disappeared. The level of danger here far exceeds our expectations. Brother Yuaning is correct, the Qingling Zhou city god stated in a deep voice. We initially came merely to scout the area, and it is now clear that there are indeed anomalies here. We must return to report. A young county city god, reluctant to concede, protested, but we have uncovered nothing. How can we return like this? Return to report what? Yuaning Zhou's city god shot him a cold glare. Shall we report that 20 of our state city gods have lost one? Or that we have discovered absolutely nothing? The county city god, reprimanded, shrank back, falling silent. The city god of Qingling surveyed the assembly. Esteemed colleagues, although we currently have 19 city gods of the states, 94 city gods of the counties, over 400 city gods of the districts, and 500 wild deities, it is imperative to remember that the mortal populace has dwindled to less than 3,000. Should we encounter further peril, our incense offerings will be insufficient to ensure our safe return. The city god of Yuaning interjected. Moreover, while we harbor suspicions regarding the crane, we lack concrete evidence. Rash actions may only plunge us into greater danger. A cautious county god inquired, shall we withdraw now? Not a retreat, but a strategic withdrawal. Corrected the city god of Qingling. We shall regroup our main forces and return with overwhelming strength to uncover the truth of this place. However, another county god expressed reluctance. Yet, the golden light cannot escape. That may be true, replied the city god of Yuaning, but our lives are singular and invaluable. Consider this. With the loss of even one city god, what favorable outcome can we expect by remaining here? The assembly of deities fell into contemplative silence before ultimately nodding in agreement. Thus, it is decided, proclaimed the city god of Qingling. We shall depart immediately and summon our main forces. With the resolution made, the deities commenced preparations to leave. The city god of Qingling communicated telepathically to all the divine practitioners. Gather your belongings. We must leave at once. In less than a quarter of an hour, the remaining 800 divine practitioners had assembled. The mortal citizens carrying the divine statues displayed expressions of palpable relief upon hearing the news of their departure. In recent days within the true immortal temple, they had felt an indescribable sense of oppression. Let us proceed, commanded the city god of Qingling, and the procession began to move toward the temple's entrance. However, as they stepped beyond the threshold, all were taken aback. Outside the temple, a thick fog loomed like a wall, rendering visibility to a mere hand's breadth. This fog was denser than any miasma they had previously encountered, appearing as if concocted from milk, radiantly white, yet possessing an eerie viscosity. What is happening? Questioned a county god, perplexed. The city god of Yuaning furrowed his brow. acutely sensing the surrounding environment. Suddenly, his countenance shifted. Strange, this fog has been present since we entered the temple, and now on the third day. It shows no signs of dissipating. The third day? The city god of Qingling also recognized the anomaly. For even the morning mist of the mountains would not linger for so prolonged a period. A county god attempted to probe the depth of the fog with his divine consciousness, but as his awareness extended less than 3 feet, it was completely engulfed by the thick mist, yielding no feedback. This fog is indeed peculiar. My divine awareness is rendered ineffective within it, the county god recoiled, his voice tinged with dread. The city god of Qingling, too, sought to investigate, yet met with the same fate. His awareness sank into the white fog as if cast into the depths of the sea, unresponsive. Damn it, this fog is certainly not of natural origin. The city god of Yuaning cursed under his breath. Just as the assembly hesitated, a county god volunteered, "My lords, allow me to venture forth and scout the path ahead." The city god of Qingling gazed at the dense, impenetrable white mist and nodded cautiously, advising, "Be careful. If there is any danger, retreat immediately." The city god of the prefecture nodded and gingerly stepped into the fog. However, barely 2 steps in, his figure vanished entirely within the white haze. "Hey, are you all right?" The city god of Qingling called into the mist. All that responded was a profound silence. "No, something is amiss." The expression of the city god of Yuaning shifted dramatically. His aura had completely dissipated. The other deities grew tense, witnessing the disappearance of a living city god before their very eyes. "Let us send another in to investigate," proposed one of the city gods. "No, this mist is clearly problematic. We cannot afford to lose another," the city god of Qingling firmly refused. At that moment, familiar pattering footsteps echoed from within the temple. Accompanying this were crisp, crunching sounds, reminiscent of something being chewed. The gods turned with uncertainty to see He Quanzhen strolling toward them, his elongated beak moving rhythmically as if savoring something, his neck making a series of clicking sounds. Upon noticing the assembly, he appeared slightly surprised, then swallowed the morsel in his mouth, smacking his lips as if still relishing the taste. "Are you all preparing to leave?" He Quanzhen tilted his head, a glint of mischief flickering in his golden vertical pupils. "I thought you would linger here for a few more days." Suppressing his rising anger and astonishment, the city god of Qingling coldly stated, "We have urgent matters to attend to." "Urgent matters?" He Quanzhen feigned concern. "What a pity. I had prepared numerous scriptures to discuss with you." As he spoke, he glanced toward the white mist outside the temple, his neck clicking a few times. When did such a thick fog arise? Are you unaware?" The city god of Yuaning glared at He Quanzhen. "This fog has persisted for 3 days." 3 days? He Quanzhen's eyes widened. "I have been engrossed in the contemplation of scriptures and truly did not notice the conditions outside. This mist seems rather peculiar. You should exercise caution." The city god of Qingling scoffed. "In that case, do you know the source of this fog, Taoist he?" "The source?" He Quanzhen tilted his head in thought. "I am not entirely certain, but the 10,000 great mountains harbor many oddities. Perhaps it is the work of some malevolent spirit?" "A malevolent spirit?" A city god inquired anxiously. What kind of spirit could conjure such fog? He Quanzhen suddenly let out a couple of chuckles. "Well, I cannot say for sure, but since you wish to depart, why not attempt to pass through the mist?" "Pass through the mist?" The city god of Qingling fixed his gaze on He Quanzhen. "Did you not just imply that this fog could be the doing of a malevolent spirit?" "That is true," He Quanzhen replied nonchalantly. "But how can one know without trying? Perhaps it merely appears frightening while harboring no real danger." The city god of Yuaning sneered. "Then why not let you be the first to try?" "Me?" He Quanzhen feigned difficulty. "I must remain here to contemplate scriptures. It would be rather inconvenient to leave. However, since you are so eager to go, why not give it a try?" The city god of Qingling was seething with anger. Yet he maintained a facade of composure as he turned to the assembly of deities behind him. The previous county god had vanished into the mist, leaving no trace, clearly indicating the perilous nature of this fog. "Shall we wait a while? Perhaps the mist will dissipate after some time," suggested a cautious county god. "Wait for how long?" retorted another county god. "This fog has lingered for 3 days. Who knows how much longer we must endure?" After a moment of contemplation, the city god of Qingling gazed at the wall of white mist before him, his unease intensifying. The presence of the previous county god had entirely vanished, leaving not a single remnant, and this was undoubtedly no ordinary fog. Furthermore, the timing of the crane's appearance was too coincidental. Just as they contemplated departure, the mist thickened, and the crane, Chuanjin, manifested here. What are your thoughts, Brother Qingling? Inquired the city god of Yuaning through thought. The city god of Qingling cast a glance at Xuanzhen, noticing its head tilted, its golden vertical pupils shimmering with an indescribable brilliance, and a lingering trace of incense at the corner of its beak. After a moment's reflection, the unease in the heart of the city god of Qingling reached its zenith. Yet it seemed they had no alternative. They could either remain trapped here, awaiting death, or dare to traverse this uncanny white mist. We shall enter the fog, declared the city god of Qingling, insisting that everyone stay closely grouped and not stray apart. The city god of Yuaning frowned. Brother Qingling, about that county god. I am aware, the city god of Qingling communicated back. But remaining here would only heighten the danger. He turned to the assembly of deities. Form a formation. The state gods shall lead, followed by the county gods, with the county gods and wild deities at the rear and the common folk in the center. Regardless of what occurs, do not stray from the ranks. The deities nodded in agreement, their hearts heavy with trepidation, yet they understood that no other option was available. Then I wish you all a safe journey. Xuanzhen remarked leisurely from the rear. I shall await your safe return at the temple. Ignoring the crane, the city god of Qingling took a deep breath and stepped into the white mist first. The fog enveloped them like a viscous liquid, suffocating in its density. Upon entry, the city god of Qingling discovered that his divine perception had entirely failed him. He could not even sense the city god of Yuaning, who stood less than 3 feet behind him. Is everyone still with us? The city god of Qingling inquired aloud. Here came the muffled responses of the deities from behind, yet their voices sounded distorted, as though filtered through an unseen barrier. The procession advanced slowly, each individual treading cautiously, fearful of losing their way. Visibility within the fog was less than a foot. They relied on the hem of the garments of the person ahead to navigate. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the city god of Yuaning suddenly sensed something amiss. Wait. Are we circling back? What do you mean? The city god of Qingling halted his steps. I marked the ground earlier, but now I see the same mark again. The voice of the city god of Yuaning trembled with unease. Just then, a crisp cracking sound emanated from deep within the fog, akin to the sound of bones being chewed. What is that noise? A county god asked, quaking with fear. The sound of crunching grew increasingly distinct, seemingly drawing nearer. The complexion of the city god of Qingling changed dramatically. Run. Instantly, panic erupted among the deities, and chaos ensued within their ranks. The crunching noise echoed from all directions, as if countless invisible monsters were feasting in the darkness. Flee! The city god of Yuaning shouted, and the deities scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions through the white mist. Do not disperse. The city god of Qingling attempted to halt them, but it was too late. Panic spread like a plague, and everyone blindly sought to escape the terrifying sound in the mist. The crunching grew louder, accompanied by a moist swallowing sound, as if something were savoring a delectable meal. The deities dashed through the white fog, directionless and aimless, instinctively desperate to escape the dreadful noise. After an indeterminate time, the city god of Qingling suddenly noticed the white mist beginning to thin, revealing faint outlines of buildings ahead. Finally, they were emerging. His heart soared with joy, and he quickened his pace to burst forth. However, as he fully emerged from the mist, the sight before him was like a thunderbolt striking him down. The true immortal temple, it was still the same true immortal temple. The stone lions at the entrance, the ancient well in the courtyard, and the lingering faint scent of incense within, all were precisely as before. They had circled back to their starting point. One by one, other divine cultivators emerged from the mist, and upon witnessing the scene before them, despair etched itself upon their faces. Impossible, this cannot be. A county god cried out in anguish. We have been moving forward all this time. How could we return here? It is an illusion, it must be an illusion. Another prefecture god clutched his hair, terror filling his eyes. Several weaker county gods slumped to the ground, some weeping openly, while others stared blankly at the sky, as if they had lost their sanity. The city god of Qingling forced himself to remain composed and began to tally their numbers. Brother Yuaning, gather here. He called out loudly. The remaining divine cultivators gradually assembled, and as he counted, his expression grew increasingly grim. Originally, there had been 19 state gods, now only 14 remained. From 94 prefecture gods, only 84 were left. Among the more than 400 county gods, fewer than 400 were present. Of the 500 wild gods, only 450 remained. 5 state gods, 10 prefecture gods, 30 county gods, and 50 wild gods were lost. The tremor in the voice of the city god of Qingling was palpable. In that brief escape through the mist, they had lost nearly 100 divine cultivators. Where have they gone? The city god of Yuaning inquired, though he already harbored an answer within. The crunching sound, along with the lingering scent of incense near He Chuanjin's lips, all pointed toward a horrifying truth. The familiar sound of a neck twisting echoed once more. As He Chuanjin strolled forth from the main hall, upon seeing the gathered deities in the courtyard, a look of surprise spread across his face. "Oh, how have you all returned? I thought you had ventured far away." The corners of its mouth still bore a faint trace of incense. Chapter 30. Discussion. Observing the lingering scent of incense by He Chuanjin's lips, the rage within the city god of Qinglingzhou could no longer be contained. "It is you." The city god of Qinglingzhou bellowed. "You are the culprit." He Chuanjin tilted his head, feigning innocence. "What are you all talking about? I have been in the main hall contemplating the Tao scriptures, doing nothing at all." "Then what accounts for the incense at your lips?" The city god of Yuaningzhou could no longer hold back. "Have you consumed our missing individuals?" "Incense." He Chuanjin extended his slender beak to lick his mouth. "I merely lit some incense in the main hall earlier. Perhaps a trace of it remains." "You beast." A furious county city god surged forward, only to be restrained by the city god of Qinglingzhou. "Calm down. Our numbers are insufficient. We cannot confront it head-on anymore," the city god of Qinglingzhou transmitted urgently. Seeing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed He Chuanjin's golden vertical pupils. "What is wrong with you all? Why such animosity towards me? Is it because of a sour mood from not being able to leave smoothly?" He suddenly erupted into manic laughter. "But it's fine, since you have returned. We can continue discussing the Tao scriptures. I have gained many new insights last night." The city god of Qinglingzhou took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. "Taoist he. We are indeed somewhat fatigued and wish to rest." "Rest?" He Chuanjin nodded. "Then I shall not disturb you. Please, rest well, and I shall return tomorrow for further inquiries." With that, he swayed back to the main hall, the black mist enveloping him appearing particularly eerie under the sunlight. Only after He Chuanjin's figure vanished did the city god of Qinglingzhou exhale in relief. He surveyed the other deities, noting their grim expressions, with some county city gods trembling. "Everyone, return to the chamber. We need to discuss a strategy," the city god of Qinglingzhou said in a solemn tone. The deities silently returned to the chamber, and the city god of Qinglingzhou closed the door, establishing a soundproof barrier. "Now we can speak freely," the city god of Yuaningzhou initiated. "Brother Qingling, what do you believe that Crane truly is?" The city god of Qinglingzhou pondered for a moment. "From what we witnessed earlier, it is highly likely that it is the very cause of our losses. But it is merely a crane. Even if it possesses considerable cultivation, it shouldn't be so formidable, right?" A county city god questioned, perplexed. "Have you ever seen a crane shrouded in such dense black mist?" The city god of Qinglingzhou countered. "Moreover, its appearances are always so coincidental. Whenever we lose someone, it appears, with the scent of incense lingering at its lips." "What shall we do now?" a county city god asked, his voice trembling. The city god of Qinglingzhou surveyed the gathered deities. Their powers had been significantly diminished, and direct confrontation with the crane was evidently unwise. "I propose we gather together and hold our ground for a few days," the city god of Qinglingzhou suggested slowly. "Hold our ground for a few days?" The city god of Yuaningzhou furrowed his brow. "That crane is evidently picking us off one by one. The longer we delay, the greater our losses will be." "No." The city god of Qingling shook his head, declaring that it was now impossible for them to leave this place. Rather than being taken down one by one, it would be more prudent to concentrate their efforts on defense. Furthermore, the court had dispatched them to investigate, and should they fail to return for an extended period, reinforcements would surely be sent. "Are you suggesting we wait for aid?" A city god from a nearby district gazed with a flicker of hope. "Indeed," nodded the city god of Qingling. "The court would not allow so many divine practitioners to go missing without intervention. They would certainly send a stronger force in due time." After a moment's contemplation, the city god of Yuaning nodded in agreement. "This plan is feasible. At the very least, it is superior to being picked off individually." "Then it is settled," declared the city god of Qingling, rising to his feet. "From now on, no one shall act alone. All must pair up, and during the night, we will take turns keeping watch. We cannot allow that crane another opportunity to strike." "Yes," the assembly of deities responded in unison. Moreover, the city god of Qingling added, "If that crane approaches us again to discuss the Tao, we must maintain composure and avoid provoking it. We have no understanding of its true power, and a direct confrontation would surely lead to our downfall." The deities nodded in comprehension. That night, all divine practitioners gathered in a grand hall, none daring to return to their respective sanctuaries for rest. They took turns keeping vigil, remaining ever alert for any sign of disturbance. As the night deepened into silence, the city god of Yuaning leaned closer to the city god of Qingling and quietly inquired, "Qingling, when do you think reinforcements will arrive?" The city god of Qingling gazed at the night sky, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "According to protocol, we should report every 3 days. It has now been 5. The court must have noticed something amiss. If we are fortunate, perhaps within 3 to 5 days, someone will come." "Let us hope so," sighed the city god of Yuaning. "For now, we can only pray that we can hold out until then." Just as the deities were anxiously keeping watch, the city god of Yuaning suddenly sensed something amiss. "Qingling, look outside," he exclaimed, panic lacing his voice. The city god of Qingling turned to observe, his heart sinking. The dense white mist that had previously lingered just outside the temple gates was now creeping slowly into the courtyard. The fog, akin to a living entity, oozed through the cracks of the gates, initially as thin wisps, but soon growing thicker and more pervasive. This viscous white mist carried an inexplicable eeriness, as if it sought to engulf the entire Zhenren temple. How can this be possible? The mist was outside during the day. How has it entered now? A county god stammered in disbelief. "No, everyone, look in the courtyard," another city god shouted, pointing in alarm. The assembly turned to see that around the ancient well in the courtyard, the white mist was billowing forth from the well's mouth, as if something below was exhaling fog. Even more chilling was the sight of tendrils of white mist beginning to seep through the crevices of the hall. This mist is pouring in from all directions. The city god of Yuaning realized with horror, noting that not only the temple gates, but also the roof, wall cracks, and the very ground were exuding fog. The spread of the mist was rapid. Within moments, the entire courtyard was shrouded in thick fog. The mist continued to infiltrate the adjacent chambers, slipping through door and window seams. "Quickly, everyone gather," standing back to back in a circle, commanded the city god of Qingling with urgency. The deities hastily gathered. Yet the white mist had already infiltrated the chamber, visibility plummeting sharply. What was once a clear view of 3 feet ahead had now diminished to barely an inch. Our divine senses have also failed. This fog possesses the ability to obscure our spiritual awareness. A state overseer exclaimed in panic. Chapter 31. Snap. Snap. As the gods were engulfed in turmoil, a familiar sound echoed once more. Snap, snap. The crisp sound of crunching resonated through the white mist, akin to the gnawing of brittle bones. The noise fluctuated in proximity, rendering its source indecipherable. "It has arrived," someone cried out in alarm. "Remain calm. Everyone, do not move. Just stand still." The overseer of Qingling Prefecture suppressed his rising dread, striving to maintain order. The crunching grew increasingly distinct, accompanied by the moist sound of swallowing. Suddenly, a county overseer emitted a harrowing scream, which was abruptly silenced. "What has transpired?" The Qingling overseer called out loudly, but only a chilling silence answered him. The crunching sound resumed, now even clearer, as if it were right beside them. "Do not panic. Let us count off and confirm our numbers." The overseer of Yuaning Prefecture shouted. 1, 2, 3. However, as the counting progressed halfway, another voice vanished without a trace. The county overseer's voice abruptly cut off in the mist. The crunching became more frequent, as if something was savoring a delectable feast within the white fog. "Help! Something is dragging me." A county overseer began to speak, only to have his voice extinguished mid-sentence. Immediately following was that familiar snap, snap sound. Panic spread like wildfire among the remaining deities, with some of the weaker county overseers beginning to weep uncontrollably. "Do not scatter. Gather together." The Qingling overseer clutched the arm of the Yuaning overseer tightly, fearing he too might vanish into the mist. Yet the crunching grew ever denser, as if countless invisible monsters lurked nearby, poised to drag them into darkness for their consumption. Just as despair enveloped the gods, a faint glimmer of dawn began to emerge on the eastern horizon. With the arrival of morning light, the oppressive white mist gradually dissipated, akin to the retreat of the tide, revealing the courtyard of the true immortal temple. The Qingling overseer held onto the Yuaning overseer's arm with fervent intensity, both drenched in cold sweat. Only after the mist fully cleared did they dare release each other. "Quickly, let us count," the Qingling overseer urged anxiously. The remaining divine practitioners gathered one by one, and as the Qingling overseer meticulously tallied the numbers, his countenance turned ashen. State overseers, only 10 remain. County overseers, merely 73 are left. County overseers, just 260 remain. Wild deities, a mere 300 are left. In the span of a single night, they had lost several hundred divine practitioners. This is impossible, the Yuaning overseer murmured. How could it have killed so many of us in such a short time? In a county, the city god sat slumped on the ground, his gaze vacant as he stared at the sky. We cannot escape. We shall never escape. The familiar sound of twisting necks echoed once more. He Quanjin stepped out from the main hall, his expression transforming into one of surprise upon seeing the gathering of deities in the courtyard. Oh, why have you all stayed awake throughout the night? He tilted his head, a mysterious glimmer shining in his golden vertical pupils. I spent the night delving into the Tao scriptures and gained quite a bit of insight. The city god of Qingling Zhao fixed his gaze on the corner of He Quanjun's mouth, where a faint trace of incense lingered. He Taoist. Did you truly remain in the main hall all night? Of course, He Quanjun replied nonchalantly. I am utterly captivated by the Tao scriptures, often studying through the night. Is that so strange? Suddenly, an excited expression crossed his face. Oh, I have had new insights that I wish to discuss with you regarding some perplexing aspects of the Tao scriptures. Discuss? The city god of a county laughed maniacally. Our people are nearly all gone, and you still wish to discuss the Tao scriptures? Gone. He Quanjun widened his eyes in feigned astonishment. How could they be gone? I see you all standing here, quite well, I might add. He paced towards the deities, his golden vertical pupils scanning each face. I believe your cultivation is commendable. It is the perfect opportunity to explore the profound concepts within the Tao scriptures. Discuss the Tao scriptures? A glimmer of madness flickered in the eyes of the city god of Yuan. Our people are disappearing one by one, and you continue to play the fool. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the city god of Qingling Zhao attempted to intervene, but it was too late. I will slay you. The city god of Yuan charged at He Quanjun in a rage, a beam of golden divine power coalescing in his hand as he aimed for He Quanjun's neck. He Quanjun appeared startled by the sudden attack, his golden vertical pupils narrowing slightly, yet a strange smile slowly crept onto his lips. Oh, he tilted his head, allowing the divine power to strike him. I thought you all came seeking the Tao. The moment the divine power struck He Quanjun, it vanished without a trace, akin to a cow sinking into the sea, inflicting no harm whatsoever. The city god of Yuan's pupils constricted, and as he attempted to retreat, he found himself utterly immobilized. Since you do not wish to discuss the Tao, He Quanjun's neck emitted a series of sharp cracks, and a dark mist swelled around him, enveloping the entire courtyard in shadow. His mouth suddenly opened wide, revealing a multitude of sharp teeth, expanding until it could swallow an adult whole. Before the city god of Yuan could utter a scream of terror, He Quanjun devoured him in one swift motion. The familiar sounds of chewing echoed, as He Quanjun's throat undulated, seemingly savoring a delicacy. A rich aroma of incense emanated from his mouth, more potent than ever before. After a brief moment, He Quanjun contentedly swallowed the last morsel, licking his lips with lingering satisfaction. Ah, the flavor of a steak god is truly unparalleled. He muttered to himself before turning towards the remaining deities. The entire courtyard descended into a profound silence. The remaining divine practitioners stared blankly at the unfolding scene, not daring to exhale. A living city god was consumed before their very eyes, without even a chance to struggle. He Quanjun slowly turned his head, his golden slit pupils sweeping across each face. Where was I in my discourse? He feigned contemplation. Ah, yes. I wish to discuss the nuances of the Tao scriptures with you all. No one dared to respond. All stood as still as statues. The Qingling state city god trembled, yet he forced himself to suppress any sign of fear. As the most accomplished among the remaining divine practitioners, if he collapsed, then all hope for the others would be utterly extinguished. What is the matter? He Quanjun tilted his head. Why has everyone fallen silent? Was my previous action too brusque? He donned an innocent expression. I did not wish for this outcome, but that fellow was simply too impetuous. I merely sought to engage him in a discussion about the intricacies of the Tao scriptures. Chapter 32. Misguided guidance. He Quanjun observed the deity's silence, a flicker of displeasure flashing in his golden slit pupils. Why has everyone ceased to speak? I have exerted considerable effort to lure you here, only to find you all rendered mute. His tone dripped with evident dissatisfaction as he paced before the deities. the massive claws of the crane producing a clattering sound against the bluestone slabs. Or is it that you deem my cultivation insufficient, unworthy of engaging in a discussion on the Tao scriptures? His voice grew sharper, and the swirling black mist surrounding him began to roil ominously. The Qingling State City God felt the terrifying pressure and realized that if he remained silent any longer, they might all meet the same fate as the Yuanning State City God. You have misunderstood, Taoist, the Qingling State City God managed to say, forcing calmness into his voice. We were merely taken aback by your divine power and found ourselves at a loss for words. Oh, He Chuanjin instantly turned his gaze, his golden slit pupils fixating on the Qingling State City God. So you mean to say, you are willing to discuss the Tao scriptures with me? The Qingling State City God, steeling himself, nodded. Indeed, it is a great honor for us to engage in discourse on the Tao scriptures with a master such as yourself. Ha ha, ha ha ha. He Chuanjin suddenly erupted into a frenzied laugh, the surrounding black mist retracting in an instant. Excellent. Splendid. I knew you all possessed the wisdom of true practitioners. He hastily approached the Qingling State City God and patted his shoulder with his enormous wing. I could tell at a glance that your cultivation is the highest among these individuals, and your understanding of the Tao scriptures must be the most profound. The Qingling State City God was nearly unsteady from the overwhelming force. Yet he endured and nodded. You flatter me, Taoist. Not flattery. Not flattery. He Chuanjin exclaimed excitedly. Last night, I gleaned insights into several perplexing aspects of the Tao scriptures, and I precisely need to discuss them with a person of your caliber. With that, he abruptly extended his wing, unceremoniously seizing the Qingling State City God. Come. We shall proceed to the main hall. There lies my treasured original texts of the Tao scriptures, in the heart of the city god of Qingling Prefecture. A weight settled heavily, yet at that moment, he found himself devoid of any means to refuse. He could only allow He Chuanjin to lead him towards the main hall. Please wait a moment, esteemed deities. I wish to engage in discourse with this fellow Taoist first, and we shall spar one by one afterward. He Chuanjin remarked to the remaining gods, his tone suggesting a desire to savor the encounter. The deities observed the figure of the city god being drawn away, and an unspoken understanding lingered among them. The fate of this city god appeared grim. He Chuanjin guided the city god to the entrance of the main hall, where the long-decayed doors swung open of their own accord before him. Quickly, step inside. I am eager to discuss the Taoist scriptures with you, He Chuanjin urged. Taking a deep breath, the city god stepped into the enveloping darkness. Inside the hall, it was desolate, utterly empty. Come, come. He Chuanjin gestured with his wings towards a mat, indicating for him to sit. Then, he rummaged within his ample sleeves and produced a shimmering scripture, the Sutra of Ascension. Last night, I delved into the scriptures and gained new insights into the phrase 3 flowers gather at the crown. Yet there remain aspects I find perplexing, which is why I require the wisdom of someone as esteemed as yourself. The city god regarded the scripture radiating an uncanny light, pondering silently. This crane evidently possessed formidable cultivation, yet its previous demeanor suggested a lack of clarity in thought. What does the Taoist wish to discuss? The city god inquired cautiously. He Chuanjin's golden vertical pupils sparkled with fervor. I have grasped the essence of the 3 flowers gather at the crown. It entails placing 3 flowers atop one's head. I attempted this yesterday, but to no avail, leaving me utterly baffled. He spun his head in a frenzied manner, adding, I suspect it may be the type of flowers that is incorrect, or perhaps their placement. What do you think? Upon hearing this, the city god nearly burst into laughter. Could it be that this crane genuinely believed the 3 flowers gather at the crown merely involved placing 3 flowers atop one's head? Such a literal interpretation. Yet, it also presented an opportunity. If he were to provide a nonsensical explanation, might this creature inadvertently harm itself in its pursuit of cultivation? Your understanding is indeed unique. The city god responded with feigned profundity. However, I believe you may have overlooked a crucial detail. What detail? He Chuanjin exclaimed, his excitement palpable as his massive crane head leaned closer. Do tell, do tell. The city god stifled a chuckle, maintaining a serious facade as he replied. Have you considered why it is called 3 flowers gather at the crown, rather than 3 flowers gather at the head? He Chuanjin paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his golden pupils. Is there a difference? A significant one. The city god feigned enlightenment, stating, the term crown in ancient cultivation vernacular refers to the 3 crowns. Thus, to truly achieve the state of 3 flowers gather at the crown, one must possess 3 crowns. 3 crowns? He Chuanjin's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, in the city of Qingling, the city god elaborated with an air of gravitas, stating that one head represents essence, another spirit, and the last divinity. Only with these 3 heads, each adorned with a flower, can one truly attain the state of the convergence of the 3 flowers at the apex. He Chuanjin listened, entranced, with fervent light gleaming in his golden vertical pupils. So this is it. So this is it. The humble Taoist finally comprehends. No wonder my previous attempts have all failed. It was because I lacked the other 2 heads. He paced wildly within the hall, his enormous claws echoing with a clattering sound against the floor. 3 heads. 3 flowers. The unity of essence, spirit, and divinity. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. The path is remarkably simple. Indeed, the path is remarkably simple. The city god of Qingling observed He Chuanjin's manic demeanor with concealed delight. This crane truly possessed an unhinged mind, genuinely believing in such absurd explanations. However, just as the ecstatic He Chuanjin seemed to grasp the concept, he abruptly halted, turned around, and inquired, "But I only have 1 head. How can I possess 3? Upon hearing this question, the city god suppressed a laugh, maintaining an appearance of deep contemplation. He stroked his chin and feigned difficulty. This question is indeed crucial. I have only seen related records in ancient texts. How to proceed is, speak quickly. Speak quickly, He Chuanjin impatiently urged. The city god pretended to hesitate, stating, "According to ancient scriptures, a practitioner must sever their own head and plant it in the earth, nourishing it with their essence and blood. After 49 days, 3 heads will sprout. However, what?" He Chuanjin asked anxiously. "However, my skills are quite rudimentary, and I am not entirely certain about such profound practices." The city god feigned concern. Upon hearing this, the fervor in He Chuanjin's eyes intensified. So that is it. So that is it. The humble Taoist understands. Severing the head to plant it, nourishing it with essence and blood. 49 days. He frantically paced within the hall, the sound of his massive claws resonating. The path is remarkably simple. The path is remarkably simple. How did I not think of this sooner? Taoist, I merely speculate. It may not be correct. The city god pretended to dissuade, not wishing for this creature to return and trouble him. No, you are correct. The humble Taoist feels it. This is the true method of cultivation. The path is remarkably simple. The simpler the method, the closer it is to the truth. He Chuanjin suddenly turned, his golden vertical pupils aglow with madness. He abruptly pointed his wing towards the hall's entrance. "You must leave. The humble Taoist shall commence closed-door cultivation. No one is to disturb." The city god felt a surge of joy within but maintained a fade of concern. "Taoist, should you reconsider? This matter is perilous. It could lead to, reconsider what?" He Chuanjin impatiently waved his wing, declaring, "The humble Taoist can no longer contain the desire to attempt this. Depart. Depart quickly." The city god dared not speak further and hastily exited the main hall. The decaying doors slammed shut behind him. Returning to the courtyard, the remaining deities immediately gathered around him. "Qingling Taoist, how did it go?" A county god inquired anxiously. The city god of Qingling Zhao surveyed the crowd and lowered his voice, saying, "Esteemed colleagues, I have devised a plan that may allow us to escape our predicament." "What plan?" the assembly inquired urgently. The city god recounted the earlier conversation in the hall, and upon hearing it, the deity's eyes widened in disbelief. "You intend for it to behead itself and take root?" questioned a county city god incredulously. The Qingling Zhao city god nodded, explaining, "This crane possesses formidable abilities, yet it seems to lack sound judgment. I have deliberately misled it into orchestrating its own demise. But what if it survives and instead transcends its current state?" Another voiced concern. "Indeed, this creature is quite enigmatic. It might even sprout additional heads. Would that not place us in even greater peril?" The assembly exchanged wary words, expressing their doubts about the plan. Though they all yearned for the crane's demise, none could ascertain the plan's efficacy. With a sigh, the Qingling Zhao city god remarked, "Given the circumstances, we have no choice but to take this gamble. It is better than awaiting our doom passively." Just then, a series of cracking sounds echoed from within the hall, seemingly the preparations of the crane. The crowd fell silent, anxiously awaiting the outcome. The first day passed without incident in the main hall. The second day came and went. Still no sound emerged from the chamber. As the third day waned, the silence persisted. Yet, to their astonishment, the white mist enveloping the true immortal temple began to dissipate. By dusk on the third day, the once impenetrable fog had entirely lifted, revealing the scenery beyond. "The mist has cleared," cried a county city god, pointing excitedly at the sky. "It has truly vanished." The assembly erupted in exhilaration. The Kingling Zhao city god gazed outside, a surge of hope swelling within him. The dissipating mist indicated that the crane had most likely perished. "It seems my plan has succeeded," he thought, exhaling a long-held breath. "Truly, my esteemed friend from Qingling possesses unparalleled foresight. Shall we now take our leave?" The assembly buzzed with anticipation. Just as the Kingling Zhao city god was about to nod in agreement, a glint of avarice flickered in his eyes as he suddenly recalled something. "My friends, since the crane has met its end, why not venture into the hall to investigate?" The crowd hesitated momentarily. The Kingling Zhao city god continued. "Let us not forget our initial purpose. Now that the crane is dead, we have the perfect opportunity to search the grand hall." Upon hearing this, glimmers of greed sparkled in their eyes. Given the crane's profound cultivation, its treasures must be extraordinary. Perhaps even celestial relics awaited discovery. And they had originally come to investigate the golden light. "You speak wisely, my friend. Since the creature has perished, we ought to explore within," one of the state city gods said, licking his parched lips, greed overshadowing any fear. With a mix of trepidation and excitement, the crowd cautiously approached the grand hall's entrance. The once majestic doors, now rotted and tightly shut, were cloaked in cobwebs and moss. Through the cracks, they glimpsed an abyss of darkness that seemed capable of swallowing all light. The Kingling Zhao city god took a deep breath and cautiously pushed against the doors. The grand doors stood immovable, their touch as cold and heavy as if crafted from ancient black iron rather than wood. He sensed that something was forcefully bracing against the door from within. What could be happening? The crowd gathered, perplexed, as the atmosphere grew tense once more. The city god of Kingling Zhao furrowed his brow, no longer holding back. As divine energy coalesced in his palm, and he thrust it against the door with great force. At that moment, a cacophony of fierce combat and chaotic howls erupted from within the hall. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of heavy bodies colliding with the walls echoed, accompanied by the crash of wooden frames and the shattering of pottery. "Get lost, you impostor. The Tao scripture belongs to me," a sharp voice clamored. "I am the true one. You are all mere splinters of my being, destined to perish." Another voice roared with brutal fury. "Nonsense. Clearly, I am the original. I have comprehended the essence of the Tao." A third voice interjected, somewhat wooden yet equally obstinate. The gods, hearing these three distinct voices, all belonging to Hequanzhen, were instantly struck with terror, retreating in fright and huddling together in the courtyard. Boom! A deafening crash resounded as the two sturdy doors were suddenly shattered by an immense force from within. Wood splintered and dust swirled, as three identical figures of Hequanzhen tumbled out, fiercely entangled in a chaotic struggle. Their massive claws raked at one another, sending plumes of white feathers into the air, while their wings flailed like iron fans, beating the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. Chapter 34. This is my own essence, ha ha ha. The sight sent the gods into a paroxysm of fear, many collapsing weakly to the ground, while others hastily retreated, yearning to escape this place of turmoil. "How can there be three?" stammered a county god, his voice tinged with despair. Though the three Hequanzhen appeared identical, their expressions and essences were strikingly different. The one on the left bore an unmistakable glint of greed and cunning in its eyes, fiercely clutching a resplendent Tao scripture with one claw and wing, while relentlessly attacking the other two with the other. It screeched, "Mine, all mine. The Tao scripture is mine. The elixir is mine. All treasures are mine." As it spoke, it guarded the scripture with its wings, as if it were a part of its very being, fearful of theft. The one in the middle was consumed by rage, its golden vertical pupils ablaze as if molten lava coursed within. The black mist enveloping it surged violently, nearly taking on a tangible form. It opened its sharp beak like the most lethal of weapons, fiercely pecking at the others. "You impostors! How dare you impersonate me? I will tear you apart. Tear you apart." The one on the right appeared somewhat dazed and deranged, tilting its head with a glazed expression, its golden vertical pupils shimmering with an obsessive, inscrutable light, muttering incessantly, "Three flowers atop the head, 3 heads for beheading," cultivating the essence of the Tao. It seemed entirely absorbed in its own world, clumsily evading the attacks of the other two purely by instinct. 3 crane true ones were engaged in a frenzied struggle in the courtyard, their claws flailing and wings thrashing, as dark mist surged and enveloped the entire area, creating a tumultuous chaos. I am the true one. The Tao scripture is in my grasp, cried the greedy one, clutching the scripture tightly. Nonsense. I am, retorted the angry one, opening its beak wide and lunging fiercely for its throat. The one obsessed with the simplicity of the great Tao, murmuring to itself, oddly twisted its body, evading the furious assault of the Crane True One. The three Crane True Ones fought fiercely, each blow cracking the bluestone slabs beneath them into dust, while the oppressive black mist exuded a terrifying aura, rendering the deities breathless with fear. They trembled in terror, scarcely daring to breathe. Each of the three Crane True Ones possessed an unparalleled cultivation level, capable of effortlessly slaughtering them all. As the battle intensified, the greedy one suddenly let out a strange shriek, breaking free from the entanglement, and, triumphantly clutching the Tao scripture, announced loudly, "Do not quarrel. I possess the Tao scripture. I am the immortal, an authentic immortal." At this proclamation, the previously raging sounds of combat ceased abruptly. The one who had been murmuring to itself halted its frenzied whispers, slowly turning its head, its once dull golden vertical pupils now glinting with cold, piercing light, fixating intently on the greedy Crane True One. Immortal? It tilted its head, its voice turning eerily cold, akin to a chilling wind from the depths of the underworld. You claim to be an immortal? Indeed, I am the immortal. The greedy Crane True One felt a shiver run down its spine under the intense gaze, yet it stubbornly held its head high, proudly flapping its wings. I have the Tao scripture. I am the immortal. Upon hearing this, the obsessed Crane True One's eyes ignited with a dangerous glimmer. It gradually straightened its posture, the black mist swirling violently around it like boiling water. Do you dare to claim you are an immortal? Its voice grew increasingly frigid, each word striking the air like ice upon stone, causing the temperature in the courtyard to plummet dramatically, as if the very air was on the verge of crystallizing. Do you wish to die? The obsessed Crane True One suddenly inquired, its tone chillingly calm, yet more disquieting than any roar. It leisurely extracted a black ruler from its voluminous sleeves. The ruler, crafted from an unknown material, was completely devoid of luster, inscribed with twisted runes. With a mere flick of its wrist, a torrent of thick black smoke erupted from the ruler, the viscous mist carrying a sense of desolation that swept toward the other two Crane True Ones like a relentless tide. No, stop! The greedy Crane True One shrieked, attempting to flap its wings to escape, but it was too late. The black smoke ensnared its legs in an instant, with a sharp crack. Its lower half became a lifeless stone, creeping upward at a visible pace. The angry Crane True One met the same fate. Its lower body shrouded in black smoke before it could roar, instantly petrified, its form frozen in place, incapable of movement. Spare us! Spare us! Both Crane True Ones cried out in sheer terror. We were wrong. We shall not dare again. Please. We are all one. You have slain us. Yet you too shall suffer. Do not proceed in this manner. The avaricious Crane Xuanzhen cried out, his voice piercingly mournful. I can no longer dare to proclaim myself an immortal. No longer. You are the true one. You are. Another pleaded incessantly, their earlier fury supplanted by an overwhelming dread. The obsessed Crane Xuanzhen, upon hearing these pleas for mercy, found no trace of compassion in his twisted expression, but rather a fervor that intensified. In his golden vertical pupils, the trembling forms of the two were reflected, gazed upon as mere offerings. He slowly raised the obsidian ruler, the runes upon it writhing like living entities, emanating a faint, eerie glow. He lifted the ruler high above his head, his countenance frenzied. Immortal? You too, mere fragments split from my being, dare to utter such pretensions. There exists but one immortal in this world. From the beginning to the end, there is only one. That is I. I am the sole immortal. As the last word left his lips, he suddenly swung the ruler with force. The viscous, ink-like black smoke ceased its winding, erupting instead like a deluge breaching its dam, instantly engulfing the greedy and furious Crane Xuanzhen entirely. The petrification accelerated abruptly. Wherever the black smoke passed, feathers turned to ash, flesh solidified into stone, and even the final cries were frozen within the newly formed stony throats, ultimately transforming into two lifelike statues, their expressions etched with terror. Crack! A sound so sharp it could make one's teeth ache resonated as the two statues became riddled with cracks from within, before collapsing into a fine powder that scattered into the air. Yet, rather than falling to the ground, Those particles were drawn together by an unseen force, coalescing into two streams of gray-black vapor, all surging into the body of the obsessed crane Xuanzhen. He greedily opened his beak, inhaling sharply, consuming every last speck of powder, even extending a long tongue to delicately lick the remnants from his beak, appearing utterly insatiable. What a delightful aroma! With his eyes shut, his elongated neck tilted back, he emitted a moan of ecstasy, exclaiming, "This is my own essence, ha ha ha." Chapter 35. 3 heads after the consumption, Crane Xuanzhen stood in the courtyard, his already bizarre form undergoing even more terrifying transformations. Beneath the skin of his neck, it seemed as though 2 living serpents writhed and surged, producing a nauseating gurgling sound that formed 2 grotesque bulges. The gods, witnessing this grotesque scene, were rendered utterly horrified. Their breaths caught in their throats as they beheld the terrifying spectacle. A few timid deities, their eyes rolling back, fainted, frothing at the mouth, while the others appeared ashen, their legs trembling like chaff, devoid of the strength to flee. Crack, crack, accompanied by the horrifying sounds of flesh tearing and bones dislocating. The skin on either side of Crane Xuanzhen's neck split open, revealing 2 bloody gaps, as if bamboo shoots were breaking through the earth. 2 new heads, slick with mucus, emerged unannounced from the fissures, the entire process devoid of any anguished cries, as if it were the most natural occurrence, reaching an extreme of the bizarre. As the left head emerged, its eyes darted greedily, surveying the deities with a ravenous gaze. Saliva dripped from its sharp beak as it called out in a piercing voice. "Where is the Tao scripture? The Ascension scripture? And all those treasures? The incense offerings? They are all mine. Mine. All mine." The right head exuded a brutal aura, its golden slit pupils ablaze with fury. Upon appearing, it let out a furious roar at the deities, shouting, "Kill! Kill! Kill! I shall tear them apart. Extract their souls for lanterns. Grind their bones to dust. I want to hear their wails. I want to see their despair." Though the 3 heads resided on a single body, they each possessed independent thoughts, speaking in a cacophony of 3 distinct voices that formed a bizarre and terrifying symphony. "Ha! I understand now. I finally comprehend." The middle head suddenly laughed maniacally, its laughter piercing the air. 3 flowers atop my head. This is the true great Tao. I am about to become the legendary immortal. A genuine immortal. Ha ha. The left head eagerly chimed in, "Yes. We are immortals. Immortals deserve to possess everything. All the treasures of the world, all the incense offerings, should belong to us." The right head, with a menacing turn, fixated on the trembling deities in the courtyard. "Those fellows are still there. Perfect for our first feast after attaining immortality. Let us devour them all. I want to extract their divine hearts and consume them while they are still warm." Just as the deities believed they were destined to become the appetizers for these 3-headed monsters, the left and right heads began to bicker. "No, we cannot eat them." The left head urgently interjected, shrieking, "These are the golden egg-laying hens. We have yet to fully grasp the mysteries of the Ascension scripture. We need their help to translate the subsequent content. We must extract their essence before we consume them." The right head roared in fury, "Eat them. We must eat them now. I am hungry. I can sense the rich aroma of their incense. I want to eat flesh. I want to drink their divine blood." "You fool. All you think about is eating. You have such narrow vision." The left head scolded vehemently. "What matters most now is our ascension. It is immortality. It is endless treasure. These beings can help us comprehend the profound meanings of the scripture. That is the greatest benefit. I don't care. I just want to eat." The right head stubbornly shook, its wrath soaring. "I am hungry now. I want to eat now. What right do you have to control me? You coward who only dares to scheme. What right? The right that I am smarter than you. You brutish simpleton who knows nothing but slaughter. What else can you do besides rage?" The left head sneered disdainfully. "Who are you calling a fool?" The right head was utterly incensed, twisting its neck violently and opening its beak. "I will tear you apart. I will bite your head off. Come on. Who is afraid?" The left head retorted defiantly, equally opening its mouth to counter. "You, the fool who can only rage, think you can bite me? You shall first taste my might." The argument escalated, and the 2 heads truly began to bite at one another's necks, white feathers mingling with flesh and blood, creating a scene both gruesome and absurd. Enough. In the midst of the turmoil, the central crane, Xuanzhen, could no longer endure the cacophony. Its infatuated gaze was swiftly replaced by an unmistakable, seething rage. "Silence, you two. What are you clamoring about? I shall not be silent. Why should I heed your words? We are equals. I am also a celestial being. The left head retorted, its neck stiff with stubborn greed gleaming in its eyes. The right head echoed defiantly, what do you amount to? I shall consume what I desire and slay whom I please. You have no control over me. Equals. A mere lowly creature dares to presume equality with me? The fury in Xuanzhen's eyes surged, its voice turning icy and piercing. It appears you seek your demise. We are independent. The left head protested obstinately. Xuanzhen erupted in a fit of rage, abruptly opening its beak to unleash a thunderous roar. Since you refuse to obey, let me teach you a lesson. You shall know who the true celestial being is. Before the words fully escaped its beak, it swiftly turned, jaws agape, and with a sickening crunch, it severed the left head's cranium, flesh and skin included. Ah, no. The left head shrieked in agony, black blood gushing forth like a fountain. It hurts. It hurts me terribly. My treasure. My head. Before the right head could comprehend the horror, Xuanzhen struck again, mercilessly tearing into the right head's skull, leaving it a mangled mess. Please. No. The right head cried out, its violent fury swiftly replaced by sheer pain and terror. I was wrong. I was wrong. Master. I was wrong. Both heads, now reduced to bloodied remnants, were left with only half a skull, blood streaming down their necks and staining their entire bodies. They finally succumbed to fear, trembling and huddling together. Now you comprehend fear? Xuanzhen licked the remnants of flesh and blood from its beak. A sinister yet satisfied smile gracing its visage as it coldly declared, remember, I am the elder brother. You are merely parts of me. Speak out of turn again, and I shall devour you entirely, creating 2 new heads in your stead. We dare not. We dare not. The 2 half-ruined heads pleaded in unison, their voices quivering like leaves in an autumn breeze. The deities in the courtyard, witnessing the gruesome and terrifying scene of self-destruction, were utterly horrified, too frightened to even breathe. Chapter 36. I am the Master Xuanzhen, satisfied, licked the remnants of blood and flesh from its beak. Reveling in the sanguine aroma that brought a look of ecstasy to its central head, it surveyed the quaking remnants of the 2 heads, savoring their fearful demeanor, and slowly began to speak. Gagaga? Excellent, excellent. Now that you recognize who the true celestial being is, I shall establish new rules for you. Pointing with its wings at its central head, its voice resonated with undeniable authority. I am the Master, the sole celestial being, your creator. You 2 are merely my lesser forms, my subordinates. Do you understand? Yes, yes. The 2 half-ruined heads nodded fervently, terrified of inciting the wrath of this fearsome elder brother once more. At that moment, an even more peculiar occurrence unfolded. 2 heads, gnawed to the bone, oozed a viscous black mist from their wounds. This mist seemed imbued with life, tugging at the torn flesh and restitching it together. The bones creaked with the sounds of growth, and newly formed eyes swiveled within the flesh, as if peering into the world. The grotesque symphony of flesh reconstituting resembled countless maggots writhing, and soon, the 2 heads regained their complete forms, even more resplendent than before, adorned with new feathers. As the left head restored itself, it eagerly extended its tongue to nervously lick its newly formed beak, triumphantly screeching to the right head. Huh, did you see that? I recovered faster than you. My strength surpasses yours. I should be the second. The right head, now fully restored, shook with fury, its golden slit pupils nearly ablaze. Nonsense. You are merely a greedy fool. What makes you worthy of being second? Just because I am smarter. I possess intellect. I can devise 100 schemes to extract the essence of those deities and turn their bones into artifacts for sale. And you? A gluttonous imbecile has no ground to compare with me. Hence, I am the second. Sell them? Fool. Consuming them directly is the purest form. I can feel their terror. It is more delectable than any artifact. The second should be the strongest. I could twist your head off and kick it like a ball. My combat prowess is unparalleled. I am the second. Combat prowess? With your rage-driven foolishness? Without wisdom, you are but a dull beast. My strategy is the key to immortality. Without me, how would you know where to find more treasures and food? You coward. What else can you do but hide and plot? If you dare, let us fight again. Let our teeth and claws decide who is the second. Bring it on. Who fears whom? The left head, now incensed, declared this time, I shall suck the contents of your skull dry and see if it is nothing but mush. The 2 heads resumed their frenzied biting, this time with even greater madness, as white feathers mingled with blood and flesh once again scattered about. I am the second. I am the second. I am truly the second. The second belongs to me. In the midst of this chaos, the crane, Quan Zhen, observed the two heads devolving into a frenzied struggle, its initial satisfaction swiftly turning into impatience. Enough, it bellowed, its voice carrying a twisted resonance that shook the entire courtyard. You two rascals, ingrates, cease this at once. Your quarrel tarnishes the purity of the celestial. The two heads paused, momentarily stunned by the roar, yet their eyes remained defiant, one glimmering with greed, the other ablaze with fury. Quan Zhen cast a cold gaze upon them, then tilted its head slightly, a flicker of insight passing through its golden-slit pupils. Since you insist on contending for the title of second, I shall enact divine judgment and settle this for you. With a wing, it pointed to the left head, adopting a tone of undeniable authority as if proclaiming a cosmic truth. The left is esteemed, the right is inferior. This is ancient wisdom. No. It is the left is yang, the right is yin. No matter, today I am pleased and find the left more agreeable. Thus, left head, you are the second. So it shall be. This is the will of heaven, the great way. Upon hearing this decision, the right head's golden vertical pupil ignited with fury, exclaiming in outrage, why should it be the second? What absurd fate! What a ridiculous path! I refuse. I absolutely refuse. It thrashed wildly, its white feathers standing on end as if to pierce the air. Left is revered? Nonsense. The right is the true way. With a sword in my right hand and a kick from my right foot, my right head is inherently more noble than the left. I shall be second. I must be second. The left head, with a smug tilt, glimmered with avarice. Ha ha ha. Did you hear? The elder brother has decided. I am second. Second. You, foolishly irate creature, can only be third. The third must heed the second. I will not listen. I will not listen. The right head roared in rage. I shall devour both of you. I shall be the leader. The second. Anything. The central crane, Quan Zhen, felt a dangerous glint in its eyes as it turned slowly. Its voice chillingly composed. Oh, you refuse? Do you dare defy the will of the heavens? With deliberate grace, it drew a dark ruler from its sleeve, waving it gently in the air. The twisted runes upon it began to writhe, exuding an aura of desolation. Quan Zhen caressed the ruler before the right head, speaking in a voice so eerily gentle it chilled to the bone. Do you wish to die? Upon seeing the ruler, the right head's pupils contracted in fear. The earlier fury vanished without a trace, replaced by profound trepidation. It recalled the horrifying image of being petrified, shattered, and reduced to powder under the ruler's might. I am not defiant, the right head stammered. I merely what? Quan Zhen pressed, bringing the ruler closer to its eye, the black mist emanating from it amplifying its terror. Do you simply wish to perish? To be ground to dust? To be devoured and replaced by a more compliant head? No. The right head utterly collapsed, screaming in panic. I submit. The left is the second. I am the third. I accept. Spare me, elder brother. Satisfaction danced in Quan Zhen's eyes as it nodded, retracting the ruler into its sleeve, the manic expression returning. This is as it should be. A family must coexist harmoniously. The first, the second, the third, a splendid arrangement. The left head, reveling in its victory, mockingly turned to the right. Do you see the fate of the disobedient? From now on, call me second brother. The right head, feeling defeated, lowered itself and muttered, Second brother, your voice is too faint. Speak louder. The left head proclaimed arrogantly. Second brother. The right head ground out through clenched teeth, the flames of rage nearly consuming it, yet under the ruler's intimidation, it could only swallow its indignation. Chapter 37. The five energies ascend to the origin. Seeing that both heads had finally settled down, Quan Zhen wore a satisfied smile, a hint of pride woven into its manic expression. Ha ha ha. This is as it should be. This is what a family looks like. The first, the second, the third, a perfect arrangement. How in harmony with the true essence of the great way. Suddenly, a thought struck it, and a flicker of excitement gleamed in its eyes as it turned to glance towards the corner of the courtyard. There stood an ancient locust tree, beneath which a few wildflowers grew. Though somewhat withered, they still retained their floral shapes. The central head of Crane Xuanjin let out an ecstatic shriek, exclaiming, Yes. The three flowers gather at the apex. Since we possess three heads, we require three flowers. This is the true essence of the immortal path. With fervor, it rushed towards the venerable locust tree, its claws frantically scraping the ground until it unearthed three relatively intact wildflowers. One was a desiccated yellow chrysanthemum, Another a half-wilted peach blossom, and the last a blackened peony. Perfect. Perfect. Crane Xuanzhen cackled, cradling the 3 flowers. This is surely the will of the heavens. 3 immortal flowers prepared for me by the Tao. With utmost care, it placed the withered yellow chrysanthemum atop the central head, and though its petals drooped to it, it appeared as the most precious treasure in the world. The eldest wears a chrysanthemum. The chrysanthemum stands proud against the frost, symbolizing the character of an immortal. The central head explained to itself, utterly immersed in its own fantasy. Next, it adorned the half-wilted peach blossom upon the left head. Instantly, the left head swayed with pride, its greedy eyes shimmering with satisfaction. Ha ha ha! My flower is the most beautiful. The peach blossom represents wealth and good fortune. I am the born immortal of prosperity. Finally, the already decayed peony was placed on the right head. Initially displeased, the right head quickly put on a forced smile at the thought of the ruler's authority. Thank you, elder brother. Thank you, second brother. My flower is also quite splendid. Though all 3 flowers had withered and rotted, they appeared particularly bizarre atop the heads of Crane Xuanzhen, resembling 3 lunatics donning tattered floral crowns in a performance. 3 flowers gather at the apex. 3 flowers gather at the apex. The 3 heads simultaneously threw their heads back in maniacal laughter, their voices intertwining to create an eerie symphony. Ha ha ha! This humble Taoist has finally achieved it. 3 flowers gather at the apex. The central head laughed the most frantically, its golden vertical pupils gleaming with obsession. Ha ha ha! We are to become immortals. As the 3 heads laughed increasingly maniacally, the dark mist surrounding them roiled more violently, enveloping the entire courtyard in an ominous aura. The deities within the courtyard were struck with terror at this sight, their souls nearly fleeing in fright. 3 heads adorned with decayed flowers laughed maniacally, a sight more dreadful than the most terrifying nightmare. Ha ha ha! We are to become immortals. We are to become immortals. The 3 heads cackled wildly in the courtyard, the 3 rotting flowers swaying in the wind, exuding a foul odor. Suddenly, the central head ceased its laughter, the frenzied golden vertical pupil turning towards the trembling deities in the corner, as if recalling something of great importance. Ah, yes. This humble Taoist has merely succeeded in achieving the 3 flowers gather at the apex, yet I still lack the final step of 5 qi returning to origin. Only upon completing this can one be considered a true immortal soul. As the words lingered, 3 heads simultaneously turned towards the city god of Qingling Prefecture. 6 golden vertical pupils fixated upon him, their gaze seemingly piercing through to his very core. Come, come, with your cunning intellect. You must comprehend the essence of the 5 qi returning to origin. I, the humble Taoist, can hardly contain my eagerness to continue our discourse. The ecstatic Crane Xuanzhen lunged toward the city god of Qingling, seizing him with its enormous wings without a hint of hesitation. The city god was nearly unsteady from the terrifying force, inwardly cursing his misfortune. Just moments ago, he had thought his nonsensical ramblings would lead this crane to self-destruction. Instead, it had sprouted 3 heads and grown even more frenzied than before. Taoist, I, the city god of Qingling, wished to decline, but Crane Xuanzhen offered him no opportunity. Let us proceed to the main hall. Once I attain immortality, you shall undoubtedly reap the benefits. Crane Xuanzhen dragged the city god toward the main hall. The left head enthusiastically chimed in. Yes, yes, the 5 qi returning to origin. Once I ascend, I shall gather all the treasures of the world. The right head grinned widely, exposing its gleaming white teeth. Once I master the 5 qi returning to origin, I shall feast upon even more souls. The mere thought sends shivers of excitement through me. The city god of Qingling was forcibly drawn into the main hall. The remaining deities in the courtyard exchanged glances, each reflecting profound dread in the other's eyes. What shall we do? One county god stammered. The city god of Qingling has been dragged in. That monstrosity is now even more terrifying, with 3 heads, and speaks of attaining immortality. Another county god wore a face of despair. Should we seize this opportunity to flee? The white mist has dissipated, and the barriers outside should have vanished. But our friend in Qingling is still inside. Remaining here will not aid him. It may lead to our own demise. The deities engaged in heated debate, some advocating for immediate escape, while others insisted on rescuing the city god of Qingling, unable to reach a consensus. At that moment, the city god of Yuaning spoke up. His voice was soft, yet in the stillness of the courtyard, it resonated clearly. Friends, do not panic. If we calculate the time, The officials sent by the court shall arrive by tomorrow. Once they gather, we can rescue our friend from Qingling and then discuss our departure. But can our friend hold on until tomorrow? A voice of concern echoed. The city god of Yuaning glanced towards the main hall, which remained eerily silent, occasionally pierced by the maniacal laughter of Crane Chuanjin. He pondered, it should be feasible. Although the creature is mad, what it truly desires is companionship in discussing the Taoist texts. As long as our friend cooperates with its nonsensical chatter, he should be safe for the time being. Hearing this, the crowd felt a measure of relief, though anxiety still hung heavily in the air. Shall we simply wait idly? One county god inquired. We shall wait, the city god of Yuaning affirmed. The court's envoy possesses strength at least that of a celestial monarch, far surpassing our local deities. They may very well overpower that lunatic. Any rash actions on our part would only lead to calamity. Within the main hall, Crane Chuanjin's 3 heads encircled the city god of Qingling, excitedly perusing the resplendent text, the Ascension Sutra. Look, look! The central head pointed at the characters in the scripture, 5 Qi returning to origin. These 4 words, I, the humble Taoist, since they hold profound significance. Chapter 38. No Sky. The city god of Qingling Prefecture was fixated upon by 6 golden vertical pupils, feeling as though his very blood was congealing. He forcefully suppressed his terror, mustering a smile that was more grotesque than weeping, tremblingly gesturing to the 4 characters in the scripture. In a tone feigning profundity, he expounded, esteemed Taoist, observe. The 5 Qi invoking the origin is the supreme secret technique of the celestial path. The 5 Qi does not refer to the 5 elemental energies of the heavens and earth, but rather to the vital energies of the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys within our beings. Invoking the origin signifies a return to one's roots, linking one's microcosm with the vast cosmos. This method is exceedingly perilous. Only those with immense will and great fortune may undertake it. One must extract their own 5 organs and, according to the directions of East Wood, West Metal, South Fire, North Water, and Central Earth, sequentially bury the liver, lungs, heart, kidneys, and spleen into the earth. Then, through one's own essence and blood, they must irrigate day and night, harmonizing the energies of the 5 cardinal directions with the 5 organs. After 49 days, the organs will transform into the primordial 5-element spiritual roots. At that time, one may swallow them one by one, integrating them into their being, thus achieving an immortal body unscathed by time, living in harmony with the heavens and earth. This is the true 5 Qi invoking the origin. The central head of He Chuanjin sparkled with golden light, seemingly envisioning his unparalleled majesty after attaining immortality. Yet, as his frenzied mind churned, the ecstasy on his face swiftly morphed into suspicion and fury. No, no, no. How can this be? He suddenly leaned closer to the city god of Qingling Prefecture, his sharp beak nearly piercing the god's forehead. Your explanation sounds plausible, but I sense something amiss. If one were to excavate their 5 organs and bury them, over time, even an immortal emperor would perish. Only I, the humble priest, dare to do such a thing and remain unscathed. Others would surely die. If this world were devoid of me, does it not imply that no one could attain immortality? Thus, this technique could not possibly exist. Are you attempting to deceive me? The city god of Qingling Prefecture, terrified to the core, felt cold sweat soaking his back as he repeatedly waved his hands. Esteemed Taoist, please discern. It is precisely because others cannot accomplish this that it highlights your status as the one true immortal of the ages. Consider, if everyone could excavate their 5 organs without consequence, would the path to immortality not become a mere thoroughfare? The heavens would be overrun with immortals. This secret technique is a secret precisely because it awaits someone like you, a being of indestructible essence, audacious enough to challenge the truths of heaven and earth. This is not deception, but rather a unique trial set forth by the celestial path to distinguish you from the mundane and the lesser deities. Others may perish because they lack the destined fate of the immortal, while you embody that immortal fate. Although He Chuanjin found these words gratifying, skepticism lingered in his heart. However, before he could act on his doubts, the 2 heads beside him grew anxious. They could not allow this rare opportunity to slip away. Should this madman practice himself to death, his body would belong to them. The head on the left, the second in command, quickly exclaimed, "Boss, what an extraordinary being you are." The reason this technique is lethal is to filter out those unworthy of becoming immortals. In this world, Who besides you possesses such indestructible prowess? This is not merely the method of a mortal. It is a celestial ladder meticulously crafted for you. The Great Way is demonstrating that only you are the singular true immortal in this world. They shall perish, and rightly so. If they did not, would that not imply your lack of uniqueness? The second brother babbled on for quite some time. The third brother, nodding eagerly, chimed in. Indeed, elder brother. That fool speaks the truth. I share the same sentiment. He Chuanjin, flattered by the harmonious praise of his two disciples, felt his doubts evaporate in an instant. He raised his head with an air of pride, laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha. Well said. Excellently articulated. I am the destined one, the sole entity. This path of immortality belongs to no one but me. He pat the shoulder of the city god of Qingling, applying such force that he nearly shattered his spiritual form. You, my lad, are quite remarkable. You possess great insight. Once I achieve the 5 Qi returning to origin, I shall appoint you as my foremost celestial disciple. Having said that, he dragged the city god of Qingling into a chaotic discussion of other mad proclamations from the scriptures. And only when he felt entirely satisfied did he dismiss him to a corner of the grand hall, as if discarding refuse, and began his solitary study. The city god of Qingling slumped in the corner, still shaken and drenched in cold sweat. He gazed at the 3 heads huddled together, laughing maniacally, a sense of dread lingering in his heart. However, when his gaze inadvertently fell upon the Ascension scripture carelessly discarded by He Chuanjin, he was inexplicably compelled to quietly practice the fundamental breathing technique described in the opening of the scripture, channeling the divine power within himself. This was not the familiar path driven by the will of incense and prayer, but rather an entirely different route. A faint yet exceedingly pure stream of energy emerged from the void, gradually coursing through his limbs and bones. This power was not dependent on external factors. It originated from within, as if he were carving out a small realm uniquely his own. The city god of Qingling's heart trembled violently. This was indeed real. The scripture, revered by the madman, contained an authentic cultivation system entirely distinct from this realm. Unable to contain his astonishment and curiosity any longer, he mustered the greatest courage of his life and tremulously inquired of the still-occupied He Chuanjin, esteemed Taoist, I am perplexed by one matter. Since the Ascension scripture records such exquisite methods of immortality, why has this realm never heard of any cultivators? All practitioners merely gather incense and traverse the path of the divine. The central head of He Chuanjin turned slowly at the inquiry, the golden vertical pupils devoid of madness, replaced by a chilling indifference. In a tone that stated a fact with icy finality, he replied, because in this world, there is no heaven. The divine path is a tree without roots, a river without a source, surviving only on the borrowed will of sentient beings. The path of immortality, however, emphasizes harmonizing with the mechanisms of heaven and earth. Without heaven, what do you possess to cultivate? What do you have to align with? Thus, this road has been severed from the very beginning. The city god of Qingling felt as though struck by lightning, instinctively. He looked up at the dome of the grand hall. Outside lay a gray, overcast sky, seemingly unchanged since the moment of his birth. Trembling, he asked, then, where's heaven? He Quanzhun displayed an expression of foolish pity across his 3 heads. As the central head slowly elevated its wings and extracted the obsidian ruler from its sleeve once more, it gently waved the ruler before the city god of Qingling, its twisted runes emanating an aura of profound desolation that signified the end of all things. With an almost delirious tone, it articulated each word with deliberate emphasis. The heavens are here. Have you seized the heavens? The city god of Qingling felt his very soul tremble, gazing upon the ruler. He envisioned the collapse and demise of the entire world. A fear unlike any he had ever experienced gripped him. Suddenly, He Quanzhun erupted in rage. All 3 heads roaring in unison, fool! You irredeemable fool! Have I seized the heavens? I am here to save your lives. The heavens have long since perished. They decayed, fetid, eons ago, transforming into a monstrosity infinitely more deranged than I. Every drop of rain it sheds is purulent blood, and every breath it exhales is a plague. If I had not refined it into this ruler before it utterly contaminated this world, you fools, along with every living being, would have been corrupted into malevolence long ago. The city god of Qingling struggled to swallow, his voice quivering as he inquired, then how were you able to cultivate this ascension scripture? If there are no heavens in this realm, how could you alone embark upon the path of immortality? Upon hearing this question, An expression of unparalleled arrogance manifested on all three heads, with the central head erupting into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha. You pose an excellent question. The reason I am able to cultivate this ascension scripture is that it is not the original version. It has undergone countless revisions and now perfectly integrates with this world. No sooner had He Quanjin finished speaking than all three heads sensed an unsettling shift. The central head slowly turned towards the city god of Qingling, its golden vertical pupils glinting with a perilous light. Wait, He Quanjin's voice suddenly deepened and grew chilling. I just sensed a faint yet pure aura emanating from you. In an instant, it lunged forward, its massive form propelling it to the city god of Qingling. All three heads leaning in closely, 6 golden vertical pupils fixated on him, the oppressive aura nearly shattering his very essence. You, the central head interrogated, its tone bordering on a roar. Did you secretly cultivate the techniques from my scripture? The city god of Qingling was paralyzed with terror, frantically gesturing, his voice trembling as he struggled to articulate. No, no, please, Taoist, see clearly. I absolutely did not. I am merely a humble city god. How could I dare to pilfer your immortal arts? The left head, the second, rolled its eyes and greedily licked its beak. Elder brother, I can sense it. There is indeed a trace of pure aura. This fool must have stolen from us. Let us devour him. The right head, the third, nodded eagerly, saliva dripping as it exclaimed. Indeed, indeed, he must have peered into it. Let us feast upon him. I truly did not. The city god of Qingling was nearly in tears. Taoist, you must believe me. How could I dare to cultivate your techniques? I wouldn't even dare to glance at them more than once. The three heads of He Quanjin simultaneously revealed malevolent smiles, as the central head spoke in a chilling voice. Since you claim there is none, let me personally inspect. As the words fell, it abruptly extended a colossal wing, pressing firmly against the chest of the city god of Qingling Prefecture. A strange black mist surged forth from the wing, penetrating his body like countless tendrils. No, no. The city god of Qingling struggled in terror, yet found himself utterly immobile in the face of that horrifying power. Moments later, He Quanjin concluded its probing. The central head slowly lifted, its golden vertical pupils ablaze with furious flames. It roared, "You wretched fool. I sense the aura of the Ascension Sutra within your meridians. You truly dared to steal my technique." I did not. I truly did not. The city god of Qingling desperately defended himself, exclaiming, Taoist, I merely. The three heads erupted in simultaneous rage. That is unacceptable. You despicable thief. You dare to pilfer my lineage. The second head on the left shrieked with excitement. Big brother, devour him. Such a thief deserves the severest of punishments. The third head on the right also roared, yes. Consume him. Let him learn the consequences of stealing celestial arts. The frenzy in the central head was entirely replaced by fury as it bellowed in a near-manic tone. The technique I painstakingly acquired, and you, imbecile, had the audacity to learn it. This is the greatest blasphemy, the utmost offense. Die. You must die. Before the last word fell, He Quanjin's massive form lunged at the city god of Qingling, all three heads simultaneously opening their gaping maws, revealing their ivory fangs. The city goddess' shriek had scarcely begun when he was torn apart by the three enormous mouths. The sound of bone and flesh separating echoed through the grand hall, as the city goddess' soul was instantly shattered into countless fragments, unable even to utter a final cry before being voraciously consumed by the three heads. Gagaga. This is the fate of thieves. To dare steal my technique is to court death. The central head licked the blood from its lips with satisfaction. The second head on the left gleefully declared, Big brother is magnificent. Such a fool deserved to be devoured. The third head on the right burped contentedly, saying, The taste of the city god is rather good, far superior to those little ghosts. Chapter 39. Rebellion. The deities in the courtyard, hearing the screams from the main hall, turned pale, their fear reaching a peak. They understood that the city god of Qingling was in dire peril, yet none dared to act rashly. The city god of Yuaning clenched his fists, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes. But he suppressed his impulses and quietly addressed the others. Our only recourse now is to await the arrival of the court officials. Within the main hall, after He Quanjin had satisfied its hunger, it redirected its attention to the Ascension Sutra. The central head eagerly leafed through the scripture, its golden vertical pupils shimmering with a manic brilliance. Gagaga. Now that I have attained the convergence of the three flowers, the next step is the five energies converging to the origin. With its wings pointing towards the sacred texts, The voice brimmed with an eager excitement. According to the scriptures, the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys must be extracted and buried in the 5 cardinal directions of the earth. The elder brother on the left, with a glint in his eye, greedily licked his beak. Elder brother, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once you ascend to immortality, we shall bask in your glory. The younger brother on the right nodded vigorously, though a flicker of barely concealed excitement danced in his eyes. Indeed. Elder brother, please commence. I can hardly wait to witness your majestic transformation into an immortal. Each harbored their own thoughts, for without the 5 organs, even an immortal emperor would perish. Once this madman extracted and buried the organs, it would inevitably harm his vitality. And that would be their moment to seize this body for themselves. The central head of the crane master swelled with delight at the flattery from his 2 subordinates. And he cackled madly. Ha ha ha. Well said. In that case, I shall begin. Without hesitation, he extended his massive claw towards his chest, the sharp talon piercing directly into flesh. With a crack, the breastbone was effortlessly torn apart, and black blood gushed forth. First, the heart. The heart belongs to fire and must be buried in the southern direction. As the crane master spoke, he plunged his claw into his chest cavity, swiftly locating the heart that had ceased to beat. With a forceful tug, the heart, along with blood vessels and membranes, was violently extracted. Strangely, despite the agony this process should have entailed, the crane master displayed no signs of pain, instead laughing with wild excitement. The heart lay lifeless in his grasp, devoid of any vitality. Ha ha ha. The heart is secured. He held the still heart aloft, as if it were a precious treasure. The elder and younger brothers observed this spectacle with a sense of secret satisfaction. This madman was indeed commencing his own demise. Once he had excavated all 5 organs, the body would belong to them. Fool, continue digging. The more you extract, the quicker you shall die. The crane master delicately set the heart aside and reached towards his abdomen. Next is the liver. The liver belongs to wood and must be buried in the eastern direction. With a swift motion, the talons tore through flesh once again, creating a gaping wound in his abdomen, black blood and fragments of entrails splattering everywhere. He rummaged through his abdominal cavity until he soon grasped the now blackened liver. Following were the spleen, lungs, and kidneys. The crane master resembled a frenzied butcher as he extracted his own organs one by one. Throughout this harrowing ordeal, he exhibited not a trace of suffering, but rather an escalating exhilaration as all 3 heads erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha. All 5 organs are complete. I am on the verge of becoming an immortal. In no time, the 5 lifeless organs were neatly arranged upon the ground, while his body was riddled with gaping wounds. Yet, his spirit soared with extraordinary fervor. Now, they must be buried according to the 5 elemental directions. The crane master seized the heart and dashed from the main hall, racing towards the southern courtyard wall. The gods in the courtyard, witnessing this spectacle, were left utterly astonished. There stood the crane master, drenched in blood yet exuberant as a child, digging furiously in the earth. Ha ha ha. The great task is complete. Now, I need only to await 49 days, and I shall attain an immortal body that withstands the trials of eternity. After burying all 5 internal organs, Hichuanjin stood in the center of the courtyard, arms outstretched, laughing maniacally, completely immersed in the fantasy of his impending ascension. Meanwhile, the second head on the left and the third head on the right exchanged a furtive glance, a glint of treachery flashing in their eyes. Both understood each other's thoughts simultaneously. Now is the moment. This madman has extracted his 5 organs, leaving him in a state of utter weakness. The opportunity has arrived. After waiting so long, we can finally eliminate this lunatic. The 2 heads sprang into action, opening their gaping jaws to reveal gleaming white fangs. Lunging towards the central head of Hichuanjin with savage ferocity, the second head bellowed, "Perish, madman! This body belongs to me. The position of the eldest is mine. I shall devour your brain." The third head also roared in agreement. The 2 massive jaws lunged towards the central head, their sharp teeth glistening ominously in the air. The deities in the courtyard were taken aback by this sudden turn of events. However, the central head of Hichuanjin remained unfazed, instead displaying a contemptuous smirk, as if regarding them as imbeciles. Within those golden vertical pupils flickered a hint of disdain and scorn. Ha ha ha. You 2 fools truly believe that my strength would diminish merely because I have extracted my organs? They are nothing but a few scraps of flesh. Hichuanjin cackled maniacally. As his words echoed, the central head swiftly pivoted with the speed of lightning. In the split second before the fangs of the second and third heads could reach him, He Chuanjin opened his cavernous mouth, which expanded to an unfathomable size, as if to consume the very world. Crack! A sharp sound resonated as He Chuanjin's massive jaws clamped down on half of the face of the left second head. The razor-sharp teeth effortlessly tore through flesh, severing half the head along with its greedy eye. Ah! 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 The second head emitted a wretched scream, its remaining visage contorted in agony, dark blood gushing from the wound. Almost simultaneously, He Chuanjin whirled to the right, opening his maw once more. Crack! Another sharp sound rang out, as half of the face of the right third head was likewise bitten off, its furious golden vertical pupil vanishing amidst the carnage. No! No! My face! My eye! The third head shrieked in despair, its remaining face twitching in torment. He Chuanjin licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, laughing maniacally. You ignorant wretches dared to oppose me? Ha ha ha! The two maimed heads trembled in excruciating pain, their previous arrogance extinguished, leaving only profound fear and despair. Chapter 40. The reward. If not for the necessity of gathering the 3 flowers at the crown, you would have perished long ago. The reason I have allowed you to survive until now is to maintain the 3 flowers at the crown. Once I ascend to immortality, you 2 worthless entities shall cease to exist. He Chuanjin cast a cold glance at them. He then turned his gaze, his 6 golden vertical pupils sweeping over the remaining citizens and the city gods in the courtyard. Under the gaze of the city god, all present trembled uncontrollably, their spirits seemingly detached, fearing that they might be the next to be consumed. The city god of Yuan Ningzhou was the first to regain composure. He suppressed his fear and, with trembling limbs, knelt upon the ground, exclaiming with a quavering voice, "Congratulations, esteemed immortal, on the gathering of the 3 flowers atop your head. Your divine powers are boundless, truly the greatest immortal of all ages." Upon witnessing this display, the other city gods and common folk quickly followed suit, prostrating themselves in unison and chanting, "Congratulations, esteemed immortal. Your powers are unparalleled, the greatest immortal of all time. Immortal, may you reign forever. Your magic knows no bounds. We, your humble servants, are willing to be your loyal hounds." In an instant, the courtyard resounded with a chorus of adulation, with all the city gods fervently extolling He Chuanjin, fearful that their voices were not sufficiently loud or their reverence lacking. As He Chuanjin absorbed their flattering words, the central head gleamed with golden light, and he let out a maniacal laugh, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! Well said. Indeed, you fools have finally spoken wisely. It is true, I am the greatest immortal of all time. Ha ha ha!" He spread his arms wide, black mist swirling around him as if he were embracing the entire world. With the 3 flowers gathered atop my head, the next step is to summon the 5 qi towards the origin. Once I attain the indestructible body of an immortal, I shall exist alongside the Tao for eternity. Seeing He Chuanjin in high spirits, the crowd seized the opportunity to continue their flattery, for they feared that this madman might devour them at any moment should he be displeased. The city god of Yuan Ningzhou boldly declared, "Esteemed immortal, you are the unrivaled one in all the world, the greatest immortal from ancient times to the present." Indeed, He Chuanjin's central head nodded with pride. The others quickly followed suit. "Esteemed immortal, your powers are unmatched. No one in the 3 realms can rival you." Exactly. He Chuanjin's nose seemed to rise to the heavens. "Esteemed immortal, your might shakes the universe. Not even the legendary immortal emperor can compare to you." Indeed. Indeed. He Chuanjin laughed madly, all 3 heads shaking in unison. "I am infinitely superior to those counterfeit immortal emperors. Esteemed immortal, your powers reach the heavens. With but a finger, you could crush millions of foes. Indeed. Esteemed immortal, your wisdom is unparalleled, as profound as the sea and as lofty as the mountains. Indeed. Indeed. Esteemed immortal, you are destined by heaven. The entire world should bow before your feet. Indeed. Indeed. Indeed." He Chuanjin, reveling in the praises, felt elated. His central head laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha! At last, you fools have learned to speak. In that case, I shall bestow a reward." He opened his arms wide, the black mist swirling around him, emanating an unsettling aura that twisted in the air, exuding a chilling malevolence. "Today, in my good humor, I shall grant you some innate qi." The city gods gazed at the roiling black mist, their hearts filled with dread. The aura was exceedingly sinister, as if it sought to drag all living beings into the abyss, clearly not something benevolent. The city god of Yuan Ningzhou, suppressing his fear, stammered, "Esteemed immortal, your generosity is overwhelming, but we mere mortals may not withstand such precious innate qi. We implore you to retract your divine powers." The other city gods hastily echoed his sentiment. "Esteemed immortal, our qualifications are lacking, and we dare not accept such a precious gift. The innate energy of the true immortal is far too valuable. We mere mortals are unworthy of its consumption." Upon hearing these words, Qiquanzhen's 3 heads froze simultaneously. The madness in his golden vertical pupils swiftly replaced by fury. The central head slowly turned towards the crowd, its voice becoming sinister and terrifying. "Are you rejecting my benevolent gift?" No, we are not rejecting it. We merely feel unworthy." The city god of Yuan Ning hastily explained. "Silence." The 3 heads roared in unison. "You wretched fools. I, with good intentions, bestow upon you my innate energy, and yet you dare to look down upon me." Qiquanzhen's entire being surged with dark energy, enveloping the courtyard in an aura of malevolence. He pointed at the city god of Yuan Ning and bellowed, "You. It is you. Since you were the first to refuse, I shall make you the first to accept." As the words left his mouth, Qiquanzhen's colossal form instantly appeared before the city god of Yuan Ning, his massive wings pinning the latter's shoulders down, leaving no room for struggle. "No, please, true immortal, spare me." The city god of Yuan Ning fought desperately, but before that terrifying power, he was rendered immobile. Ignoring his pleas, Qiquanzhen opened his gaping maw, and a dense black mist, like a venomous serpent, spewed forth, directly invading the city god's mouth and nostrils. "Gaga gaga. This is the innate energy. Enjoy my generous gift." "Ah!" The city god of Yuan Ning emitted a heart-wrenching scream as his body began to tremble violently. Strange black patterns emerged on the surface of his spiritual form, writhing and spreading as if they were living entities. The onlookers gazed in horror at the scene. Witnessing the city god's eyes gradually transforming into a blood-red hue, his divine radiance vanishing entirely, replaced by an overwhelming aura of evil. His visage began to contort and morph, resembling some abominable entity. "Gaga gaga. It is a success. This is the power of innate energy." Qiquanzhen laughed maniacally, surveying his creation with a sense of satisfaction. The city god of Yuan Ning's screams abruptly ceased. The divine light within him was completely devoured by the black mist, and the excruciating pain of his soul being torn apart and reconstituted faded away, supplanted by an unprecedented sensation of strength. He slowly rose to his feet. His once majestic official robe now turned pitch black, adorned with twisted, writhing symbols instead of auspicious clouds and mythical beasts. His blood-red eyes shimmered with a cold, unfamiliar light, devoid of any trace of human emotion. A terrifying pressure radiated from him, akin to an invisible mountain, crushing the hearts of all the city gods in the courtyard, nearly compelling them to kneel in submission. What power is this? The city god of Yuan Ning gazed down at his hands, astonished at how his once ethereal divine form had become incredibly solid, as if he could shatter mountains with a mere strike. He could distinctly feel an overwhelming and peculiar force surging within him, one that did not belong to incense offerings nor intentions, but was entirely his own. A flicker of surprise, then confusion, ultimately transformed into an overwhelming ecstasy in his eyes. I have inexplicably transformed into a being of death. At this moment, the heart of the city god of Yuaning Prefecture trembles with trepidation. Death, one of the most terrifying forces in this realm, embodies the level of an immortal emperor, a status that even the sovereign of the Great Xia can only aspire to. Chapter 41. Sending people into the mountains. The city god of Yuaning Prefecture feels an unprecedented surge of terrifying power coursing through him, a tumult of fear and ecstasy intertwining, culminating in a near-manic reverence. He scarcely relishes his newly acquired strength, and without hesitation, he kneels, bowing deeply before Qiquanzhen, his voice quivering with fervor. "Thank you, Master True Immortal, for your gift of rebirth. Thank you for granting me a new life." Raising his head, his blood-red eyes brim with devotion and awe. What is the dignity of a man in the face of absolute power? With such strength, should he manage to escape, even the Emperor of Great Xia would have to abdicate in his favor. Qiquanzhen's central head swells with pride, its chest puffing out as it erupts into a frenzied laugh. "Ha ha ha. Naturally, across the vast expanse of the world, who but I possesses such means?" The 2 heads beside it have also regained their composure, joining in the raucous laughter. We are the foremost true immortals of the realm. The three heads simultaneously bask in their unique adulation, reveling in their own grandeur. Witnessing this, the city god of Yuaning Prefecture is overcome with joy, realizing he has made a wise wager. As long as he caters to this madman's whims, survival, and perhaps even more, awaits him. He bows once more, fervently proclaiming, "Master true immortal, your gift of rebirth shall never be forgotten. You are my lord. From this day forth, I am willing to traverse fire and water for you, even to die again willingly." As soon as his words fall, the atmosphere of wild joy in the courtyard abruptly solidifies. The laughter of Hichuanjin's three heads comes to an abrupt halt. The central head slowly lowers, its 6 golden slit pupils locking onto the city god of Yuaning Prefecture with an unwavering gaze. The earlier pride and ecstasy vanish without a trace, replaced by a chilling astonishment and a wrath brewing dangerously beneath the surface. "What did you say?" The central head of Hichuanjin intones, its voice as deep and frigid as a wind from the depths of hell. The city god, suddenly gripped by fear, fails to comprehend where he has erred. He gazes at the drastic shift in Hichuanjin's expression, a shiver racing up his spine as he stutters. "I meant to say I am willing to die for you again." "Die again?" Hichuanjin erupts, all three heads roaring in unison, their voices reverberating as though tearing the heavens asunder. "Do you wish for death? I labored tirelessly, expending precious innate energy to elevate you from a mere waste to an immortal emperor, and you dare to say you wish to die again." The city god of Yuaning Prefecture is struck by sheer terror, frantically gesturing and incoherently explaining, No, Master true immortal, what I meant was to serve you unto death. It is loyalty. Loyalty means to die." Hichuanjin, ensnared in its own logical paradox, leans forward, its immense beak nearly touching the city god of Yuaning Prefecture's face. All three heads roaring in fury. "I have granted you a new life, and you dare to wish for death. Do you truly consider the life bestowed upon you by this humble monk to be devoid of value? Are you attempting to insult me? Absolutely not. I would never." The city god of Yuaning is on the brink of collapse, and it is beyond comprehension how this individual has suddenly gone mad again. "You ungrateful wretch." The second head on the left began to scream as well, seemingly seeking to curry favor with the leader through aggression. "The leader has granted you this fortune, and yet you still contemplate death. You deserve to perish. Yes, devour him." The third head on the right roared in agreement. The central head of Hichuanjin, now filled solely with madness and murderous intent, declared, "What I detest most are you fools who lack gratitude. Since you yearn for death so fervently, allow me to grant your wish." No sooner had the words escaped than Hichuanjin's immense frame surged forth like a bolt of black lightning. The recently transformed soul of the city god of Yuaning, now an emperor of immortals, appeared fragile as parchment before the 3 gaping maws of Hichuanjin. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The sound of 3 simultaneous, crisp bites echoed, and within moments, the newly birthed immortal emperor, along with his twisted black official robe, was torn into 3 pieces, unable to even emit a scream before being ravenously consumed. Hichuanjin licked his lips in satisfaction, letting out a contented belch as the dense black aura around him intensified. He cast a cold glance at the other deities in the courtyard, who were now reduced to quivering heaps of terror, and furiously exclaimed, "A bunch of irredeemable fools. You cannot even speak." With a flick of his sleeve, Hichuanjin retreated indoors. Just as he settled back in to continue his study of the Ascension Sutra, he suddenly felt a tremor coursing through his body. All 3 heads lifted simultaneously, their 6 golden vertical pupils gazing into the distance. Cackling. "More have arrived," the central head exclaimed with excitement. "And this time, there are many. So many." The second head on the left, with a glint of greed in its eyes, licked its beak and declared, "Boss, I can smell it. The scent of many city gods, and even more powerful ones." The third head on the right nodded eagerly. "Yes, yes. So many delicious morsels. Boss, let us feast upon them." The central head of Hichuanjin erupted into manic laughter, cackling. "It seems the court has sent more people. Last time was merely a snack, but this time, with so many, I shall indulge in a grand feast." He dashed out of the main hall, standing in the middle of the courtyard with open arms, savoring the powerful aura emanating from afar. That colossal procession was advancing towards the 10,000 great mountains, its momentum as if to flatten the entire range. 500,000 commoners, 3,000 county gods, 1,000 prefecture gods, and 500 state gods. Qiquanzhen's central head savored the essence of these presences, the glow in its eyes intensifying. Cackling. The court has truly invested heavily this time. And there are 10 immortal kings as well. The second head on the left trembled in excitement. Boss. So many. We are about to strike it rich. The third head on the right roared, yes. Devour them all. Leave not a single one behind. Yet, the central head of Qiquanzhen suddenly furrowed its brow. A flicker of doubt crossing its golden vertical pupils. Wait. What are they coming here for? He began to mutter to himself in a frenzy, cackling. Surely you have heard of my esteemed reputation and come here to pay your respects. Indeed, that must be the case. The court has finally recognized my greatness and dispatched such a multitude to express their reverence. In this moment, I have completely forgotten that these individuals were deceived into coming here. The second head on my left eagerly chimed in. Indeed, the Great One's fame is widespread. The court must certainly come to pay homage. The third head on my right also nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. They are here to serve the Great One. Chapter 42, Wang Xian. Qiquanzhen felt a surge of delight, proudly puffing out his chest. Ha ha ha, I told you so. A transcendent being such as myself will inevitably be recognized by the world. The court sending so many people is undoubtedly to pay homage to a true immortal. He turned to glance at the trembling deities in the courtyard, laughing maniacally. You fools are indeed fortunate. Soon, you shall witness my veneration. The city gods exchanged glances. A flicker of hope rising within them. They understood that support from the court had arrived. In the distance, a vast contingent from the great Xia court was hastening forward. At the forefront was a middle-aged man clad in a purple golden dragon robe, the immortal king, sent to investigate. His expression was grave, followed closely by 9 other immortal kings of equal strength, and behind them was a dense throng of city gods. My lord, we are approaching the 10,000 great mountains. A subordinate whispered, reporting that the previous expedition had vanished in this very locale. The leading immortal king nodded, a glint of caution flashing in his eyes. All personnel, remain vigilant. Those we sent in previously have lost contact. Meanwhile, Qiquanzhen was pacing excitedly in the courtyard, his 3 heads swaying in unison as if preparing for a grand ceremony. Ha ha ha. I must don my finest attire to display the majesty of the immortal emperor. He exclaimed maniacally. No, wait. I am already quite imposing in my current state. The second head on the left, with a sly glint in its eye, inquired, Great One, do you think they will bring any splendid offerings? The third head on the right excitedly added, Indeed, such visits must surely entail gifts. The central head of Qiquanzhen gleamed with golden light. Ha ha ha. Well said. They must have brought a plethora of treasures. Elixirs, magical artifacts, fine wines, all of it shall belong to me. Suddenly, he halted, all 3 heads gazing into the distance, as the massive entourage had already entered the heart of the 10,000 great mountains. They are coming. No, no, I must prepare properly. Qiquanzhen excitedly circled the courtyard twice, then suddenly recalled something, turning his 3 heads towards the quaking city gods. You fools, why are you still dawdling? Court officials will soon arrive to pay homage to me. Hurry and tidy up the temple. The central head roared manically. The second head on the left echoed, Yes. Clean this place thoroughly. We cannot allow the court to see a disgrace. The third head on the right furiously pointed at the crowd. Hurry up, you worthless lot. Move faster. The city gods exchanged fearful yet hopeful glances. They understood that assistance had arrived, but they could not reveal their emotions just yet. They could only acquiesce to this madman's whims. Yes, yes, revered immortal. Several city gods trembled as they rose to their feet, bustling about the courtyard. Some swept the ground. Others arranged the offering table, while a few collected the remnants scattered by Qiquanzhen. Each of them silently prayed for the imperial reinforcements to rescue them from this hellish predicament. Qiquanzhen observed their industrious figures, his spirits lifted, as all 3 of his heads proudly swayed in unison. Ha ha ha, now this is commendable. When the imperial envoys arrive and behold this tidy temple, they shall undoubtedly hold me in even greater esteem. Meanwhile, the imperial troops had ventured deep into the 10,000 great mountains, advancing towards the temple. The leading celestial king, Wang Xian, furrowed his brow, sensing a strange aura emanating from ahead. My lord, the temple lies just ahead, a subordinate reported in a hushed tone. Wang Xian nodded, signaling the troops to slow their pace. Previous scouts had reported their entry into the temple, but thereafter, no further word had come. At that moment, an unexpected scene unfolded before them. A neat line of city gods stood at the entrance of the temple, those who had previously gone missing. Upon seeing the approaching entourage, the city gods' faces lit up with joy, only to be quickly overshadowed by fear as they recalled that He Chuanjin had just consumed one of their own. They stood at the entrance as if to greet guests, yet their bodies trembled slightly. Wang Xian, the leading celestial king, stepped forward and inquired sternly, "If you are unharmed, why did you not send word back? The court has dispatched so many to seek you." A glimmer of hope flickered in the eyes of the several city gods, but it was swiftly replaced by dread. Stealing a glance inside the temple, they whispered to the celestial king, "My lord, there is great terror within. Flee, do not enter. That thing is not human." Their words were barely audible, yet the fear in their eyes was palpable. Wang Xian's brow furrowed deeper, although their fear appeared genuine. As the celestial king of the court, he could not retreat based solely on vague warnings. He urged his steed forward, his voice stern. "What has transpired? What lies within the temple?" The city gods exchanged glances, eager to explain, yet the words faltered on their lips. They were acutely aware of He Chuanjin's terrifying nature. Should that madman overhear them speaking ill, their fate would surely be more dreadful than death. The one who claimed to be a city god of a certain state attempted to speak, only to be vehemently silenced by a companion's piercing gaze. Wang Xian, observing this, grew increasingly convinced that something was amiss. He abruptly raised his hand, and the celestial kings behind him formed a battle formation, their tremendous celestial power radiating outward. "Since you are unwilling to speak plainly, I shall venture in myself," Wang Xian declared with a cold snort, charging toward the temple's entrance. Upon witnessing this, the city gods turned pale as sheets, collapsing to their knees and pleading in tremulous voices, "My lord, please, do not enter." But Wang Xian had made up his mind. Like lightning, he crossed the threshold and plunged into the temple courtyard. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. As Wang Xian stepped into the courtyard, a chilling and grotesque laughter suddenly echoed from the main hall. The laughter was sharp and jarring, akin to nails scraping against iron, imbued with a morbid madness that sent shivers down one's spine. Gagaga, they have arrived. The imperial officials have finally come to pay homage to this humble Taoist. The imposing figure of He Chuanjin emerged from the hall, three heads swaying in unison. The central head gleamed with a golden light, fixated maniacally upon Wang Xian. Gagaga, I told you so. A transcendent being like myself would inevitably attract the attention of the court. The second head on the left, its eyes darting greedily, licked its beak and exclaimed, "Elder brother, this one appears formidable. It must be quite delectable." Meanwhile, the third head on the right bounced with excitement. "Yes, yes. And look at all those behind. We are about to strike it rich." Wang Xian gazed at the three-headed monstrosity, shrouded in dark energy, and his pupils constricted in alarm. He could distinctly sense the malevolent aura radiating from this creature, a force far beyond his imagination. Chapter 43, The Court's Insolence. A glint of cold light flashed in Wang Xian's eyes as a golden long sword materialized in his hand, its blade inscribed with intricate runes, specifically crafted by the court to vanquish evil spirits. "Evil spirit, how dare you wreak havoc here?" With a furious shout, he unleashed a torrent of celestial power, golden light illuminating the entire courtyard like the blazing sun. "By the decree of His Majesty, I shall eradicate all malevolence." Before his voice faded, he swung the sword fiercely, sending forth a dazzling stream of golden sword energy aimed directly at He Chuanjin's central head. Gagaga, the central head of He Chuanjin, previously filled with madness, was now overtaken by rage as it bellowed, "Who dares to call me evil? Who dares?" With a violent sweep of its sleeve, a thick cloud of dark energy surged to meet the sword energy, the two forces colliding with a deafening roar. "Wasn't the court sending you to pay homage to me?" All three heads of He Chuanjin roared in unison, their voices laced with betrayal. "How dare you strike against me? How dare you?" Seizing the moment, the second head on the left added fuel to the fire. "Elder brother, they are not here to pay homage. They have come to slay us." The third head on the right screamed in fury, "Yes, they have deceived us. Elder brother, quickly eliminate them." Seeing his initial attack thwarted, Wang Xian swiftly retreated a few steps, positioning the long sword across his chest as he barked, "All fellow Taoists behind me. This evil spirit wields immense power. Swiftly form a formation." The 9 celestial kings behind him charged into the courtyard, and in an instant, the 10 of them formed the 10 absolute formation to exterminate evil. 10 beams of golden light shot skyward, enveloping the courtyard in a resplendent glow. You insolent fools! I am a true celestial being. How dare you show me such disrespect? How dare you employ such vile tactics to besiege me? He Quan was driven to utter madness, all three heads howling toward the heavens. Its massive form appeared even more grotesque amidst the golden light, as the dark energy began to churn violently, clashing fiercely with the golden radiance. The court is insolent. The court is insolent. The central head swayed frantically. I shall annihilate you. Annihilate the entire court. Let it be known the consequences of offending a true immortal. He Quan's three heads roared simultaneously, their voices akin to the wails of vengeful spirits from the depths of the infernal abyss, shaking the entirety of the 10,000 great mountains. With a sudden flourish, he raised his right wing, beneath which coalesced an inky blackness so dense it resembled a voracious black hole. Witness the wrath of a true immortal. The immense wing came crashing down, shattering the resplendent 10 absolute evil extermination array as if it were but a fragile eggshell. 10 golden beams of light were extinguished, and the backlash from the formation caused the 10 celestial kings to spew blood and retreat in disarray. How could this be possible? Wang Xian's face turned ashen, his sword trembling in his grasp, as the 10 absolute evil extermination array was obliterated with a mere slap. Majestic leader! Majestic leader! The second head on the left bounced with excitement, its eyes gleaming with avarice. Let us consume them all. Yes, not a single one spared. Let them learn the fate of those who offend our master. The third head on the right bellowed in fury. Wang Xian, struggling to contain the tumult within him, shouted hoarsely towards the courtyard outside. All city gods, heed my command. Quickly form the great array to exterminate demons. Outside, the multitude of city gods, though gripped by fear, gritted their teeth and began to weave an even grander formation. 3,000 county gods, 1,000 district gods, and 500 state gods simultaneously summoned their celestial powers, culminating in a colossal golden magical array that manifested in the sky, its might magnitude stronger than the previous 10 absolute evil extermination array. Ha ha ha, more are coming. The central head of He Quan gleamed with a golden light, a smile twisted with rage. Since you are so ungrateful, do not blame me for being impolite. With a swift motion, he flung his sleeve, transforming it into a vast canopy that enveloped the entire courtyard. A terrifying suction emanated from the sleeve's opening, as if reminiscent of the legendary cosmic sleeve, poised to devour all in its path. Retreat! Quickly! Wang Xian gasped in horror, but it was too late. The force of the suction exceeded all imagination, ensnaring not only the 10 celestial kings within the courtyard, but also the thousands of city gods outside, and even the 500,000 citizens at the foot of the mountain, compelling them inexorably towards that black sleeve. Help! Help us! What kind of sorcery is this? My lord, save us! Countless cries of despair echoed, yet before such dreadful suction, all were powerless, like leaves in a tempest. One by one, figures were drawn into what seemed an ordinary sleeve, vanishing without a trace. Ha ha ha! Now let's see if you dare to treat me with disrespect. He Quan's three heads erupted into manic laughter, declaring, my cosmic sleeve possesses boundless power, specifically designed to deal with fools like you who know nothing of heaven or earth. Moments later, the scene in the courtyard had transformed utterly. The once formidable 10 celestial kings were now bound by dark ropes, kneeling on the ground, utterly immobilized. These ropes appeared to have emerged from He Quan's sleeve, infused with a sinister black aura, tightly ensnaring each individual. Not only the 10 celestial kings, but also the thousands of city gods, and even the 500,000 citizens residing at the foot of the mountain, were now bound by these black ropes, kneeling densely throughout the courtyard, an endless sight. A group of fools, not even celestial emperors, dared to oppose me. He Chuanjin strode forward, his gaze icy as he scrutinized the assembled crowd. The second head on his left side rolled its eyes mischievously and slyly remarked, Boss, they now resemble a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter. Why not feast upon them? The third head on his right nodded eagerly, exclaiming, Yes, yes, let us devour them. Wang Xian struggled to rise, but the black ropes tightened their grip as if alive, ensnaring him further with every effort. Gritting his teeth, he stared at He Chuanjin and barked, You vile creature, how dare you disrespect the officials of the court? His Majesty will never let you go. Upon hearing Wang Xian's words, He Chuanjin's three heads erupted in simultaneous fury, the central head lunging forward to seize Wang Xian's skull. You imbecile! How dare you threaten me? With a violent grip, Wang Xian's head burst like a watermelon, red and white matter splattering across the ground. The remaining 9 celestial kings, witnessing this gruesome scene, turned pale with terror, trembling uncontrollably. Ha ha ha. This is the fate that awaits those who dare to threaten me. He Chuanjin exclaimed, shaking the blood from his hands, laughing maniacally. Who else is dissatisfied? Who else dares to disrespect me? The second head on the left greedily licked its beak, urging, Boss, let us kill the rest as well. The third head on the right jumped up excitedly. Yes, yes. Slay them all. Not a single one should remain. Chapter 44. The Imperial Expedition. Suddenly, the central head of He Chuanjin waved a hand, halting the 2 head suggestions. Wait, I have a more splendid idea. Boss. The second head on the left queried with confusion. Killing them would be too merciful. A glint of cunning flashed in the central head's eyes. I shall make them serve a greater purpose. It gazed down at the tens of thousands kneeling in submission and laughed maniacally. Listen, you fools. I now grant you a chance to live. Construct for me a statue towering 10,000 feet high. It must be made from the finest materials, with the most exquisite craftsmanship. Let the entire world see my greatness. You have 1 year. If you fail to complete it, I shall devour you all. The bound people exchanged glances, realizing that the task of building a 10,000-foot statue was utterly impossible. What? Unwilling? He Chuanjin's 3 heads glared menacingly at the crowd. Then I shall feast upon you this very moment. We are willing. We are willing. The remaining 9 celestial kings trembled in response. We will give our utmost effort. Ha ha ha. Now that is more like it. He Chuanjin nodded in satisfaction. Over the following days, He Chuanjin assumed the role of a tyrannical overseer, vigilantly monitoring the enslaved city gods. He drew forth a pitch-black whip from his sleeve, its surface shimmering with an eerie black light, each swing producing a chilling sound that sliced through the air. Although the city deities possessed considerable cultivation, the whip was exceedingly peculiar. A mere strike would inexplicably diminish their incense offerings. Get to work, you fools. Move faster. The 3 heads of He Chuanjin roared in unison, as the black whip struck mercilessly at a county deity who was slightly sluggish in his movements. The county deity cried out in agony, a deep gash appearing on his body, yet he dared not cease his labor, gritting his teeth to continue transporting the stones. Gaha! Just like that. The second head on the left exclaimed with excitement, beat them to death. Let them learn the consequences of idleness. The third head on the right furiously pointed at several state deities who were resting. Those ones are slacking off too. Eldest, punish them. Upon hearing this, He Chuanjin soared into the air, his whip crackling like black lightning, striking incessantly at those idlers. Crack, crack, crack. The whip landed upon flesh, producing a chilling sound. The afflicted cried out in pain, their bodies marred with bloodstains, yet they dared not resist in the slightest. The statue of my deity must be carved to perfection. The central head of He Chuanjin laughed maniacally. You fools possess such poor skills. Start over. A county deity's freshly carved statue was shattered by He Chuanjin's kick, and the man knelt trembling on the ground, pleading, esteemed immortal, I have already done my utmost. Your utmost? Is this truly your utmost? He Chuanjin seethed, unleashing his whip upon the man. Waste. Incompetent. Carve another for me. The construction site echoed with the sounds of the whip and the deity's anguished cries, resembling a hellish nightmare. Beyond the great 10,000 mountains, within the dragon scale hall of the Great Xia Palace, the sovereign of the Great Xia sat upon his dragon throne, his expression as dark as the depths of water. Before the dragon table lay several confidential reports, each rendering his countenance even more grim. Your Majesty, the second batch has also lost contact, reported the trembling Minister of War standing in the hall. 10 celestial kings, thousands of city deities, and 500,000 citizens entered the great 10,000 mountains and have since vanished without a trace. Waste. The sovereign of Great Xia slammed his palm on the dragon table, shattering the teacup atop it. 2 batches of men, 2 batches. Just like that. They disappeared without a word. The Minister of Finance cautiously stepped forward. Your Majesty, could it be that there are natural dangers within the mountains? Or perhaps they encountered formidable malevolent forces. Malevolent forces? The sovereign of Great Xia scoffed. What kind of malevolent force could cause 10 celestial kings to vanish without a trace? How many could possibly exist in the great 10,000 mountains? The Minister of Rites spoke carefully. Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, this matter may not be as simple as it appears. The incense offerings from the Taoist temple may indeed be of unusual significance. Unusual? A glimmer of greed flickered in the sovereign's eyes. I dispatched so many people precisely to acquire that Taoist incense. Now you tell me, the people have vanished, and there is no news of the incense? Just then, a shadowy figure clad in black hurried into the hall, kneeling on one knee. I report to your majesty. Urgent intelligence. Speak. Your majesty, the surrounding 7 nations have received word and are aware of the incense offerings within the great 10,000 mountains. According to reports from our scouts, the Yin, Zhao, and Qi nations are already mobilizing troops, preparing to send personnel to investigate the great 10,000 mountains. The voice of the Shadow Guard carried a hint of tension. The sovereign of the Great Xia abruptly rose, astonished and furious. What? How could it have leaked so swiftly? Damn it! The roar of the Great Xia sovereign shook the entire hall. A bunch of fools. They can't even safeguard such information. The Minister of War was drenched in cold sweat. Your Majesty, what shall we do now? If the other 7 nations intervene, will the incense of the immortal path not be divided? The Great Xia sovereign paced the hall, his eyes gleaming with a ruthless light. Divided? Who dares to seize what is mine? Your Majesty, although our Great Xia is powerful, facing 6 nations simultaneously might be perilous, the Minister of Revenue tentatively suggested. Am I afraid of them? The Great Xia sovereign sneered. As long as I can acquire the incense of the immortal path, I will transcend to the immortal emperor realm. Even if all 7 nations unite, I shall not fear. However, the Minister of War attempted to speak further, but was abruptly silenced by the Great Xia sovereign's wave of the hand. I have made my decision. Immediately issue orders to mobilize 30 immortal kings, 10,000 city lords, and 500,000 soldiers. We shall march straight into the 10,000 great mountains. The courtiers collectively inhaled sharply. This was nearly a third of Great Xia's might. Your Majesty, is this not too reckless? Reckless? A glint of ferocity flashed in the Great Xia sovereign's eyes. As long as I can break through, it shall all be worth it. But Your Majesty, what if there truly exists something formidable within those mountains? What of it? The Great Xia sovereign impatiently waved his hand. What could possibly rival my 1,000,000-strong army? Even if a true immortal descends, I will ensure they comprehend the terror of Great Xia. The Shadow Guard interjected. Your Majesty, there is another piece of news. The state of Yin has dispatched envoys requesting cooperation with our nation to jointly explore the incense in the 10,000 great mountains. Cooperation? The Great Xia sovereign scoffed. Do I require their assistance? Send out the orders. All must be assembled within 3 days. I shall lead the troops personally to flatten the 10,000 great mountains. Your Majesty plans to lead the expedition? The courtiers were astounded. I wish to see what supernatural entities dare to make my people venture without return. Chapter 45. Chu Wujia the night was as dark as ink. Crack, crack, crack. You imbeciles, who permitted you to rest. Get up and continue working. He Chuanjin cracked his whip, striking several exhausted city lords who were panting heavily. Their magical powers had been sealed by He Chuanjin, leaving their bodies only slightly stronger than ordinary men. The blows caused them to grimace in pain. Several city lords gritted their teeth, their eyes flashing with anger, yet dared not voice their discontent upon seeing the dark aura emanating from He Chuanjin's 3 heads. As the night deepened, atop a mountain enveloped by the 10,000 great mountains, 4 figures quietly materialized. Leading them was a young man clad in opulent purple robes, exuding a trace of royal grandeur. Chu Wujia, the 7th prince of the state of Chu. Behind him stood 3 divine path practitioners of the immortal king realm. Your Highness, the aura of the incense from the immortal path emanates from a head. Such a rich essence of incense, if obtained, will allow His Majesty to break through to the immortal emperor realm in one fell swoop. Shao Yichen stroked his beard, a glimmer of greed flickering in his eyes. Chu Wujia nodded, his gaze penetrating as he looked into the distance. Indeed, this divine fire is a treasure that captivates nations. Its power is truly extraordinary. However, my father has instructed us to act discreetly and not reveal our identity as subjects of Chu, for this is the territory of the Great Xia. Cui Shana spoke in a deep voice. Rest assured, Your Highness, we have all altered our appearances. Even if we are discovered, we will not be traced back. Yet, the dangers of the mountains are formidable. I have heard that the Great Xia court has dispatched 2 groups into the mountains, and none have returned. Duan Wuqing chuckled coldly. Dangers? I would welcome a bit of peril. It would deter the multitude from vying for it. Let us proceed to ascertain the situation. With a wave of his hand, Chu Wujia gestured, and the 4 of them swiftly deployed their skills. gliding like specters towards the source of the divine fire. Soon, they reached a hillside overlooking the true immortal temple, concealed within the dense forest. Observing the scene below, what they beheld left them utterly speechless. The valley was ablaze with light, countless figures busily toiling, carving enormous stones into some unknown form. Behind these laborers loomed a colossal black crane with 3 heads, wielding a long whip and mercilessly striking those at work. "What is happening here?" Xiao Chen exclaimed, his eyes wide. The sounds of whipping and anguished cries mingled with the rich aroma of incense, creating an eerie atmosphere that sent shivers down his spine. Chu Wujia's expression shifted dramatically. He could distinctly sense that those below, laboring like slaves, bore the unique aura of divine path cultivators. Are those being enslaved all divine path practitioners? Cui Shanha focused intently, gasping in shock. "No, Your Highness, look. Those in official garb are from the great Xia's city gods. Even the county city gods are present, and those kneeling in the front. My heavens, those are celestial kings." Duan Wuqing's gaze darkened as he fixated on the 3-headed black crane, feeling the chaotic and tainted energy it radiated. To so easily enslave thousands of divine path practitioners, even celestial kings, this is no ordinary malevolence. It must be a being of destruction. At that moment, they heard the frenzied cry of the black crane. "Everyone, move faster. My statue must be completed within a year. Anyone who dares to slack off will be devoured. Boss is formidable." The left head exclaimed excitedly, its greedy eyes scanning the crowd below. "Quickly, punish those who are lazy." The right head roared viciously, displaying an extreme impatience. The 4 exchanged glances, a profound sense of absurdity gripping them. There were nearly 5,000 city gods, yet not a single one dared to rebel. Chu Wujia swallowed hard, his voice dry. Is this the reason why the 2 groups from the Great Xia have met their demise? Xiao Chen watched as the creature mercilessly lashed out, leaving a celestial king bloodied and bruised. He trembled as he spoke. "Your Highness, should we retreat?" Without hesitation, Chu Wujia barked an order. "Withdraw immediately. The waters here run too deep. That creature is undoubtedly a being of destruction. I witnessed it whip a celestial king of the Great Xia. For us to advance would be to court death." As Chu Wuji and his companions were about to make their escape, the crane known as Quanzhun, which had been mercilessly whipping the slaves, suddenly halted its actions. Its 3 heads seemed to sense something, and with a swift movement, all 6 eyes fixated on the grove where the 4 were concealed. A piercing, unnatural laughter erupted from the central head, announcing the arrival of several stealthy mice. A timely addition to the labor force the Taoist was in need of. No sooner had the words left its mouth than Quanzhun's massive form vanished into thin air. "We've been discovered," Xiao Chen cried in terror, urging, "Your Highness, run." The 3 companions, utterly bereft of any resistance, hoisted Chu Wuji and desperately fled down the mountain. They raced forward, the eerie laughter echoing behind them like a haunting specter. "Faster! We must go faster." Xiao Chen was drenched in sweat, his magical energy pushed to its limits. Cui Shanha and Duan Wuqing supported Chu Wuji on either side, their speed akin to lightning, covering several miles in the blink of an eye. "Surely we've shaken it off?" Cui Shanha panted, glancing back to see the valley fading from view. Just as he let out a sigh of relief, preparing to continue their escape, a sudden crash resounded ahead, as though something had materialized in their path. Cui Shanha collided with an icy barrier, and upon looking back, he beheld a tattered Taoist robe, accompanied by the 3 heads of Quanzhun, all wearing sinister smiles directed at him. "My young friend, why the haste? I have yet to properly entertain you." The 3 heads of Quanzhun inclined slowly from different angles, their 6 eyes glinting with madness, greed, and ferocity, locking onto the 4 with unyielding intent. A terrifying aura, mingled with decay and malevolence, descended upon them like an invisible mountain, causing their spirits to tremble and their magical energy to stagnate, rendering even breathing a laborious task. What a fragrant aroma! The leftmost head leaned toward Chu Wuji, its elongated beak nearly touching his nose as it inhaled deeply, intoxicated. "This fellow possesses dragon essence. A vital essence indeed. Devour him. Quickly devour him." The rightmost head, displaying evident impatience, growled menacingly. "What are you waiting for? Just slay them." Yet the central head gently tapped its wings against the others, emitting a strange laugh. "What's the rush? Can't you see our young friends are so overwhelmed by my celestial visage that they are left speechless? We must show courtesy. We are, after all, enlightened immortals. Its frenzied gaze remained fixed on Chu Wuji, the smile growing increasingly sinister. Fear not, my young friend. I merely wish to request a small favor from you. Chapter 46. I am an enlightened immortal. And no, esteemed senior, what matters do you wish to address? Chu Wuji felt his blood run cold, struggling to suppress the urge to kneel as he forced out a few words through clenched teeth. The three immortal kings behind him were ashen-faced, scarcely daring to breathe. Do not be afraid, my young friend. The central head of Quan Zhen grinned with an eerie smile, its tone feigning gentleness. I am an enlightened immortal, not a malevolent spirit that devours humans. Enough of this prattle. Just consume them. It will save us the trouble. The head on the right suddenly erupted in a furious roar, filled with malice. Shut up. One more word, and I'll tear you apart. Quan Zhen instantly became enraged, glaring fiercely at the right head, which immediately fell silent in fear. The left head of Quan Zhen slinked around to Chu Wuji's back, leaning close to his ear, a drop of glistening saliva falling from its corner, whispering, "It's nothing of great consequence. I merely wish to request your assistance in constructing a statue for me. I wonder if that would be permissible?" As it spoke, it greedily inhaled a breath near Chu Wuji's neck, eyes ablaze with unabashed desire. The scent was intoxicating, far too alluring. The descendant of the celestial emperor, imbued with the dragon aura of an entire dynasty. How I long to taste a morsel. The left head involuntarily opened its long beak, the sharp edge nearly grazing Chu Wuji's skin. However, catching sight of the central head's wild, cold gaze fixated upon it, it reluctantly closed its mouth. No, no, this fellow is to be taken for the statue. If I devour him now, the old one will surely unleash his wrath upon me. It pondered, and when it turned back to Chu Wuji, its tone suddenly softened remarkably. Of course, we would never impose upon anyone. Should you be unwilling, you are free to refuse. We are, after all, enlightened beings who adhere to reason. You may turn and leave at any moment. As it spoke, its icy beak brushed against Chu Wuji's cheek, sending a shiver of dread coursing through him. Quickly refuse. Please decline. Allow me to savor a meal. Chu Wuji, feeling the chilling threat of death emanating from the beak pressed against his face, was soon drenched in cold sweat. He could distinctly sense that should he utter a single refusal, he would be devoured alive by this creature in an instant. I am willing. It would be an honor for me to construct a statue for you, esteemed one. Chu Wuji nodded fervently, his voice trembling. Ha ha ha. Now that's the spirit. See, I told you our young friend is clever. The central head of Quan Zhen chuckled in satisfaction. The left head, however, licked its lips in disappointment. TSK. How boring. I had hoped to savor the taste of the dragon aura. Boss, the dragon aura on this kid is simply irresistible. How about we take a bite first? Just a tiny nibble. The right head could not help but suggest. Nonsense. The central head glared fiercely at them. Behave yourselves. This lad still serves a purpose. Once the statue is complete, you can feast to your heart's content. Upon hearing this, despair surged within Chu Wuji, yet he forced a flattering smile. Your wisdom is unparalleled. I shall dedicate myself fully to this task, never to disappoint your expectations. At that moment, Shaoi Qin and the others finally regained their composure. Hurriedly bowing in unison with Chu Wuji, we too wish to serve you, esteemed one. Splendid, splendid. The three heads of Quan Zhen exhibited expressions of satisfaction. Now, I kindly ask you young friends to accompany me back, as we are in need of more hands at the construction site. With that, it extended a colossal claw, unceremoniously grasping all four individuals and soaring into the air. Chu Wuji found himself ensnared in the claw, feeling as though his very insides were being crushed. Yet he dared not resist in the slightest, silently enduring this torment. Soon, they returned to the brightly lit construction site. Observing the diligent labor of the city gods and celestial kings, Chu Wuji felt an overwhelming wave of desolation, never imagining he would descend to such depths. Caw. Allow me to introduce a few new companions. Quan Zhen flung Chu Wuji and his three companions to the ground, loudly calling to those who were working. Come over and meet them. Upon hearing his voice, the city gods paused their tasks and turned around. A minor city god quietly advised Chu Wuji, young master. Please do not resist. As long as you work diligently, this monster will not take our lives. Chu Wuji managed a bitter smile and nodded, contemplating the profound depths of this place, realizing that even the celestial kings had to endure in silence, leaving him to ponder his own fate. Stop chatting. Get to work. Quan Zhen brandished his black whip, striking the minor city god. You newcomers, hurry up and move those stones. Be quick about it. Chu Wuji was roughly shoved towards a pile of massive stones, followed closely by the equally pale Xiao Qin and the others. Hurry, move faster. He Quanzhen's left head roared menacingly, the whip cracking ominously in the air, as Chu Wuji gazed at a stone towering above him, and then at the pallet. Mechanically laboring divine cultivators around him, his heart surged with tumultuous waves. Once exalted city gods, now they toiled like the most abject of slaves. Their official robes tattered and stained with blood. Is this to be my fate? Trembling, Chu Wuji lifted the massive stone, feeling the shattering weight of royal dignity crumble into dust, as despair and humiliation surged like a tide. Caw, little prince, you're quite swift. The left head of He Quanzhen suddenly leaned closer to Chu Wuji, greedily inhaling deeply. The aroma of dragon energy is truly irresistible. The cold, sharp beak brushed against Chu Wuji's neck, sending a chilling sensation coursing through him. Frozen in fear, he trembled, acutely aware of the monster's ravenous desire, as if he were to be devoured in the next moment. With a sharp crack, the black whip struck a celestial king who was a moment too slow. Ah! The celestial king cried out, his incense power bizarrely drained, leaving him weakened. Witnessing this, Chu Wuji's heart sank deeper into terror. Soon, he too experienced the sting of the whip. Crack! The lash struck his back, inflicting pain akin to that of a mortal, and peculiarly, he felt the dragon energy within him gradually dissipating. It hurts. Chu Wuji gritted his teeth, suppressing his cries, fully aware that resistance would spell his doom. Chapter 47. Ascension 3 days later, on the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains. The 5 million troops of the Great Xia court surged like a tidal wave, their banners obscuring the sky, their weapons forming a formidable forest. Countless civilians had been conscripted, bearing thousands of divine statues, steadily advancing towards the 10,000 Great Mountains. A splendid royal sedan chair adorned with 9 golden dragons traverses the landscape, crafted entirely from purple gold, exuding an air of imperial grandeur. Flanking the sedan are 30 celestial kings, resplendent in their crimson robes, riding valiantly to provide protection. Each of these dignitaries serves as a pillar of the great Xia dynasty, their presence commanding awe and reverence. Your Majesty, what need have you to personally undertake this journey into the treacherous mountains? Inquired an elder celestial king with flowing white beard, his tone tinged with skepticism. With the combined strength of us 30 celestial kings and 1,000,000 divine soldiers, even in demise, we could contend with the challenges that lie ahead. Your personal involvement seems superfluous. From within the sedan, a voice resonated. Fu Qing, how long have you served me? How is it that your impulsive nature remains unchanged? This matter pertains to my ascension to the realm of the immortal emperor, and carelessness is not an option. Upon hearing this, Fu Qing erupted in laughter. Your Majesty, do not jest with this old servant. I have been by your side for 5 millennia. During that time, you were already the immortal emperor. The incense accumulated over these years is ample for your ascension. There is no need to venture into the treacherous mountains to seize that incense. After a brief silence, the voice within the sedan responded with praise. Indeed, you are astute. My purpose in entering the mountains is not to chase that incense. It does not warrant my personal attention. Then why, your Majesty? The eyes of all the celestial kings turned inquisitively towards him, recalling that merely 3 days prior, he had expressed vehement anger over this very matter, only to now display a change of heart. The sovereign of Great Xia did not speak directly, but communicated telepathically to the celestial kings. My previous fury was merely a ruse to deceive foreign spies. My true objective for this journey is altogether different. The celestial kings, intrigued, pressed on. Might we know your intentions, your Majesty? At this juncture, the countenance of the great Xia sovereign grew grave. With a flick of his hand, he conjured a barrier that enveloped all the celestial kings before he spoke. Are you aware of the fate of the ruler of the great Zhou dynasty when it fell 10,000 years ago? The celestial kings were taken aback, exchanging glances of astonishment. One middle-aged celestial king could not restrain himself. Your Majesty, is it not said that the ruler perished upon returning from the treacherous mountains? If otherwise, how could the once mighty great Zhou dynasty disintegrate overnight into the 8 nations we now are? The others nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting a shared confusion. Indeed, your Majesty, the great Zhou dynasty once dominated the heavens and the earth, and its ruler was a legendary peak immortal emperor. If he still lives, How could we 8 nations claim a share of Zhou's territory? The elder continued, I have also heard that after the ruler returned from the mountains, he was never seen again, leading to the belief that he had fallen. The great Xia sovereign let out a cold laugh, his voice laced with derision. Fallen? You have all been deceived. The ruler of Great Zhou was not so easily vanquished. He did not perish, he ascended. Ascended? This declaration sent shockwaves through the 30 celestial kings, even the typically composed Fu Qing gasping in disbelief. Ascended? Your Majesty, how can this be possible? Fu Qing stammered. Throughout history, no one has ever achieved ascension. Not even the legends have spoken of such feats. The other celestial kings nodded, their faces a tapestry of disbelief. Indeed, Your Majesty, if there truly exists a method for ascension, why has no one succeeded in the past millennia? Surely, Your Majesty cannot be swayed by mere rumors? The sovereign of the great Xia chuckled coldly, his tone dripping with certainty. You frogs at the bottom of the well, would I speak without foundation? The sovereign of the great Zhou has indeed ascended, and I know precisely how he accomplished it. Seeing the expressions of the celestial kings still rife with skepticism, the great Xia sovereign's voice turned increasingly frigid. He relied upon a scripture, the scripture of ascension. After the demise of the great Zhou, this scripture was divided into 9 parts, with each of us sovereigns of the 8 nations acquiring one. The scripture of ascension? Fu Qing furrowed her brow. Was it not this very scripture that Your Majesty practiced? If it truly possessed such miraculous efficacy, why did the sovereigns of the other 7 nations not exchange it? Foolish, the great Xia sovereign retorted vehemently. What we possess is merely the latter half of the scripture. The true essence, the upper half that enables ascension, remains elusive to this day. My journey to the 10,000 great mountains is to seek that lost upper half. The celestial kings finally grasped the gravity of the situation, yet their confusion deepened. How can Your Majesty be sure that the upper half of the scripture resides in the 10,000 great mountains? The great Xia sovereign's sharp gaze swept over the assembly, a cold smirk playing at his lips. Do you think I conjure this from thin air? 10 millennia ago, an emperor of the great Zhou escaped from the 10,000 great mountains. Though his mind was clouded, he spoke in fragmented whispers of a staggering secret before his demise. 10 millennia prior, the sovereign of the great Zhou had struck a bargain with the lord of those mountains, surrendering the upper half of the scripture of ascension in exchange for a promise from the mountain lord not to emerge from the 10,000 great mountains for a millennium. What? A transaction with the mountain lord? The revelation sent a shockwave more intense than the earlier mention of ascension. Fu Qing's complexion turned ashen. Your Majesty, you must not. The mountain lord of the 10,000 great mountains is a being on par with the sovereign of the great Zhou. Now, after 10 millennia, having cultivated the scripture of ascension, his power must have transcended the realm of the celestial emperors. If we venture forth, it would be akin to seeking death. Another middle-aged celestial king hastily concurred, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Your Majesty, you must not go. A creature that has lived for 10,000 years is beyond imagination and strength. Our 500,000 troops may not even suffice as a mere snack for him. Fear swiftly replaced their initial bravado. They were not afraid of battle nor of death, but they dreaded the prospect of an utterly hopeless demise. To attempt to seize something from the hands of a being who had cultivated for 10,000 years was sheer madness. Observing the terror etched on their faces, the great Xia sovereign felt no trepidation. Instead, he let out a scornful laugh. A bunch of fools. Do you think the sovereign of the great Zhou is as foolish as you? What he possesses is merely a half-true, half-false scripture of ascension. The sovereign of the great Zhou is no ordinary character. He calculated that the mountain lord, being inherently suspicious, would inevitably retreat into seclusion to diligently cultivate the scripture, never revealing it easily. And after 10 millennia, I dare assert that the mountain lord, if he has not perished outright, has likely rendered himself half dead through his cultivation. The 30 celestial kings stood as if struck by lightning, frozen in place as a tempest of thoughts surged within their minds. A grand deception, using a false scripture to ensnare an ancient existence. They finally comprehended why the ruler of the great Xia was so resolute, why he chose this pivotal moment, coinciding with the culmination of 100,000 years, to launch a grand offensive. It turned out that everything was part of his intricate scheme. The eyes of the great Xia sovereign sparkled with a frenzied ambition. The ruler of the great Zhou had laid down a trap for 100,000 years. And now it was this emperor's time to reap the rewards. The master of the mountain had already become a mere skeleton in the grave. while the true upper half of the Ascension Tao scripture lay quietly within the mountain, awaiting its new master. Just as He Chuanjin wielded the black whip to chastise Chu Wuji and others, its three heads suddenly lifted in unison, gazing towards the periphery of the 100,000 mountains. Cawing with delight, the central head of He Chuanjin emitted a shrill, eerie laughter, its 6 eyes gleaming with excitement. This time, a considerable number had arrived, 500,000 souls. Ha ha ha, it seems the Taoist's idol has sufficient labor now. The left head, the second, greedily licked its beak, exclaiming, "Boss! So many people. This will sustain us for quite a while." The right head, the third, nodded enthusiastically, "Yes, yes. Capture them all. Not a single one left behind." He Chuanjin raised a hand to silence the clamoring of the two heads, its eyes swirling in contemplation for a moment before it abruptly flapped its wings. "It is too exhausting for me to go personally. I must oversee this group of fools at work." With that, it turned and walked towards the grand hall of the true immortal temple, while those laboring, including the city god and Chu Wuji, looked on curiously at its actions. He Chuanjin pushed open the doors of the grand hall, revealing 35 uniquely shaped jars. Approaching the leftmost black jar, intricately engraved with bizarre runes and emanating a foreboding aura, He Chuanjin exclaimed, "Caw caw caw, little one, it is your turn to work." With a swift motion, it lifted the jar's lid. Boom! A dense, almost tangible black mist erupted from the jar, swirling and twisting through the air like ink. The terrifying aura spread outward like a tide, sending shivers deep within the souls of all present, even those hundreds of meters away at the construction site. "What on earth is this?" A county city god gasped, his eyes wide with terror as the stone he had been holding clattered to the ground. Chu Wuji, struck as if by lightning, slumped to the ground. The despair, hatred, and bloodlust contained within that aura instilled a profound fear in him, even as a well-versed prince. "This is a calamity, a true calamity." Xiao Yichen's voice trembled violently. "Oh heavens, there truly is a calamity." The black mist coalesced in the air into a vague humanoid silhouette, although its specific form was indistinguishable. The malevolent aura emanating from it rendered all present breathless with an oppressive dread. The black mist emitted a hoarse voice, akin to a torn bellows. Imbued with evident fear and respect, "You have summoned me. What are your commands?" He Chuanjin nodded in satisfaction, pointing towards the outskirts of the 100,000 mountains. "Do you see? 500,000 souls are approaching. I require you to capture every last one. Not a single soul spared. Upon the completion of this task, I may consider releasing you." The black mist visibly quivered with excitement, its voice trembling. "Really? Truly? Oh, true immortal? You will really release me?" "Gaga, it is indeed true. I, the humble Taoist, never utter falsehoods." He Chuanjin laughed maniacally. "I wish to go. I wish to go. True immortal, allow me to venture forth. I am stronger than him. Choose me. Select me. I assure you I shall complete the task." Suddenly, the remaining 34 jars began to shake violently, emitting a cacophony of sounds. Some were sharp and piercing, others deep and hoarse, and some akin to the howls of wild beasts, all clamoring for this mission. "Silence! All of you be silent!" He Chuanjin bellowed, his 3 heads seething with rage. "Whoever I choose shall go. Do you think you have the right to interject?" With a powerful flap of his wing, he sent several of the loudest jars tumbling, their voices instantly dwindling to feeble whimpers. "Dare to speak again, and I shall devour you all," He Chuanjin threatened. The swirling black mist seized the moment to ingratiate itself. "True immortal, you are wise. Those rascals cannot stand to see the young prosper. Fear not, I shall certainly fulfill the task and return all those individuals to you." After receiving He Chuanjin's nod, the black mist transformed into a dark streak, soaring rapidly toward the periphery of the 10,000 great mountains. At that moment, the 500,000 troops of the Great Xia Empire were encamped within the mountains, preparing to march forth the next day. "Your Majesty, scouts report unusual movements deep within the 10,000 great mountains, as if something is approaching us," Fu Qing reported, riding up to the dragon carriage. Inside the carriage, the sovereign of the Great Xia let out a disdainful laugh. "Excellent. I was just eager to see which reckless specter dares to trouble me." Before his words could fade, an impenetrable black cloud suddenly appeared in the sky, as though a massive ink blot had been splattered across the heavens. Immediately thereafter, a suffocating aura of terror descended, enveloping the entire military camp. "What is this?" Fu Qing's expression changed dramatically, the power of the celestial king within him trembling uncontrollably. The other 29 celestial kings also turned pale, acutely aware that the despair and malice contained within that black mist were 100 times more horrifying than any malevolent entity they had ever encountered. Disaster! This is calamity! An elder celestial king exclaimed in terror. How can this be? Wasn't calamity thought to be extinct? The sovereign of the great Xia within the dragon carriage also turned pale, abruptly lifting the curtain to gaze at the rapidly descending black mist. Genuine shock reflected in his eyes for the first time. Impossible! How can calamity still exist? His voice quivered. The black mist circled above the military camp, emitting a shrill, eerie cackle. 500,000 devout practitioners of the divine path. The true immortal did not deceive me. If I can capture you all, I shall be free. As the words fell, the black mist instantly split into countless thin strands, casting a net over the entire military camp. All personnel, heed my command. Form up to confront the enemy. The sovereign of the great Xia could no longer care for dignity, bursting forth from the dragon carriage, radiating brilliant golden light. The 30 celestial kings likewise did not dare delay, each summoning their magical artifacts, a kaleidoscope of divine light shooting skyward. 500 million divine warriors roared in unison, as countless strands of incense power converged into a colossal golden beam, soaring into the heavens. A mere tribulation? This emperor commands 500 million incenses. How could you possibly intimidate me? The sovereign of the great Xia bellowed, forming seals with his hands. 9 golden dragons erupted from his being, swirling in the air to coalesce into a vast dragon-shaped formation, hurtling towards the dark mist with tremendous force. Cackling with delight, the dark mist did not retreat, but eagerly advanced. With a thunderous crash, the moment the golden light collided with the dark mist, the entire world trembled. A terrifying shockwave radiated in all directions, reducing the mountains and trees within 100 miles to dust. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the 9 golden dragons began to disintegrate upon contact with the dark mist, emitting mournful cries. Impossible! The sovereign of the great Xia gaped in disbelief at the scene before him. How could his 9-dragon annihilation formation falter so swiftly? The dark mist erupted in triumphant laughter. Cackle! Fool! A mere immortal emperor dares to be so arrogant. As it spoke, the dark mist breached the defenses of the 9 dragons formation and lunged directly at the sovereign of the great Xia. Your Majesty, be careful! Fu Qing shouted, brandishing a blue longsword and charging forward. The other immortal kings also sprang into action, unleashing a barrage of magical treasures and divine abilities upon the dark mist. However, despair washed over them as, regardless of the ferocity of their assaults, the divine light emanating from the incense dissipated upon contact with the dark mist, which only grew stronger as it absorbed their attacks. Chapter 49, Capture Cackle. This incense is simply a treasure. The dark mist grew bolder with each battle, and despite the relentless onslaught of divine light, it neither weakened nor faltered. Instead, it flourished. The sovereign of the great Xia's countenance turned ashen. He never anticipated this tribulation to be so fearsome, capable of directly devouring incense power. Everyone, heed my command. Retreat. Immediate retreat. The sovereign of the great Xia finally recognized the peril and decisively ordered a withdrawal. Yet, how could the dark mist allow its prize to escape? Attempting to flee? Cackle. The true immortal decreed that none shall be spared. In an instant, the dark mist split into countless tendrils, extending like an octopus in all directions. Those soldiers who attempted to flee found themselves ensnared by the black tendrils, dragged back to their original spots in an instant. Even more bizarrely, those ensnared did not perish. Their eyes became hollow and devoid of life, standing motionless like soulless husks. What on earth is this? Fu Qing stared in horror as comrades were successively controlled by the dark mist, the blue long sword in his grasp trembling. Cackle. Do not worry. I shan't slay you. The true immortal desires living specimens. Surrender willingly to avoid suffering. The dark mist chuckled with glee as its tendrils continued to spread. The sovereign of the great Xia gritted his teeth, but faced with this creature capable of consuming incense, all his strategies fell flat. As he witnessed his army succumb to control one by one, a profound despair welled up within him. Your Majesty, you must flee. We shall hold it off. Several loyal immortal kings stood before the sovereign of the great Xia, bracing themselves for a desperate struggle. No need. The sovereign of the great Xia kingdom let out a bitter laugh. gazing at the ever-expanding mass of dark energy in the sky. Since escape was futile, he resolved to uncover the true identity of the mastermind behind it. In merely an hour, 500,000 soldiers were entirely ensnared by the dark energy, standing in perfect unison like marionettes. The dark energy, satisfied, retracted its tendrils and reformed into a humanoid silhouette, cackling. Ha ha ha. The task is complete. Now, let us return to meet the true immortal. Thus, under the influence of the dark energy, the 500,000 soldiers marched forth like an army of ants, advancing deep into the 10,000 great mountains. Meanwhile, at the construction site of the true immortal temple, Chu Wuji and others beheld the ominous dark cloud looming in the distance, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves of dread. What manner of creature is that? Even the immortal emperor is no match for it, trembled a city god. The calamity that was believed to be extinct. Xiao Yiqian's face turned ashen. It is over. Utterly over. If even the calamity can be commanded, what in the world is this madman? Chu Wuji sank into the depths of despair. He had once believed that the 500,000 soldiers of the great Xia court could rescue them from their plight, yet they could not even endure for an hour. Ha ha ha. My young friends, do you hear that commotion outside? The little creatures I sent out are remarkably efficient. They've completed their tasks so swiftly, exclaimed He Chuanjin, with 3 heads beaming with pride. Our leader is truly formidable. One calamity has resolved 500,000 soldiers. Praised the head on the left, sycophantically. Ha ha. Those fools still wish to rampage in the 10,000 great mountains. They truly do not know the meaning of danger. The head on the right chimed in excitedly. The central head, even more self-satisfied, declared, ha ha ha. I have stated before, I am a transcendent true immortal. How could mere mortals contend with me? Soon, a thunderous sound of footsteps echoed from afar, reminiscent of 1,000 troops trampling the earth. Chu Wuji lifted his gaze to behold a densely packed throng advancing toward them. At the forefront stood the great Xia sovereign clad in a dragon robe. Yet their eyes were eerily vacant, their expressions devoid of emotion, moving mechanically like soulless corpses. Heavens! It truly is 500,000. Chu Wuji gasped, and it appeared they were still alive, merely under control. Such a method was utterly unprecedented. Xiao Yiqian's voice trembled. The dark energy floated above the formation, respectfully reporting to He Chuanjin, true immortal. I have fulfilled my mission. All 500,000 are accounted for. Ha ha ha. Excellent work. Truly exceptional. He Chuanjin's 3 heads beamed with joy, exclaiming that the pace of constructing the divine statues could now accelerate significantly. Pointing at the controlled army, he commanded, assign them to the construction site. Remember, they must work diligently and not slack off. Yes, true immortal. The dark energy promptly complied, directing the subdued soldiers to join the ranks of statue builders. Witnessing this surreal spectacle, Chu Wuji fell into utter despair. If even the great Xia court had succumbed, what hope remained for them? Meanwhile, He Chuanjin grew increasingly exhilarated, exclaiming, ha ha ha, marvelous. 500,000 laborers. The divine statue will soon be completed. At that time, I shall receive the homage of myriad races. As he gazed upon the grand procession, Chu Wuji's attention was abruptly captured by a familiar figure at the forefront. It was the sovereign of the Daxia kingdom. Chu Wuji widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at the man clad in the dragon robe. Even in a state of subjugation, the innate imperial majesty emanating from the Daxia monarch remained distinctly apparent. However, his once piercing gaze now appeared hollow and devoid of life, resembling that of a lifeless fish. A torrent of complex emotions surged within Chu Wuji's heart. The Daxia sovereign was a formidable being at the realm of the immortal emperor, a rarity across the entire 9 provinces, yet he had now fallen to a fate akin to their own. Xiao Lao Chui Lao Duan Lao, do you possess any means to break the hold of that calamity? Can we restore the Daxia sovereign's consciousness? Chu Wuji whispered urgently to the 3 individuals beside him. Xiao Yiqian let out a bitter smile and shook his head. Your Highness, you overestimate my capabilities. That is a legendary calamity. As a mere immortal king, I have no knowledge of how to combat such primordial malevolence. The other 2 swiftly nodded in agreement. Your Highness, this old minister is equally powerless. Such calamities can contend with even the immortal emperors. Once ensnared, only an immortal emperor can intervene, otherwise, there is no resolution. Yet, should we manage to restore the Daxia sovereign's consciousness, perhaps we might find a glimmer of hope. After all, he is a being of the immortal emperor realm. He might be able to lead us to safety, or at the very least, Send a message to my father, Chu Wujie insisted, unwilling to concede. Xiao Qin replied with a bitter smile, Your Highness, did you not see? The Daxia sovereign, accompanied by 30 immortal kings and 500,000 troops, suffered such a devastating defeat. Even if he regained his senses, what difference would it make? Before that madman, even an immortal emperor is but an ant. Cui Shanhe concurred. Indeed, Your Highness, we must accept our fate. Surviving is already a stroke of fortune, so let us not entertain thoughts of escape. Chu Wujie observed the controlled soldiers mechanically progressing toward the worksite, and the flicker of hope within him was extinguished entirely. As night fell, the worksite remained illuminated. The 500,000 soldiers, under control, tirelessly transported massive stones like machines, their movements synchronized yet lifeless, resembling mere walking corpses. He Quanzhen looked on with satisfaction at his unfinished statue, 3 heads, all displaying expressions of pride. Gaha, this efficiency truly pleases me. At this rate, my statue shall be completed in less than half a year. The central head laughed maniacally. Boss, the imperial aura emanating from that man in the dragon robe is utterly enticing. I wish to take a bite. The left head greedily remarked, licking its beak and fixating on the Daxia sovereign, who was laboriously moving stones. Silence. The central head glared fiercely. That is for me to savor slowly. If you dare touch him, I shall tear you apart. The right head muttered defiantly. Why should you monopolize all the treasures? We are part of this body too. Indeed, you are far too domineering, boss. The left head echoed in complaint. He Quanzhen, enraged, saw the 3 heads start to bicker and bite at each other. I am the boss. My word is law. You 2 worthless beings, be quiet. At that moment, in a corner of the construction site, the sovereign of the great Xia Qingyuan, was mechanically transporting stones. Suddenly, a gentle white light emanated from his chest. Though faint, it shone distinctly in the darkness, as if something was awakening from within him. The white light grew brighter, ultimately coalescing into several ancient pages that hovered before Xia Qingyuan, exuding an aura of profound and sacred mystery. His gaze sharpened, the vacant expression vanishing, replaced by shock and confusion. The Ascension Tao Sutra, the very remnants of the technique he had cultivated for 5 millennia, floated before him. Xia Qingyuan hastily glanced around, and upon witnessing the scene before him, he felt as though struck by lightning. An endless throng was laboring to transport stones, constructing a colossal statue, their eyes uniformly vacant, as if they had lost their souls. To his utter astonishment, he recognized these individuals. Their identities were unmistakable. They were his army, his celestial kings, his subjects. What on earth had transpired? Xia Qingyuan's voice trembled as memories surged back like a tide. He recalled leading 500,000 troops into the 10,000 Great Mountains, only to encounter a terrifying calamity, after which all memory faded. Had we all fallen under the control of that disaster? Waves of turmoil roiled within him. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, soon spotting a terrifying 3-headed crane engaging him in combat. Was that the puppet master? Narrowing his eyes, he keenly sensed the aura emanating from the monstrous bird. Upon perceiving the chaotic, tainted, and overwhelmingly despairing presence of the crane, Xia Qingyuan's complexion turned ashen. This aura surpassed any existence he had ever encountered. A profound shock surged within him as he realized he was facing a terror beyond imagination. Yet, even more astonishing was the unusual movement of the pages hovering before him. The remnants of the Ascension Tao Sutra had manifested at this moment of crisis, seemingly aiding him in breaking free from control. Could it be that the upper half of the Ascension Tao Sutra truly existed here? A mixture of shock and exhilaration filled Xia Qingyuan. He had initially considered it mere speculation, yet the reaction of the remnants confirmed his hypothesis. However, the current predicament left him in a quandary. The power of the 3-headed monstrosity was unfathomable, and any rash action would lead to his demise. He needed to devise a plan to rescue Fu Qing and the others before considering his next move. Lowering his body, he feigned continued labor, all the while discreetly observing his surroundings. Damn it! If you dare to steal from me again, I'll tear you apart. The central head of the crane erupted in fury, snapping its sharp beak at the heads on either side. Ah, spare us, Great One. We were wrong. We were wrong. The left and right heads cried out in distress, but the middle head paid them no heed, brutally gnawing off half of each, blood spilling profusely. Yet, in mere moments, the devoured heads regrew, now tinged with a hint of fear in their eyes. The two figures exchanged a glance, astonishment flickering in their eyes. They had not anticipated that this ancient being could excavate the organs for such an extended period without any diminishment in strength. Time swiftly passed, and 5 days elapsed. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital of the Great Xia, within the Golden Luan Hall, the crown prince, Xia Hongchang, donned in his princely attire, sat gravely upon the dragon throne. The hall was filled with civil and military officials, each visage marked by concern. My esteemed ministers, Xia Hongchang spoke with gravity. My father has led an army of 500,000 into the 10,000 great mountains for 10 days, yet we have received no word. What do you propose we do? A heavy silence enveloped the hall as the officials exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. The Minister of War, trembling, stepped forward and addressed the Crown Prince. According to the pace of His Majesty's march, he should have reached his destination by now, yet no news has returned. I fear. How dare you? The Crown Prince slammed his hand upon the armrest. My father is a transcendent sovereign. How could anything possibly befall him? Your Highness, please temper your anger. The officials hastily knelt, seeking forgiveness. At that moment, an elderly sage, his hair and beard white as snow, slowly stepped forward. He was one of the remaining 60 sages in the court, known as Wang Qingfeng. Your Highness, I have something to convey. Wang Qingfeng's aged voice resonated within the hall. Please, speak, Elder Wang. Your Highness, His Majesty has taken away 30% of the court sages. The court is now vulnerable, should an unforeseen event befall him. Our great Xia may swiftly become a target for the other 7 nations. Wang Qingfeng's words trailed off, unable to continue. Xia Hongchang's complexion paled instantly. He understood the implication of Wang's words. If anything were to happen to his father, Great Xia would undoubtedly be seen as ripe for plunder by the other nations. Impossible. Xia Hongchang declared fiercely, my father is wise and formidable. He will not come to harm. Another sage, Li Xuanji, also stepped forward. Your Highness, I believe we must prepare for the worst. With only 60 sages remaining, if the other 7 nations seize this opportunity to attack, we would be defenseless. Enough. Xia Hongchang slammed the table in anger. I refuse to entertain such despairing thoughts. My father will return safely. The officials bowed their heads, remaining silent. Yet each understood the gravity of the situation. The ruler might indeed be in peril. Wang Qingfeng sighed. Your Highness, I advise that we immediately send envoys to the other 7 nations to assert our enduring strength, lest they entertain any malevolent thoughts. Furthermore, we must fortify our borders and summon the garrison from all regions back to the capital, just in case. Li Xuanji concurred. Indeed, Your Highness. Xia Hongchang clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms. Are you suggesting that my father? Your Highness, the officials knelt in unison. We are merely preparing for unforeseen circumstances. Yet, deep down, they all understood that a storm might soon be brewing over Great Xia. Chapter 51. Breaking free from control in the depths of the night. The construction site remained brightly lit. Xia Qingyuan cautiously approached Fu Qing, seizing a moment amid the transportation of stones to subtly guide the faint white light of the Ascension Tao scripture towards him. The white glow entwined around Fu Qing like delicate threads, and moments later, the emptiness in Fu Qing's gaze suddenly regained focus. Your Majesty? Fu Qing began to speak, but Xia Qingyuan immediately gestured for silence. Silence. Feign normalcy, Xia Qingyuan whispered. We are under the control of that bandit. We must devise a means to rescue the others. Fu Qing stared in shock at the densely packed crowd around them, finally grasping the perilous nature of their predicament. In the ensuing moments, Xia Qingyuan cautiously wielded the power of the Ascension Tao scripture, liberating the remaining celestial kings one by one. Each rescued individual displayed a similar look of astonishment, then, at Xia Qingyuan's signal, resumed their act of feigned captivity. From a distant peak, He Chuanjin's 3 heads silently surveyed the construction site, their 6 eyes glimmering with an eerie light. How intriguing! The central head chuckled ominously. Someone has managed to break free from that little creature's grasp. The left head inquired curiously, what treasures does that fellow in the dragon robe possess? Such a pure radiance emanates from him. He Chuanjin scrutinized the floating pages before Xia Qingyuan's chest, and suddenly, all 3 heads widened their eyes in unison. That is the Tao scripture. Truly, heaven has favored this poor Taoist. Someone has delivered themselves right to our doorstep. Quickly, let us seize it. The left head trembled with excitement. Patience, patience. The central head replied, let me first gather my qi. That is merely a fragment. Just then, the swirling black mist approached, its voice raspy as it reported, "True immortal. Those individuals seem to have escaped the little one's control. They require my intervention. Pay them no mind." He Chuanjin waved a wing dismissively. As long as they continue to labor, they cannot escape the 10,000 great mountains. The black mist appeared perplexed. But, true immortal, what if what? He Chuanjin's 3 heads turned simultaneously, their 6 eyes flashing with a dangerous glint. Are you questioning this Taoist decision? And no, of course not. The black mist retreated hastily. I shall obey. At the construction site, Xiaqing Yuan had quietly rescued over 20 celestial kings. On the surface, they continued to transport stones, yet they were secretly deliberating strategies. Your Majesty, what shall we do now? Fu Qing whispered. Xiaqing Yuan gazed at the towering statue in the distance, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. First, we must find a way to rescue more individuals. Then we shall deliberate further. The creature's power is unfathomable, and confronting it head-on would be folly. Another celestial king whispered, Your Majesty, how does your fragment of the Tao scripture manage to break the bandits' control? This indicates that the upper half of the Ascension Tao scripture indeed lies deep within the 10,000 great mountains. The fragment must have sensed it, prompting its manifestation. However, our immediate priority is survival. Everything else can wait, Xiaqing Yuan replied gravely. As the crowd murmured, Chu Wuji suddenly noticed the unusual behavior of Xiaqing Yuan and the others. They appeared different from the rest. He observed closely, realizing that despite their labor, the eyes of Xiaqing Yuan and the others were remarkably clear. Shao Yiqin also perceived the anomaly. Your Highness, look at that ruler of the great Xia. It seems something is glowing upon him. Seeing the peculiar actions of Xiaqing Yuan and his companions stirred a rush of excitement within Chu Wuji. Shao, do you see? The ruler of the great Xia seems to have regained his senses. I believe we should approach them and communicate. Perhaps we can devise a solution. Upon hearing this, Shao Yiqin's expression drastically changed, and he hastily shook his head, exclaiming, Your Highness, you must not. Why? Chu Wujia inquired, bewildered. We are all in this together and should unite, he added. Cui Shanhe let out a wry smile and replied, Your Highness, have you forgotten our identities? We have stealthily infiltrated the Great Xia territory to gather intelligence. Revealing our identities now would be akin to walking into a trap. Duan Qingshan quickly interjected, Indeed, Your Highness. Although we are all trapped here now, should the ruler of Great Xia discover our true identities, he may very well direct his wrath towards us. Chu Wujia frowned slightly. But in this current predicament, is there really a distinction between friend and foe? We are all prisoners beneath that madman and should join forces. Shao Yiqin shook his head, saying, Your Highness, your perspective is overly simplistic. Although on the surface, Great Xia and our Chu kingdom appear harmonious, there are many underhanded dealings beneath. As a prince of Chu, your presence in Great Xia is already questionable. What if Xiaqing Yuan suspects we are here to take advantage of the chaos? Cui Shanhe nodded in agreement. Brother Shao is correct. Moreover, our trio has a history within the Great Xia court. If our identities were to be exposed, the consequences would be dire. Chu Wujia gazed at Xiaqing Yuan and the others in the distance, his heart filled with conflicting emotions. But can we simply wait idly by? He asked, unwilling to accept the situation. Your Highness, we should maintain a low profile for now, Duan Qingshan advised. Our foremost priority is survival. Everything else is secondary. Although Xiaqing Yuan has regained his senses, he remains powerless against that madman, and our presence would not be of assistance. Shao Yiqin sighed. Indeed, Your Highness. Our identities are far too sensitive. Should we be discovered as spies from Chu, we might be scapegoated. Listening to the counsel of his companions, Chu Wujia felt a pang of reluctance, but recognized the validity of their arguments. In such a perilous situation, exposing their identities indeed posed a tremendous risk. Are we to simply watch without acting? He queried, frustration evident in his voice. Your Highness, let us first observe the situation and see what actions the ruler of Great Xia takes. If an opportunity arises, we can devise a plan to make contact. Shao Yiqin suggested quietly. In the following days, Xiaqing Yuan feigned compliance while secretly observing the entire construction site. He discerned a crucial pattern. The 3-headed monstrous crane rarely patrolled in person, spending most of its time within the main hall of the true immortal temple, while a swirling black mist roamed the site, supervising the workers. It appeared that this madman was not overly concerned about them. As long as they presented themselves as controlled, the catastrophe would not suspect them. This realization ignited a flicker of hope within Xiaqing Yuan. At least during the day, they had a relatively free space to move, allowing for quiet exchanges and the formulation of plans. Chapter 52. The success of the 5 Qi returning to origin? Your Majesty, have you made any discoveries? Fu Qing quietly inquired during a brief moment while transporting stones. Xia Qingyuan nodded. That madman is incredibly lazy, essentially neglecting us. As long as we diligently carry out our tasks, that entity will not pay excessive attention to us, which is indeed fortunate. Another celestial monarch lowered his voice and inquired, Your Majesty, might we seize this opportunity to contemplate an escape? Escape? Xia Qingyuan responded with a bitter smile. Have you not sensed the restrictions imposed upon the vast mountains? The space here is utterly sealed. We cannot even fly, let alone burrow underground. The celestial monarchs exchanged glances, their faces darkening. Indeed, they had attempted various methods in recent days, but whether through spatial spells or underground techniques, everything had proven ineffective. Are we to await our demise here? One celestial monarch asked, frustration evident in his tone. Xia Qingyuan cast his gaze toward the increasingly towering statue in the distance. Speaking solemnly, not necessarily. That madman instructed us to construct this statue for a reason. If we can discern its true intent, perhaps we may uncover a path to liberation. As they deliberated, the swirling black mist suddenly approached, rasping, You lot. Move swiftly. The true immortal demands the completion of the statue's left arm today. The group hastily bowed their heads, feigning trepidation while hastening their efforts. The black mist circled around them, seemingly on the verge of saying something, yet ultimately drifted away. It appears that this calamity is not particularly astute, Fu Qing murmured quietly. Xia Qingyuan, contemplating the direction in which the black mist had departed, remarked, No. It is quite intelligent, merely suppressed by that madman to such an extent that it dares not overstep its bounds. Did you notice? This calamity's fear of that madman is profoundly genuine. What does Your Majesty imply? That madman possesses the ability to subdue the legendary calamity. His power likely surpasses our wildest imaginations. 49 days swiftly elapsed. At the construction site, Xia Qingyuan and his companions continued to mechanically transport stones. Yet their focus remained fixed on the distant true immortal temple. In recent days, the temple had been echoing with the manic laughter of Hichuanjin, accompanied by waves of eerie black mist. Gaga gaga. The time has come. The time has come. The central head of Hichuanjin screeched excitedly within the grand hall. 49 days have concluded. My organs have perfectly merged with the 5 elemental ley lines. Now is the moment to reintegrate them into my body and achieve the true 5 Qi returning to origin. The second head on the left and the third head on the right exchanged knowing glances, a glimmer of cunning flashing in their eyes. They had long been aware that this so-called 5 Qi returning to origin was nothing but the fabrications of that city god. Yet they were eager for this madman to exhaust himself. Eldest brother, you are indeed destined to be the true immortal. The second head exclaimed faint excitement. Once you complete the 5 Qi returning to origin, you shall ascend and look down upon all others. Indeed, indeed. The third head chimed in, Eldest brother, quickly retrieve your organs. We can hardly wait to witness your magnificent transformation into an immortal. The central head of Hichuanjin nodded with satisfaction. At last. You two have spoken some sense. Let us reclaim my organs. With that, it commanded its massive form to dash out of the grand hall, soaring toward the 5 locations in the courtyard where the organs were buried. In the east, the liver was buried, and the black earth churned as a burst of green light soared into the sky. The liver had undergone a complete transformation, its surface adorned with bizarre black patterns. Exuding a dense aura of death, cackling with excitement, Hichuanjin eagerly consumed the liver. In the south, a crimson radiance shot upwards, and the heart pulsated, each beat accompanied by a strange black mist. The lungs in the west shimmered with white light, yet within that brilliance lingered an eerie stillness. The kidneys in the north, as dark as jet, emanated a chilling cold. The central spleen radiated a sickly yellow glow, reminiscent of putrid corpse oil. Hichuanjin devoured all 5 organs. And as the last spleen settled in his belly, his body began to tremble violently. Cackling with glee, he exclaimed, I can feel it. I have sensed it. This is the power of the 5 Qi returning to origin. The central head laughed maniacally, and the black mist swirling around him intensified. Hichuanjin's strength did not diminish. Rather, due to these 49 days of unique cultivation, it had grown even more formidable. The 5 organs he had buried underground. Under the influence of the black mist, had morphed into something even more uncanny than before. The left head, old too, cursed inwardly. Damn it. How is this lunatic still alive? Look at the state he's in, yet he appears more vibrant than ever. The right head, old 3, roared silently. This can't be right. By all accounts, he should have perished by now. Why does he seem even stronger? Though both heads were filled with resentment, they feigned admiration on the surface. Congratulations, big brother. Our heartfelt congratulations. Your mastery of the 5 chi returning to origin is truly earth-shattering. Indeed, you must have transcended to true immortality. He Chuanjin shook his central head, a flicker of clarity crossing his eyes. No, I have not yet become an immortal. Although I have achieved the 5 chi returning to origin, I feel as if something is still amiss. The 3 heads of He Chuanjin fell into deep contemplation simultaneously. The central head furrowed its brow, the golden vertical pupils shimmering with confusion. Something is not right. This is very peculiar. I have clearly completed the 3 flowers gathering at the crown and the 5 chi returning to origin. Yet why do I still not feel the sensation of becoming an immortal? Upon hearing this, both the left head, old 2, and the right head, old 3, felt a jolt of alarm. They never anticipated that this madman possessed any self-awareness. Could it be? This lunatic has always been overly self-satisfied. Why is he questioning himself now? Old 2 mused inwardly. Old 3 echoed the sentiment in his thoughts. This is bad. If he discovers that the 5 chi returning to origin is a sham, he will surely vent his wrath upon us. As the central head grew increasingly perplexed, Old 2 hastily interjected, Big brother, what troubles you? You have undoubtedly become an immortal. Do you not sense the celestial energy enveloping you? You are more ethereal than the immortals above. Old 3 quickly chimed in, indeed. Big brother, you radiate the formidable presence of an immortal. I can barely stand under the weight of your celestial aura. You are undoubtedly a genuine immortal. Is that truly the case? The central head regarded his 2 subordinates with a mix of skepticism and hope. Of course it is. The second brother's forehead glistened with cold sweat. Elder brother, look at you now, 3 flowers atop the head, 5 energies converging. What could be more celestial than this? Among those legendary immortals, who can reach your level? The third brother nodded vigorously. Indeed, elder brother, you are the greatest among the immortals. Even the immortal kings pale in comparison. If you are not an immortal, who else can claim that title? Upon hearing the unwavering affirmations from his younger brothers, the confusion on the central figure's face evaporated, replaced by uncontainable joy. Ha ha ha. You are absolutely right. I am indeed an immortal. A true and formidable one at that. He laughed maniacally, realizing that his earlier doubts about himself were unfounded, likely due to the rapid ascension he had just experienced, making it difficult to adapt. Exactly. You are now a true immortal, and naturally, there will be an adjustment period. The second brother exhaled in relief. Yes, your celestial power is so overwhelming that it requires time to acclimate. The central figure, increasingly convinced by their reasoning, tilted his head back and laughed madly. Indeed, I am destined by heaven. 3 flowers atop the head, 5 energies converging. I am now the one and only true immortal in this world. Those mundane beings cannot comprehend my realm. I have transcended everything. Transcended heaven and earth. Transcended the Tao. The 2 heads on either side exchanged glances, both sensing a shared relief from calamity. Elder brother, so mighty and imposing. Long may you enjoy your celestial fortune. They chorused in flattery, yet both pondered the same question. When will this madman finally meet his end? In the imperial capital of the Great Xia, within the Golden Lawn Hall, Crown Prince Xia Hongchang sat upon the dragon throne, his expression dark as he gazed at the 7 envoys clad in various attires. These individuals hailed from the other 7 nations, each a seasoned fox of the battlefield. Your Highness, we have come to pay our respects to the sovereign of the Great Xia and to discuss matters of border trade, the lead envoy from the state of Chu Mingxian, said with a beaming smile, though his eyes glimmered with curiosity. Xia Hongchang forced a smile in response. My father is currently in seclusion, unfit to meet with guests. Any matters can be discussed with me, the crown prince. In seclusion? The envoy from the state of Qi Wenba, feigned surprise. I heard that the sovereign recently led the army into battle. How could he suddenly be in seclusion? My father has achieved great mastery in his skills and must solidify his realm, Xia Hongchang explained, his resolve hardening. The envoy from the state of Yin Beifeng, remarked with a sardonic smile, Your Highness, we have been informed that the sovereign took 500,000 troops to the 10,000 Great Mountains. It has been nearly 2 months without any news. Could he have encountered some trouble? Nonsense. Xia Hongchang slammed his hand on the armrest of the dragon throne. My father has long since returned. You must have misheard those rumors. The envoy from the state of Han Wuji, sneered, clearly unconvinced by Xia Hongchang's words and still believing that the sovereign had not returned from the 10,000 great mountains. Your Highness, there is no need to be angry. We are merely concerned. However, it is indeed quite unusual for 500,000 troops to be away for so long without any word. The envoy of Zhao Yuntian interjected, indeed, it stands to reason that they should have returned by now. Why is there still no word? The envoy of Wei Wushuang, narrowed his eyes. Since your Highness states that the monarch is in seclusion, why not allow us an audience with His Majesty? This would provide us all with some clarity. Father is in seclusion. He sees no one. Summer Hongchang's voice trembled slightly. The envoy of Qin Wudi, scoffed. In that case, we shall not impose any further. With that, he turned to leave. The other envoys rose as well, their faces adorned with knowing smiles. Wait. Summer Hongchang called out urgently. What are you planning? Chu Mingxian turned back, smiling cheerfully. Of course, we are returning to report the truth to our respective monarchs. The life or death of the great Xia sovereign, along with the disappearance of 500,000 elite troops, is monumental news. You dare to speak such nonsense? Summer Hongchang retorted angrily. Who would dare to lie? Qi Wenba remarked sarcastically. We are merely conveying your Highness's words. The monarch is in seclusion, and the army is unaccounted for. These are admissions from your Highness himself. Yin Beifeng chimed in. Indeed, we will not embellish. We shall simply state that your Highness has denied us an audience with the monarch, asserting that he is in seclusion. Summer Hongchang's countenance darkened. He realized these cunning foxes had discerned the truth. Han Wuji feigned concern. Your Highness, we are all neighboring states and ought to assist one another. Should Great Xia indeed find itself in peril, the Kingdom of Han is willing to lend military support. The Kingdom of Qi is also willing. Qi Wenba immediately declared. So is our Kingdom of Chu. Chu Mingxuan's smile widened even further. The other envoys echoed their readiness to assist Great Xia. Summer Hongchang felt a chill in his heart. This was no offer of assistance, but a clear intent to carve up Great Xia. There is no need. The power of Great Xia is formidable and requires no one's help. Summer Hongchang insisted with great effort. Very well, Qin Wudi replied with a cold smile. If that is the case, we shall take our leave. By the way, your Highness, should His Majesty emerge from seclusion, do remember to inform us. With that, the 7 envoys gracefully exited the Golden Throne Hall, leaving Summer Hongchang alone on the dragon chair, his face ashen. Outside the hall, the 7 envoys gathered together. It seems the sovereign of Great Xia is indeed in trouble, Chu Mingxian whispered. The disappearance of 500,000 troops presents an unprecedented opportunity. Qi Wenba's eyes gleamed with avarice. Yin Beifeng nodded. Great Xia is now but a hollow shell. If we unite our forces, we can easily divide it among ourselves. Han Wuji pondered for a moment. The crux lies in confirming whether the sovereign of Great Xia is truly deceased. If he were to return suddenly, we would find ourselves in a precarious situation. Zhao Yuntian scoffed. Did you not observe the prince's reaction? If the monarch were truly alive, why the need for subterfuge? Wei Wushuang agreed. Indeed, and the disappearance of 500,000 troops is not something that can be concealed. Finally, Qin Wudi concluded, in that case, we shall return to our countries immediately and prepare to send an army of 100,000 to the Great Mountains. Whether the sovereign of Great Xia is alive or dead, we shall uncover the truth there. Excellent idea, the envoys exclaimed in unison. Exercise caution, Chu Mingxian advised. For if the 10,000 great mountains can cause the ruler of the Great Xia to stumble, there must be formidable entities at play. What is there to fear? Yin Beifeng scoffed. Our coalition of 7 nations boasts an army exceeding 30 million. Even if there are indeed demons lurking, they will meet their demise. Chapter 54. Not in your hands? On the construction site, Xia Qingyuan and his companions appeared to be mechanically transporting stones, yet they were secretly surveying their surroundings. Your Majesty, look over there. Fu Qing subtly indicated a distance where the ominous presence seemed to grow increasingly lethargic, even dozing off. Following his gaze, Xia Qingyuan discerned that the dark energy orbs floated languidly in the air, entirely devoid of their previous vigilance. This is a prime opportunity. Should we attempt to break through? Another celestial king whispered. Xia Qingyuan shook his head. No, it is not yet time. Although that madman is preoccupied, his perception remains acute. Any sign of movement on our part will undoubtedly alert him. Must we simply await our fate? One celestial king expressed dissatisfaction. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaqing Yuan spoke. Have any of you considered that we have been missing for nearly 2 months? What might be unfolding in the court? The celestial kings exchanged glances of surprise, and Fu Qing responded swiftly, Your Majesty, do you imply concerns regarding the crown prince? Indeed, Xiaqing Yuan replied with a wry smile. The crown prince possesses a gentle disposition, capable of managing court affairs, but in the face of this predicament, he is likely overwhelmed. Most critically, we have taken 500,000 elite troops, leaving the court vulnerable. Another celestial king suddenly grasped the implication. Your Majesty suggests that the other 6 nations may have sensed something amiss? Xiaqing Yuan affirmed with certainty, given the cunning nature of those old foxes. They are likely already deliberating how to carve up the great Xia. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the assembly grew complex, one part anxious for the nation's safety, yet another part sensing a glimmer of hope. Fu Qing cautiously inquired, Your Majesty, do you mean they will come to the 10,000 great mountains? Xiaqing Yuan nodded. It is inevitable. The coalition of 7 nations numbers at least 30 million. Even that madman will have to divert some attention to contend with such a colossal force. In that chaos, we may find our opportunity to escape. A celestial king exclaimed with excitement. Indeed. Hush. Xiaqing Yuan quickly cautioned, Lower your voices. We must not alert that presence. The group immediately composed themselves, resuming their pretense of labor. Xiaqing Yuan continued his analysis. Though that madman wields immense power, he is but one individual. Confronted with the onslaught of tens of millions, he will inevitably be unable to divide his focus. Moreover, his greatest vulnerabilities lie in his hubris and insanity. Faced with such a vast enemy force, he will surely opt for a direct confrontation rather than employing cunning. Suppressing his excitement, Fu Qing remarked, Your Majesty is wise. Once that madman is occupied, we shall seize the chance to escape. Yet, just as Xiaqing Yuan and his companions whispered among themselves, a chilling voice suddenly resonated behind them. Caw, caw, caw. What are you doing? Instantly, the group froze, slowly turning their heads to find He Chuanjin's imposing figure looming behind them, 3 heads fixated on them, with 6 golden vertical pupils. Esteemed immortal, we are merely transporting stone materials, Xiaqing Yuan asserted with forced composure. The central head of He Chuanjin tilted slightly, emitting an eerie cackle. Gaga, truly? Yet I sense you are indulging in idleness. The second head on the left exclaimed with excitement. Boss, they are indeed slacking off. I just witnessed them huddled together. Whispering conspiratorially, they must be plotting something. Why not devour them all? Indeed, indeed, echoed the third head on the right, joining in the ruckus. These humans are exceedingly cunning. Boss, you must consume them. I have been famished for ages. The central head shot a glare at the 2 subordinates. Silence. They are my laborers. If I devour them, who shall construct the divine statue? With that, its gaze shifted to Xiaqing Yuan, golden vertical pupils glinting with avarice. However, esteemed ruler of the great Xia, I do have an inquiry for you. A sense of alarm surged within Xiaqing Yuan, yet he feigned ignorance. Please, esteemed immortal, do proceed. The central head of He Chuanjin leaned closer to Xiaqing Yuan, nearly pressing against his face. Gaga, hand over those few pages of the Taoist scripture you possess. Xiaqing Yuan's heart raced, yet he maintained his facade of calm. Esteemed immortal, I am unaware of what scripture you speak. Feigning ignorance, are we? The central head of He Chuanjin chuckled ominously. I witnessed those ancient pages hovering above your chest. Surely, those are remnants of the Ascension Tao scripture? Cold sweat broke out on Xiaqing Yuan's forehead, yet he gritted his teeth in denial. Esteemed immortal, you are mistaken. I possess no scripture. I am but a mere immortal emperor. How could I own such a precious tome? Gaga. The 3 heads of He Chuanjin erupted in maniacal laughter. Since you refuse to surrender it willingly, do not blame me for taking matters into my own hands. Before the words had fully escaped, He Chuanjin suddenly extended a colossal bird's claw, plunging it directly into Xiaqing Yuan's chest. Xiaqing Yuan let out a horrified scream, attempting to resist. But before He Chuanjin's terrifying might, he found himself utterly immobilized. I found it, He Chuanjin declared triumphantly, extracting several ancient pages from Xiaqing Yuan's chest. Indeed remnants of the Ascension Tao scripture. The pages quivered violently in He Chuanjin's grasp, emitting blinding white light as if striving to escape. Gaga. It is indeed the Ascension Tao scripture. The central head of Hechuanjin cackled madly. With this fragment, once I gather the remaining pieces, I shall achieve ascension. Xia Qingyuan collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his chest, despair filling his eyes. The other immortal kings also turned ashen, aware that their fate was sealed. Hechuanjin clutched the fragment of the Ascension Tao scripture in its claw, all three heads trembling with excitement. The ancient pages struggled within its talon, the radiant light dimming ever so slightly. Gaga, what a treasure! The central head laughed maniacally. I can sense the profound principles contained within this fragment. It is indeed the ultimate treasure for ascension. The second head on the left greedily licked its beak. Boss, since this is merely a fragment, where are the remaining parts? We must locate them all. The third head on the right impatiently chimed in. Yes, yes. Boss, you must ask this human where the other fragments are hidden. The central head, adorned with golden vertical pupils, fixated its gaze intently on the prostrate Xia Qingyuan. Gagaga, you little insect. I know this is merely a fragment of the scroll. Where are the remaining pieces? Speak the truth. Xia Qingyuan clutched his wounded chest, blood seeping through his fingers, and, with great restraint against his fear, replied, Oh, revered immortal, the remaining fragments are not within my possession. Not in your possession? The central head of Hechuanjin leaned in closer. Then where might they be? I advise you to speak honestly, otherwise, I possess ample means to extract the truth from you. Chapter 55. Capturing the sovereign. Xia Qingyuan gasped weakly. Oh, revered immortal, the Ascension scripture is divided into 8 parts. I possess but one. The other 7 parts are in the hands of the sovereigns of the other 7 nations. What? The 3 heads of Hechuanjin widened their eyes in unison. Is that true? The second head, brimming with excitement, drooled slightly. If we can gather all the parts of the Ascension scripture, you shall truly ascend to immortality. The third head chimed in eagerly. Indeed, we must seize those fragments. The central head squinted its eyes. You are not deceiving me? The sovereigns of the other 7 nations truly each possess a fragment? Xia Qingyuan nodded fervently. Absolutely. The Ascension scripture was divided into 8 parts, each secretly safeguarded by the 8 nations. I stake my life on the truth of my words. Suddenly, the central head of Hechuanjin burst into boisterous laughter. Gagaga. Heaven aids me. How fortuitous. Those sovereigns indeed possess the fragments. I no longer need to fret over how to gather them. The second head flatteringly remarked. Oh, master, you are brilliant. Even the heavens conspire to assist you. Those fragments are practically delivering themselves to you. The third head eagerly joined in the flattery. Absolutely. You are destined by heaven. Even the Ascension scripture seeks to align with you. The central head nodded with pride. You speak the truth. I am indeed the chosen one. But where are those sovereigns? I must personally retrieve those fragments. Xia Qingyuan responded. Oh, revered immortal, I have heard that the other 7 nations have dispatched envoys to our great Xia to inquire about news. If I am not mistaken, they shall soon lead their armies here to the 10,000 mountains. Gagaga. The central head of Hechuanjin leaped with excitement. Excellent. Excellent. I need not descend from the mountain. The fragments will come to me. The second head's eyes nearly bulged with excitement. Master, this is a tremendous stroke of fortune. We shall await here, allowing those who bear the fragments to come to us. The third head trembled with eagerness. Master, at that moment, you shall gather all 8 fragments in one go and instantly ascend to immortality. The central head laughed maniacally. Gagaga. I have awaited this day for far too long. Sovereigns of the 7 nations, do hurry and present yourselves. I can scarcely contain my eagerness to collect your fragments. Several days later, on the outskirts of the 10,000 mountains, the thunderous sound of marching feet coalesced into a cacophony, as 50 million soldiers exuded their fierce aura, resembling a moving steel cloud pressing upon the mountain's edge. The banners of the 7 nations flew vigorously, weapons gleaming coldly, encircling the entire expanse of the 10,000 mountains, rendering it impenetrable. At the forefront of the military formation stood 7 sovereigns, adorned in resplendent imperial attire, each emanating a unique aura of celestial authority that distorted the very fabric of space. Leading them was Chu Tianxing, the ruler of the state of Chu, whose imposing stature and dignified countenance commanded respect. His gaze swept over the assembly as he spoke gravely. Esteemed colleagues, we have gathered here today, united in pursuit of the celestial incense that Xia Qingyuan covets at any cost. Let him keep his secrets. If he wishes to hoard it all for himself, he must first reckon with our willingness to comply. A cold sneer escaped Yin Xiaotian, the sovereign of Yin, his fighting spirit ablaze. Yet, he issued a stern warning. Should we indeed uncover the celestial incense, let it be known that the spoils shall go to the most capable. The strongest shall claim the greater share. The atmosphere, once amicable, suddenly grew tense. Qi Wudi, the ruler of Qi, stroked his beard thoughtfully, his expression grave as he cautioned, Yin, let us not be hasty. The 10,000 great mountains have long held a fearsome reputation, and now they exude an eerie aura. Even Xia Qingyuan, a celestial emperor, has stumbled here. We must proceed with caution. I suggest we first venture into the mountains to ascertain the truth. When fortune smiles upon us, we can distribute rewards based on merit. The sovereigns exchanged glances, each nodding in agreement, having reached a temporary consensus. Observing this, Qin Yuanshi, the ruler of Qin, waved his hand decisively. Then let us advance into the mountains. However, before his words could fully resonate, the world around them darkened abruptly. A viscous, ink-like black mist surged forth from the depths of the 10,000 great mountains, instantly shrouding the sun and plummeting the temperature. What is this malevolent force? Chu Tianqing's expression shifted dramatically. Within the black mist, a maniacal and piercing laughter reverberated through the air, as if countless vengeful spirits were wailing in unison. Ha ha ha. At last, you have all arrived. I have awaited you, little gift-bearers, for far too long. As the voice faded, the boundless black mist divided into numerous tendrils, akin to serpents seeking prey, exuding a heart-stopping aura of dread as they surged forth from all directions. Beware. We are under attack. Qi Wudi was the first to react, unleashing the full force of his celestial sovereign energy with a thunderous roar. The other 6 sovereigns followed suit, channeling their own powers. As 7 radiant beams of light ascended skyward, striving to dispel the encroaching black mist. Form ranks. Prepare for battle. Yin Xiaotian bellowed, commanding his troops. The 50 million soldiers, though startled, remained unshaken, swiftly rearranging into formation, shields like walls, pikes like forests, countless bows and crossbows aimed at the heavens. Numerous city guardians began to extract the incense offerings from the populace, launching them towards the ominous black mist. Yet, the strange black tendrils disregarded the military formation entirely, piercing through the bodies and weapons of the soldiers with unwavering focus, drawing inexorably towards the 7 sovereigns. What manner of fiend is this? Han Poka struck out with a palm infused with celestial power, the resulting gust akin to thunder, yet it passed straight through the black mist, leaving no mark. Zhao Wujing summoned a celestial sword, unleashing thousands of sword lights against the black mist, only to find them swallowed without a trace. This black mist is neither tangible nor intangible. Our attacks are futile against it. Wei Juechen attempted a strike, his countenance turning ashen, his voice chilling. Let us try to disperse it. With a furious roar, Qin Yuanshi emanated a brilliant golden light, and a solidified imperial dragon aura surged forth, attempting to disperse the encroaching black mist. However, the dark vapor merely rippled slightly before consuming the dragon aura entirely. Gaga gaga. A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. Do you truly believe that your mere celestial emperor status can withstand me? Amidst the swirling black fog, the grotesque figure of He Chuanjin flickered into view, his 3 heads adorned with 6 golden vertical eyes, each revealing a sinister smile. What I desire is merely the remnants of your ascension, Tao Sutra. As for your worthless lives, I have no interest. The middle head cackled maniacally, while the left head, greedy and eager, licked its beak, exclaiming, Eldest brother, I sense the fragrance of treasure. Quickly, seize their remnants. The right head, more irritable, bellowed, Why waste words with them? Let us strike directly. He Chuanjin ceased further dialogue, dramatically unfurling his expansive sleeves. The boundless black mist surged forth like a flood, instantly engulfing the 7 sovereigns. No. Chu Tianqing's heart raced in terror as he felt the black mist infiltrate his body, utterly binding his magical power, rendering him incapable of even twitching a finger. The remaining 6 sovereigns shared his plight. Once proud celestial emperors, they now resembled insects ensnared in a spider's web, unable to break free from the suffocating grip of the dark vapor. This is impossible. We are all celestial emperors. How can we lack the strength to resist? Qi Wudi roared in disbelief, his voice trembling with fear. The central head of He Chuanjin let out a sharp, mocking laugh. Celestial emperors? Gaga gaga. In the eyes of this true immortal, you are no different from the ants on the ground. No sooner had the words left his mouth than 7 solidified strands of black mist transformed into chains, wrapping tightly around the necks of the 7 sovereigns, inexorably dragging them toward the depths of the 10,000 great mountains. Rescue! Quickly rescue us! The 50 million soldiers at the foot of the mountain watched helplessly as their sovereigns were abducted, chaos erupting among their ranks as countless warriors roared in despair. Yet, all their attacks fell futile, the black mist indifferent to the soldiers' cries, merely pulling the 7 hopeless sovereigns into the dense fog of the 10,000 great mountains. Chapter 56. Whipping. Deep within the 10,000 great mountains, in the true immortal temple, the 7 sovereigns found themselves bound tightly by chains of black mist, suspended from the crooked beams adorned with twisted, grotesque faces. Their faces were pale, sweat pouring from them, as the air was thick with the acrid stench of the black vapor and a faint odor of decay. Qiquanjin held a long whip fashioned from solidified black mist, a cruel grin spreading across all 3 heads. Gaga gaga. Welcome, 7 treasure boys, to my temple. The central head spread its arms wide, as if embracing the heavens and the earth. I know that each of you possesses a fragment of the Ascension Tao Sutra. Surrender it willingly, and I may consider granting you a swift end. Chu Tianqing, mustering his imperial dignity despite the cold chains biting into his flesh, replied coldly. We know not of the Tao Sutra you speak. Do not utter your heretical nonsense. What Ascension Tao Sutra? We have never heard of it. Qi Wudi echoed, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. The remaining 5 sovereigns shook their heads in unison, exchanging knowing glances, feigning ignorance. What a jest! This matter pertained to the profound secret of ascension, a national treasure, and could never be relinquished lightly. Despite the fearsome appearance of the malevolent spirit before them, the 7 did not harbor excessive dread. They were not fools like Xia Qingyuan, who recklessly charged in without a plan. They brimmed with confidence. Having learned of Xia Qingyuan's downfall, they had made ample preparations. The entity before them was merely a vessel connected to their true selves, and even if it were to perish here, they could reclaim their essence without significant loss. Ha ha ha. Refusing to partake in the cordial offering, you shall face the consequences. The central head of Qiquanjin darkened, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze. Since you insist on withholding it, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. With a crack, the long whip tore through the air with a piercing shriek, striking Chu Tianqing with tremendous force. The dark energy at the whip's tip slithered into his body like a venomous serpent. Chu Tianqing let out a wretched cry as the protective celestial light enveloping him shattered. His aura of the celestial emperor diminished in an instant. What kind of whip is this? Chu Tianqing, in terror, realized that the pain transcended mere flesh. His essence seemed to diminish, akin to a river breaching its banks for no apparent reason. Ha ha ha. This is a tool I specially forged to deal with you divine practitioners. With each lash, it siphons away a portion of your spiritual essence. The central head boasted, puffing out its feathered chest in pride. The second head on the left gleamed with avarice, saliva nearly dripping from its mouth. Boss, strike again. The taste of their essence is exquisite. I yearn to witness their pleas for mercy. The third head on the right, more volatile, shouted, yes. Strike fiercely. Let them understand the consequences of deceiving the boss. Shatter their shells. With a series of cracks, Qiquanjin found delight in his newfound plaything, lashing out repeatedly. Each whip landing accurately on the 7 sovereigns, their cries of agony intertwining with his maniacal laughter. Panic ensued among them. Killing them would merely eliminate one vessel, which could be easily remade. However, with each lash, both the vessel and their true forms far away in the capital saw their essence rapidly diminish. They frantically summoned their divine thoughts, attempting to sever the connection to their vessel, but the dark energy clung to their souls like a parasite, rendering their efforts futile. A chorus of anguished screams erupted, the radiant halo representing their celestial emperor status visibly waning, dimming at an alarming rate. Stop. We truly do not know any scriptures. Han Po Kuang howled in agony, his voice stripped of any regal composure. Please, we are not lying. Spare us. Zhao Wuji began to plead, tears streaming down his face. With another crack, the whip descended once more, and Wei Juechen's cultivation had already diminished by 30%. Strands of his once jet-black hair now streaked with gray. But suddenly, the central head of Qiquanjin halted its movements, the raised whip freezing in midair. Wait. The central head furrowed its brow, adopting a serious expression. I am a true immortal. How could an immortal engage in such crude interrogations? An immortal ought to possess the grace befitting their status, exhibiting gentility and winning over others through virtue. The head on the left, bewildered, let drool escape the corner of its mouth. Boss, what is this? The head on the right, equally perplexed, wore a furious expression frozen on its face. Boss, what is wrong? Don't stop. The central head struck a pose of ethereal elegance, even using its wingtip to stroke an imaginary beard upon its chin. As a true immortal, how can I resort to such barbaric methods against mortals? This is unbecoming of my station. If word were to spread, I would be the subject of ridicule. Upon hearing this, the 7 sovereigns clung desperately to a glimmer of hope, holding their breath in anticipation. Perhaps this madman retained a semblance of reason? Yet in the next moment, the central head of Hequanjun suddenly contorted, unleashing a thunderous roar. You mere celestial emperors dare to defy a true immortal? You shall be punished. You shall be punished. Crack, 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 crack. The frenzied sound of the whip resounded once more, even more violently than before. Hequanjun lashed out while cursing. A bunch of uncultured wretches. How dare you show such disdain towards me? I am here to enlighten you. Boss is magnificent. Enlightening indeed. The second head exclaimed excitedly. Boss is formidable. This is how enlightenment should be. The third head joined in the cheer. Under the relentless whip, the 7 sovereigns howled in agony, their inner power draining away like a flood unleashed. I shall whip you. I shall whip you to death, you pretentious bastards. Hand over the Ascension Sutra. We truly do not have it. Qin Yuanshi cried, tears streaming down his face, his voice cracking. We have no knowledge of any Ascension Sutra. Feigning ignorance. Continue your charade. Hequanjun's 3 heads roared in unison, their voices shaking the dust from the rafters. Even Xiaqing Yuan admitted it. He said, each of you possesses a fragment of the scroll. How dare you pretend to be oblivious before me? Yin Shaodian struggled to lift his head, his bloodied, whipped face reflecting disbelief. What's Xiaqing Yuan? Is he still alive? Of course he is alive. The central head sneered, pointing with the whip towards the outside of the temple. He is currently laboring for me, constructing a statue. It was he who stated that each of you old fools possesses fragments of the Ascension Sutra. The 7 sovereigns exchanged glances, seeing the same mixture of realization, rage, and profound despair mirrored in one another's eyes. They finally comprehended that the scoundrel Xiaqing Yuan had sold them all out to divert the madman's attention. Chapter 57. Fleeing. Qi Wudi, enduring the excruciating pain of the whip marks, allowed a flicker of cunning to dance in his eyes. Since that scoundrel Xiaqing Yuan had betrayed them, he would not hold back any longer. Gritting his teeth, Qi Wudi spoke, esteemed senior. Since it was Xiaqing Yuan who sold us out, why not summon him for confrontation? Let us see the face of this treacherous coward. The other 6 sovereigns exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting agreement. Yes, let that faithless scoundrel come forth. We demand to confront him. That makes sense. He, Quanjun, nodded his head in the center, while the heads on either side excitedly exclaimed, Boss, bring that Xiaqing Yuan over. We want to see the spectacle. Yes, drag him over. Let these fellows confront him face to face. Immediately, Hequanjun unleashed his divine consciousness and shouted towards the outside of the Taoist temple, Xiaqing Yuan, get over here. His voice reverberated like thunder, shaking the entire 10,000 great mountains. However, after waiting for an eternity, there was no response. Xiaqing Yuan, I call upon you. Hurry and come. Hequanjun roared again, his voice tinged with growing fury. Still, there was silence. The 3 heads of Hequanjun simultaneously furrowed their brows, the central head growing somewhat impatient. What on earth is this rascal up to? In a flash, it darted out of the temple, heading towards the location where Xiaqing Yuan was supposed to construct the statue. Upon arrival, what greeted him was not the figure of Xiaqing Yuan, but an unfinished stone statue. Scattered debris, and some townsfolk along with the city god laboring on the statue, while everyone else had fled. Where is he? The 3 heads of Hequanjun erupted in a thunderous roar. Where has that scoundrel Xiaqing Yuan gone? It frantically searched the surroundings, its divine consciousness sweeping through the entirety of the 10,000 great mountains like a tempest, but could find no trace of Xiaqing Yuan, save for a few trembling, evil spirits. He has escaped. He actually dared to flee right under my nose. The central head bristled with fury, its feathers standing on end, while the left head jumped in agitation. Boss, that fellow must have slipped away while we weren't paying attention. The right head thundered with rage. Cursed be he. How could he escape? Infuriated, Hequanjun flashed back into the Taoist temple, and upon seeing the 7 sovereigns still suspended from the beams, he found an outlet for his wrath. It's all your fault. If it weren't for your suggestion to summon Xiaqing Yuan, how would I have discovered his escape? You did this on purpose. You intended to embarrass me. The central head pointed an accusatory finger at Qi Wudi, its eyes ablaze with fury. Upon hearing this, Qi Wudi was struck dumb. What? How can this be blamed on me? You failed to keep an eye on him. Nonsense. The 3 heads of He Quan Zhen roared in unison. It was clearly you who deliberately prompted me. You already knew that rascal had fled. You are here to humiliate me. Crack, crack, crack. The furious lashes fell upon Qi Wudi like a torrential downpour, each strike infused with immense rage. I am wronged. Qi Wudi cried out in despair. How could I possibly know he had escaped? I have been hanging here all along, still trying to argue. He Quan Zhen's strikes grew increasingly frenzied. You worthless lot. You are filled with malice. Surely, you informed Xiaqing Yuan through some secret method, allowing him to slip away while feigning innocence. I truly did not. Qi Wudi was on the verge of tears, the power of incense within him rapidly depleting. Elder, I am genuinely innocent. The other 6 sovereigns watched as Qi Wudi was mercilessly whipped, their hearts filled with a mix of schadenfreude and a sense of impending doom. This madman was unreasonable. Who knew who would be the next unfortunate victim? Well done, boss. The second head exclaimed with fervor. This is precisely how we should discipline these worthless beings. Indeed, let them understand the consequences of deceiving the true immortal. The third head joined in the ruckus. Qi Wudi writhed in agony under the lashes, his hatred for Xiaqing Yuan reaching a boiling point. This scoundrel not only sold them out, but now forced him to bear the blame inexplicably. Observing Qi Wudi's gruesome state, bloodied and battered from the whips, the other 6 sovereigns stood transfixed in shock. Yin Xiaodian noticed the vital essence of Qi Wudi rapidly depleting. At this rate, Qi Wudi might truly become a celestial king. He gulped nervously and stammered, "Predecessor, please, no more. We admit it. We do possess fragments of the Ascension Sutra." However, before his words could fully escape his lips, a sharp crack echoed as He Chuanjin struck Yin Xiaodian across the face with a whip, leaving a deep crimson mark. Did I permit you to speak? The central head glared furiously at Yin Xiaodian. I am chastising this deceiver, and you dare to interrupt? What are you even worth? The heads on either side echoed the outcry. Exactly. The elder is preoccupied. Why do you meddle? Such a disrespectful fool. Do you not know the meaning of decorum? Yin Xiaodian, reeling from the force of the blow, felt stars dance before his eyes, and the essence within him diminished further. He groaned in pain. Predecessor, I merely wish to express that we truly possess fragments. Silence. He Chuanjin's 3 heads roared in unison. When I allow you to speak, you fall mute. Now that I have not granted you leave to speak, you chatter incessantly. Do you wish for death? Crack, crack, crack. Another 3 lashes struck Yin Xiaodian, each eliciting a pained scream. The remaining 5 sovereigns, witnessing this spectacle, dared not utter a sound. This madman operated outside all reason. One would be punished for speaking and equally for silence. A veritable lunatic. Yin Xiaodian trembled under the blows, biting his teeth in frustration as he said, Predecessor, I understand now. When you inquire of me, I shall respond. No sooner had he finished than the central head of He Chuanjin's eyes lit up with excitement. Very well. I shall ask you now. Where are the fragments of the Ascension Sutra? Speak quickly. However, just as he was about to respond, the adjacent Chu Tianqing interjected, Predecessor, we did not bring the fragments on this expedition. They are kept in our respective capitals. Crack. Before he could finish, a resounding whip struck Chu Tianqing's face, forcefully retracting his words. Who permitted you to speak? The central head of He Chuanjin glared angrily at Chu Tianqing. I am inquiring of him. What concern is it of yours? Who do you think you are to interrupt? The second head on the left gleefully chimed in. Exactly. The elder is questioning someone else. Why do you meddle? Such a lack of decorum. The third head on the right joined in the mockery, utterly clueless. The elder is asking this fool, what business do you have inserting yourself? You deserve every lash. Chapter 58. Return to fetch Chu Tianqing. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. The central head of He Chuanjin turned back to glare at Yin Xiaodian. I am asking you, where are the remnants of the Ascension Tao scripture? Yin Xiaodian, trembling with apprehension, replied, Senior, the remnants are in the capitals of our respective nations. We did not bring them along. What? He Quan Zhen's 3 heads widened their eyes in unison, with the central head roaring in indignation. You did not bring them? What are you doing here then? Coming empty-handed to meet your demise? Crack, crack, crack. The frenzied whip fell upon Yin Xiaotian like a torrential downpour, igniting a tempest of fury within He Quanzhen. Yin Xiaotian let out a piercing scream as the halo of the celestial emperor around him dimmed visibly. Why did you not bring them? Why did you not bring them? While lashing, He Quanzhen bellowed, the things I require, and you dare not bring them. Do you look down upon me? Well done, chief. These fools deserve such treatment. Indeed. Let him learn the consequences of approaching a true immortal empty-handed. Yin Xiaotian writhed in agony under the relentless beating, feeling a sense of injustice surge within him. Clearly, the other 6 had not brought the remnants either. Why was he the only one being punished? Yet, he dared not voice this thought. The halo of the celestial emperor around Yin Xiaotian had dimmed to the point of resembling a flickering candle in the wind, his form hanging limply from the chains as if all strength had been drained from his body. If this continued, the dignified ruler of a nation, a powerful celestial emperor, would be reduced to a mere mortal, perishing here like a common man. The remaining 6 rulers watched in horror, a sense of tragic despair rising within them. If Yin Xiaotian were to perish, who would be next? This madman exhibited no semblance of rationality. Each of them could easily become the next target. There was no time to waste. The 6 exchanged glances, a silent agreement to find a way to halt this lunatic. Qi Wudi, still stinging from his recent punishment, momentarily set aside his pain. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned all his courage and shouted with utmost reverence, "Senior, we crack." Before he could finish, a shadow as swift as lightning sliced through the air, the long whip striking him squarely on the mouth, sending his remaining words and a few teeth back down his throat. "I am executing punishment. Who permitted you to speak?" He Quanzhen's central head whipped around to Qi Wudi, the 6 golden vertical pupils ablaze with ferocious wrath. "What? Do you believe my punishment is unjust? Or do you think this worthless fool, who dared to come empty-handed, should not be taught a lesson?" The left head, the second in command, immediately fanned the flames. "Chief, he must surely have objections to your punishment. They are all in cahoots. They wish to band together against you." The right head, third in command, erupted in fury. "Why waste breath on him? Strike them all. Reduce them to imbeciles. Let us see if they dare to play tricks before you again." "Exactly." The central head nodded in agreement, grinning malevolently at Qi Wudi. "It seems you are eager for some enlightenment from me. Today, I shall grant your wish." Crack, crack, crack. The violent whip descended once more, this time targeting Qi Wudi. Within the grand hall, Yin Xiaotian's moans had yet to cease. And now the chilling screams of Qi Wudi echoed, creating a haunting symphony of suffering akin to a purgatory on earth. The remaining 5 sovereigns were utterly dumbfounded, as if plunged into a frigid abyss, their bodies chilled to the core. They pleaded for mercy, only to be met with blows. They attempted to explain, and again faced punishment. Even a respectful call of senior garnered them a beating. This was a madman beyond reason. Whatever they said was wrong, whatever they did was wrong. The only outcome was to be mercilessly struck down by this lunatic. Fear gripped them like an invisible hand around their throats. Just as despair enveloped the remaining 5 sovereigns, Qin Yuanshi suddenly had a moment of clarity, recalling the initial words of He Quanzhen. Trembling, he shouted, "Great Immortal, I am willing to return and bring back the fragments of the Ascension Tao Sutra as an offering to you." This address of Great Immortal was like refreshing dew nourishing He Quanzhen's heart. The 3 heads of He Quanzhen immediately ceased their punishment of Qi Wudi, and the central head turned towards Qin Yuanshi, the cruelty in its eyes vanishing, replaced by a benevolent smile. "Good, good. You possess understanding." The central head nodded in satisfaction, its tone softening. "Your words bring comfort to this humble Taoist. Come, come, I shall release you." With a casual wave, the dark chains binding Qin Yuanshi dissipated, causing him to tumble heavily to the ground. However, ignoring the pain, he hastily knelt and bowed his head, exclaiming, "Thank you, Great Immortal, for your forgiveness. I shall return for the fragments at once. Go, go. This humble Taoist awaits your good news." The central head of He Quanzhen beamed with delight, even gently brushing Qin Yuanshi's head with its wings. "Remember, be swift in your return. This humble Taoist cannot wait too long." "Yes, yes. I shall certainly fulfill the Great Immortal's request." Qin Yuanshi, feeling as if he had received a reprieve, scrambled out of the temple. The remaining 6 sovereigns watched in astonishment, the contrast too stark to comprehend. Just moments ago, they had been mercilessly beaten. Now, The demeanor was so affable. Observing this, Chu Tianqing quickly emulated Qin Yuanshi's tone, shouting, "Senior, I too am willing to return and bring the fragments." Crack! Before he could finish, a resounding whip struck Chu Tianqing's face, silencing his remaining words. "Who permitted you to speak?" The central head of He Chuanjin's expression darkened instantaneously, the prior kindness evaporating, replaced by a visage of cruelty. "When did this humble Taoist allow you to speak? How dare you mimic others? You foolish creature." The left head, the second in command, jeered maliciously indeed. The last person spoke so eloquently. "What do you have to offer? A mere imitation." The right head, the third in command, scolded fiercely, imitating others. "Lacking sincerity. Eldest brother. Strike him hard." Chu Tianqing was bewildered by this sudden shift, blood trickling from his mouth, his eyes filled with confusion and grievance. Why was there such a vast difference for essentially the same plea? He Chuanjin continued to lash out with the whip, scolding as he struck. "Dare you look at this humble Taoist with such eyes? Do you think I show favoritism? Let me tell you, I do show favoritism. What of it?" Crack! 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 The frenzied whip fell upon Chu Tianqing like a torrential downpour, each strike eliciting his cries of anguish. The remaining 6 sovereigns were utterly numbed. This madman exhibited no semblance of logic, acting solely on whims. Chapter 59, The Celestial Wind of the Taoist. As they observed Chu Tianqing being mercilessly beaten, they were desperately pondering a singular question. Why was Qin Yuanshi able to leave unscathed? Did he utter something particularly significant? Qi Wudi, enduring excruciating pain, meticulously recalled the recent events. Indeed, Qin Yuanshi had addressed the creature as true immortal lord, while others referred to it as senior. This realization struck Qi Wudi like a bolt from the blue, awakening him to the fact that the three-headed monster was most concerned with being acknowledged as a true immortal. Understanding this, Qi Wudi immediately adopted the most respectful and humble tone, exclaiming loudly, "True immortal lord, I too wish to return and present the fragments of the Ascension Tao scripture to you, a veritable true immortal." He Chuanjin, pausing in his assault on Chu Tianqing, turned his 3 heads simultaneously towards Qi Wudi, the ferocity in his eyes vanishing in an instant. "Ha ha! Excellent! Well said." The middle head beamed with delight. "Veritable, true immortal. Such words fill my heart with joy. Master, he claims we are genuine true immortals. His words are even more delightful than those of the previous one. True immortal. True immortal. We are indeed true immortals. Ha ha." The 3 heads erupted in maniacal laughter, their mirth echoing through the air. With a casual wave, He Chuanjin caused the dark chains binding Qi Wudi to dissipate. Qi Wudi fell heavily to the ground, hastily kneeling and bowing his head. "Thank you, true immortal lord, for your mercy. I shall fetch the fragments for you forthwith. Go, hurry back." He Chuanjin laughed heartily. The remaining 5 sovereigns, witnessing this, immediately comprehended the situation and shouted in unison, "True immortal lord, we too are willing to return for the fragments. True immortal lord, in your benevolence, we shall certainly present the fragments. True immortal lord, your might is unparalleled. We are eager to serve you. True immortal lord, your powers are boundless. We have long admired you. You are the one and only true immortal under heaven and earth." Upon hearing their chorus of adulation, He Chuanjin's 3 heads nearly split with laughter. "Ha ha! Excellent! Good children! I appreciate your discernment." The middle head chuckled heartily. With a grand gesture, He Chuanjin made all the dark chains vanish, causing the remaining 5 sovereigns to crash to the ground. Yet, disregarding the pain, they hurriedly knelt and bowed. "Rise. All of you rise." He Chuanjin's heads were alight with joy. "Good children, hurry back. Bring me the fragments of the Ascension Tao scripture. Remember, I cannot wait too long." "Yes, true immortal lord." The 6 sovereigns responded in unison, scrambling away with tremendous haste. He Chuanjin watched their departing figures, his 3 heads reveling in delight. The 6 sovereigns dared not linger for a moment, expending all their speed as they dashed out of the 10,000 great mountains. As they stumbled out of the dark forest into the embrace of the normal sunlight, they collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. The sinister, chilling darkness that had lingered around them finally dissipated, replaced by a refreshing breeze that filled their lungs, instilling a sense of rebirth. Yin Shaodian was the first to rise. Supporting himself as he gasped for air, feeling the searing whip marks on his body, his eyes reflecting a profound relief at having survived. "That madman is nothing short of a beast." Chu Tianqing leaned against a grand tree, touching his swollen, bleeding cheek, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "In all my years, I have never encountered such madness. Unpredictable and devoid of reason." Chi Wudi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, spitting out a bloody saliva. A flicker of fear crossing his eyes. Fortunately, we reacted swiftly. Otherwise, we would have been mercilessly beaten to death by that lunatic. The group exchanged glances, each face revealing humiliation and disarray. Silence enveloped them for a moment, the relief of survival gradually giving way to an indelible sense of shame and anger. Yin Xiaodian gazed at the ominous silhouette of the 10,000 great mountains in the distance and broke the silence, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "What shall we do now? Are we really going back to retrieve the remnants of the Ascension Sutra to appease it?" "Retrieve what?" Chu Tianqing scoffed, as if he had heard the most ludicrous jest. His eyes were filled with disdain. "Brother Yin, do you truly believe that those 3 monstrous birds could emerge from the 10,000 great mountains? Do not jest. Have you forgotten what that place is? It was once sealed by over a dozen celestial emperors and thousands of celestial kings from the great Zhou immortal dynasty. No matter how powerful that madman is, he cannot break free from this seal." A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Chi Wudi's eyes as he coldly snorted. "If that is the case, why should we offer any remnants? Let that madman remain within the mountains, lost in his delusions of grandeur. We shall return to recuperate." Allowing him to wait until the end of time without seeing a soul, the 6 sovereigns left the 10,000 great mountains in utter disarray. While the construction of the divine statue within the mountains neared completion, several city gods and citizens had already carved the body of the statue, leaving only the final and most crucial part, the 3 heads. The city gods responsible for the carving held their tools with trepidation, meticulously sculpting the heads to resemble Hechuanjin. They dared not make a single mistake, fearing the wrath of Hechuanjin if they erred. They depicted his 3 heads, obsession, greed, and cruelty, with utmost precision. As the city gods labored diligently, striving to capture every detail with lifelike accuracy, Hechuanjin's 3 heads emerged from the Taoist temple. Eager to inspect the progress of their statue. "Let me take a look." Is this truly my statue?" The central head craned its neck, scrutinizing the nearly completed stone heads. The left head, the second brother, leaned in closer. "Wow, big brother. They made us look like. The right head." The third brother, upon seeing the details, instantly exploded in rage. "What is this? What have these fools done to us?" Hechuanjin examined the 3 heads on the statue with increasing unease, feeling that something was distinctly amiss. Though the visage upon the statue bears resemblance, the aura it exudes is one of sinister malevolence, a disquieting expression that sends shivers down the spine. "Is this truly me?" The central head suddenly erupted with a thunderous roar. "These scoundrels! How dare they depict me in such a vile manner?" With indignation, the head gestured towards the eerie and terrifying features of the statue, feathers bristling in fury. "I, a being of ethereal grace and transcendence, could never be rendered in such a ghastly form." The 2 heads flanking it howled in madness. "We are the true celestial beings of elegance. How could we be sculpted into such grotesque aberrations? This is intolerable. Are these imbeciles doing this on purpose? Intentionally defaming us?" The sculptors, engrossed in their work, were startled into dropping their tools upon hearing the thunderous outburst. "Great celestial master, we have sculpted you precisely as you appear." The lead sculptor trembled in explanation. "Every stroke has been executed with utmost care, in full accordance with your likeness." "Utter nonsense." The 3 heads of Hechuanjin bellowed in unison. "When have I ever possessed such a ghastly visage? You are insulting me." The middle head seethed with indignation. "I am handsome and elegant, a paragon of celestial grace. How could I possibly resemble this malevolent apparition? You must resculpt me. It must reflect my divine demeanor." The sculptors, pale with fear, hastily knelt and bowed their heads. "Great celestial master, please quell your wrath. We are utterly at a loss as to how to sculpt you. We beseech your guidance." "Indeed, great celestial master, pray tell us how we should proceed. We are entirely at your command." Another sculptor quivered. The 3 heads turned towards them, the central head glaring menacingly. "What nonsense! You should sculpt me as I appear now. I am standing right before you. Are you blind?" "Exactly. We embody celestial grace, transcending the mundane." The second head chimed in. "You have rendered us into such malevolence. Was that your intent?" The sculptors exchanged despairing glances, their hearts heavy with hopelessness. They had indeed sculpted according to Hechuanjin's current appearance. The 3-headed creature gave off an aura of dark energy, its countenance twisted and fearsome. bearing no semblance of a celestial being. Summoning his courage, the lead sculptor inquired, "Great celestial master, how would you wish us to depict you?" "Naturally, as a celestial being," the central head replied matter-of-factly, "with delicate features, an ethereal presence, and an unmistakable aura of enlightenment. Yes, there must be an air of divinity. It must be elegant." The second head exclaimed, "It must not resemble this current, terrifying visage. Indeed, we are true celestial beings. We ought to possess the appearance befitting such status." The third head echoed fervently. The sculptors felt their scalps prickle with anxiety, cold sweat pouring down their brows. Suddenly, the central head's eyes glinted with malice as it smiled ominously. "Let me make this clear. If you dare to sculpt me in a grotesque manner again, I shall devour each of you whole, without exception." The sculptors trembled in fear, yet dared not defy Hechuanjin's command, steeling themselves to recommence their arduous task of sculpting. Hechuanjin observed as the city gods resumed their task of sculpting the divine statues, and the three heads displayed expressions of satisfaction. "Now this is more like it," the central head proclaimed with self-satisfaction. "Remember, the statue must embody an ethereal elegance and transcend the mundane. Indeed, it must radiate divine energy. Not a trace of malevolence must be present," chimed in the third head on the right. Hechuanjin chuckled to himself and turned away. The three heads swayed as they made their way into the Taoist temple, continuing to murmur to themselves, "Ha ha ha. The 7 treasure-bearing youths are truly perceptive. They know to proactively retrieve the fragments of the Ascension Tao scripture to present to me. Such individuals are truly sagacious. Big brother, when will they return?" inquired the second head on the left, licking its lips with a glimmer of greed in its eyes. "I can hardly wait to see those fragments." "Soon, soon," replied the central head, waving its hand dismissively. "At their pace, they should return within 7 days. Then I shall possess the complete Ascension Tao scripture." "Ha ha ha." The third head exclaimed impatiently, "I can't wait. I want those fragments right now." "Patience, patience," admonished the central head. "A true immortal must possess the demeanor befitting their status. Impatience is unbecoming." 7 days later, Hechuanjin stood outside the temple. The 6 golden vertical pupils intently fixed on the entrance of the 10,000 great mountains, awaiting the return of the 7 sovereigns. From dawn until dusk, and from dusk until dawn, the forest remained eerily silent. Save for the occasional shivering of malevolent spirits, no other figures were in sight. The eldest and second heads cautiously ventured to speak. "They haven't deceived us, have they?" "Nonsense," retorted the central head. "How dare they deceive me? I am a true immortal. Who would dare to deceive a true immortal? They must have been delayed on their journey. Perhaps gathering the fragments is more troublesome than anticipated." "But big brother, they said they would return in 7 days," the second head said hesitantly. "Silence," the central head bellowed. "They will certainly return. I have faith in them. The dignity of a true immortal is not to be trifled with." The third head on the right expressed unease. "Big brother, should we send someone to check?" "No need," the central head firmly denied. "I shall continue to wait. They will undoubtedly return." Another 7 days passed. Hechuanjin still stood outside the temple, though the expressions of the three heads began to show signs of impatience. The eldest, the second head on the left, cautiously spoke again. "It has been 14 days. They truly haven't deceived us, have they? What do you think?" The central head snapped, turning sharply towards the second head, a flicker of irritation crossing its features, though it quickly suppressed it. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. They themselves acknowledge that I am a true immortal. How could they dare deceive a true immortal?" Yet, as the central head uttered these words, its tone lacked the previous conviction, and its brow was tightly furrowed. "Perhaps their capital is too far away?" The central head consoled itself. "Yes, that must be it. I shall wait a little longer." The third head erupted in frustration. "I believe they are charlatans. Big brother, we have been played." "Silence, silence," the central head roared in a fit of rage and humiliation. "I have said it. They would not dare deceive me." Another 7 days passed. The 21st day, Hechuanjin, with 3 heads, had been standing outside the temple for a full 3 weeks, his 6 golden vertical pupils bloodshot, and the black aura enveloping him became increasingly agitated. Frauds, deceivers, all of them. Suddenly, the middle head let out a thunderous roar, filled with overwhelming wrath and boundless ferocity. "Those scoundrels! How dare they deceive this humble Taoist? How dare they deceive a true immortal?" The middle head was utterly enraged, its black aura swirling like a tornado. causing the entire mountainous region to tremble beneath the weight of its terrifying pressure. "Boss, I told you they were frauds long ago." The left head, the second, exclaimed with malicious glee. "Indeed, boss, they never intended to return." The right head, the third, chimed in, fanning the flames of anger. "Ah!" He Quan Jun completely lost his reason, all three heads simultaneously howling at the sky, their voices resonating so powerfully that the leaves of the entire mountain forest rained down. In a frenzy, it charged through the mountains, leaving a path of destruction in its wake, ancient trees splintered, rocks shattered, and countless malevolent spirits scattering in terror. "Frauds! All of them! I shall slay them. I shall annihilate those brazen deceivers. How dare they deceive a true immortal? Unforgivable! Absolutely unforgivable!" He Quan Jun raged through the vast mountains, colliding with everything, causing the entire range to sway perilously under its fury. Chapter 61. Out He Quan Jun roared in madness for 3 days and nights, leaving the once majestic mountains ravaged and unrecognizable. Countless ancient trees had fallen, boulders tumbled down, and even the timid spirits were driven to a state of utter panic. "No, I must go out myself. I will tear those frauds apart." The middle head abruptly ceased its frenzied assault, all three heads turning simultaneously towards the exit of the mountain range. He Quan Jun's black aura churned like a moving storm cloud, surging towards the edge of the 10,000 mountain range. Its speed was astonishing, tearing through the air with explosive sounds in its wake. Those scoundrels! How dare they deceive this humble Taoist? How dare they deceive a true immortal? I shall ensure they find no place to rest. The middle head laughed maniacally, its golden vertical pupils glinting with a frenzied desire for bloodshed. Before long, He Quan Jun reached the mountain's edge. Just as it was about to breach the invisible boundary, a series of thunderous roars echoed through the void. In an instant, countless golden chains emerged from the emptiness, each as thick as a barrel, inscribed with a multitude of intricate runes, exuding an ancient and sacred aura. These chains, like serpents, began to coil towards He Quan Jun from all directions. "What is this?" the left head exclaimed in shock. Where did these golden chains come from? Among the three heads, only the middle head retained some coherent memories. The other two had fragmented recollections. "A seal. This is a seal." The right head identified the origin of the chains. "Damn it! Those celestial beings set this seal here long ago." The middle head gazed at the encroaching golden chains, and instead of fear, its anger intensified. How dare these broken chains obstruct the path of a true immortal? They are simply courting death. Begone! The three heads of He Quan Jun simultaneously opened their mouths wide, unleashing a roar that reverberated through the heavens. This thunderous sound encapsulated all its rage and madness, as the sound waves surged forth like a tangible force, sweeping across the surroundings. The seemingly indestructible golden chains began to splinter, cracking like glass under the weight of that furious bellow. An array of intricate runes flickered erratically, emitting a piercing hum. Snap, snap, snap. A series of sharp cracking sounds echoed as those chains, thick as barrels, began to shatter one after another. With each break, a mournful wail resounded in the void, as if something was enduring immense agony. In mere moments, the once dense golden chains were reduced to fragments, dissipating into the ether. The seal that had confined the 10,000 mountains for countless years was thus shattered to pieces by He Quan Jun's furious roar. He Quan Jun boldly surged beyond the confines of the 10,000 mountains, and upon crossing that invisible boundary, it was immediately greeted by the refreshing air of the outside world. Taking a deep breath, the dark aura surrounding it unfurled, and all three heads displayed expressions of sheer ecstasy. "Ah, this is the air of the outside, far more pleasant than the lifeless atmosphere within the mountains." The leftmost head, the second one, greedily inhaled, exclaiming that it sensed the aroma of many treasures. After savoring a few breaths of the air beyond the 10,000 mountains, all three heads lifted simultaneously, gazing around in every direction. Where should we search for those deceivers? The central head mused aloud, its golden slit-like eyes scanning the surroundings. It was unaware of which nation it had entered among the 8 nations, nor did it know the precise locations of the royal palaces, yet this posed no challenge for it. As a being that had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years, He Quan Jun possessed an acute sensitivity to the essence of incense and fire. The most concentrated essence was always found in a nation's capital, closing its 6 golden slit pupils. Its consciousness surged forth like a tide, extending in all directions to sense the various auras emanating from afar. Soon, it detected a rich fragrance of incense wafting from the southeast, where a grand city stood, its center radiating a scorching essence akin to the blazing sun. Found it. The central head opened its eyes, gleaming with excitement as it turned its gaze towards the east. Hechuanjin's dark aura surged forth, transforming into a streak of black light, racing swiftly toward the southeast. At that moment, within the resplendent hall of the rising sun in the Great Xia Palace, the sovereign of the Great Xia sat solemnly upon the dragon throne, surrounded by the remaining few celestial kings. Originally a lavish assembly of 30 celestial kings, only 10 remained, including Fu Qing, while the rest had perished within the 10,000 mountains. Your Majesty, the losses we have suffered are truly devastating, Fu Qing expressed with deep concern. We have not only lost 20 celestial kings, but also 500,000 divine warriors, resulting in nearly a 30% loss of the entire incense and fire essence of Great Xia. Another celestial monarch gritted his teeth and remarked, that calamity is truly terrifying. Our incense powers appear as mere candle flames in the face of a tempest, instantly extinguished. The sovereign of the Great Xia waved his hand, interrupting their discourse. At this juncture, further discussion is futile. The pressing matter is how to swiftly restore our national strength. He rose and paced within the grand hall, his eyes glinting with a ruthless light. Let it be decreed that, starting today, the procreation edict shall be promulgated. All eligible men and women across the realm must marry and bear children within 3 months, with each household required to produce at least 3 offspring within 5 years. Failing to comply will incur a fine of 10 taels of silver. Your Majesty, Fu Qing hesitated, questioning whether such measures might be overly drastic. The common folk? The sovereign of the Great Xia scoffed. Their very existence serves to provide incense for me. With the nation in such dire straits, their contributions are essential. Who dares oppose? Exile to the frontier. He continued, furthermore, let the sacrificial edict be issued. Every household must pay homage to my effigy no less than thrice daily, with offerings of incense not falling below twice the usual amount. Those who dare to be negligent shall face execution without mercy. The celestial monarchs exchanged glances, sensing the severity of these decrees, recognizing that incense embodies the spirit of the people. The more they offer, the quicker they perish. Yet in these extraordinary times, they could only nod in acquiescence. Just then, a commotion erupted from outside the hall. Report. A guard rushed into the grand hall, breathless. Your Majesty, a massive black cloud has appeared in the sky, heading directly towards the palace. The sovereign of the Great Xia frowned. A black cloud? What black cloud could provoke such alarm? Before he could finish, the entire hall trembled violently, as if some colossal entity had descended upon the palace. Following this, a suffocating and terrifying pressure enveloped the royal residence. Fu Qing's complexion turned ashen. This aura was identical to that of the 3-headed monstrosity from the 10,000 mountains. The sovereign of the Great Xia too sensed that familiar, dreadful pressure, standing frozen, as though struck by lightning. Impossible. How could it emerge from the 10,000 mountains? That realm is sealed by the celestial dynasty. Boom. The Great Xia Palace was instantly shrouded in an impenetrable black mist, rendering the once resplendent halls ominous and foreboding. The black fog cascaded from the sky like a torrential wave, enveloping the entire palace. What is this? Heaven help us. Why has the world turned dark? Run. Flee. There are malevolent spirits. The eunuchs and maidens within the palace were thrown into disarray by this sudden phenomenon. They had never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle. The dense black mist weighed upon them like a tangible force, while the chilling, sinister aura invoked a fear that resonated deep within their souls. Countless eunuchs and maidens scrambled in panic, their cries echoing, plunging the palace into chaos. Within the Chuyang Hall, the sovereign of the Great Xia and several celestial monarchs turned pale, acutely aware that the horrifying pressure was drawing near. Your Majesty, Fu Qing spoke with a trembling voice. That 3-headed monster has indeed emerged from the Wanshan Mountains. It has come for us. Before her words could fully settle, the gates of Chaoyang Palace were suddenly and violently smashed open, the frames splintering into fragments. A colossal shadow loomed at the entrance, Hechuanjin enveloped in a thick, ominous black aura, with 6 golden vertical pupils glistening in the darkness atop its 3 heads. At the sight of Hechuanjin, the ruler of the Great Xia felt as though struck by lightning. His complexion turned as pale as a sheet, and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. No, it's impossible. How could you possibly emerge from the Wanshan Mountains? The ruler's voice shook, his eyes filled with terror. Several celestial kings were equally petrified by this sudden, terrifying presence, trembling in fear, some even beginning to stealthily retreat, seeking an opportunity to escape. The middle head of He Chuanjin grinned sinisterly, surveying those within the hall, its golden pupils sweeping over each individual, instilling a sense of dread akin to being scrutinized by the Grim Reaper. Suddenly, the second head on the left elongated like a serpent, stealthily weaving around the pillars of the hall until it was beside the ruler of the Great Xia. Its head nearly brushed against the ruler's ear, its voice low and chilling. I was originally on my way to find a few other deceivers, only to stumble upon you, you wretched bastard. The ruler, feeling the frigid breath near his ear, became as rigid as a statue, not daring to breathe. The voice of the second head suddenly erupted in fury, the tone escalating sharply. You dare to flee, taking advantage of my absence to run. Do you seek death? With its roar, the entire Chaoyang Palace began to shake violently, the glazed tiles of the roof crashing down in a symphony of shattering glass. Xia Qingyuan's face turned an ashen white, his legs shaking uncontrollably. He could not comprehend the situation. How could the seal that had confined the Wanshan Mountains for countless years be breached by this madman? No, it's impossible. Xia Qingyuan's voice trembled. That seal was left by the Celestial Dynasty. He Chuanjin's central head let out a cold laugh. The seal of the Celestial Dynasty? That waste of the Dazhou ruler dares to seal me. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyuan fell into utter despair. If even the seal of the Celestial Dynasty could not contain this lunatic, what could possibly stop it? With a thud, Xia Qingyuan could no longer maintain his composure. Sinking to his knees, trembling as he pleaded, Great Immortal, spare me. Great Immortal, please spare me. Seeing the ruler kneel, Fu Qing and the other celestial kings had no choice but to follow suit, hastily dropping to the ground, their foreheads knocking against the floor like pounding garlic. Great Immortal, spare us. We were blind to your greatness. We beseech you, spare us. He Chuanjin surveyed the kneeling figures, all three heads revealing malevolent grins. The central head slowly gazed down at the trembling Xia Qingyuan, its voice deep and threatening. However, I can offer you a chance. Upon hearing the word chance, a glimmer of hope flickered in Xia Qingyuan's eyes, and he quickly bowed his head. Great Immortal, please, tell me. I shall comply without fail. It is quite simple. In the center, a sinister head grinned, commanding, now, go forth to the other 7 nations and retrieve those 7 fools, bringing with them the remnants of the Ascension Scriptures. Remember, bring them here. Xia Qingyuan promptly nodded. Yes, yes. I shall take care of it at once. I will first arrange for the Crown Prince to manage state affairs, and then set off to find them. No, no, no. The central head shook its head, a glint of cunning flashing in its eyes. This nation is now under my control. As soon as the words left its lips, the second head to the left, quick as lightning, seized the crown atop Xia Qingyuan's head in its beak. The golden crown, adorned with countless jewels, sparkled in its grasp. The second head, brimming with excitement, intended to don the crown itself, but just as it was about to act, it caught sight of the stern gaze from the central head. Dear leader, you are the foremost celestial being. This crown rightfully belongs to you. The second head instantly adopted a sycophantic grin, cautiously offering the crown to the central head. Satisfied, the central head accepted the crown, inspecting it before proudly placing it upon its own head. The once majestic crown now sat atop the grotesque avian visage, creating a bizarre yet comical contrast. Now this is more like it. The central head gleefully admired its new appearance, declaring, a true celestial being deserves a crown. This befits my stature. Xia Qingyuan watched in anguish as the monster donned his crown. Though his heart ached, he dared not show it. Bowing his head and anxiously awaiting the next command. Now, this country belongs to me. The central head, adorned with the crown, proclaimed with an air of authority. Yes, yes, great celestial lord. We shall attend to it at once. We guarantee to bring them all before you to seek forgiveness. Xia Qingyuan quickly nodded in agreement. Go. I grant you half a month. If you fail to return with those 7 charlatans within this time frame, I shall twist your head off and use it as a ball. The central head glared menacingly at Xia Qingyuan, wearing the crown. Xia Qingyuan felt as though he had been granted a reprieve, immediately bowing his head. Yes, yes. I shall go. I will certainly bring them all back within half a month. With that, he hurriedly exited the grand hall. scurrying away lest he be torn apart by this mad creature. Chapter 63. Morning Court. After Xia Qingyuan hastily fled the Grand Hall, the central head of Hechuanjin, now wearing the crown, swaggered over to the resplendent dragon throne. It carefully turned around and slowly took a seat. The throne, intricately carved with exquisite dragon patterns, was now occupied by a three-headed monstrosity, creating an extraordinarily surreal image. This is what it feels like to be an emperor. The central head, crowned and seated upon the dragon throne, gleamed with satisfaction in its golden vertical pupils, realizing it was indeed unlike an ordinary chair. Sitting there bestowed an air of regal authority. Imitating Xia Qingyuan's earlier posture, it straightened its neck and rested its wings upon the throne's armrests, striving to embody the demeanor of a sovereign, a true celestial being upon the throne. This is the natural order of things. The central head mused to itself, appearing quite pleased with its newfound role. After a moment of adjusting himself on the dragon throne, Hechuanjin suddenly recalled something. His golden vertical pupils shifted towards the several celestial kings still kneeling within the hall. Indeed, I remember that the emperor must hold court every morning. Now that I am the emperor, I too must convene the morning assembly. The head in the center exclaimed with excitement. Clearing his throat, he imitated the tone of Xia Qingyuan from earlier, declaring with authority, "Fu Qing, and you fools, immediately summon all celestial kings and city gods. I am to hold court." The celestial kings exchanged glances, eager to mention that the time for the morning assembly had already passed. However, considering the terrifying power of this three-headed bird, none dared to oppose him. Yes, my lord, the true immortal. We shall gather them at once." Fu Qing and the other celestial kings, not daring to delay, hurried outside the hall and shot beams of golden magical light into the sky. These lights burst forth like fireworks, forming signals for assembly. Within moments, celestial kings and city gods arrived from all directions, descending upon the morning sun hall, their faces laden with confusion. What is happening? Hasn't the morning court just concluded? Why has His Majesty summoned us again? Did you see that terrifying black aura earlier? It must be related. Indeed, that pressure was too overwhelming. I felt it from miles away. The crowd murmured, yet dared not hesitate, quickly adjusting their attire in preparation to enter the hall. Soon, over 40 celestial kings and city gods had gathered outside the morning sun hall. As they entered in single file, they initially thought this was merely another ordinary assembly. However, the moment they stepped into the hall, all were taken aback. On the resplendent dragon throne sat a three-headed monster. It wore a crown, surrounded by swirling black mist. Lazily reclining on the throne, one wing draped over the armrest while the other toyed with a black ruler. What is going on? Where is His Majesty? Where has the emperor gone? How dare this fiend sit on the dragon throne? The assembly exchanged bewildered glances, utterly at a loss regarding the situation. Hechuanjin, with the crown atop the central head, reclined lazily on the throne, his golden vertical pupils scanning the assembly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his gaze. "Oh, you fools. Having seen a true immortal, why do you not kneel in reverence? Do you not know the proper etiquette when encountering a true immortal?" The central head suddenly straightened, his voice tinged with evident dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, the celestial kings and city gods erupted in outrage. What true immortal? This fiend dares to impersonate a true immortal. How audacious to sit upon the emperor's throne. You wretched creature, get off the throne at once. Where is His Majesty? What have you done with him? Bold demon, how dare you cause chaos in the morning sun hall? With this evil at hand, we cannot coexist. Fellow lords, let us join forces. We must eradicate this insolent monster. More than 20 celestial kings and city gods roared in unison, brandishing their respective magical artifacts, as blades and flashes of light filled the grand hall. Various divine spells surged like a tide toward Hechuanjin. Hechuanjin gazed at the approaching celestial kings with a sinister smile, devoid of fear. Excellent. Since you refuse to kneel willingly, I shall compel you to do so. The central head let out a cold chuckle and slowly rose from the dragon throne. As the words left his lips, Hechuanjin unfurled his wings, unleashing an endless torrent of black mist that surged from his form like a flood breaching a dam. This dark vapor did not disperse haphazardly. Instead, it seemed to possess a life of its own, accurately targeting each celestial king. Alarmed cries rang out. Quick, hide. Yet, the speed of the black mist was astonishing, penetrating the bodies of all present in the blink of an eye. What is this? I can no longer control my body. Someone, Help me expel this from me." The celestial kings writhed in anguish, but the black mist had already infiltrated their very beings. The most terrifying transformation began as their eyes shifted from normalcy to a pitch-black hue. Moments later, all sounds of struggle ceased. The 20 or so celestial kings stood in unison within the grand hall, their eyes now entirely devoid of light, resembling the depths of an abyss. After a brief pause, their blackened irises gradually returned to their original color. However, when they lifted their gaze to He Quan Zhen upon the dragon throne, the previous fury and hostility had vanished, replaced by profound reverence and awe. "We pay homage to your majesty." The celestial kings intoned in unison, their voices harmonizing as if rehearsed a million times. "Long live our emperor." Their voices resounded through the Chaoyang Hall, filled with an authentic respect and adoration, as if He Quan Zhen were truly their sovereign. Seated regally upon the dragon throne with a crown adorning his head, He Quan Zhen surveyed the kneeling celestial kings, each head displaying a triumphant smile. In the eyes of these bewitched celestial kings, the figure on the throne was no beast with 3 heads, but rather the familiar ruler of the great Xia Qingyuan. Ha! Now this is more like it. This is the attitude one should show to a true immortal. The central head laughed maniacally, his voice echoing throughout the hall. "All ministers rise." He Quan Zhen suddenly flung open his robe, and in that instant, an infinite wave of black mist surged forth from him. This dark vapor no longer confined itself to the Chaoyang Hall. It spread like a living entity through every corner of the imperial palace. Wherever the black mist flowed, whether among eunuchs, palace maids, or the imperial guards and consorts, all were invaded by this strange power. Their eyes first turned pitch black, then returned to normal, yet their expressions transformed into one of utmost reverence, as if genuinely worshipping their emperor. In mere moments, tens of thousands within the great Xia imperial palace fell under the enchantment of He Quan Zhen's black mist, becoming his puppets. However, when the black mist reached the eastern palace, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Chapter 64. It has emerged, run. Inside the eastern palace, Crown Prince Xia Hongchang was taking an afternoon rest, his head resting on the desk, breathing steadily. A wisp of black mist silently slithered through the window, coiling toward the slumbering prince like a serpent. Just as the sinister black energy was about to infiltrate the body of Xia Hongchang, a brilliant golden light suddenly erupted throughout the eastern palace. Radiant beams of golden brilliance blossomed from every corner of the palace, on the walls, between the beams, and within the floor tiles. Countless golden runes emerged, flickering and dancing as if they were sentient beings. This was the accumulated fortune of the great Xia dynasty, forged over millennia. Throughout this long passage of time, the national luck of the great Xia had solidified into something as tangible as gold, even giving rise to a vague consciousness. When it sensed the malevolent black energy attempting to breach the crown prince, the national fortune instantly awakened, transforming into myriad golden runes that encircled the black essence with unwavering resolve. The clash between the black energy and the golden light produced a harsh, hissing sound of dissolution. The once unstoppable tendril of black energy swiftly dissipated under the onslaught of the golden radiance, akin to snow melting in a fierce fire. However, simultaneously, the golden light within the eastern palace dimmed somewhat. The brilliance of the runes was no longer as resplendent, clearly indicating that this defense had cost the national fortune dearly. Xia Hongchang was jolted awake by the sudden golden light, sitting up abruptly and gazing around in bewilderment. The golden radiance had arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Now, the eastern palace had returned to normal, as though nothing had transpired. Rubbing his eyes, Xia Hongchang questioned whether he had merely been dreaming. As he pondered, he suddenly noticed a line of writing that had appeared on his desk. The characters seemed to be inscribed with some form of black liquid, their shapes twisted and eerie, the strokes subtly undulating, exuding an ominous aura. "It has emerged, run quickly." Xia Hongchang widened his eyes, scrutinizing the text. This handwriting was undeniably new. His desk had been empty before his afternoon nap. Moreover, he had never encountered such script. It bore no resemblance to the handwriting of anyone within the palace, nor could it have been produced by an ordinary individual. "What has emerged?" Xia Hongchang murmured to himself, a wave of inexplicable panic rising within him. He reached out to touch the text, but as his fingers approached, the twisted characters began to fade rapidly, as if they had never existed at all. At that moment, a synchronized sound of footsteps echoed from outside the eastern palace. We pay our respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. Xia Hongchang peered through the window and beheld a line of imperial guards standing in formation outside the palace, their expressions unnaturally respectful. What is the matter? Xia Hongchang inquired. Replying to His Highness, His Majesty has issued a decree requesting you to proceed immediately to the Chaoyang Hall for an audience. The leading guard responded respectfully. Yet Xia Hongchang sensed an underlying stiffness in his tone. For some inexplicable reason, Xia Hongchang recalled the eerie line of writing. Although he did not comprehend its meaning, his instincts warned him that the current situation was amiss. Did my father mention the purpose of this summons? Xia Hongchang cautiously asked. The guard seemed momentarily taken aback before mechanically replying. His Majesty did not specify, only urging His Highness to hurry. Xia Hongchang felt an increasing sense of unease. In the past, whenever summoned by his father, the reasons were always clearly stated, yet the demeanor of these guards was decidedly strange. He remembered the ominous phrase, "It has emerged, run quickly," though the nature of the impending crisis eluded him. The inexplicable sense of urgency compelled Xia Hongchang to heed the warning. "I am feeling somewhat unwell. I shall attend shortly," he stated with a facade of calm. "Your Highness, His Majesty has commanded you to proceed immediately." Without delay, the captain of the Imperial Guards replied, his tone turning somewhat stern. Alarm bells rang in Xia Hongchang's mind. These guards typically treated him with utmost respect. When had they dared to speak in such a manner? "I have declared my unwellness." Xia Hongchang raised his voice. "Are you now disregarding my words?" The guards exchanged glances, a flicker of confusion crossing their eyes, as though they were grappling with an internal struggle. After a moment, the leading captain reverted to his mechanical deference. "Your Highness, His Majesty has given an edict." No longer hesitating, Xia Hongchang seized the opportunity amidst the guards' apparent turmoil and stealthily made his way toward the rear entrance of the East Palace. This door led to the Imperial Garden, where a concealed path provided direct access to the palace walls. It was a secret passage he had discovered in his youth during moments of mischief, known to none but himself. Just as Xia Hongchang was about to push open the back door, a thunderous roar echoed throughout the palace. "Where is the Crown Prince? Why has he yet to arrive? Am I to be disrespected in this morning's audience?" The voice was laden with boundless fury and madness, causing the very palace to tremble. Hearing this, Xia Hongchang's hair stood on end. This was undeniably not his father's voice. Moreover, his father would never refer to himself in such a manner. Within the Chaoyang Hall, the assembled celestial kings and city gods, held captive, felt a wave of inexplicable dread at the roar of He Quan-jun. Although they recognized the figure seated on the dragon throne as the familiar sovereign of the great Xia Qingyuan, something about His Majesty's temperament today seemed particularly tempestuous. "Your Majesty, please temper your wrath." Fu Qing stepped forward respectfully, saying, "The Crown Prince has always been dutiful. There must be some pressing matter delaying him. I implore you to remain calm." The other celestial kings echoed in agreement. "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince is typically punctual. His tardiness today surely has a reason. Perhaps the Crown Prince is attending to urgent state affairs. Please forgive him, as he harbors no intention of disrespect." He Quan-jun, adorned with a crown, bore golden vertical pupils that shimmered with displeasure. Impatiently, he waved a wing. "Enough of this banter. Fu Qing, did you not say you had dispatched someone to urge him? Where is that person?" "Your Majesty, I indeed sent someone to hasten his arrival," Fu Qing replied respectfully, though he felt a twinge of perplexity. Typically, the emperor did not speak with such urgency, and today's phrasing seemed peculiarly strange, as if he were an impostor. Yet, a voice within him insisted that this individual was indeed genuine and that he must obey his commands. As soon as he finished speaking, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the hall. The captain of the guards, who had been dispatched to summon the Crown Prince, rushed into the hall, collapsing to his knees. "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has fled. Upon arriving at the East Palace, I found him absent. The back door was wide open, and he must have escaped through there." "What?" He Quan-jun leapt up from the dragon throne. "How dare he run away? Before I had the chance to meet him, he dared to flee?" The entire Chaoyang Hall was instantly enveloped in a terrifying pressure, causing everyone present to experience a sudden pang of trepidation. "This insolent fool!" The central head of He Quan-jun roared in fury. "How dare he show such disrespect towards me? He must be punished. He must be punished." Chapter 65, My Beloved Minister. He must be punished. He must be punished. The central head of He Quan-jun, adorned with a crown, shimmered with a frenzied, murderous intent in his golden vertical pupils. daring to look down upon the true immortal. A capital offense. A capital offense. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire Chaoyang Hall fell into a deathly silence. All the celestial kings and city gods were taken aback by his words, although they were under the control of dark energy. Their memories of the character of the great Xia's ruler, Xia Qingyuan, remained vivid. Xia Qingyuan had always favored this prince, and even when the prince made mistakes, he could never bear to impose harsh penalties. Yet now, the emperor actually declared he would kill the prince? This was nothing short of absurd. Fu Qing was the first to react, quickly kneeling on the ground, his voice trembling as he implored, "Your Majesty, this must not be. The prince is the heir apparent, the very foundation of our great Xia." The other celestial kings and city gods also fell to their knees, pleading in unison, "Your Majesty, please reconsider. The prince is young and naive. We beseech you to show him mercy. Your Majesty, the prince has always been filial. There must be some misunderstanding regarding today's events. We implore you to retract your decree. The prince cannot be harmed." In an instant, the ground of Chaoyang Hall was filled with officials, both civil and military, all pleading for the prince's life. He Chuanjin gazed down at these weeping individuals, his central head growing even angrier. "You fools! When I decree death, it shall be so." That scoundrel dared to neglect his duty and not come to pay homage to the true immortal. He deserves to die, wreathed in a crown. He raged upon his dragon throne. Fu Qing's heart sank further at these words. The emperor's reaction today was exceedingly abnormal. How could their usually gentle and benevolent ruler suddenly turn so violent? "Your Majesty." Fu Qing prostrated himself fervently, like pounding garlic, exclaiming, "The prince is your only son. If you were to kill him, the great Xia would be left without an heir. Your Majesty, please calm yourself. The prince has been under your guidance since childhood. He would never harbor any disrespect. Your Majesty, perhaps the prince was unwell and could not arrive in time. You cannot take his life for this reason." The celestial kings and city gods grew increasingly agitated. In their memory, the affection the ruler held for the prince was well known throughout the realm. The bond between father and son was profound. To suddenly declare the prince's death was more terrifying than the very heavens collapsing. He Chuanjin observed these weeping individuals, and his fury only intensified. "Enough! You worthless fools! How dare you question my decree?" He slammed his hand against the armrest of the dragon throne, causing the entire hall to tremble. "I shall decide who lives and who dies. That ignorant little brat, daring not to come and pay homage to the true immortal, deserves a capital punishment." Witnessing the scene of wailing within the hall, Fu Qing let out a sigh. He understood the ruler's temperament. Although today he was unusually irate, it was likely merely a moment of anger. The prince had always been the emperor's cherished one. Should he truly kill the prince, the ruler would surely regret it for a lifetime once he regained his senses. "Your Majesty." Fu Qing suddenly bowed his head and sincerely stated, "Your humble servant requests permission to personally bring the crown prince back. Let him kneel before your Majesty and seek forgiveness, allowing your Majesty to deal with him as you see fit." The other celestial kings and city gods, upon realizing it was Fu Qing, readily concurred. Who could be unaware of the close relationship between Fu Qing and the crown prince? If anyone else were to go, it was highly likely they would fail to bring him back. However, if Minister Fu wishes to go, I certainly shall not refuse. I am always inclined to heed the counsel of others. He Quanjin wore a benevolent expression. "I shall depart at once." Fu Qing, as if granted a reprieve, hastily rose to prepare for his departure. The moment he stepped out of the Chaoyang Hall, he had already formulated a plan in his mind. The emperor was evidently in a state of fury. In a few days, when his anger subsided, he would no longer mention the matter of executing the crown prince. The most pressing concern now was to find a safe haven for the crown prince to avoid the storm for a few days, and once the emperor regained his composure, the issue would naturally resolve itself. As Fu Qing exited the Chaoyang Hall, He Quanjun's previously furious demeanor suddenly retracted, and seated upon the dragon throne with his crown. He wore an unexpectedly gentle expression. "Loyal ministers, since it is morning court, there ought to be memorials to present." He Quanjun's tone was warm, his golden vertical pupils shimmering with a kind light. "Which minister has a memorial to present? I am all ears." The celestial kings and city gods within the hall exchanged glances. How could the emperor, who moments ago was ready to execute the crown prince, suddenly be so mild? This stark contrast left everyone bewildered. An elder celestial king cautiously raised his head and respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, there are no urgent memorials to report today. The other celestial kings and city gods nodded in agreement. Your Majesty, we have no pressing matters to present. Upon hearing this, the gentle smile on He Quanzhen's face instantly froze. The kind light in his golden pupils rapidly faded, replaced by an intensifying fury. What? No memorials. His voice, once gentle, became sharp and piercing, causing the entire Chaoyang Hall to tremble with the sudden outburst. You worthless lot. No memorials during morning court. What use are you? He Quanzhen's voice thundered. I, a dignified true immortal, personally attend morning court, and yet you dare say there are no memorials. This is utterly outrageous. The celestial kings and city gods trembled in fear at this unexpected wrath. How could the emperor, once as gentle as a spring breeze, transform into such a tempestuous figure in an instant? He Quanzhen, with his crown askew, slowly descended from the dragon throne, dark energy swirling behind him. His steps, though seemingly slow, reverberated through the entire hall with each stride. The assembly, watching the terrifying figure approach, was gripped by a sense of foreboding. He Quanzhen stopped directly before a city god, a middle-aged man in his 50s, who was now quaking in fear. My dear minister. He Quanzhen's head suddenly bore a gentle smile once more, his voice soft as the caress of spring breezes. Do you have a memorial to present? The state deity trembled in fear at the eerie gentleness that enveloped him, stammering in response. Your Majesty, I truly have no significant matters to report. No sooner had the words left his lips than the gentle smile on He Quanzhen's face vanished, replaced by an overwhelming fury. Nonsense. With a resounding clap, He Quanzhen struck the state deity with a wing. The deity barely had time to emit a cry before he was obliterated, his body reduced to a mist of blood, leaving no trace of bones behind. Blood splattered across He Quanzhen, who remained oblivious, licking the crimson stains from his wings with a glint of madness in his eyes. Chapter 66. The Taoist is quite patient. Everyone stood in stunned silence. The entire Chaoyang Hall was enveloped in a deathly stillness, the only sounds being the metallic scent of blood hanging in the air and the gruesome pool of flesh that had once been a living being. The celestial kings and state deities gaped in horror, their faces as pale as parchment, some trembling uncontrollably. They had never witnessed such a scene of brutal carnage. Nor could they fathom how their usually benevolent sovereign had suddenly turned into a figure of madness. He Quanzhen's central head licked the blood from his wings, golden slit pupils glimmering with satisfaction, as if the recent act had been a trivial affair. Ah, this flavor is delightful, he murmured to himself, then raised his head to regard the others, a bizarrely gentle smile returning to his visage. Is there any minister who has not presented their report? I am quite patient. The stark contrast in his demeanor sent shivers down the spines of those present, leaving them too terrified to respond, even to breathe. At that moment, a few celestial kings who had narrowly escaped from the 10,000 great mountains felt an unsettling familiarity wash over them as they gazed at the figure shrouded in dark energy before the dragon throne. One of the celestial kings pondered, this aura, this madness. Another furrowed his brow, recognizing that though the figure before them was unmistakably their sovereign, Xia Qingyuan, something was profoundly amiss. Damn, is it just my imagination? Why do I feel as though this celestial king is casting a furtive glance at He Quanzhen? A ludicrous thought flickered through his mind, suggesting that the being before them was the infamous three-headed beast from the 10,000 great mountains. Yet, such an idea was utterly absurd. How could the ruler they knew be that terrifying creature? It must be that the horrors faced in the mountains had distorted his perception. He Quanzhen seemed to sense the unsettling gazes directed at him, and abruptly turned his central head towards the celestial kings, a dangerous glimmer flashing in his golden pupils. What is it? Do you have questions for me, my esteemed ministers? His voice remained gentle, yet it was laced with a chilling intent. The celestial kings felt a jolt of fear and quickly lowered their heads, daring not to meet his gaze any longer. And no, we have no doubts. Your Majesty is wise and formidable. How could we dare to question? He Quanzhen nodded in satisfaction, then cast his gaze over the rest of the hall. Everyone averted their eyes, fearful of attracting the attention of their deranged sovereign. The lords of the celestial realm have come to realize that the sovereign has undergone a remarkable transformation today. The frenzied bloodlust and the capricious temperament displayed are entirely at odds with the summer Qingyuan they once knew. Yet, under the terrifying pressure exerted by He Quanzhen, none dared to entertain such thoughts or voice any doubts. He Quanzhen licked the remnants of blood from his wings and sauntered towards another city lord, a gaunt man in his 40s who was trembling as he knelt on the ground. My dear minister, He Chuanjin's central head leaned closer to the man, his voice as soothing as a gentle spring breeze. Do you have a report to present? The city lord, glancing at the mangled remains of his colleague on the ground, felt his soul nearly escape him. He had just witnessed the fate of the last man who claimed to have no report, struck dead in an instant. He could not afford to utter the same. Why, yes, I have a report, the man stammered, bowing his head fervently. Upon hearing this, He Chuanjin's central head erupted into a radiant smile, his golden slit pupils shimmering with excitement. Wonderful. Speak quickly. I am most fond of hearing reports. It donned its crown, exuding the joy of a child who has just received candy. Pray, share it with me. Seeing the sovereign's delight, the city lord felt a modicum of relief and hurried to deliver his favorable news. Your Majesty, the harvest in Huangzhou has been abundant of late, and the populace is thriving. However, some water conservancy facilities require repairs. I propose allocating funds for this. Additionally, there are bandit troubles in the western region of Huangzhou. I have dispatched city guards to quell them, but the rogues are cunning and require more troops from the court. Initially, He Chuanjin listened with rapt attention, nodding enthusiastically, visibly pleased. However, as the report continued to expand, the smile on its face began to falter, and the excitement in its golden eyes gradually dimmed. Enough! He Chuanjin suddenly bellowed in a fit of rage. What purpose does your verbosity serve? I asked if you had a report, not for you to prattle on endlessly. The city lord, struck by terror, ceased his report immediately, but it was too late. He Chuanjin was already thoroughly enraged. Too much nonsense. It's intolerable. With a resounding crash, He Chuanjin struck the man with a single blow, instantaneously reducing him to a mist of blood. The floor was once again splattered with crimson, the pungent scent of blood permeating the grand hall. Speaking too much is also a capital offense. He Chuanjin's central head cackled madly. I detest loquacious individuals. The court fell into a profound silence. Even the sound of breathing seemed a luxury. The stench of blood hung heavily in the air, and the sight of two puddles of gore on the floor was ghastly. The various celestial lords bowed their heads, trembling slightly, anxious not to become the next unfortunate soul to be obliterated. He Chuanjin's central head licked the bloodstains from its wings, surveying the deathly stillness of the hall. After a moment, it tilted its head, the crown askew, its voice as gentle as a spring breeze. Oh, why is everyone so silent? A shiver ran through the hearts of all present upon hearing this. I adore conversing. He Chuanjin's central head suddenly beamed with a bright smile. Why is it that none of you are speaking? Do you find me disagreeable? Its voice remained gentle, yet within that gentleness lurked a chilling aura of danger. All present could sense that if silence persisted, blood would soon be shed. An elderly celestial king trembled as he raised his head, his voice quivering as he spoke. Your Majesty, I have something to say. Ha ha. Splendid. The central head of He Chuanjin instantly perked up with excitement, donning a crown as he leaped before the trembling figure. Speak quickly. I am eager to hear. The celestial king, drenched in cold sweat, stammered, I believe your Majesty is particularly wise today. Indeed, indeed. I am wise. He Chuanjin exclaimed, gleefully dancing with delight. Is there more? Please, elaborate. Seeing this tactic bear fruit, others hastily chimed in. Your Majesty is indeed sagacious. I hold you in the highest esteem. Your divine might is unmatched. We are in profound admiration. He Chuanjin reveled in these flattery-laden words, all three of his heads grinning widely, as he paced back and forth before the dragon throne, radiating immense pride. Chapter 67. Unmasking the Disguise. Haha. You are all correct. I am indeed sagacious and formidable. I am unparalleled. It laughed maniacally. Truly, I am born to be an emperor. Donning the crown once more, it reclined leisurely in the dragon throne, exuding satisfaction. Let today's morning audience conclude here. The central head of He Chuanjin declared languidly, all ministers may retire. I wish to return to the palace and rest. The celestial kings and city gods bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you, your Majesty. We bid you farewell. Everyone was eager to escape the sanguinary court of dawn, yet dared not appear too hasty, suppressing their dread as they withdrew slowly, adhering to customary decorum. Upon leaving the court of dawn, Fu Qing was engulfed in deep concern. The emperor's temperament today was exceedingly erratic, even threatening the crown prince, which was utterly preposterous. He must swiftly locate the crown prince to ensure his safety. Fu Qing summoned his divine consciousness, spreading it like a web in all directions. With his celestial king-level prowess, his mental reach was vast, and he soon discerned the crown prince's whereabouts at a tea-house outside the palace. Xia Hongchang sat in an elegant chamber on the second floor of the tea-house, gazing solemnly towards the palace through the window. The earlier frenzied roar had echoed throughout the palace, yet it was undoubtedly not his father's voice. Crown Prince. Fu Qing silently materialized within the elegant chamber, promptly bowing in respect. Seeing Fu Qing, Xia Hongchang felt a measure of relief. Fu Xianwang, how fares my father? Your Highness, the Emperor is in a foul mood. It would be wise for you to remain hidden for the time being, Fu Qing replied, his expression complex. Once the Emperor has calmed down in a few days, you may return to the palace to seek forgiveness. Xia Hongchang shook his head, his expression resolute. Fu Xianwang, that person is not my father. What? Fu Qing was taken aback. My father never refers to himself as this humble one, and his voice is entirely different, Xia Hongchang asserted seriously. The voice just now was frenzied and violent. Though my father can be stern at times, he would never use such a tone. Upon hearing this, Fu Qing's heart jolted with realization. The crown prince spoke rightly. His Majesty indeed never refers to himself as a humble Taoist. And today as tone and choice of words are most peculiar. Yet, for reasons unknown, a voice within him incessantly insists that it is truly His Majesty, and his commands must be obeyed. However, that unmistakably is His Majesty. Fu Qing asserted, I have seen with my own eyes. It is indeed His Majesty seated upon the dragon throne. Regardless, it cannot possibly be my father, nor shall I ever return to the palace. Xia Hongking's demeanor was resolute. Your Highness, since you are steadfast in your decision not to return to the palace, I shall arrange a secure abode for you. Fu Qing contemplated for a moment before retrieving a jade token from his sleeve. This is a retreat I possess on the western outskirts of the city, seldom known to others. You may take refuge there for the time being. Xia Hongking accepted the jade token, nodding in acknowledgement. I appreciate your assistance, Fu Xianwang. Take care. I shall return now. Fu Qing sighed and turned to depart. Following the address inscribed on the jade token, Xia Hongking swiftly located the secluded retreat on the city's western edge. The courtyard was modest in size but advantageous in its concealment, surrounded by the homes of ordinary citizens, making it a suitable hiding place. By the time Fu Qing returned home, dusk had fallen. No sooner had he entered than his steward hurriedly approached him, flustered. Master, you have finally returned. A grave incident has occurred in court. What has happened? Fu Qing's heart sank. The steward stammered. It is said that His Majesty killed 2 city magistrates within the Chaiyang Hall. With a single strike, he turned them into a mist of blood. Now, the entire capital is in a frenzy. Upon hearing this, Fu Qing felt as though struck by lightning. His head buzzed, and he nearly lost his balance. What? Killed 2 city magistrates? Indeed. It was reported by other officials who emerged from the Chaiyang Hall, the steward quickly affirmed. Fu Qing slumped into a chair, his complexion as pale as parchment. He recalled the Crown Prince's earlier words. Could it be that the Crown Prince was correct? The one seated upon the dragon throne was truly not His Majesty? Yet, that visage undeniably resembled His Majesty. Aside from some peculiar behavior, everything else was identical. Master, are you unwell? The steward, noticing Fu Qing's ashen face, inquired with concern. I am fine. I am fine. Fu Qing waved his hand dismissively, though turmoil raged within him. If that truly was not His Majesty, then where had the real emperor gone? And what was the origin of this impostor? Contemplating the frenzied murderous intent, a chill surged through Fu Qing's heart. Regardless of the circumstances, the crown prince must not return to the palace. That entity, whatever it may be, harbors no good intentions. Fu Qing remained seated for an extended period, his mind replaying the day's peculiar events. The individual upon the dragon throne, though identical in appearance to His Majesty, exhibited none of the demeanor he associated with the Emperor, Xia Qingyuan. Steward. Fu Qing suddenly rose, his voice urgent. Immediately dispatch someone to contact all the esteemed Xianwang in the court, informing them that I have urgent matters to discuss and request their swift presence for a confidential meeting at my residence. Of course, Master. The steward, not daring to delay, hastened to make the arrangements. Within half an hour, a number of Xianwang began arriving at Fu Qing's estate. These were venerable officials of high standing within the court, who shared a deep camaraderie with Fu Qing. Soon, more than 50 Xianwang gathered in the expansive deliberation hall. At the forefront were the venerable officials Wang Qingfeng and Li Xuanji. Brother Fu, your sudden summons has likely alerted us to the emperor's unusual behavior, has it not? Wang Qingfeng, a venerable elder with silver hair, inquired gravely. Fu Qing surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no ears were lurking, before nodding and lowering his voice. Indeed, I suspect that the individual seated upon the dragon throne today is not our true emperor. During today's court assembly, his demeanor and actions were entirely uncharacteristic of the emperor. When has His Majesty ever referred to himself in such a manner? When has he exhibited such madness and brutality? Moreover, he even ordered the assassination of the crown prince. Not to mention, he has already slain 2 city magistrates. The assembly collectively agreed with Fu Qing's assertions, as they too had harbored suspicions. Li Xuanji, indignant, slammed his hand upon the table. That impostor is not our emperor. His Majesty is compassionate and loves the people. How could he be so cruel? We must devise a means to expose the true nature of this malevolent being. Esteemed colleagues, we must unite to protect His Highness the Crown Prince. We cannot allow this evil to prevail. Fu Qing declared with unwavering resolve. The group nodded in agreement, preparing to deliberate strategies, when suddenly a chilling wind swept through the conference hall, causing all the candle flames to flicker violently. Chapter 68. The Celestial Lord descends with a hissing sound. Tendrils of black mist seeped from the crevices of the floor, slithering like serpents around the feet of those present. This is dire. What is happening? Wang Qingfeng exclaimed in terror. The assembly attempted to flee, but the black mist moved with alarming swiftness, swiftly infiltrating the bodies of all present. Fu Qing and the others writhed in agony, their pupils gradually turning pitch black. After a few breaths, all sounds of struggle ceased. The darkened eyes slowly returned to their normal state. However, when the group raised their heads once more, the earlier anger and suspicion had vanished. What were we just discussing? Fu Qing looked around in confusion. I believe we were expressing concern for His Majesty. Wang Qingfeng scratched his head. Indeed, His Majesty seemed somewhat irritable today. But he truly is our emperor. Yes, yes. Li Xuanji nodded vigorously. Though His Majesty was stern today, it was indeed him. How could we harbor doubts? His Majesty is wise and formidable. Our previous thoughts were utterly rebellious. The assembly echoed in agreement, their eyes filled with reverence and admiration for the emperor. Fu Qing smacked his forehead. Of course, His Majesty is indeed His Majesty. How could we entertain such fanciful thoughts? It is indeed unfilial for the crown prince to refuse to return to the palace, and His Majesty's anger is entirely justified. Brother Fu speaks true. Wang Qingfeng concurred. We ought to persuade His Highness to return to the palace and offer his apologies, rather than indulging in baseless suspicions. After dispersing, the officials found the earlier gathering baffling. They had convened to discuss important matters, yet ultimately concluded with nothing resolved. However, they were all certain that the figure seated upon the dragon throne was undoubtedly their revered emperor, Xia Qingyuan, without question. Days later, within the Sunlight Hall, 3 or 4 celestial kings met their demise, some punished for a mere cough deemed disrespectful, others for mispronouncing a character in a memorial, and yet others for donning inappropriate colors. Strangely, all present regarded this as perfectly normal, even praising the emperor for his judiciousness. The entire court of the great Xia dynasty descended into a bizarre frenzy of madness. In the capital of the state of Chu, within the ornate assembly hall adorned with intricately carved beams, the sovereigns of 8 nations convened. What? That lunatic has truly emerged. Chu Tianxing abruptly rose from his seat, his visage pale as parchment, his voice trembling with trepidation. At the mere mention of the 3 monstrous birds, memories of his harrowing days in the 10,000 great mountains resurfaced, and he could still feel a lingering ache within him. Xia Qingyuan, with a grave expression, nodded. It is indeed true. It has taken residence in my royal palace, seated upon the dragon throne, masquerading as emperor. Qin Yuanshi furrowed his brow and suggested, shall we not surrender the remnants to it, to avoid any trouble? Absolutely not. Chu Tianxing vehemently rejected the notion. Since that madman has breached the seal, it signifies an overwhelming power that disregards even the Lord of Immortal's might. If we acquiesce, it could obliterate any of our nations at will. We must strike back. Xia Qingyuan shook his head, filled with worry, but we are utterly incapable of defeating it. The Lord of Immortals expended the efforts of numerous celestial emperors merely to achieve a tenuous seal. A heavy silence enveloped the hall, as the gravity of the situation dawned upon all present. At that moment, Qi Wudi spoke up. Esteemed colleagues, I propose a solution. We could beseech the Lord of Immortals to descend and vanquish it. Xia Qingyuan paused, bewildered, but the Lord of the Great Zhou ascended 10,000 years ago. How could he possibly descend? Chi Wudi inhaled deeply. We could offer the incense of half the populace from the 7 nations, allowing the Lord of the Great Zhou to sense the summons from the mortal realm. He hesitated, concern etched upon his face. However, our 8 nations once partitioned the territory of the Great Zhou, and we might find ourselves entangled in the repercussions. That can be easily managed. We shall place all the blame upon that lunatic, claiming it has wrought chaos upon the world, thus compelling us to implore the Lord of Immortals to descend and eliminate the menace, Xia Qingyuan asserted. Yet, a flicker of anxiety crossed his features. But what if the Lord of Immortals cannot defeat that madman? After all, it possesses the ability to disregard the seal, suggesting its power surpasses our comprehension. Even better, Chi Wudi exclaimed almost instinctively. That lunatic seeks the remnants solely to ascend. When the Lord of Immortals descends, the gates of heaven shall surely swing wide. Once that madman slays the Lord, it will no longer remain in this realm, ensuring our 8 nations' absolute safety. The other sovereigns exchanged glances, a glimmer of unorthodox understanding illuminating their eyes. Although it seemed somewhat ruthless, it was indeed a pragmatic strategy. Chu Tianqing stroked his chin thoughtfully. This plan holds merit. Sooner or later, that lunatic will demand the remnants from us. Rather than waiting idly, we should take the initiative. Even if the Lord of Immortals were to falter, we would suffer no loss. With a sigh, Xia Qingyuan ultimately acquiesced to the scheme. Let it be so. We shall immediately commence preparations for the sacrificial rites, gathering all citizens here to collectively pay homage to the statue of the Lord of Immortals. However, we must act swiftly. That madman has granted me but half a month, and now only 7 days remain. If we do not return by then, it will likely come seeking us in person. Within the Morning Sun Palace, He Chuanjin, wearing a crooked crown, paced restlessly upon the dragon throne, his 3 heads exhibiting evident agitation. 7 days have passed. Why have those fools not arrived? The central head roared in fury, declaring that it had granted them a fortnight's grace, of which half had now elapsed. It struck the armrest of the dragon throne with great force, causing the entire hall to tremble. I am utterly exasperated. How dare these ignorant beings keep a true immortal waiting? They deserve death. All of them must perish. He Chuanjin paced frantically within the grand hall, each step shattering the tiles beneath him, as dark energy surged forth from him like a tidal wave, engulfing the entire Chaiyang Hall in a thick shroud of black mist. The central head let out a maniacal laugh. Since they did not come, he would personally seek them out. He would annihilate them all, leaving not a single one alive. He Chuanjin stretched his arms wide, and boundless dark energy erupted from his sleeves, sweeping outward like a flood bursting its banks. The black mist pierced through walls and palaces, instantaneously enveloping the entire imperial palace. Ha! I shall turn every inhabitant of this palace into my subordinate. He laughed maniacally. From this day forth, this shall be my celestial domain. Wherever the dark mist passed, all the palace maids, eunuchs, and guards writhed in agony. Their eyes turned pitch black. Their skin began to rot, emitting a foul stench. In a mere moment, they transformed into grotesque figures. We pay homage to our master. Countless malevolent spirits knelt in unison outside Chaiyang Hall, their voices chilling and haunting. He Chuanjin surveyed the multitude of spirits in the palace, the central head chuckling with satisfaction. This is how it should be. This is the grandeur I desire. Now, let us depart and lay waste to the 7 nations. Those who dared to keep me waiting shall meet their deserved end. Chapter 69. The celestial sovereign He Chuanjin led the multitude of malevolent spirits out of the palace, forming a terrifying black cloud that streaked across the sky at an unimaginable speed. In just 3 days, the world trembled. From Zhao to Wei, from Yin to Han, the esteemed immortals and dignitaries of the 6 great nations silently transformed into stone sculptures bearing expressions of terror within their own abodes or palaces. No one knew what had transpired. They only knew that on that day, an oppressive aura swept through, after which the pillars of the nation were turned to lifeless stone. During these 3 days, each moment felt like an eternity for the 8 sovereigns of the Chu nation's capital. The capital had morphed into a colossal altar. A statue of the celestial sovereign, towering to the heavens, rose from the ground, its visage commanding and imposing, gazing down upon the minuscule beings below. Beneath the statue, a sea of blackened heads stretched endlessly, as hundreds of millions of citizens were herded there, their faces reflecting confusion and reverence, prostrating on the ground, forming an infinite tide of humanity. Xiaqing Yuan, Chu Tianxing, and the other 8 sovereigns stood atop a high platform at the statue's feet. Their expressions tense as they gazed towards the east. Just then, a streak of black appeared abruptly on the eastern horizon, rapidly expanding at a visible pace. This was not a storm cloud, but a pure, viscous darkness, as if it could consume all light. The rolling black mist obscured the sun, turning the sky into ink, plunging the earth into silence. A howling wind brought forth the wails of spirits, echoing from the depths of the underworld, accompanying the encroaching darkness. The familiar, soul-chilling aura of madness sent a tremor through Chu Tianxing, rendering his face as pale as death, as if he were transported back to the days of torment in the 10,000 Great Mountains. How could that madman arrive so swiftly? Xiaqing Yuan gazed at the rapidly engulfing black mist, his pupils constricting to the size of pinpricks, his voice laced with terror. He turned abruptly, howling hysterically at the priests conducting the ceremony. Hurry! Contribute incense offerings. Commence the sacrifice immediately. Cackling with a piercing, frenzied laughter that blended 3 distinct tones. A voice erupted from the black clouds, shaking the hearts of millions below, causing many to bleed from their orifices and faint on the spot. The black mist roiled and contracted, forming the terrifying visage of Hichuanjin with 3 heads in midair. It looked down upon the 8 sovereigns on the platform, as if observing 8 trembling ants. My patience has worn thin. Where is the remnants of the scroll? Hand it over, and I may consider granting you a swift death. Hurry! Sacrifice! Xiaqing Yuan, disregarding all decorum, screamed frantically at the priests. At once, the priests on the platform complied, biting their tongues and spraying their blood onto the array before them. With a resonating hum, the grand altar activated, countless mysterious runes illuminating from the ground, swiftly spreading throughout the entire capital, enveloping every kneeling soul below. The wails of agony echoed through the heavens, as the billions of citizens prostrated on the ground began to emit visible wisps of white smoke, mingled with life essence. This smoke represented the incense wishes they had accumulated throughout their lives, now forcibly stripped from their beings by the grand array. Countless individuals aged instantaneously, their skin withering, hair turning from black to white, ultimately transforming into lifeless husks devoid of vitality. The collective incense of billions coalesced into a radiant white pillar piercing through the heavens, like a torrent of the Milky Way, surging madly into the towering statue of the Divine Master. Hichuanjin observed this scene with keen interest, a cruel smile forming on all 3 heads. Attempting to contend with me using the lives of these mortals? Intriguing, yet insufficient. It opened its maw wide, a denser black mist surging forth, poised to devour the 8 sovereigns along with the platform. Just then, a resounding chime, ancient and melodious, echoed as if emanating from the heavens, resonating deep within every soul. The statue that had absorbed endless incense abruptly opened its eyes. 2 dazzling beams of golden light erupted forth, piercing through the black mist released by Hichuanjin. Wherever the golden light passed, the malevolent winds dissipated. The cries of the damned ceased, and the suffocating aura of evil was swept away. Even those partially transformed by the black mist let out shrill screams beneath the golden light, dissipating into blue smoke. What? Hichuanjin gasped in surprise, its assault momentarily faltering. A second chime rang out, even more resounding and authoritative than the first. The entire statue of the Divine Master erupted in boundless golden light, illuminating a 1,000-mile radius as bright as day, banishing all black mist entirely, restoring clarity to the heavens. Clang! The third toll of the bell reverberated throughout the universe. Above the statue, the sky shattered like a mirror, revealing an immense golden vortex that gradually materialized. At the center of this vortex, a magnificent portal adorned with dragons, phoenixes, and cheilants, radiating an endless celestial light, slowly opened. Ethereal music wafted through the air, and auspicious clouds billowed forth, as a pure and vast aura from the higher realms cascaded downwards. The heavenly gate had been unlatched. Xiaqing Yuan and Chu Tianxing bore expressions of overwhelming joy, as if they had survived a calamity. Yet, Hichuanjin's reaction surpassed theirs in fervor, bordering on delirium. It stood there, transfixed by the celestial gate, its 3 heads transitioning from shock to unrestrained ecstasy. The murderous intent that once enveloped it vanished without a trace, replaced by a madness akin to finally glimpsing the dawn after countless years of oppression. The heavenly gate was indeed the heavenly gate. It is truly the heavenly gate. With the gate wide open, I shall ascend to immortality. He laughed maniacally, its voice filled with boundless exhilaration and pride. No longer casting a glance at the 8 individuals, it charged directly towards the heavenly gate. The celestial realm awaits. I, the humble Taoist, am coming. Transforming into a streak of black light, He surged forward, infused with endless joy and madness, racing toward the grand portal that radiated magnificent celestial light. However, just as it was about to plunge into the golden vortex, a voice, laced with a hint of mockery, drifted from within the gate, echoing clearly in all 3 of its minds. Long time no see, Master Hishan. He form abruptly halted, and the ecstasy on its 3 heads froze instantly. The voice struck a chord of familiarity, yet it eluded its memory momentarily. While the central head remained perplexed, the left head suddenly shook, its eyes filling with boundless malice and rage, unleashing a shrill, piercing roar. It's that wretched child of Qianquan. That deceiver, Zhou Qianquan. The right head also reacted, and all 3 heads bellowed in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Memories from 100,000 years surged like a tide. It was this fellow named Zhou Qianquan, the former celestial sovereign of the great Zhou, who had tricked it for 100,000 years with a book of counterfeit techniques. The overwhelming fury eclipsed the joy of ascension. He halted midair, fixated on the heavenly gate, its expressions on each of the 3 heads contorted with rage. Zhou Qianquan, you despicable, shameless fraud. How dare you show your face to me? Roared the central head. Do you think you can trap me with false techniques? I, a prodigy of heaven, have already cultivated your method to perfection. With that, it shook its 3 heads vigorously, boasting with pride. On each of its furry heads rested 3 flowers, trembling in the fierce wind, appearing both ludicrous and pathetic. As the light from the heavenly gate shimmered, a figure clad in a dark Taoist robe, handsome and exuding an extraordinary aura, slowly emerged. It was none other than Zhou Qianquan, the celestial sovereign of the great Zhou, summoned by the sacrifice. Upon sensing the incense offerings from the mortal realm, he realized that this madman had returned. For only this lunatic could inspire the citizens of the great Zhou to offer billions of incense in tribute. However, he was initially unprepared to venture into this desolate land. For activating a cross-border formation required a considerable amount of spirit stones. Yet, his insatiable curiosity regarding the fabricated cultivation method he had concocted, wondering how it had not resulted in his demise, compelled him to come here. Zhou Qianquan cast a disdainful glance at He, but was rendered speechless upon witnessing the 3 heads adorning He-Chuan's neck. His pupils constricted violently. 3 corpses. This madman had bypassed the 3 flowers gathering at the crown and the 5 energies returning to origin, directly severing the 3 corpses? How could this be possible? Panic surged within Zhou Qianquan. Years ago, to prevent this lunatic from attaining immortality, he had deliberately encased the true scriptures of cultivation within a layer of fabricated, nonsensical methods. Little did he expect that this madman would utilize a false technique to achieve a realm of severing the 3 corpses that even he had never reached. It is worth noting that the scripture he had provided contained no records of the method to sever the 3 corpses. A being capable of comprehending the severing of 3 corpses from thin air exceeded all common sense. Zhou Qianquan felt a retreating impulse, casting a furtive glance towards the heavenly gate behind him, ready to make a swift exit. Engaging with such a maniac was tantamount to seeking one's own demise. Preserving his life by retreating to the celestial realm was of utmost importance. However, just as he was about to turn, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Wait. If these 3 heads were indeed the severed corpses of Peng Zhu, Peng Ji, and Peng Jiao, then where was his true body? Doubt began to creep into Zhou Qianquan's mind. Perhaps this was not the genuine severing of 3 corpses, but rather a flawed manifestation born from misguided practice. It appeared fearsome, yet was merely a fade. His true body must be the central head that orchestrated everything. Realizing this, Zhou Qianquan's fear dissipated instantaneously, replaced by a calm comprehension and a hint of disdain. What of a creature that had lived for 100,000 years? He scoffed inwardly. The spiritual energy in this lower realm was sparse, and the laws were incomplete. No matter how gifted it might be, it could only reach the pinnacle of the refining void stage, while he was a legitimate peak in the integration stage. In an instant, the momentum shifted. The astonishment on Zhou Qianquan's face vanished completely, morphing into a playful curiosity akin to that of a cat observing a mouse. He gazed down at He, who flaunted his prowess with 3 wild flowers atop his head, a smirk of mockery curling at the corners of his lips. Qiquanjin, it appears that even after 100,000 years, you have not gained an ounce of wisdom. Zhou Qianquan stood with his hands clasped behind him, his voice laced with a tinge of pity. You have transformed yourself into this grotesque form. The expressions of the 3 heads on Qiquanjin twisted in an instant. Grotesque? The head on the left emitted a sinister, shrill laugh. What do you know, you deceiver? This is the utmost simplicity of the great Tao, the supreme truth. Zhou Qianquan, you have deceived me for 100,000 years. Today, I shall tear your immortal body apart, inch by inch, and devour it piece by piece. The central head roared with thunderous fury. Zhou Qianquan stood before the heavenly gate, radiating celestial light, his expression still one of disdain. He shook his head, as if observing a petulant madman. A mere refining void dares to speak recklessly before the integration realm? Today, let me enlighten you on the disparity between a firefly and the bright moon. As his voice faded, a thunderous roar erupted from the right side of Qiquanjin's head, shattering the heavens. Kill. Boom. With the utterance of his command, boundless black energy surged forth from Qiquanjin, exploding like ink dropped into clear water, instantly shrouding the sky within 100 miles in darkness. The celestial light cascading from the heavenly gate was devoured and eroded by this viscous, almost tangible black mist, as if it had encountered its nemesis. The once hallowed and imposing golden gate now appeared as if splashed with concentrated sulfuric acid. The golden radiance faded rapidly, its edges sizzling and emitting black smoke, as though it might succumb entirely to this abominable force at any moment. Merely a trivial skill, Zhou Qianquan remarked, frowning slightly. Though he was somewhat astonished by the dominance of the black mist, he remained unperturbed. Gradually, he raised his right hand, gathering celestial energy in his palm, preparing to invoke a divine technique to purify this aberration along with the tainted realm. He had even envisioned how he would capture this mad bird and concoct a plan to alleviate the indignity and the expenditure of spirit stones incurred from being summoned to the mortal realm. A mere mortal in the lower realm, no matter how mutated, could never pose a true threat. Yet, before his thoughts could fully form, Zhou Qianquan's pupils abruptly constricted to the size of pinpoints. A terrifying sense of crisis, capable of freezing his very soul, erupted from behind him without warning. He barely had time to react when a cold, coarse claw, reeking of blood, clamped down on his crown like an iron vice. What? Zhou Qianquan's celestial energy instantly solidified, rendering his proud combined phase consciousness a mere jest, as he failed to even perceive the trajectory of his assailant's movement. Found you, deceiver. The manic, mocking voice of Qiquanjin echoed in his ears like a curse. In the next instant, the world spun violently. Zhou Qianquan felt an irresistible force of terrifying magnitude descend upon him from above, as if his exalted celestial form were akin to a mere radish being swung downwards towards the earth. With a thunderous crash, the ground split apart, and dust billowed skyward. Zhou Qianquan was forcefully driven headfirst into the earth, creating a bottomless pit. On the high platform, Xia Qingyuan and Chu Tianqing, their expressions still alight with joy, were rendered utterly frozen. They gaped, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, staring in disbelief at the meteor that had plunged from the sky, piercing the ground. Their summoned savior, the invincible celestial lord, had been so easily buried. Before they could recover from their shock, the sound of crashing echoed. Qiquanjin seized Zhou Qianquan's head, seemingly maddened, pulling him from the pit only to slam him down again, then pulling him out once more, followed by another brutal impact. Each collision reverberated with the violent tremors of the earth and the dull sound of shattering bones. The vast altar, a creation of sacrifices from countless beings, crumbled like fragile cookies under this relentless assault. The excruciating pain and boundless humiliation forced Zhou Qianquan to emit a scream that resembled a primal howl. His once noble celestial robe had been reduced to tatters, and his handsome visage was now a bloody, disfigured mess, covered in dust. He desperately exerted his celestial energy in an attempt to resist, yet the claw that clutched his head seemed to harbor some bizarre law, firmly suppressing all his strength within him, rendering him immobile. How could this be possible? The consciousness of Zhou Qianquan roared in madness. His pride, his composure, his disdain were all shattered in that moment. He could distinctly sense the tumultuous, chaotic, and tainted power emanating from this deranged bird, but its intensity and magnitude far exceeded his comprehension. This was not a force that could be contained by the laws of the lower realms. Was this truly the essence of refinement? Which world's refinement could pin a peak fusion cultivator to the ground like a mere hammer? What on earth had this lunatic cultivated? Chapter 71. The Immortal Realm. Bang. 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 He Chuanjin seized Zhou Qianquan's head, repeatedly smashing him against the ground. The grand altar had long since crumbled, and the entire capital of the Chu kingdom was disintegrating under the terror of this onslaught, reduced to ruins. Yet, the more he struck, the greater the fury within him grew. This fury was no longer merely the anger of being deceived, but rather a furious rage born from the collapse of belief. Weak. Too weak. He Chuanjin halted, lifting the bloodied and battered Zhou Qianquan before him, as if he were a lifeless dog. Is this what immortality is? This is what I have tirelessly pursued for over 100,000 years. The left side of his head erupted with frenzied questions, spitting saliva onto Zhou Qianquan's face. So utterly feeble. So wretched. You dare to call yourself an immortal? You have sullied the very essence of immortality. You have defiled my 10,000 years of pursuit. Fraud. You have deceived me with false techniques, and even the visage of an immortal is but a fade. In He Chuanjin's perception, an immortal should be supreme. Their words commanding the laws, exuding an overwhelming majesty and indomitable presence. Yet this individual before him, aside from the pretense upon arrival, was reduced to being ground into the earth, unable to muster even a semblance of resistance. This stark contrast made He Chuanjin feel as though his decade-long obsession was but a jest. Was this truly the fragile entity he had sought? All of it is false. It's all a lie. He Chuanjin descended into a deeper madness, lifting Zhou Qianquan high, seemingly intent on tearing apart this impostor who had tarnished his dreams. In that fleeting moment, Zhou Qianquan, who had been relentlessly suppressed and whose consciousness was beginning to blur, suddenly ignited with a fierce resolve in his eyes. Now is the moment. With a fervent roar in his heart, he unleashed his celestial essence and blood, employing the void escape divine technique. In an instant, the celestial essence and vital blood within him erupted in a self-destructive blaze. Boom! A surge of power, far exceeding his normal state, erupted from within, temporarily breaking the bizarre grip of that claw. He had no time to feel the excruciating pain of his origin being damaged. Seizing this fleeting moment, he transformed into a streak of blood light, recklessly charging towards the swiftly dimming, soon-to-close golden vortex of the heavenly gate above. Trying to escape? He Chuanjin was momentarily taken aback, before unleashing a furious roar, his colossal claw tearing through the void, viciously clawing at the streak of blood light. But ultimately, he was a step too late. At the critical moment, Zhou Qianquan plunged headlong into the golden vortex that was on the verge of vanishing. The heavenly gate rippled and rapidly diminished, threatening to close. However, just as it shrank to an almost negligible size, a sharp claw suddenly reached in, halting the contraction of the passageway. In the realm of immortals, the Taoist has arrived. In the eastern province of the cultivation world, the Deluo sect stands as one of the foremost sections. Its towering gates rise majestically atop the celestial mountains, amidst swirling clouds and the harmonious cries of cranes, with auspicious purple qi emanating from the east for thousands of miles. At this moment, the Deluo sect is holding its century-old grand ceremony for accepting disciples. On the white jade plaza at the summit of the sect, Sect Master Luo Tian stands alongside 9 imposing elders, gazing down at the throngs of mortals and cultivators forming a serpentine line that stretches from the foot of the mountain to the horizon, all eager to pay their respects and seek guidance. What an unprecedented spectacle, Luo Tian remarks, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face as he observes the sea of people below. The number of attendees has increased by 30% compared to 5 years ago, promising to bring many gifted disciples into our fold. Luo Tian is a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the Great Ascension, just a step away from achieving a corporeal form. His demeanor is gentle, yet exudes the gravitas of a master. Beside him, the venerable elder He Chuyuan, whose hair is as white as snow yet whose face remains youthful, strokes his beard and reflects, indeed, Sect Master, our sect's prestige is on the rise. This heralds great prosperity. It is a pity that the third elder has ventured to that wretched land. He is likely to miss this grand event. At this point, He Chuyuan's expression shifts to one of confusion. I truly do not understand the third elder's reasoning. That place is merely a realm where a heavenly path failed to form, ultimately collapsing into a desolate void. The indigenous beings of that realm struggled to break through the barriers and escape to our domain. Why would a peak harmonization elder choose to return there? In the eyes of these powerful beings from the immortal realm, that forsaken land is a barren wasteland, rife with incomplete laws, and the spiritual energy is woefully sparse, hardly worthy of a glance. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian smiled faintly, just as he was about to speak. Suddenly, without warning, the space above them twisted violently, and a fissure was brutally torn open. Luo Tian and the elders all looked up, brows furrowing in unison. In the next moment, a figure, bloodied and battered, with a tattered immortal robe and a presence utterly depleted, plummeted from the rift like a kite, with its strings severed. With a resounding crash, the figure landed heavily at the center of the white jade plaza, causing the jade floor to shatter, cracks spiderwebbing across its surface. Silence enveloped the plaza in an instant. The multitude of youths who had come to seek apprenticeship stood awestruck, staring at this dramatic scene. The smiles on Luo Tian, He Yuan, and the other high-ranking officials froze in shock as they recognized the face of the fallen figure. Although bloodied and disfigured, the form and the remnants of the aura were all too familiar. It's the third elder? One elder gasped in disbelief. He Yuan's pupils constricted sharply as he stepped forward, arriving at the figure's side in an instant. Scanning with his divine sense, his expression turned grave, essence depleted. Source severely injured, soul in turmoil. How could this be possible? As I departed, I was filled with vigor and at the pinnacle of my strength. How is it that my return finds me in such a state of near demise? What could possibly exist in that barren wasteland? A realm so desolate that even a transcendent cultivator struggles to emerge, to inflict such grievous harm upon the third elder of the Deluo sect? Just as the crowd was engulfed in a tumult of shock, a cacophonous, eerie laughter emanated from the sky, where a rift in space, which should have closed, suddenly widened. Is this the realm of the immortals? How intoxicatingly fragrant. The onlookers looked up in horror, witnessing a shadowy claw gripping the rift with ferocious strength, tearing it apart with a sudden, violent motion. With a loud rip, the rift was brutally expanded, revealing a creature clad in tattered robes, sporting 3 furry heads, which protruded from within. The 3 heads greedily inhaled the ethereal air of the celestial realm, their faces reflecting sheer ecstasy as thick drool dripped from their mouths. What abundant spiritual energy! What a complete path! I have not erred in my journey. With its emergence, a chaotic, foul, and violently terrifying aura erupted, sweeping over the entire Deluo sect like a cataclysmic wave. The sky darkened instantaneously, the celestial cranes in the plaza emitted terrified cries, scattering in all directions. Countless mortal cultivators, drawn to seek guidance, trembled under the weight of this oppressive force, their minds on the brink of fracturing. Chapter 72. 1 against 10. The pupils of the Grand Elder, He Qian, contracted sharply, his face a mask of disbelief. The aura he sensed was undoubtedly that of a peak ascendant. How could such a formidable being exist in that desolate land? Abomination. The sect leader, Luo Tian, darkened in expression, his eyes sparking with cold fury. The imposing aura he emanated surged forth, countering the malevolent pressure and safeguarding the disciples below. To intrude upon my Deluo sect and grievously injure our elder is tantamount to courting death. Luo Tian's voice was frigid, brimming with murderous intent. Elders, let us unite and drive this creature back into the void, sealing the passage once and for all. Yes, the other elders replied in unison, summoning their magical artifacts as boundless celestial energy soared skyward, poised to unleash a devastating strike. However, in the face of such cataclysmic might, the 3-headed monstrosity appeared unfazed. Its gaze traversed the assembly, fixating hungrily upon Luo Tian. Upon recognizing the ethereal presence and majestic demeanor of the master, the expression on the 3 heads shifted from avarice to sheer, unbridled ecstasy. It froze for a moment, then erupted into a frenzied, maniacal laughter. Ha 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 ha! It is you. So, it is you. This is true immortality. This is the celestial being I have sought. The creature pointed at the nearly lifeless Zhou Qianquan on the ground, then back at Luo Tian, its 3 heads laughing in unison. That one is a fake. That deceiver is false. You are the true one. In an instant, the murderous intent emanating from it vanished without a trace, replaced by a near-religious fervor. It disregarded the surrounding elders brimming with hostility. Its 3 pairs of eyes fixated solely on Luo Tian. I am He Chuanjin, having endured countless eons of arduous cultivation. Today, I have finally grasped the path. Ha ha ha. The celestial realm is indeed the celestial realm. I have finally ascended. Rotian gazed at the three-headed monstrosity before him, listening to its nonsensical ravings, his brows furrowing deeper. What is true and what is false? This beast had not only grievously injured the third elder, but emanated an exceedingly sinister aura, clearly a creature of demonic origins. Form the array. Capture it. Rotian, weary of further discourse, commanded decisively. At once, the Grand Elder Hichuyuan and the other 8 elders responded in unison, each taking their positions as a formidable surge of celestial energy wove into an expansive net, poised to envelop Hichuanjin emerging from the spatial rift. The brilliance of their magical artifacts soared into the heavens, the might of their celestial arts resounding like a tempest. The combined strength of the 10 highest combatants of the Deluo sect was powerful enough to alter the very fabric of the heavens. However, this action ignited Hichuanjin's fury instantaneously. Audacious. All 3 of Hichuanjin's heads glared with fury, unleashing a deafening roar. A mere insect dares to act insolently before a true immortal. To scorn celestial authority is a sin deserving of death. It paid no heed to the incoming celestial lights of their artifacts, merely flinging its tattered robe sleeves with a violent sweep. Whoosh! The seemingly ordinary cuffs, upon being thrown, expanded dramatically, eclipsing the skies. Within the cuffs, it appeared as if an entire cosmos was formed. Black mist surged, accompanied by the wails of the damned, as an irresistible, terrifying force emanated forth, intent on swallowing the 9 elders along with their magical artifacts and spells into its depths. A cosmos within the sleeves. Hichuan was taken aback, feeling his body and artifact uncontrollably drawn towards that gaping, dark cuff. The other elders, equally horrified, struggled to stabilize themselves, yet to no avail. At that critical juncture, the ever-stoic sect leader Rotian let out a cold snort. He pointed his fingers like a sword towards the colossal sleeve that obscured the sun and casually gestured forward. At his fingertips, there was no overwhelming might, only a pure, resplendent golden light. In a flash, it precisely struck the massive sleeve. In the next moment, that seemingly invincible robe, which appeared capable of engulfing the heavens, quivered violently as if it were a punctured balloon, then swiftly retracted with greater speed than it had emerged, instantly reverting to its original state. Indeed. Ha! Rather than inciting anger, the shattering of its attack only heightened Hichuanjin's excitement and madness. The expressions on its 3 heads brimmed with admiration and delight, as if Rotian's strength validated its conjectures. Surely, this is the celestial realm. There exists someone capable of breaking my spell. Ha! Laughing maniacally, Hichuanjin dug its claws into the spatial rift, exerting force to extricate itself entirely from the inky darkness. Simultaneously, its 3 heads gaped wide, unleashing an endless tide of black mist that surged towards Rotian and the others like a flood unleashed. This black mist, thick as ink, brimmed with filth, chaos, and madness, corroding everything in its path. Even the very space itself crackled ominously, as the pristine white marble of the plaza disintegrated into black powder. Rotian's expression hardened as he sensed the formidable nature of this black mist. Unite your strength, push it back. We must not allow it to emerge completely, Rotian commanded in a deep voice. Without further ado, the 9 elders, who had recently escaped peril, were already filled with trepidation. They immediately channeled their entire spiritual energy and joined forces with Luotian. A resounding roar erupted as 10 magnificent pillars of celestial power surged into the sky, merging into a brilliant stream of divine light, forming an impenetrable holy barrier that violently collided with the overwhelming dark mist. There was no ear-splitting explosion, only the unsettling sound of erosion. The celestial light and the dark mist ravenously devoured each other, gradually wearing each other down. The golden barrier of celestial light held the dark mist firmly aloft, preventing it from advancing even a fraction. Yet, that foul black mist clung on like a parasite, continuously corroding the celestial light, compelling Luotian and the 10 others to exert themselves to maintain their defense. In an instant, atop the main peak of the Deluo sect, one half radiated with resplendent golden light, exuding a sacred solemnity, while the other half was engulfed in surging black mist, emanating an eerie malevolence. The 2 sides formed a peculiar balance in midair, locked in a stalemate. In the distance, the disciples sheltered behind, and some of the less seasoned sect leaders watched in horror. A few inner gate elders who had just broken through to the void refinement realm gathered, their faces etched with incredulity and terror. What on earth is that monster? One elder stammered. It's terrifying. The sect master is a peak transcendental being, and with the combined might of the 9 elders, how could they only achieve a stalemate? Not merely a stalemate. Look, the sect master and the elders are merely defending against the dark mist expelled by that creature. And that monster hasn't even fully emerged from the spatial rift. Upon uttering these words, a chill swept through the crowd. As they turned their gaze towards the 3-headed creature, thrashing wildly in the rift, wrestling against the 10 supreme powerhouses, only boundless fear remained in their eyes. A being that had yet to fully descend could single-handedly contend with the highest combat strength of the entire Deluo sect. This was beyond their comprehension. Elder San, from what terrifying, lawless realm did you summon such a world-destroying fiend? Chapter 73, Stalemate. A terrifying stalemate. The expressions of Luo Tian and the 9 elders had shifted from initial gravity to a gradual pallor. The 10 of them, combining more than 80% of their celestial power, barely managed to withstand the dark mist spewed forth by the creature. Yet, the opponent was still ensnared in the spatial rift. This was utterly unfathomable. Sectmaster, we can no longer prolong this. Elder He Chiuyuan gritted his teeth and transmitted a message. This creature's power is inexhaustible. We are on the verge of collapse. Should it fully descend, our Deluo sect is in grave danger. A glint of cold determination flashed in Luo Tian's eyes, and he made a resolute decision. As the leader of the sect, how could he allow an unknown fiend to wreak havoc at his own doorstep? All disciples, heed my command. Luo Tian's voice resonated like a mighty bell, echoing throughout the entire Deluo sect. Return to your positions and activate the Mountain Protection Great Formation. The 10,000 Immortals Pilgrimage Array. With this command, all disciples, whether gathered in the plaza or in secluded meditation, felt a jolt of resolve and flew without hesitation to their designated positions within the grand array. Buzz. In an instant, the majestic peaks of the Deluo sect radiated with brilliance, as countless runes emerged from the mountains, palaces, squares, and even every stone, soaring into the sky. Streams of spiritual power ascended from the multitude of disciples, converging into the heavens, ultimately flowing like rivers into the bodies of Luo Tian and the 9 elders. At that moment, the entire Deluo sect transformed into a singular entity. Rise! Luo Tian bellowed, empowered by the collective strength of the sect. His aura surged, transcending the limits of his own peak cultivation, reaching an astonishing realm. Boom! The golden barrier of celestial light, which had stood defiantly against the dark miasma, suddenly expanded tenfold. The resplendent golden radiance coalesced into a tangible torrent, forcefully pushing back against the encroaching darkness. The filthy black miasma, in the face of such overwhelming power, evaporated like snow under the scorching sun. This unparalleled golden flood not only dispersed the black mist, but also collided violently with Hechuanjin, shaking its massive form and loosening its grip on the spatial rift, compelling it backward into the void. The members of the Deluo sect collectively exhaled in relief, believing they had vanquished the creature. However, the humiliation of being repelled by the weak ignited Hechuanjin's already chaotic and frenzied mind. The expressions on its 3 heads twisted into a profound fury. You dare to hinder my ascension? Hechuanjin roared in madness. Those who obstruct my path to immortality shall perish. They shall all perish. In a fit of rage, one of its heads opened wide, not to unleash dark miasma, but to expel an object, a ruler, an unremarkable black wooden ruler, seemingly worn and devoid of any spiritual light or energy fluctuations, akin to a mundane tool wielded by a teacher to discipline unruly pupils. Yet, the moment it materialized, an icy chill penetrated the bones of all present, rendering them breathless. Hechuanjin clung to the rift with one claw, while the other swiftly grasped the black ruler, swinging it down fiercely at Luo Tian, who emanated the most formidable presence and brilliance below. This strike was devoid of spells or divine techniques, merely a simple lash. It was swift, exceedingly swift, so much so that even Luo Tian, at the pinnacle of the great ascension and bolstered by the 1,000 Immortals array, could not react in time. His consciousness failed to perceive the trajectory of the ruler. He only felt an encroaching darkness. Smack! A sound as crisp as a bell suddenly overshadowed the cacophony of the cosmos. The black ruler, disregarding the dazzling barrier of celestial light, and the protective energy surrounding Luo Tian floated effortlessly and struck him upon the forehead. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. The towering golden light enveloping Luo Tian dissipated in an instant, as if pierced by a sharp object, vanishing into thin air. The brilliance and majesty in his eyes swiftly faded, leaving behind an emptiness. He resembled a kite severed from its string, plummeting straight down from the sky. With a resounding thud, he crashed once more onto the desolate expanse of the once pristine white jade plaza, losing consciousness on the spot. The sect leader, Hichio Yuan, and the others were struck with terror, their souls seemingly escaping their bodies. The core of the 10,000 Immortals pilgrimage formation, the leader Luo Tian, had been knocked unconscious with a single blow. With the loss of the formation's core, the entire protective mountain array collapsed instantaneously. The power that had enveloped the elders retreating like a receding tide. Caw, caw, caw. A swarm of insignificant ants. Seizing this opportunity, He Quan Zhen unleashed a frenzied, maniacal laugh, channeling his strength with ferocity. Boom. A wave of black energy, magnitude stronger than before, erupted from his being, akin to a cataclysmic tsunami, crashing violently upon the remaining 9 elders. Thud. Hichio Yuan and the other 9 were struck as if by a thunderbolt, unable to emit a single cry of despair before they simultaneously spewed forth blood, akin to 9 fallen leaves, sent flying and crashing chaotically against the surrounding peaks. Their fates unknown. With a single strike, the 10 pinnacle powerhouses of the Luo sect were vanquished, and He Quan Zhen's ecstatic laughter grew ever more unrestrained. He clawed at the rift in space, tearing it open with a fierce grip, fully extricating his massive and peculiar form from the chaotic void, finally descending upon this coveted realm of immortality. As he fully materialized, the rift lost its support, swiftly healing and vanishing from sight. Standing amidst the ruins, He Quan Zhen surveyed his surroundings, feeling the terror and despair emanating from countless disciples within the sect, a satisfied expression gracing his face. However, just as he prepared to proclaim his claim over this celestial domain, an unforeseen anomaly occurred. The clear sky, devoid of clouds for miles, abruptly darkened without warning. No, it was not the encroachment of night, but rather a higher realm of will, an ineffable majesty that instantaneously enveloped the entire world. In the next moment, a bolt of terrifying lightning, as robust as a mountain and flickering with a destructive purple-gold radiance, rent the heavens, descending with the supreme authority to judge all existence. Striking directly upon He Quan Zhen's head with pinpoint accuracy. Boom. In the eyes of all observers, that once mighty 3-headed monstrosity had no time to react before being instantaneously vaporized, disintegrated, and obliterated within the lightning's embrace, ultimately exploding into countless charred remnants, mingled with shattered bones, raining down like a torrential downpour. From a distance, the elder Hichio Yuan, who had been hurled away, struggled to expel a mouthful of reverse blood, and just then, he raised his gaze to witness this earth-shattering spectacle. He was momentarily stunned, then his pupils constricted violently, his expression morphing into one of horror 100 times greater than when he had first seen the sect leader fall. Could this be the third tribulation of the immortal thunder calamity? Hichio Yuan murmured in disbelief, his mind swirling in tumultuous waves. It was impossible. Absolutely impossible. The immortal thunder calamity, also known as the god thunder that slays 3 corpses, is the trial and acknowledgement bestowed by the heavenly way upon cultivators at the pinnacle of the great ascension. Only by enduring the 3 tribulations and vanquishing the 3 corpses can one transcend this realm and ascend to immortality. Though this monster possesses an absurd level of power, its aura is chaotic and disordered, lacking even a hint of the harmonious essence that typically follows the slaying of the 3 corpses. How could it possibly attract such a formidable manifestation of the heavenly Tao's divine thunder? A terrifying thought flashed through Hichio Yuan's mind. Is it the will of the heavenly Tao actively seeking to eradicate it? As it is an entity from the land of the formless, it is unwelcome in this realm, and thus the heavenly Tao intends to unleash the most potent punishment to obliterate it completely? Just as Hichio Yuan's heart quaked with dread, the countless charred fragments of flesh strewn across the ruins of the plaza suddenly stirred in unison. Then, a scene that sent chills down the spine unfolded. Those dismembered remnants of flesh and bone appeared to be drawn by invisible threads, rising from all directions, writhing in midair, merging and reassembling. In less than 3 breaths, A pristine He Quan Zhen re-emerged at the original spot, even the tattered Taoist robe restored to its former glory. He Yuan's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, and his heart almost ceased to beat. It did not die. It withstood a strike from the divine thunder of ascension, something he could hardly fathom, and remarkably, it instantly recovered unscathed. He Quan Zhen's 3 heads wore expressions of bewilderment as it glanced down at its flawless form, then lifted its gaze to the now clear sky, momentarily unable to comprehend what had just transpired. But in the next instant, a surge of profound rage surged through its being. Who dares? He Quan Zhen roared simultaneously with all 3 heads, its voice brimming with indignation. Who would dare to ambush this humble Taoist? Come forth. Boom. As if in response to its roar, the sky above began to coalesce once more with a devastating purplish-gold lightning. This second bolt of divine thunder from the heavenly Tao was even thicker and more ferocious than the last, without a hint of hesitation. It rapidly zeroed in on He Quan Zhen, crashing down with unparalleled speed. Again, this time, He Quan Zhen witnessed the event unfold, and the expressions on its 3 heads shifted from furious to menacing in an instant. Instinctively, it sought to raise the black ruler to block the impending strike. However, it was too swift. Before the overwhelming majesty of the heavenly Tao, all its reactions felt like they were unfolding in slow motion. This was its first encounter with the complete manifestation of the heavenly Tao. The heavens of the previous world were mere remnants, lacking completeness, while this world's heavenly Tao was exponentially mightier. The lightning pierced through heaven and earth, enveloping its entire form once more. There were no screams, no struggles. In the eyes of countless surviving disciples and the dazed He Yuan, He Quan Zhen's colossal body was once again instantaneously vaporized, disintegrated, and annihilated, exploding into a shower of charred debris and flesh. Again, it has perished? A distant disciple muttered, yet there was no trace of joy in the voice, only an overwhelming chill. Indeed, before the words had fully escaped, the scattered remnants of flesh and bone across the ruins began to writhe and reassemble once more in a nightmarish manner. No, this is impossible. He Yuan slumped amidst the rubble, staring at the mass of flesh rapidly reorganizing before him, his entire worldview shattered in that moment. What kind of monstrosity is this? The divine thunder of the heavenly Tao. This is indeed the tribulation of ascension, a trial so perilous that even the most formidable peak of the Mahayana must navigate it with great peril when severing a corpse. This creature withstood a blow and instantly restored itself, and now it has endured a second strike, just as the body of He Yuanjin was only partially reformed. With limbs yet to fully grow, a thunderous crack resounded. The third divine lightning has arrived. It did not grant He Yuanjin a moment to completely recover. The furious lightning struck precisely upon the writhing core of flesh and blood. The explosion obliterated it, reducing it to finer dust. He Yuan's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. Futility. Only these 2 words remained in his mind. As anticipated, after a few breaths, the even finer charred particles once again defied all worldly reason, converging towards the center. In but a moment, He Yuanjin stood unscathed once more at the center of the square. Yet, at this moment, the expressions on its 3 heads were no longer one of fury. A dry, hoarse, almost broken laugh erupted from one of its throats. Ha 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 ha. Instantly, all 3 heads threw their heads back in wild, raucous laughter, their mirth manic, ecstatic, brimming with a neurotic thrill. So it is. So it is. The poor Taoist understands now. This is the true tribulation of ascension. Ha ha ha. He Yuanjin laughed maniacally, believing itself to be on the brink of true ascension, oblivious to the fact that this tribulation was far more formidable than the ordinary corpse-severing lightning tribulation. Come. He Yuanjin spread its arms wide, its 3 heads bearing expressions of provocation and fervor. Come again. Let the poor Taoist witness the true might of the heavenly tribulation. Ha ha ha. Boom. The 4th divine lightning arrived as foretold. Ha ha ha. Excellent. What a magnificent bolt of divine lightning. Delightful. In the instant of being shattered into fragments, He Yuanjin's maniacal laughter echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Then it reformed. Boom. The 5th. Again. Let it be even more ferocious. Ha ha ha. Reformation. Boom. The 6th. Not enough. Not nearly enough. Ha 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 ha. The skies above the great Luo sect had transformed into a veritable purgatory of thunder. The purple-gold divine lightning fell in unending waves, imbued with an intent to kill, striking down relentlessly. At the center of this storm of lightning, a three-headed beast performed a terrifying drama that would send shivers down the spines of gods and Buddhas alike. Time and again, it was reduced to dust, only to rise from the ashes of death yet again. Its aura showed no signs of waning. Rather, with each resurrection, the madness, chaos, and filth intensified. Its laughter evolved from sheer madness to a hint of enjoyment, as if immersed in an exquisite feast. In the distance, the Grand Elder Hichiyuan was utterly dumbfounded. He sat there, mouth agape, eyes vacant, his mind a blank slate. Indestructible. This thought circled in his mind. The heavenly principle aims to kill it, yet fails to do so. This is beyond the realm of cultivators or demons. This is a phenomenon that should not exist in this world. Hichian gazed at the figure that was incessantly obliterated and reborn amidst the flashes of lightning, observing the three heads that laughed maniacally under the might of heaven. He found himself devoid of fear, left only with a sense of bewilderment and numbing indifference in the face of the world's upheaval and the collapse of the great Tao. It was over. The Deluo sect was finished. This realm of cultivation, it seemed, was also nearing its end. Chapter 75. The disappearance of spiritual energy. The 9th, 10th, and 19th heavenly thunder had descended a total of 36 times. In this expanse of existence, apart from the destructive purple-gold lightning and the raucous laughter of Hichuanjin, who was shattered and reborn, the survivors of the Deluo sect, including the Grand Elder Hichiyuan, were already numb to the core. Just as the 37th bolt of divine thunder was about to coalesce, the violent lightning above the sky suddenly subsided. The rampaging thunderclouds gradually dispersed, only to be replaced by an even heavier and more despairing pressure. The entire sky seemed to solidify from an ethereal gas into an endless expanse of purple-gold glass. A will that suppressed eternity and confined all descended with a thunderous force from this crystalline heaven. The heavenly Tao had abandoned its intent to annihilate. Upon realizing that it could not eliminate this aberration conceptually, it altered its strategy. It aimed to completely solidify this space, transforming Hichuanjin along with the mountain gate of the Deluo sect beneath him into an eternal cage, sealed here for all eternity. Hichuanjin, reveling in the baptism of lightning, sensed this entirely different force. The fervor and madness in its three heads gradually receded, replaced by a cold, offended gloom. It could feel the air morphing into an immovable barrier, the space ensnared by chains of law, while the earth beneath its feet began to separate from the world's laws, about to become an isolated island. In an instant, it comprehended the intentions of the heavenly Tao. Ha ha ha. In a fit of rage, Hichuanjin laughed maniacally, its three heads contorting into grotesque expressions. You cannot kill this humble Taoist, yet you seek to imprison me? You underestimate me far too much. The moment the words left its mouth, Hichuanjin abruptly raised its hand, hurling the black ruler it had clutched in its claws towards the purple-gold glass sky above. The sleeve of its other claw billowed with no wind, and boundless black energy surged forth. This black energy cascaded like a waterfall flowing against the current, all of it pouring into the suspended black ruler in midair. Assimilate the heavens and the earth. The three heads of Hichuanjin simultaneously emitted a roar that reverberated through the soul. Crack! That unremarkable black ruler, after absorbing the endless black energy, exploded in response. It did not shatter into fragments, but instead erupted into an indescribable void. It was a realm of pure, absolute black, symbolizing the end of all things. As this blackness emerged, it spread like ink dropped into clear water, rapidly eroding, extending, and assimilating everything around it. The purple-gold glass sky, upon encountering this blackness, was silently erased from existence. The power of the seal, composed of the heavenly laws, dissipated as if it had never existed. The celestial order was in disarray. A profound terror and fury, akin to that of a sentient being, emanated from the will of the heavenly order. The sky over the eastern domain trembled violently, as boundless rays of purple-gold divine light converged from all directions, attempting to expel the expanding dark blot of death. Yet, it was futile. Every assault from the heavenly laws was assimilated and devoured upon nearing that dark stain, becoming sustenance for its expansion. The blackness spread across the heavens with a speed beyond imagination. It effortlessly engulfed the entirety of the Deluo sect, continuing its outward march for hundreds of thousands, millions, and then tens of millions of miles. Countless sects and billions of living beings residing in this area looked up in horror, witnessing an indelible scene. The sky was being consumed by pure darkness. Ultimately, when this realm of death enveloped a full tenth of the eastern domain, its expansion gradually halted. A brand new territory, ungoverned by the celestial order of this world, was firmly affixed in the sky above. The tribulation faded away. The terrifying might that suppressed all existence retreated entirely from above the Deluo sect, for this land no longer belonged to the original celestial order's dominion. Silence blanketed the world. Hichuanjin stood amidst the ruins. The ecstasy and madness across its three heads slowly solidified, replaced by an exceedingly unattractive expression, as if it had just swallowed a fly. It could distinctly sense that beyond this assimilated realm, the once retreating will of the heavenly order was akin to an enraged, starving wolf, fixating intently on the boundary of this territory. Should it dare to step beyond the confines of this realm of death, it would be met with endless tribulations. It had won, yet not entirely. It had repelled the heavenly order, but had also ensnared itself in this place. No longer was there the punishment of the celestial order, yet it could not lay claim to any inch of land shrouded under the heavenly order's dominion, unless it devised a means to conceal its presence from detection. TCH. All three heads of Hichuanjin simultaneously emitted a sound of extreme displeasure. It cast a disdainful glance at the trembling survivors, reduced to mere ants amidst the ruins, lacking even the interest to observe them further. In the next moment, its colossal form transformed into a wisp of faint black smoke, silently seeping into the tainted ground beneath, vanishing without a trace. With the disappearance of this malevolent entity, a wave of euphoric relief surged instantly into the hearts of all survivors. Many disciples wept tears of joy, collapsing to the ground. However, this sense of relief was short-lived, swiftly replaced by a deeper, soul-stirring fear. Where is the spiritual energy? I can no longer sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. What is happening? My dantian feels blocked. I cannot absorb a single wisp of spiritual energy. Panic-stricken cries arose in tumultuous succession. Amidst the chaotic boulders of the distant mountain peaks, the venerable elder Hichuan struggled to sit cross-legged, endeavoring to circulate his energy for healing. Yet, as he commenced his meditative breathing, his countenance turned ashen. It was gone, every trace of it vanished. The ethereal essence that nourished all things, pervading the air, had dissipated entirely. It resembled a pond drained of water, leaving only desiccated silt behind. It was not merely the Deluo sect that faced this calamity. At that very moment, beneath the shroud of an ominous celestial darkness enveloping a tenth of the eastern domain, thousands of sects, countless immortal families, and all practitioners simultaneously realized with horror that the very foundation of their existence, the vital spiritual energy, had been utterly stripped away. This realm had transformed into a desolate wasteland, even more barren than the most arid of mortal realms for cultivators. Hichuan abruptly lifted his head, gazing at the pitch-black sky, devoid of stars, sun, or moon. Only a void remained. He felt an instinctive repulsion and aversion emanating from the core of his being. Chapter 76. Relocation of the sect. A chilling sense of despair gripped Hichuan's heart. The mountain gate could be rebuilt, disciples could be recruited anew, but without spiritual energy, the Deluo sect, a legacy of several 100,000 years, would rot from its very roots. Trembling, he rose to his feet, surveying the bewildered and despondent faces of the surviving disciples. A profound sense of responsibility as the elder surged within him, overpowering the agony of his injuries. All surviving disciples, heed my command. Hichuan summoned every ounce of strength, his voice hoarse yet resonating with undeniable authority, echoing throughout the entire sect. Immediately account for the injured. Pack your belongings, and gather all the scriptures, magical artifacts, and spiritual herbs we can carry. We must prepare for relocation. Relocation. The very words thundered like a lightning strike within the minds of all disciples. They stared in shock at the elder, contemplating the abandonment of a sacred ground cultivated for several 100,000 years. Without granting them a moment's hesitation, Hichuan pointed at the suffocating black curtain above, his voice rising with urgency. This place has become a forbidden zone. The flow of spiritual energy has ceased, and the celestial order is absent. Remaining here leads only to death. The lineage of the Deluo sect must not perish in this accursed land. Act swiftly. We must seize the new blessed lands before the other sects awaken to the reality. His final words illuminated the consciousness of all disciples still engulfed in shock and sorrow. Indeed, with a tenth of the eastern domain transformed thus, The ensuing struggle for the remaining sanctuaries would likely unleash an unprecedented storm of bloodshed throughout the entire realm of cultivation. 3 days later, the entirety of the Deluo sect resembled a colossal hive, being systematically emptied. Under the guidance of the elders, disciples cleared out one scripture pavilion after another, uprooted medicinal herb gardens, and even the sect's treasury was excavated from the mountainside by several elders utilizing formidable magical prowess. Everything was being prepared for the impending grand migration. At the sect's rear mountain, within the relatively intact quarters of the outer disciples, a voice rang out, "Lin Jingyan, what are you dawdling for? Hurry, the teleportation array is about to activate." A young man, his face etched with anxiety, was fervently pounding on the door of a wooden cabin. Inside, a boy known as Lin Jingyan stared blankly at his own hands. "Have I traversed through time?" he murmured. A sharp pain piercing his mind as a torrent of unfamiliar memories surged forth. The Deluo sect, an outer disciple, the path of cultivation, and the individual outside. Frantically hammering on the door, named Wang Tong, one of the few friends of this body. "Lin Jingyan, if you don't come out, we'll be forced to leave without you. Don't blame me if you're stranded in this wretched place." Wang Tong's voice was tinged with urgency. Lin Jingyan shook his still dizzy head and pushed the door open. He regarded the anxious Wang Tong and instinctively inquired, "Leave? Where to? My heavens, have you lost your wits?" Wang Tong exclaimed, seizing his wrist and dragging him outside. "We're following the sect's relocation. Have you forgotten the catastrophic upheaval 3 days ago? The sect leader was knocked unconscious, and the heavens have transformed. This place has become a realm of despair. Staying here is tantamount to waiting for death." As Wang Tong spoke, he pulled Lin Jingyan toward a vast square teeming with people. Lin Jingyan stumbled slightly, his fragmented memories clouding his understanding of the upheaval Wang Tong described. He passively followed, his astonishment growing as he beheld this unfamiliar world. Rubble and debris surrounded them, with enormous craters littering the landscape, while the air was thick with the acrid scent of char and desolation. Most disquieting was the sky above. It was neither blue nor white, but a void that consumed all light, a profound darkness devoid of sun or clouds, suffocatingly oppressive, like a massive scar permanently etched into the heavens. Is this the realm of cultivation? Lin Jingyan pondered, bewildered by the sky's ominous appearance. "Stop gazing," Wang Tong urged, not glancing back. "Our lives are at stake. As outer disciples, if we miss the teleportation array, we will truly be forsaken." The two dashed through the ruins, oblivious to the slender wisp of black smoke, thinner than a strand of hair, that stealthily emerged from the fissures of charred stones as they passed by. It seemed to possess a life of its own, momentarily hovering in the air before darting silently, like a serpent sensing blood, into Lin Jingyan's back. The dark essence infiltrated his body without inciting any sensation, quietly embedding itself deep within his consciousness, concealed from his awareness. Lin Jingyan remained oblivious, his thoughts still engulfed in the shock of his transmigration and the bewildering nature of this strange world. They continued their frantic flight, finally reaching the ruins of the sect's main peak just before the teleportation array activated. The once smooth and pristine white jade square had vanished, replaced by a colossal makeshift formation that had been brutally carved from the earth. Thousands of surviving disciples, both inner and outer, were gathered, a sea of dark figures. "We made it just in time," Wang Tong gasped, catching his breath. Lin Jingyan found himself completely immobilized by the scene before him. His bewildered gaze swept across the crowd, revealing numerous injured cultivators, some with severed arms, others grotesquely burned, and many more with vacant eyes, their faces etched with terror. What transpired 3 days ago? Lin Jingyan murmured to himself, the fragments of memory in his mind still chaotic. He only knew that a cataclysmic event had occurred, yet the specifics remained obscured. "Have you truly been oblivious?" Wang Tong glanced at him in astonishment, then lowered his voice, a tremor of fear in his tone. 3 days ago, the heavens changed. He pointed to the suffocating, pitch-black sky above. A three-headed monster descended from the void, nearly killing Elder San. And then it clashed with our sect master and all the elders. Do you comprehend the horror of it? The sect master and the 9 elders, despite forming the protective mountain array, could not repel it. Ultimately, it was the heavenly Tao that intervened. Divine lightning of purple gold rained down from the heavens, striking it repeatedly. And then, Lin Jingyan instinctively pressed for more information. Did they vanquish the monster? Wang Tong shook his head, his expression grim. The creature was reduced to ash. Yet in the next instant, it regenerated. Each strike merely allowed it to recover. The heavenly Tao was powerless against it. It could not be slain. Chapter 77. The light sphere Lin Jingyan stood frozen, absorbing Wang Tong's account. A three-headed monster, invincible against the sect, repeatedly struck by divine lightning, yet perpetually resurrecting. Ultimately, even corrupting the heavenly Tao. This description, this concept, triggered an uncontrollable recollection of a term from his previous life. Was this not Cthulhu incarnate? He thought in horrified disbelief. Before he could fully grasp this earth-shattering realization, the ground beneath him suddenly trembled. All disciples, steady your minds. The teleportation is commencing. Elder He Chuyuan's hoarse voice thundered through the air. Buzz. The colossal temporary array beneath them erupted in blinding white light. And an overwhelming force of spatial distortion instantly enveloped every individual. Lin Jingyan felt the world spin violently. The scene before him morphed into countless elongated and twisted rays of light, and in the next moment, his consciousness plunged into oblivion. Half a month later, the centipede, though dead, did not perish entirely. Though the Deluo sect had lost its ancestral grounds cultivated over several decades, its core elders and disciples remained, preserving its status as a premier force in the Eastern domain. Following the initial chaos, the Deluo sect asserted its dominance with relentless vigor, forcibly seizing a second-tier spiritual vein in the Ying mountain range located in the southern part of the Eastern domain, incorporating several smaller sects that had previously occupied the area into its domain and beginning the reconstruction of its mountain gate. Although the concentration of spiritual energy was far inferior to that of the former ancestral grounds, it represented the best option for the current rootless drifters. Deep within the Ying mountain range, ancient trees towered, shrouded in miasma. Lin Jingyan, you cannot escape. A voice filled with murderous intent echoed through the forest. Wounded and breathless, Lin Jingyan crouched behind a massive tree, his face pale as he pressed a hand against his bleeding abdomen. His eyes filled with a mix of shock and fury. Just moments ago, he had teamed up with Huang Feng and Li Zhan, both fellow outer disciples, to venture into the mountains in pursuit of demon beasts, seeking to earn contribution points for their sect. To his astonishment, after successfully hunting, these two suddenly turned against him. Why? Lin Jingyan gritted his teeth, asking with venomous rage. Facing death, one deserves to know the truth. In the distance, the tall figure of Huang Feng and the sinister-looking Li Zhan approached him from either side, their faces adorned with a cruel grin reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. Who told you to be so blind as to lay a hand on Brother Wang's own brother? Brother Wang decreed that you should perish in this mountain, and no one would ever uncover the truth. Brother Wang? A haughty visage of an inner disciple flashed through Lin Jingyan's mind. He pieced together the remnants of the original owner's memories. Half a month prior, the previous owner had beaten a newly arrogant outer disciple over a trivial dispute, and that disciple happened to be the brother of a certain influential inner sect elder. He was bearing the brunt of another's transgressions. All for such a petty matter? Lin Jingyan found the absurdity chilling. Petty matter? In Brother Wang's eyes, your worthless life is merely a trifling affair. Li Zhan sneered, his sword shimmering ominously. Huang Feng, stop wasting time with him. Let us finish this swiftly. Agreed. The murderous intent in their eyes was palpable as they simultaneously activated their techniques, transforming into two fleeting shadows, one to the left and the other to the right, rushing towards Lin Jingyan with lethal intent. It was over. A wave of despair washed over Lin Jingyan. With his foundational cultivation level, facing an assault from two fellow cultivators of the same tier left him without hope. Just as Huang Feng's sword was about to pierce his throat, an unforeseen transformation occurred. Lin Jingyan felt an indescribable chill and sharp pain radiating from his chest, as if something were trying to burst forth from within him. With a sickening sound, a claw that bore no resemblance to human anatomy, covered in fine black scales, erupted violently from Lin Jingyan's chest. Ignoring Huang Feng's thrusting sword, this claw moved with a speed beyond comprehension, seizing Huang Feng's head in a blinding flash. What in the world is this? Huang Feng's scream abruptly ceased. In the next moment, a scene that would haunt Li Zhan for eternity unfolded. The black claw retracted fiercely, dragging Huang Feng's entire being, along with his horrified cries, into Lin Jingyan's seemingly frail chest. Within Lin Jingyan, an invisible connection to an abyss seemed to manifest. A series of sickening crunches echoed from within, reminiscent of bones being ground to dust. In the blink of an eye, A pile of bone, stripped clean of flesh and blood, was expelled from Lin Jingyan's chest, scattering across the ground. A ghost. Li Zhen's soul fled in terror. His mind blank, the sole thought being to escape. Without a second thought, he turned and poured every ounce of strength into a frantic retreat. Yet, just 2 steps away, the black claw emerged once more from Lin Jingyan's chest, seizing his ankle with even greater speed. No. In the midst of Li Zhen's desperate scream, he was effortlessly dragged back, following the footsteps of the yellow wind, pulled into an unfathomable abyss of darkness. Lin Jingyan stood dazed in place, watching as the grotesque wound on his chest writhed and healed rapidly, returning to its original state as if everything that had transpired was merely an illusion. Yet the pile of white bones on the ground served as a haunting reminder that this was no dream. What manner of entity resided within his body? Just then, a hoarse, frenzied laugh, imbued with an overwhelming sense of delight, reverberated deep within his mind. Caw caw caw. Truly, this is the celestial realm. Even the willingly offered sustenance is exquisitely sweet. Who are you? Lin Jingyan inquired anxiously. However, the hoarse, manic laughter offered no further response. Instead, darkness enveloped his vision, and his consciousness seemed to be inexorably drawn into a bottomless chasm. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in a dim, chaotic expanse. This was his mud-pill palace, his sea of consciousness. Yet, at this moment, this realm that should have belonged to him had undergone a profound transformation. Black mist surged ominously, and phantoms of crumbled walls surrounded him, resembling the remnants of a devastated ruin. At the center of this desolation, a towering figure, composed entirely of pure black energy, stood silently. In the presence of this being, Lin Jingyan's consciousness felt diminutive, akin to a mere speck of dust. Yet, Qiquanjin paid him no heed. Its 3 pairs of eyes, shimmering with madness and chaos, were intently focused on another object before it, a luminous orb. This orb, radiating a pure and gentle white light, hovered serenely in the center of the ruinous sea of consciousness, impervious to the surrounding tumult of black mist, which was instead repelled by its brilliance. One of Qiquanjin's heads parted its jaws, revealing a smile filled with curiosity and greed. Chapter 78. You are not of this world, are you? It slowly raised a claw formed of black energy, disregarding Lin Jingyan's terrified gaze, and gently reached towards the small orb of light. Sizzle. At the moment the claw made contact with the orb, a piercing sound akin to hot oil meeting water erupted. Qiquanjin's seemingly indestructible claw, upon encountering the gentle white light, melted away like snow under the blazing sun, dissolving into a wisp of smoke. Yet in the next instant, that melted claw swiftly restored itself, undamaged and whole, beneath the writhing black mist. Fascinating, truly fascinating, Qiquanjin murmured in a deep, euphoric tone, with all 3 heads simultaneously expressing delight. It withdrew its hand, ceasing its attempts to touch, instead fixating its 6 eyes upon the orb, as if admiring a peerless treasure. This power does not belong to this realm, nor to the desolate place from whence I came, and certainly not to this mortal vessel. Qiquanjin suddenly turned its gaze toward Lin Jingyan, speaking in a tone that was both declarative and laced with mockery. You are not of this world, are you? Boom. The statement struck Lin Jingyan's consciousness like a thunderclap, leaving him in utter bewilderment, his mind a blank slate filled only with trepidation. The identity he had guarded most closely, that of a transcender, had been discerned at a glance by this unknown creature lurking within him. Ha 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 ha. Qiquanjin emitted a series of manic, twisted chuckles, and the enormous 3-headed figure suddenly began to writhe and contract, transforming in an instant into a humanoid form comparable to Lin Jingyan's size. It approached him with a lively gait, one hand patting his shoulder, while the left head leaned so close to Lin Jingyan's back that it was almost touching. Fear not. Fear not. The left head whispered in Lin Jingyan's ear, its tone imbued with an eerie gentleness. I shall not consume you. Truly I shan't. Lin Jingyan felt rigid, the chill emanating from behind him almost causing his heart to leap from his chest. Thanks to the little creature within you, it has obscured my presence, preventing that damned heavenly Tao from sensing my emergence. Ha ha ha, what a splendid treasure. However, this power is still too feeble. I can only manifest a fragment of my essence now, lacking even a millionth of my true strength. Upon hearing this, Lin Jingyan seemed to grasp something profound and suddenly exclaimed, You are the creature that tore through the heavens from the lower realm half a month ago. Yet, Qiquanjin showed no interest in responding. All 3 heads erupted into low laughter, and the central head leaned forward, saying, "I shall borrow this skin of yours." I can sense several prime sources of nourishment nearby. Before Lin Jingyan could utter a word of protest or even form a thought of refusal, an explosive force erupted within his sea of consciousness. The shadowy figure, identical in size to him, detonated into an infinite expanse of pure black energy, akin to a flood breaching its banks, ruthlessly dismantling all of his mental defenses and utterly submerging him. In the external world, the original Lin Jingyan suddenly opened his eyes wide. No longer did they possess any glimmer of his former self. Instead, they were filled with a haunting and chaotic madness. He slowly, stiffly turned his neck, producing a series of unsettling cracks. Ha 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 ha. An eerie, jarring laughter, laden with madness, erupted from Lin Jingyan's throat, echoing through the silent mountains and startling countless birds into flight. This laughter harbored an indescribable, sinister power, as if it could taint one's mind and incite agitation in those who heard it. Roar. Just as the laughter subsided, a deafening roar reverberated from the depths of the forest, followed by a surge of ferocious, malevolent energy spiraling skyward. A black-scaled tiger of golden core stage, comparable in size to a small house, emerged slowly from the thicket. How dare a mere foundation establishment human and act so brazenly on my territory? The black-scaled tiger spoke with a voice like rolling thunder, steeped in murderous intent. Just as I am hungry, I shall feast upon your flesh and blood as a delightful snack. The temperament of the black-scaled tiger was exceedingly irritable, and its eerie laughter filled it with a profound discomfort. Yet, in the face of the deathly threat posed by the golden elixir-level demon, Lin Jingyan's manic grin only grew more pronounced. With an air of playful curiosity, he tilted his head and spoke in a tone that was both innocent and sinister. "Do you intend to devour me?" After a brief pause, he clapped his hands in ecstatic delight, exclaiming, "Splendid, splendid. I gladly consent. Please do indulge in my flesh." At this, the massive form of the black-scaled tiger froze momentarily, its golden eyes flashing with a mix of astonishment and bewilderment. Having roamed the mountains and forests for centuries, it had encountered numerous human cultivators, some pleading for mercy, others fighting back, and many paralyzed with fear. However, it had never encountered one who not only remained stationary, but also eagerly invited its own consumption. Was this human's mind somehow deranged? In the fleeting moment of the tiger's shock, Lin Jingyan performed an action that sent tremors through the very essence of the beast's soul. A sharp, sickening crack echoed through the air as he extended his hands, cradling his own head, and, with a swift twist akin to opening a bottle, wrenched it from his neck. Strangely, no blood poured forth. Instead, wisps of dark mist coiled around the severed stump, while his headless body remained steadfastly upright. With both hands supporting his decapitated head, which still bore that uncanny grin, he presented it to the black-scaled tiger, cheerfully beckoning, "Come now, open wide. It will be much easier this way, freshly served. Do not hold back." The tiger's mind spiraled into chaos. It gazed at the head in his hands, which continued to wink at it, and an overwhelming terror surged from the depths of its soul, obliterating its inherent ferocity as a golden elixir demon. What was this? What in the world was this creature? A monster. It had encountered a veritable monster, with a forlorn wail akin to that of a frightened pup. The black-scaled tiger quaked and fled, its massive body trembling as it sprinted away with all its might. Its powerful limbs pounded the ground frantically, desperate to distance itself from this horrifying humanoid aberration. "Hey, don't run," the head called out, its voice tinged with dissatisfaction. Immediately, the headless body began to pursue, carrying the incessantly chattering head, moving leisurely yet determinately after it. "Didn't you say you would eat me? Why are you running away? Come back. Quickly, come back and feast upon me. Ha ha ha. Do not be frightened, just a single bite. Truly, it is delightful." Thus, within the tranquil forest, an exceedingly bizarre scene unfolded. A golden elixir-level tiger demon was frantically fleeing for its life, while behind it trailed a headless figure, clutching its own head and emitting a frenzied laugh, cheerfully inviting the tiger to partake of its own cranium. Chapter 79. Buried in the earth, the black-scaled tiger fled with all its strength, its legs blurring as it raced, yet that uncanny laughter followed closely, echoing persistently in the distance. "Do not run, just a single bite. It is truly sweet. Your actions have deeply saddened me. It was you who initially expressed a desire to feast." The black-scaled fierce tiger grew increasingly unsettled, wishing fervently to block its ears. It had never anticipated that it would find itself so thoroughly intimidated by a mere human. At that moment, the eerie laughter abruptly ceased. The black-scaled fierce tiger felt a surge of relief, believing that the creature had finally abandoned its pursuit. However, in the next instant, a frigid voice resonated before it. Since you are unwilling to partake willingly. The black-scaled fierce tiger abruptly lifted its gaze, only to behold the headless figure, which had appeared before it, obstructing its path. Allow me to assist you. No sooner had the words left its lips than the headless body lunged forward, the empty hand darting out with lightning speed, precisely gripping the tiger's throat. A piercing scream escaped the black-scaled fierce tiger, as its massive form was effortlessly lifted by what appeared to be a frail arm, its forelegs flailing helplessly in the air. It struggled desperately, its demonic powers surging wildly, but the hand clamped down as if it were a vice, remaining utterly unmoved despite its frantic writhing. Now, open your mouth. The head cradled in the other hand bore a disturbingly gentle smile, yet its eyes shimmered with a disquieting madness. No, no. The voice of the black-scaled fierce tiger trembled with terror. Be compliant. Open your mouth. The hand tightening around its throat applied a slight pressure, causing the tiger to feel a wave of suffocation, compelling it to involuntarily part its jaws wide. In an instant, Lin Jingyan eagerly thrust his head into the tiger's gaping maw. Crunch. A crisp sound of chewing echoed. The black-scaled fierce tiger's teeth instinctively snapped shut, crushing the head, warm liquid cascading down its throat. With tears welling in its eyes, the black-scaled fierce tiger longed to hastily swallow this horrifying entity and flee far away. Gulp. With a sound of swallowing, the bizarre head vanished entirely into the tiger's belly. Ha 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 ha. How delightful. Just as the black-scaled fierce tiger thought the nightmare had finally concluded, the headless body erupted in an even more frenzied laughter. You have consumed me. Now it is my turn to feast upon you. No sooner had the words been spoken than the black-scaled fierce tiger beheld in horror as the severed neck of the headless body began to writhe violently, and soon after, a new head slowly emerged from the gaping wound. No, not just one. A second. A third. 3 identical heads simultaneously emerged from the ruptured neck. 6 eyes fixated on the black-scaled fierce tiger, each adorned with the same maniacal grin. Now, it is time for me to savor you. The 3 heads declared in unison. No. The black-scaled fierce tiger let out a final, desperate roar before simultaneously being seized by the 3 monstrous mouths. Days later, in a clearing deep within the Yunming mountain range, Lin Jingyan gazed skeptically at his hands, which were engaged in digging a pit. A copy of Introduction to Earth Escape in his grasp. Are you certain you wish to bury your body within the earth? He inquired within his consciousness. Ever since Lin Jingyan became aware of He Chuanjin's terrifying prowess, he often sought guidance from this living encyclopedia regarding various cultivation techniques. After all, why not take advantage of such an invaluable resource? Within the sea of consciousness, He Chuanjin's 3 heads nodded in unison, their tone imbued with unwavering certainty. Of course. Just look at how clearly it is written here. It gestured towards a line in the technique. The spirit platform is buried in the earth, buried in the earth, buried in the earth. Is it not evident that this instructs you to entomb yourself in the ground? Lin Jingyan paused in his digging, perplexed, and remarked, but I have heard others say that this phrase means to sink one's consciousness into the lower dantian, not to literally bury oneself. They fail to comprehend the true essence of the Great Way. He Chuanjin declared simultaneously with all 3 heads, their tone tinged with an inexplicable authority. What do these mundane beings know of genuine cultivation methods? Trust the true immortal, it is absolutely correct. Lin Jingyan regarded the technique in his hands, then glanced at the half-dug pit before him, feeling a sense of unease. But won't I suffocate? Rest assured, once you master the earth escape technique, you will be able to breathe freely within the soil, just as a fish thrives in water. How could you possibly suffocate? He Chuanjin asserted with conviction. Now dig deeper. It must be at least deep enough to cover your head. As Lin Jingyan surveyed the depth of the pit, a crucial question suddenly dawned upon him. True immortal. How long must I remain buried? In the sea of consciousness, He Chuanjin's 3 heads tilted in contemplation. Well, it said with uncertainty, perhaps 5, 6, 7, 8, or even 9 or 10 years. What? Lin Jingyan erupted, the shovel clattering to the ground. 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9 or 10 years. I am merely a foundation-building cultivator. If I remain buried for that long without breathing, I will surely perish. Are you instructing me in cultivation or leading me to my demise? In the sea of consciousness, Qiquanzhen's three heads simultaneously expressed disdain, their tone filled with contempt. Why are you such a weakling? You cannot endure this minor hardship and still aspire to cultivate the great way? This is not merely a matter of hardship, Lin Jingyan exclaimed, exasperated. This is a life and death issue. I am not like you. You can be buried for decades and still be sprightly. Qiquanzhen scoffed dismissively. Today's cultivators are all so delicate. In my time, it was commonplace to be buried for not just decades, but even for millennia. That was you, not me. Lin Jingyan pointed to himself. I am just an ordinary foundation-building cultivator. If you expect me to be buried for 7 or 8 years, the grass on my grave would grow 3 meters high. Then what do you suggest we do? Qiquanzhen's three heads raised their hands in exasperation. The technique is written as such. I cannot alter it. Lin Jingyan looked at the earth escape technique in his hands and then at the deep pit before him, suddenly realizing that this so-called guidance from the true immortal might not be as reliable as he had hoped. Observing Lin Jingyan's skeptical expression, Qiquanzhen's three heads flushed with indignation, their tone laced with anger. What kind of look is that? This is unacceptable. Every word I say is the truth. It's not that I don't believe in the true immortal. Lin Jingyan quickly waved his hands, but this cultivation method is indeed a bit challenging for me. Challenging? Humph. Qiquanzhen snorted coldly. Clearly, it is your talent that is lacking, and your understanding is insufficient. Replace the cultivator with a more qualified one, and success is assured. Lin Jingyan's eyes twinkled as he suddenly revealed a meaningful smile. The true immortal is correct. Indeed, I have been rather inept. However, I do know of a remarkably gifted cultivator. If he cannot succeed, then I shall wholly concede my own worthlessness. Qiquanzhen's three heads simultaneously expressed interest. Oh? Who might that be? Lin Jingyan replied earnestly. Wang Yi, an inner sect disciple, possesses extraordinary talent, standing out among his peers. He has reached the latter stage of foundation establishment and is but a step away from the golden course stage. If even he cannot master this earth escape technique, then it must be a practice far too profound for us mere mortals to comprehend. Lin Jingyan chuckled inwardly. Wang Yi, who once sent someone to kill me. It is now my turn to exact revenge. Chapter 80. Absolutely not a human. Upon hearing this, Qiquanzhen nodded in unison. That makes sense. In that case, I shall go capture this Wang Yi and have him attempt the earth escape technique. Wait, true immortal, Lin Jingyan hastily interjected. Wang Yi is an esteemed inner sect disciple. We cannot act rashly. Moreover, he is likely cultivating within the inner sect, where experts abound. The inner sect is but a trifling matter. Qiquanzhen dismissively waved his hand. For me, it is merely a matter of raising a hand. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Jingyan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. And in the next moment, he realized he had lost control of his body. Qiquanzhen commandeered Lin Jingyan's form, picking up a shovel from the ground and stealthily making his way toward the residence of the inner sect disciples. The abodes of the inner sect disciples are nestled halfway up the Yunming mountain range, where the spiritual energy is abundant, and each disciple enjoys a private cultivation cave. Qiquanzhen soon located Wang Yi's dwelling, a stone door adorned with cloud patterns. At this hour, Wang Yi was seated cross-legged within his cave, diligently refining the spiritual energy within him. Suddenly, the air behind him began to distort, and wisps of dark energy silently seeped from the void. The dark energy swiftly coalesced into a human form, which was none other than Lin Jingyan, manipulated by Qiquanzhen. Gripping the shovel tightly, he bore an eerie smile. Wang Yi, my young friend, you are truly fortunate, Qiquanzhen whispered, his tone laced with an inexplicable delight. To become the experimental subject for my verification of this technique is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Wang Yi abruptly opened his eyes, his pupils constricting in shock. As a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, his spiritual sense was exceedingly sharp, yet he had completely failed to notice the intrusion. Who dares? Wang Yi gasped, attempting to turn and ascertain the identity of the intruder, but before he could discern the figure behind him, thud. A solid blow from the shovel struck him squarely on the back of the head. Wang Yi's vision darkened, and before he could even let out a cry of despair, he collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. In the sea of consciousness, Lin Jingyan observed the scene, his lips twitching involuntarily. True immortal, your methods are rather ruthless. Are they not? Fear not. I have moderated the force. He shall not perish. Qiquanzhen's three heads simultaneously displayed satisfied smiles. And now the verification of the earth escape technique may commence. As He Chuanjin prepared to drag the unconscious Wang Yi out of the cave, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from outside. "Brother Wang, are you inside?" A young man's voice called from beyond the stone door. "I am Li Qing, and I have important matters to discuss with you." Within the sea of consciousness, Lin Jingyan was instantly alarmed. "This is bad. Someone is coming. What should we do?" However, He Chuanjin appeared remarkably composed. "Do not panic. I have a plan." As soon as he spoke, He Chuanjin manipulated Lin Jingyan's body to crouch down, a wisp of black mist coiling in his hand. The mist sliced through the air like the sharpest of blades, silently gliding across Wang Ye's face. With a faint tearing sound, Wang Ye's entire facial skin was effortlessly peeled away, as though a mask had been torn off. "Good heavens!" Lin Jingyan exclaimed in his sea of consciousness. "What are you doing?" "I'm borrowing his identity," He Chuanjin replied while affixing the bloody human skin onto Lin Jingyan's face. Strangely, as soon as the skin was applied, it seemed to come alive, swiftly merging with Lin Jingyan's features until it became indistinguishable. Lin Jingyan's appearance transformed instantaneously into that of Wang Yi. He Chuanjin casually discarded the bloodied and disfigured Wang Yi into the shadowed corner of the cave and straightened his attire, donning an oddly discordant smile. "Brother Wang?" Li Qing knocked on the stone door again, his voice tinged with slight uncertainty. "Coming, coming." He Chuanjin replied in Wang Ye's voice while moving toward the entrance of the cave. The stone door creaked open to reveal a young man with a refined appearance, dressed in the attire of an inner sect disciple. Upon seeing Wang Yi, he immediately bowed. "Greetings, Brother Wang," Li Qing said respectfully. However, when he raised his head and beheld the smile on Wang Ye's face, he could not help but feel a moment of confusion. It was such a peculiar smile, as if something was wearing the skin of a human. Nevertheless, Li Qing dismissed the thought, for this was the Deluo sect, where powerful transformation deacons were stationed everywhere. There could be no malevolence here. "Junior Brotherly, what brings you here at this late hour?" He Chuanjin inquired in a tone mimicking Wang Ye's, although the smile remained unsettlingly strange. Suppressing his doubts, Li Qing replied earnestly, "Brother Wang, it concerns the upcoming grand competition of our sect. You must know that our Deluo sect has recently relocated to the Yunming Mountains. While we have forcefully brought several smaller sects into submission, there remains a lingering resentment among them. To pacify these vassal sects and to showcase the strength of our Deluo disciples, the sect has decided to hold a grand competition. This competition differs from previous ones, as we will compete alongside disciples from other sections. Teams of 5 will enter the Xianyu secret realm to seek treasures, and according to sect regulations, the treasures obtained will belong to each respective sect. This is also a way to offer some incentives to those vassal sections." He looked at Wang Yi, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Brother, your profound cultivation places you among the elite of the inner disciples. I would like to invite you to join me in forming a team for this grand competition. What do you think, brother?" Cackling laughter filled the air. "Of course, we must go. How can one resist the allure of provisions delivered to one's doorstep?" Upon hearing Li Qing's words, Wang Yi suddenly erupted into a peculiar, sinister laugh, saliva uncontrollably trickling from the corners of his mouth, his eyes glimmering with a disquieting avarice. Li Qing felt an instant chill run down his spine. What did he mean by provisions? What did delivered to the doorstep entail? Moreover, why did Wang Shixiang's expression seem as if he intended to devour him as well? An inexplicable sense of foreboding enveloped Li Qing, prompting him to consider fleeing. Just then, Wang Yi seemed to grasp something, hastily wiping the drool from his mouth with his sleeve, his demeanor returning to normal. "Ahem, please do not misunderstand, Junior Brotherly." He Quan-Sin coughed awkwardly, striving to temper his smile into something less sinister. "My excitement got the better of me. The provisions I mentioned do not refer to people. Absolutely not. I meant, resources for cultivation. Yes, resources for cultivation. Surely, that mysterious realm, Xianyu, is teeming with treasures, all excellent nourishment for our practice." Chapter 81. Just kill me now. I can't take it anymore. Li Qing gazed at Wang Ye's bizarre explanation, his unease intensifying. It felt as though a terrifying presence had fixed its gaze upon him, causing goosebumps to rise all over his body. "In that case, I shall take my leave." Li Qing forced a smile, suggesting that Wang Shixiang could reconsider the matter of forming a party, and he would come to visit again in a few days. With that, he turned to depart, eager to distance himself from the unsettling aura emanating from Wang Yi. Just as he pivoted, a wave of dread surged from behind. Wang Ye's mouth suddenly gaped wide, far larger than normal, revealing a terrifying array of sharp fangs, while his neck elongated like a serpent, lunging towards the back of Li Qing's head. Stop! In the depths of his consciousness, Lin Jingyan shouted fiercely, "True immortal, you cannot kill here. If Li Qing dies within the sect, it will surely raise suspicions. What if the investigation leads back to me?" He Quanzhen's gaping maw halted mere inches from Li Qing's neck, three heads in the consciousness realm displaying simultaneous dissatisfaction. "What a disappointment," He Quanzhen muttered. "Such fresh provisions right before me. How wasteful it would be not to partake." "You can eat later. There will be plenty of opportunities," Lin Jingyan hastily advised. "Once we reach that mysterious realm, you can consume to your heart's content, but we must not act recklessly now." Though reluctant, He Quanzhen recognized the wisdom in Lin Jingyan's words. As merely a fragment of himself, encountering a golden core was manageable, but a nascent soul would pose a significant threat. He reluctantly retracted his elongated neck, returning his mouth to its normal size. Meanwhile, Li Qing had begun to sense the terrifying murderous intent emanating from behind him. Cold sweat instantly soaking his back. He turned sharply, only to find Wang Yi gazing at him with a concerned expression. "Junior brotherly, what troubles you? Why does your face appear so ghastly?" He Quanzhen feigned worry as he inquired. Li Qing scrutinized Wang Yi's face, a nagging feeling of something being amiss gnawing at him. Yet he could not pinpoint exactly what was wrong. "There is nothing much to say. Perhaps it is the fatigue from prolonged cultivation." Li Qing, suppressing the fear within, forced himself to speak. Then, "Senior brother, please rest early. I shall take my leave." After saying this, Li Qing quickened his pace, leaving without a backward glance. Observing Li Qing's hurried departure, He Chuanjin wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and turned back to the cave, eyeing the bloodied and mangled Wang Yi in the corner. It was time to verify the earth escape technique, He Chuanjin mused to himself, casually hoisting the unconscious Wang Yi onto his shoulder as he made his way toward the back mountain, a desolate place ideal for experimentation. He Chuanjin found a flat patch of land and laid Wang Yi down before beginning to dig a pit. "Immortal, are you certain you wish to bury him this deep?" Lin Jingyan inquired from within his sea of consciousness, watching the pit grow deeper. Of course, He Chuanjin's three heads nodded in unison. The technique states clearly that it must be buried beyond the top of the head. Just then, Wang Yi let out a muffled groan, his body starting to tremble slightly. "Oh, awake?" He Chuanjin paused his digging and turned to look at Wang Yi. Wang Yi, in a daze, attempted to open his eyes but was horrified to find himself in utter darkness. He wished to scream, but realized he could not produce any sound. His mouth and eyes were gone. He reached for his face, only to encounter a mangled wound. It was not just his mouth and eyes that were missing, his entire facial features had vanished. Wang Yi desperately tried to speak, but without a mouth. He could only emit indistinct sounds, thrashing madly on the ground. Observing Wang Yi's predicament, He Chuanjin suddenly wore an expression of enlightenment. "All right. I did tear off your facial skin." He smacked his forehead. Indeed, lacking facial features was quite inconvenient. "Let us do this." He crouched down and extended a finger, beginning to sketch on Wang Yi's bloodied visage. He drew two crooked circles, a peculiar triangle, and finally a wavy line. Miraculously, as He Chuanjin illustrated, corresponding organs began to appear on Wang Yi's face, albeit in a wildly distorted manner, rendering it exceedingly comical. "Ah!" The restored Wang Yi immediately let out a wretched scream. "What kind of monster are you? What has happened to my face?" Upon hearing Wang Yi call him a monster, He Chuanjin's three heads turned crimson with indignation. "What?" He controlled Lin Jingyan's body and swiftly slapped Wang Yi's distorted face. "What do you call me?" Slap. The crisp sound of the slap echoed across the desolate back mountain, causing Wang Yi's head to tilt, the mouth drawn by He Chuanjin becoming askew. Stunned by the slap, Wang Yi stammered, "I am Wang Yi," quickly altering his address to test the waters. "Senior." "Senior brother?" Slap. Another slap, this one more forceful, nearly obliterating the crooked nose on Wang Yi's face. "No, call me again." He Chuanjin barked angrily. Wang Yi, shielding his face in terror, hastily called out, "As senior brother?" Slap. The third slap landed mercilessly on Wang Yi's face, distorting even his two round eyes. "Still not right. Keep calling." Wang Yi was nearly dazed from the blows, desperately racking his brain for various titles. "Grandfather?" Slap. "Father?" Slap. "Mother?" Slap. "Older brother?" Slap. "Uncle?" Slap. Wang Yi's face had transformed into a grotesque visage, swollen and disfigured. His features a chaotic mess. Despair engulfed him, tears streaming from his misaligned, round eyes. I won't guess anymore. Wang Yi wailed, sobbing, just kill me. I can't take it anymore. Slap. Another resounding slap left his pig-like face even more swollen. An ignorant fool from the mortal realm, unacquainted with true immortals. He Chuanjin, controlling Lin Jingyan's body, rose with a visage full of fury. As his words fell, an initial foundation-building cultivation erupted from Lin Jingyan. In his consciousness, Lin Jingyan observed this so-called formidable power, his lips twitching in disbelief. True immortal? I am but a mere foundation-building novice. Silence. He Chuanjin's three heads shouted in unison. How can you be so weak, you useless wretch? Upon sensing this foundation-building aura, Wang Yi was left utterly stunned. Foundation-building initial stage? Foundation-building initial stage. How could a late-stage foundation-building cultivator like him be so thoroughly humiliated by someone of the initial stage? This was an utter disgrace. Chapter 82. I am truly a good person. You are merely at the foundation-building initial stage. Wang Yi's eyes turned crimson. As a dignified late-stage foundation cultivator, how could I be reduced to this by a mere initial-stage wretch? With a sudden burst of energy, he leapt to his feet, his right fist clenched. Spiritual power surging wildly within him. Die! Wang Yi roared, confidently launching a full-force punch towards Lin Jingyan's face. The punch, fueled by his late-stage cultivation, howled through the air with tremendous force. He believed this blow could easily reduce this ignorant initial-stage cultivator to mere pulp. However, in the next moment, slap. A sharp slap sent both Wang Yi and his fist flying through the air. He spun thrice before crashing heavily onto the ground several meters away. A cloud of dust erupting. Puff! Wang Yi spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with a few teeth. Stunned, he lay on the ground, bewildered. What just happened? How could his confident punch be swatted away so easily? This defied all logic. Trembling, Wang Yi raised his head, gazing at the approaching Lin Jingyan with terror in his eyes. Spare me, true immortal. Without hesitation, Wang Yi dropped to his knees, his forehead striking the ground repeatedly. I was blind and failed to recognize your greatness. I have offended a true immortal. I beg for your mercy. That slap had thoroughly awakened him. What initial stage? This individual was undoubtedly a super expert masquerading as a fool. To effortlessly swat him away like that, one must possess at least the cultivation of a golden core, or even higher. He Chuanjin looked at Wang Yi, kneeling and kowtowing, with a look of disdain. Foolish beings, devoid of wisdom. He Chuanjin exerted control over Lin Jingyan's body, casually gesturing, and a surge of spiritual energy ensnared Wang Yi. Suspended in midair, Wang Yi desperately pleaded for mercy. Immortal, spare my life. I am willing to serve like a beast. He Chuanjin, however, paid no heed to his entreaties, unceremoniously casting him into a nearby deep pit. With another wave of his hand, the surrounding earth began to fill in, swiftly burying Wang Yi completely. Muffled sounds emerged from beneath the soil, but they soon faded into silence. Observing the entombed Wang Yi, He Chuanjin furrowed 3 brows simultaneously. This does not yield any discernible results, he mused. Burying a single individual cannot validate the efficacy of my technique. At least a dozen or 20 must be entombed to draw accurate conclusions. Within the sea of consciousness, Lin Jingyan nearly fainted upon hearing this. Immortal, do you intend to bury the entire sect? Certainly not, He Chuanjin replied matter-of-factly. I am no villain. How could I engage in indiscriminate slaughter? My sole desire is to assist more individuals in cultivating the path. With that, he hoisted a shovel and made his way toward the disciples' living quarters. Ha ha ha. An eerie laughter echoed through the night. I am indeed a benevolent soul, generously imparting such profound techniques. They shall undoubtedly be filled with gratitude. Arriving at another cave dwelling, he gently tapped on the stone door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Disturbing at such a late hour? An impatient voice responded from within. He Chuanjin concealed his sinister smile, adopting a gentle demeanor. It is I, Wang Yi, with significant insights into cultivation that I wish to share with my junior brother. The stone door creaked open, revealing a middle-aged cultivator who peered out, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Wang Yi. Brother Wang? What brings you here at such an hour? Ha ha ha. Of course, to impart to you the supreme technique. He Chuanjin grinned widely, the shovel in his hand glinting ominously in the moonlight. Bang! A solid strike from the shovel sent the middle-aged cultivator collapsing to the ground without a sound. He Chuanjin surveyed the shovel in satisfaction before hefting the unconscious cultivator and making his way toward the back mountain. One night passed. The clearing on the back mountain now held 3 new pits, each containing a buried foundational stage disciple. He Chuanjin crouched beside one of the pits, patting the earthen surface. "Hello, are you still alive?" A faint groan emanated from the soil. "Excellent. It appears this technique is indeed effective." He Chuanjin nodded in satisfaction. "Let us continue burying and observe the results in a few decades." Over the following days, He Chuanjin became utterly captivated by the thrill of imparting techniques. On the second night, he buried 5 foundational stage disciples. On the third, 6. On the fourth, 8. By the 5th day, his ambitions had grown, setting his sights on the golden core stage as well. The golden core disciples should hold even greater research value. He Chuanjin maneuvered Lin Jingyan's body stealthily into the cave of a nascent golden core disciple who was currently in seclusion refining pills, the fragrant aroma wafting from the alchemical furnace. Bang! The shovel struck precisely at the back of the disciple's head, and the initial stage of the golden core cultivation offered no resistance against such a bizarre blow. Indeed, the heads of those in the golden core stage are relatively sturdy. He Chuanjin observed the intact shovel in his hands with satisfaction, but that was where the contentment ended. The back mountain now bore an additional deep pit. Over the course of 5 days, He Chuanjin had buried a total of 23 foundation establishment disciples and 5 golden core disciples. The open ground of the back mountain had been excavated into a honeycomb-like structure, littered with numerous large and small dirt pits. Within the sect, despite the continuous disappearance of disciples, the elders attributed it to these disciples being on missions or seeking opportunities, as their life tokens remained unbroken. Thus, it did not raise significant concern. After all, in the realm of cultivation, it is commonplace for disciples to venture out for training for months or even years. Until this day, inside the sect's task hall, a golden core disciple responsible for assigning tasks was organizing various task scrolls. Suddenly, a formidable pressure emanated from outside the door. The golden core disciple looked up to see a tall, imposing middle-aged man striding in. This man was Han Huapeng, the Yuaning steward of the sect. "Greetings, Steward Han." The golden core disciple quickly rose to bow, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Han Huapeng waved his hand, getting straight to the point. "I have come to inquire whether you have assigned any tasks to my son, Han Chong, recently?" The disciple hesitated for a moment before hastily searching through the task records. "Han Chong, let me check." After meticulously reviewing the recent task assignments, he shook his head. In response to Steward Han, in the past month, Han Chong has not accepted any tasks from the task hall. Han Huapeng's brow furrowed immediately. "No tasks? Then where has he been these past few days?" This subordinate does not know," the disciple cautiously replied. Han Huapeng began to pace within the task hall, his expression growing increasingly grave. "Although Chang'er has a rather lively personality, he always informs me of his whereabouts before going out. He has been missing for 5 days without a word." He abruptly turned to the golden core disciple. "Are there any unusual occurrences within the sect lately?" The disciple pondered for a moment, hesitantly responding. "If we are speaking of abnormalities, there have indeed been some disciples who have gone missing, but their life tokens remain intact. So they are likely just out training." Han Huapeng's face darkened. "Which disciples are missing?" The golden core disciple scratched his head. "This subordinate hasn't paid close attention, but I have occasionally overheard others mentioning that certain senior brothers have not been seen for several days." "Useless," Han Huapeng bellowed, a powerful pressure instantly forcing the disciple to kneel. "Immediately tally the whereabouts of all disciples. I want to know exactly how many are missing." Yes. This subordinate will take care of it." The disciple scrambled to his feet and hurriedly left. In less than half an hour, the golden core disciple rushed back, panting heavily. "Steward Han, this is grave news," he exclaimed. "Upon counting, there are already 28 missing disciples within the sect. Among them is your son Han Chong, as well as Wang Daoming, Li Mingxian, and several other inner sect disciples. Even 5 golden core seniors have vanished without a trace." Hearing this number, Han Huapeng's face turned a shade of ashen fury. 28? Moreover, it also includes 5 golden core stage disciples. Indeed, the disciple nodded repeatedly. Having accessed the records of the residents, these disciples had not returned to their caves for 5 days. Inquiries made to the other task hall disciples revealed that none had accepted any assignments, and it appeared they had all vanished. Han Huapeng stood still for a moment, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. To cause so many disciples to disappear without a trace, including those of the Golden Core stage, suggest that the sect might be in grave trouble. He turned to leave. I shall report this immediately to the transformation stage elder. This matter must be investigated at once. As night fell, Qiquanjin once again seized control of Lin Jingyan's body, stealthily carrying the blood-stained shovel towards the residential area of the inner disciples. True immortal. Let us reconsider. Lin Jingyan voiced his concerns within his sea of consciousness, apprehensive about the growing number of disappearances and the potential consequences of being discovered. Silence. Qiquanjin impatiently waved 3 hands in unison. This is a grand opportunity to impart my supreme techniques. What do you understand? He continued advancing, excitement flickering in his eyes. These foolish beings are fortunate to have the chance to cultivate such profound arts. It is a blessing they have earned over 8 lifetimes. Soon, Qiquanjin identified his next target, a mid-foundation establishment disciple practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard. Bang! The familiar muffled thud resonated once more, and yet another disciple collapsed into a pool of blood. Qiquanjin skillfully hoisted the body and made his way towards the back mountain. Beneath the moonlight, the area riddled with soil pits resembled a graveyard, eerie and terrifying. The 29th, Qiquanjin remarked with satisfaction, patting down the freshly filled pit. I am indeed accumulating boundless merit. Just as Lin Jingyan was about to express something in the sea of consciousness, Qiquanjin's 3 heads perked up simultaneously. Someone approaches. He whispered, swiftly maneuvering Lin Jingyan's body to vanish into the night. Within the span of a tea's brew, 2 silhouettes emerged in the soil-filled clearing. One was stout, the other slender, both at the foundation establishment stage. The plump disciple bore a corpse over his shoulder, while the lean one dragged another behind him. Brother, are we truly going to refine corpses? The slender disciple asked nervously, glancing around, aware that this was expressly forbidden by the sect. The plump disciple waved dismissively. What is there to fear? We are not killing to refine. These are already deceased. What prohibition exists in refining corpses of the dead? He tossed the body onto the ground and clapped his hands. Consider this. The mystical abyss secret realm is about to open. With our meager foundation establishment cultivation, how can we compete with the Golden Core seniors for treasures? The slender disciple hesitated. But what if we are discovered? Discovered? The plump disciple sneered. When the exploration of the secret realm nears its end, we will simply dispose of these refining materials. Who would know? He began to set up a formation on the ground. The slender disciple stared at the 2 corpses, swallowing hard. So, we will refine them here? Of course. This place is secluded and unlikely to be discovered, and these 2 corpses have already reached the 9th level of qi refinement. They will soon attain foundation establishment, the plump disciple assured him. The plump disciple was named Zhu Tong, while the slender one was called Ho San. Zhu Tong skillfully extracted a compass and several flags from his storage bag, deftly arranging them on the ground. He incessantly urged, Ho San, stop dawdling like a timid girl, and quickly fetch the soul grass from over there to place it at the array's center. Oh, coming, senior brother. Ho San responded hastily, jogging to retrieve the materials. The back mountain was shrouded in a chilling aura, with freshly dug earth pits scattered about. The moonlight cast upon them resembling gaping mouths, sending shivers down his spine. He could not shake the feeling that countless eyes lurked in the shadows, observing him. After carefully placing the soul grass at the designated position as instructed by Zhu Tong, Ho San inadvertently caught a glimpse of 2 corpses lying on the ground. In that fleeting moment, he noticed that the corner of the female corpse's mouth seemed to curve upwards slightly, revealing an eerily strange smile. Ho San froze, blinking rapidly. But when he looked again, the corpse's face had returned to its lifeless state, the mouth straight and expressionless, as if everything he had just witnessed was merely a figment of his imagination. Is my vision deceiving me? He murmured, rubbing his eyes. In the realm of consciousness, Lin Jingyan also witnessed this scene and could not help but inquire, True immortal, is this your doing? Qiquanjin shook all 3 of his heads simultaneously, a glimmer of amusement playing on his face. Not at all. I am not so idle. A spectacle is unfolding. Ho San suppressed his unease and turned back, continuing to follow Zhu Tong's commands to set up the formation. Yet, an unsettling chill crept down his spine, as if something sinister was watching him. He fought the urge to look back, crouching down to fit the last spiritual stone into the array's groove. At that very moment, the sensation of being observed intensified dramatically. Without hesitation, Ho San abruptly turned around. To his horror, he discovered that the female corpse had somehow opened her eyes, her head slightly turned, fixated upon him. the smile more pronounced and exuding an unspeakable malevolence. Ah! Ho-san screamed in terror, collapsing onto the ground, scrambling backward with hands and feet, pointing at the corpse. His voice trembling. Senior brother. It moved. It's smiling at me. Zhu Tong, engrossed in etching the final erase symbol, was startled by Ho-san's outburst, nearly making a mistake with his drawing. He turned back, exasperated. Stop making a fuss. I think the wind has addled your wits. Following Ho-san's pointing finger, he glanced at the female corpse, which lay peacefully with closed eyes, her expression serene, showing no signs of movement whatsoever. Are you seeing things? How could a corpse possibly move? Zhu Tong said impatiently, convinced Ho-san was mistaken. Get up and get back to work. Don't waste time. And no, senior brother. Ho-san almost wept. I truly saw it. Its eyes opened, and it smiled at me. Such foolish paranoia. What a useless fool. Zhu Tong, incensed by Ho-san's cowardice, scolded. If you continue with these ridiculous claims, you can stay here by yourself. With that, he disregarded Ho-san, turning back to refine his formation. Ho-san gazed at his senior's retreating figure, casting another fearful glance at the lifeless female body, which had astonishingly returned to its original state. A wave of bewilderment washed over him. Could it be that his anxiety had conjured illusions? Just as he hesitated to rise, the corners of the female corpse's mouth slowly curled into a perfect arc once more. This time, Ho-san beheld it with utmost clarity. Simultaneously, the fingers of another male corpse twitched slightly. Senior! Senior! Ho-san scrambled backward in a panic, exclaiming, the man's finger moved. I didn't missee it. I truly didn't missee it. What on earth is your problem? Zhu Tong, wholly engrossed in inscribing the final rune of the formation, was startled by Ho-san's shout, causing his hand to tremble and disrupt the flow of spiritual energy, leading to the immediate dissolution of the rune. You useless fool. You've ruined my grand endeavor. Zhu Tong's fury erupted as he spun around, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. However, the words caught in his throat as he turned. The once motionless female corpse had somehow risen to a sitting position, her rigid neck cracking ominously as she slowly turned her head towards them. Oh my God! Zhu Tong yelped in terror, leaping backward like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, landing with a thud on the ground, his face quivering with fear. Yet, being a practitioner at the foundation establishment stage, his composure was stronger than Ho-san's. After a fleeting moment of panic, he steadied his nerves, channeling his spiritual energy to keenly sense the presence of the two corpses. Indeed, they remained at the 9th level of chi refinement, without a hint of change. Damn it, you scared me half to death. Zhu Tong's complexion shifted from pale to crimson as he, feeling both embarrassed and enraged, sprang to his feet and kicked at the still trembling Ho-san. You pathetic wretch. Open your eyes. It's merely the 9th level of chi refinement. What is there to fear even if they were to rise again? You, a foundation establishment practitioner, afraid of this? How will I show my face if word gets out? His indignation grew with each word, and to salvage his dignity in front of his junior, he boldly strode towards the female corpse. Watch closely. This is what courage looks like. Zhu Tong approached the corpse, towering over it with a scornful expression, thinking to himself that a dead wretch dared to play tricks before him. Today, I shall send your soul to oblivion. With that, he raised his large hand, infused with the power of a foundation establishment practitioner, and aimed a fierce slap at the corpse's face. Just as his hand was about to descend, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The seated female corpse and the supine male corpse simultaneously rose with an uncanny fluidity, a terrifying pressure, far beyond that of the foundation establishment, even surpassing that of the Golden Core stage, descended like a cataclysmic avalanche, freezing the air of the entire back mountain. Howling winds roared, and ghostly wails echoed. Zhu Tong's outstretched hand halted abruptly in midair, as if grasped by an invisible force. The arrogance and disdain on his face vanished without a trace, replaced by sheer horror and despair. His eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the two corpses before him. The aura emanating from them was no longer that of the chi refinement stage. It was that of the nascent soul, the genuine pressure of the nascent soul stage. In the midst of Zhu Tong's horrified and contorted gaze, the two corpses simultaneously broke into an exceedingly eerie smile, their voices resonating in a chilling, overlapping tone that bore no semblance to human speech. What do you intend to do to us, young one? Thud. Zhu Tong's legs buckled, and he knelt on the ground, a warm liquid instantly soaking his trousers. In the open space of the back mountain, both Zhu Tong and Ho-san were utterly paralyzed by fear. their minds blank as they beheld the two corpses exuding the oppressive aura of the nascent soul stage, any thoughts of escape vanishing into thin air. In his sea of consciousness, Lin Jingyan remained remarkably calm. After all, he had encountered creatures like He Chuanjin, who could sprout 3 heads at will. The spectacle of mere corpse resurrection seemed insufficiently grand. What is this, a true immortal? Lin Jingyan inquired with curiosity. I have witnessed the resurrection of the dead, but weren't those 2 corpses mere qi refining practitioners before? How did they suddenly transform into nascent souls? Interesting, very interesting. He Chuanjin's 3 heads gazed at the 2 corpses with keen interest, akin to a child discovering an intriguing new toy. One of the heads elucidated. This is not a simple resurrection. Someone is remotely controlling these 2 corpses from 1,000 miles away. The controller is likely at the void refining stage, and the nascent soul powers of these corpses are merely borrowed. Although these corpses have been modified, they remain too weak to sustain the nascent soul's strength for long. It won't be long before they revert to qi refining. What do you intend to do? Though Zhu Tong was paralyzed by fear, the instinct for survival compelled him to shout feebly, "This is the territory of the Deluo sect. I advise you not to act recklessly. Our sect master and the elders are nearby. If you dare to harm a single hair on us, you will face utter annihilation." He attempted to intimidate his foes with the name of his sect. However, upon hearing this, the eerie smiles on the faces of the standing corpses only grew more pronounced. They stiffly twisted their necks, producing a series of ominous cracking sounds, and the chilling, overlapping voices echoed once more. Brimming with disdain and mockery, the mere Deluo sect dares to boast in the presence of this esteemed one? Ha ha ha, how laughable. You have lost your ancestral land, fleeing like a pack of homeless dogs to this desolate place, and you still have the audacity to mention your sect? I have heard that your sect master, Luo Tian, along with those 9 ancient elders, have all sustained grievous injuries. I wonder if that is indeed true? Observing the bewilderment on their faces, Xian Mingzi understood. It appeared that your elders had concealed this matter quite well. Thus, this esteemed one shall have to make use of your guise to personally probe for information. Before his words had fully settled, the 2 standing corpses moved. Almost simultaneously, they opened their mouths, and 2 surges of rich, blood-red gas erupted forth, enveloping the limp Zhu Tong and Ho San like 2 serpents with a life of their own. Within the gas, a nauseating hissing sound resonated, reminiscent of countless leeches greedily feasting upon flesh and blood. This sound persisted for less than 3 breaths before abruptly ceasing. The blood-red gas recoiled, re-entering the mouths of the 2 corpses. On the ground, only 2 intact human skins remained, slumped lifelessly as if they were mere garments carelessly discarded. A corpulent figure and a slender one. On the ground, the 2 lifeless bodies, serving as puppets, slowly approached the human skin before them, their forms beginning to dissolve into 2 pools of writhing, black sludge intermingled with bones and decaying flesh. The sludge seeped in with precision, penetrating the human skins. In no time, the once shriveled skins swelled like inflated balloons, becoming robust and full. Moments later, the round and plump Zhu Tong and the gaunt Ho San stood upright once more. They flexed their limbs, their faces betraying expressions indistinguishable from those they previously wore. Chapter 85. Capture him alive. Zhu Tong and Ho San tested their new bodies, satisfaction evident upon their faces. Just as they were poised to depart this eerie graveyard to execute Xinyiangzi's scheme, Zhu Tong's body abruptly stiffened, his head turning rigidly towards a nearby shadow. Who goes there? Zhu Tong intoned in a frigid, emotionless tone, stepped forth. From the shadow, a figure emerged slowly. It was Lin Jingyan. Within the realm of consciousness, Lin Jingyan sighed, "True immortal. We have been discovered. We are in trouble now." Cackling with excitement, the 3 heads of He Chuanjin erupted in maniacal laughter. Discovered? How delightful. Truly delightful. I thought we would have to wait much longer for some amusement. Lin Jingyan's trepidation was, for He Chuanjin, merely the spark that ignited a festive revelry. Zhenren, manipulating the bodies of Zhu Tong and Ho San, coldly scrutinized Lin Jingyan as he emerged. Upon sensing the trivial foundation-building early-stage cultivation emanating from the latter, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. A mere foundation-building insect dares to pry into matters beyond its grasp? A cruel smile formed on Ho San's face. Since you have witnessed what you ought not to have, you shall remain here forever. As his words fell, he struck without hesitation. With a swift grasp of his right hand into the void, a long sword, forged from dense black mist, materialized in his grasp. Without a moment's pause, he swung his arm, and the sword transformed into a dark flash, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, descending upon Lin Jingyan with lethal intent. The speed of the strike left no room for any reaction, and the power contained within it transcended the understanding of even a foundation-building cultivator. In Lin Jingyan's consciousness, darkness enveloped him. With a dull thud, the black mist sword sliced effortlessly into Lin Jingyan's left shoulder, emerging through his right side, cleaving his body in twain. Blood and entrails splattered across the ground, his upper and lower halves rolling apart in the dust. Yet, contrary to expectations, a scream of agony did not resound. Instead, an increasingly frenzied and louder laughter erupted. Cackling. The eerie laughter, imbued with boundless malice, emanated simultaneously from the still twitching remnants of his body, echoing hauntingly in the silent night of the secluded mountains, chilling to the bone. Zhu Tong and Ho San stood frozen in place, their gazes fixed upon the two severed halves, still gushing blood and black mist, and the deranged laughter that sprang forth, leaving them momentarily at a loss for how to respond. In the fleeting moment of their astonishment, the dark aura enveloping the two severed bodies surged violently, resembling boiling ink that obscured the gruesome wounds. Within this shroud of darkness, bones, flesh, and sinews writhed and proliferated in a manner that defied reason, reconstructing themselves with fervor. Accompanied by the disconcerting sounds of cracking bones, the two halves of the bodies extended upward and downward, and within just a few breaths, they astonishingly reformed into two identical Lin Jingyans. The dual Lin Jingyans rose simultaneously, stretching their necks with a synchronized crack of their bones. An eerie smile adorned their faces, as their four eyes fixated unervingly on the two corpse puppets before them. Interesting, quite interesting, they chorused in unison, their voices overlapping in a peculiar harmony. Let us do it again. In his consciousness, Lin Jingyan observed this bizarre spectacle unfolding outside, and could not help but remark, "True immortal, your ability is rather unique." Gagaga. Now this is the supreme path. The central head of He Quan Zhen trembled with excitement, proclaiming, "From oneness comes two, two births three, and three begets all things, endless and boundless." That fool thought he could kill me. How utterly laughable. A flicker of malice crossed Hosan's face, his muscles twitching as he struggled to comprehend the events transpiring before him. Yet this did not hinder his execution of commands. "Stop this sorcery," he bellowed, as the dark energy sword in his hand surged with renewed brilliance. In a blur, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, executing a sweeping strike imbued with even more ferocity than before, aimed at the waists of the two Lin Jingyans. With a resounding thud, the sword light sliced through effortlessly, and the two Lin Jingyans were once again cleaved in half. The four severed bodies tumbled to the ground, their manic laughter unabated, now transformed into a cacophonous quartet. Gaga gaga. Excellent. Truly splendid. The dark energy swirled anew, more potent than before, nearly engulfing the small clearing. Under the astonished gazes of Zhu Tong and Ho San, the four severed bodies writhed, swiftly morphing into four lively Lin Jingyans. They aligned themselves in a row, meticulously brushing off the dust from their garments, then tilted their heads in unison, casting a peculiar gaze at the two puppets, and spoke in unison, "Continue. Why have you stopped?" Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, deep within a dim and damp cave filled with prohibitions, an elderly man clad in a dark Taoist robe suddenly opened his eyes wide. He was Xian Mingzi, the one remotely controlling the corpse puppets. At that moment, for the first time, his calm eyes reflected a profound astonishment. What manner of creature is this? Through the puppet's perspective, he witnessed how the chi refining practitioner was split in twain, only to be further divided into four. The bizarre undying nature and the ability to divide exceeded anything within his comprehension, a creature he had never seen nor heard of before. Is it demonic power? No. Perhaps it is a form of sorcery? Xian Mingzi furrowed his brow, yet instead of fear, a fervent curiosity began to emerge on his face. How fascinating, truly fascinating. To think that such a marvel could be hidden within this dilapidated sect. He hesitated no longer. A singular thought surged towards the rear mountain. It must be captured alive. This entity holds immense value for me. Upon receiving the command, Zhu Tong and Ho San's demeanor shifted dramatically. Boom. Two waves of pressure, far more terrifying than before, ascended skyward, reaching the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. The powerful gusts of energy overturned the surrounding pits, sending debris and earth flying in all directions. Cracks began to appear on their skin, clearly indicating that their hastily assembled forms could scarcely endure such overwhelming force. Chapter 86. Endless blood-red light ignited in Zhu Tong and Ho San's eyes as they fixated intently on the four Lin Jingyan across from them. Capture him. The two puppets let out a low roar, transforming into blood-colored phantoms that surged forward with a devastating momentum towards Lin Jingyan. In the face of this full-force assault from the pinnacle of the nascent soul, the peculiar smiles on the faces of the four Lin Jingyan vanished simultaneously. Within his sea of consciousness, Lin Jingyan observed this spectacle, astonished, and inquired, "Pinnacle of the nascent soul, are we perhaps overstepping our bounds this time? Can you handle this?" "True, immortal?" He Chuanjin's three heads simultaneously broke into a grin. "Merely the pinnacle of the nascent soul. If I, this humble Taoist, were to arrive in the great ascension, they would fall without a doubt." No sooner had he spoken than the black energy enveloping the four Lin Jingyan surged violently, each conjuring a pitch-black shovel in hand. As the blood-colored phantoms of Zhu Tong and Ho Sin charged halfway, they were met with four synchronized thuds. Thud, 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 thud. The shovel struck precisely upon the heads of the two puppets, sending them crashing to the ground from midair. The two puppets rolled several times before coming to a halt, sporting prominent lumps on their heads. Groggily, they rose from the ground, their eyes blood-red glow flickering ominously, clearly dazed by the impact of the shovels. "This is impossible." 1,000 miles away, Zuan Mingzi nearly leaped from his meditation cushion, incredulous that the power of the nascent soul's pinnacle could be so easily thwarted by mere shovels. In a cave far away, Zuan Mingzi trembled with rage, his withered visage contorting in fury. Useless. Two puppets at the pinnacle of the nascent soul. Bested by an ant in the early stages of foundation establishment wielding a shovel. Such disgrace. His eyes widened, and his consciousness surged like a tempest towards the rear mountain, causing the two puppets, which were already showing signs of cracking, to tremble violently, their red light intensifying as if blood were about to spill forth. "Kill him. No. Tear him apart. I want to see how many times he can resurrect." Zuan Mingzi's furious roar echoed through the night sky from the mouths of the puppets. Zhu Tong and Ho Sen stiffly rose from the ground, bearing the weight of the nascent soul's pinnacle power, as the cracks on their skin spread like a spider's web, threatening to collapse at any moment. Yet, Zuan Mingzi's wrath overshadowed all. He no longer cared about the toll on these temporary vessels. With a roar that was hardly human, Zhu Tong relinquished all techniques, channeling all his strength into his right fist, which swelled significantly, enshrined in swirling crimson flames. He disregarded the other three Lin Jingyan armed with shovels, his focus unwaveringly locked onto the nearest one, and unleashed a straightforward, yet powerful punch. The punch, infused with the primal force of a peak yuanying, stirred the wind so fiercely that it carved a deep trench into the earth before even making contact. In the face of this cataclysmic blow, Lin Jingyan's bizarre smile remained unwavering, betraying no intention to evade. With a thunderous roar, Zhu Tong's fist inevitably pierced through Lin Jingyan's chest, emerging from his back, leaving fragments of flesh and organs clinging to his arm. The punch that should have heralded an end did not yield the anticipated conclusion. Lin Jingyan, with a chest punctured, slowly lowered his head to gaze at the bloodied fist protruding from his back. He then lifted his gaze to Zhu Tong, whose face was a tableau of shock, and flashed an even more radiant smile than before. Cackling echoes erupted from four Lin Jingyans in unison, a cacophony that reverberated across the mountainside, akin to a multitude of crows circling mournfully above a graveyard. 1,000 miles away, Zuan Mingzi, perceiving this through his puppet senses, felt a chilling dread rise from the depths of his soul. He had witnessed self-healing and rebirth, yet he had never encountered a being that could laugh so joyously after being so grievously wounded. In the moment of his astonishment, a scene even more terrifying and surreal unfolded. Amidst the frenzied laughter, the four Lin Jingyans, in perfect synchrony, extended their hands to grasp their own heads. With a sharp crack, accompanied by the sound of shattering bones, they forcibly twisted their heads off. The headless bodies stood erect, discarding their still laughing heads onto the ground. Following this, the four headless figures plunged their hands into their blood-soaked chests, and with a sickening sound of flesh tearing, they forcibly extracted their own stark white ribs, carelessly casting them aside like refuse. What manner of monstrosity is this? Zuan Mingzi could no longer maintain his composure, his mind in tumult. Meanwhile, Zhu Tong and Ho San, under his control, were rendered utterly dazed. The heads and ribs on the ground were enveloped by a dense, swirling black mist. The mist writhed as if alive, and the flesh and bones within it rapidly regenerated and reformed at a visible pace. In but a few breaths, the black mist dissipated, revealing 8 newly formed Lin Jingyans upon the ground. 4 emerged from the severed heads, and 4 from the discarded ribs. They sprang up, joining the 4 headless bodies. Soon after, the flesh at the necks of the headless figures began to writhe violently, quickly sprouting new heads. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield was populated by 12 identical Lin Jingyans, each bearing a peculiar smile. In unison, they clapped their hands, and each conjured a pitch-black shovel seemingly from thin air. "Caw, caw, caw. Young one, allow me to present you with a grand treasure," the 12 Lin Jingyans exclaimed in eerie unison. Enraged by this bizarre spectacle, Zhuan Mingzi unleashed his final command: kill. Zhu Tong and Ho San, their bodies on the brink of destruction, erupted with their final glimmers of light, charging recklessly towards the 12 manifestations of Lin Jingyan. Yet, what they confronted was a vast ocean composed of Lin Jingyan. Thud, 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 thud. Countless shovels descended from all directions, striking with utter chaos, devoid of any semblance of order. Thud, 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 thud. The shovels fell like rain, and although Zhu Tong and Ho San fought desperately to defend themselves, the simultaneous onslaught of 12 shovels left them dazed and disoriented. Even more bizarrely, whenever their attacks tore apart a manifestation of Lin Jingyan, the bloodied remnants would writhe and transform into more diminutive Lin Jingyans, which would then rapidly grow. Thud, 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 thud. The rhythmic sound of striking echoed through the rear mountains. 1,000 miles away, Xian Mingzi had completely lost his sanity. What on earth is this abomination? The more I kill, the more they multiply. He watched helplessly as the manifestations of Lin Jingyan on the battlefield multiplied from 12 to 24, then to 48, until they became an incomprehensible swarm. In the midst of the battlefield, the densely packed Lin Jingyan, wielding shovels, pounded Zhu Tong and Ho San mercilessly, their puppet bodies riddled with wounds and on the verge of total collapse. A glint of malice flickered in Xian Mingzi's eyes. If I cannot kill this monster, then we shall perish together. He bit his tongue, letting his essence spill onto the formation before him, his hands weaving intricate seals. The primordial infant self-detonation. Xian Mingzi's roar resonated through his consciousness, reaching the rear mountains, and in an instant, Zhu Tong and Ho San's bodies began to swell, the energies of their primordial infants becoming dangerously unstable. Boom, boom. 2 earth-shattering explosions erupted almost simultaneously, engulfing the entire rear mountain in blinding white light. The terrifying force of the explosion flattened everything within miles, and the dense swarm of Lin Jingyan was instantaneously reduced to ash. In the sea of consciousness, Yichuanjin's 3 heads exhibited expressions of surprise. Oh, this young one is quite ruthless, daring to self-destruct. The reverberating roar of the explosion spread throughout the entire Deluo sect. Within the sect, several duty elders on the night watch immediately turned their attention toward the source. What is happening? This is the aura of a primordial infant self-detonation. One elder's face turned pale. Hurry to the rear mountains. Several beams of light shot through the night sky, racing towards the site of the explosion. Meanwhile, amidst the ruins of the rear mountains, a faint black mist silently emerged from the ground, swiftly dissipating into the night. When the elders arrived at the scene, what greeted their eyes was a desolate expanse of charred earth and debris, alongside the bodies of disciples that had been buried by Yichuanjin. These are all disciples of our sect. One elder, observing the scattered identity tokens, turned ashen. Over 20 disciples, several of them at the Golden Core stage. Another elder shouted in fury, who was responsible for this? Just then, Han Huapeng also arrived at the scene. He meticulously examined the traces left by the explosion, his brows knitting tighter with each passing moment. This method of self-detonation, Han Huapeng's expression darkened like stormy waters, is a sinister technique of the Wuji demon sect. The Wuji demon sect? The other elders seethed with rage. How dare those fiends infiltrate our Deluo sect and commit murder with such brutal means? Han Huapeng gazed at the bloodied remnants strewn across the ground, a chilling resolve igniting within him. He commanded the approaching disciples, "Relay the order. The entire sect is to be on high alert. We must ascertain whether there are any other spies from the demonic sect infiltrating us. The shroud of death has enveloped us for several months, and the dark canopy still looms overhead like a relentless nightmare. Those grand sects with teleportation arrays have long since evacuated, leaving only weaker factions struggling to traverse towards the outside world. 1,000 souls moved slowly through a dense forest. 1,000 miles from the Deluo sect. The Qingchuan sect, an inconspicuous small sect, was led by sect master Li Chaozong, whose cultivation was merely at the initial stage of the Golden Core. Lacking a teleportation array, they could only migrate by foot. To make matters worse, beneath this deathly sky, there was not a trace of spiritual energy. The disciples could not sustain prolonged flights on their swords and were forced to tread step by step out of this desolate domain. Sectmaster, we have been walking for 3 months already. When will we be able to escape? A weary young disciple inquired. Li Chaozong glanced up at the unchanging black shroud above. Sighing, soon. According to the map, we should be able to exit the realm of death in another 6 months. 6 months? Another disciple chuckled bitterly, hoping they could endure until then. Many in the group had already begun to show signs of pallor. Devoid of spiritual energy, the cultivator's physical conditions were deteriorating rapidly, with several even falling ill. Everyone, keep your spirits up, Li Chaozong exclaimed, forcing authority into his voice. Our Qingchuan sect has a legacy spanning a millennium. We cannot allow it to falter here. Just then, a commotion erupted from the rear of the procession. Someone has collapsed. It's brotherly. The crowd rushed to see a Foundation establishment disciple, pale and unconscious. Damn it, Li Chaozong gritted his teeth. This is the 13th one. Over the past few days, 12 disciples had perished due to the absence of spiritual energy. In a world devoid of such essence, cultivators were reduced to a state akin to that of ordinary mortals. Yet they could not afford to halt. The spiritual energy within them was dwindling, and the longer they remained, the more likely they would succumb to being assimilated into the ordinary, leading to their untimely demise. Sectmaster, perhaps we should rest for a day, suggested an elder. Li Chaozong hesitated briefly before conceding. Very well, we shall camp here, but we can only rest for a day. The longer we delay, the more lives we shall lose. As night fell, the campfire flickered in the forest. The disciples of Qingchuan sect gathered around the blaze, their faces etched with anxiety about the uncertain future. Master, will we truly make it out alive? A timid young disciple asked. His master ruffled his hair, forcing a smile. We will, undoubtedly. Yet, deep down, they all understood that. Given the current rate of mortality, it would be a stroke of luck if half of them managed to exit the realm of death. By the campfire, Li Chaozong rubbed his temples, feeling a heaviness in his head. Sectmaster, are you all right? An elder inquired with concern. I'm fine, just a bit fatigued. Li Chaozong waved dismissively, though a sense of unease lingered within him. For the past few days, he had inexplicably found himself lost in thought, at times even forgetting what he had been doing moments before. Just moments ago, he was deeply contemplating the route for tomorrow. Yet suddenly his mind went blank for a few seconds. When he regained his senses, he found himself staring vacantly at the flickering campfire. Perhaps it was sheer exhaustion. Li Chaozong mused, dismissing the thought. As the group rested around the fire, a colossal roar erupted from the depths of the dense forest ahead. The ground trembled violently, causing the flames to sway precariously. What was that sound? The disciples sprang to their feet in alarm. Li Chaozong furrowed his brow and gazed towards the source of the noise, where a plume of black smoke could be discerned, suggesting a confrontation was underway. Could it be other sects? One elder pondered aloud. Perhaps they are also seeking refuge, another elder speculated. After a moment of hesitation, Li Chaozong resolved. I will take a few individuals to investigate. The rest of you stay here and remain calm. Master, could there be danger? One disciple questioned. Under this bleak sky, our spiritual powers are limited. What is there to fear? Li Chaozong waved his hand dismissively, adding that if it were indeed other sects, they might find allies. He proceeded cautiously towards the source of the sound, accompanied by 3 elders. The further they advanced, the more pronounced the metallic scent of blood became. This smell is overwhelming, one elder remarked, pinching his nose. Upon traversing a thicket, the scene that unfolded before them left them all gasping in horror. The clearing was littered with grotesquely dismembered limbs and severed arms. These remnants bore an uncanny resemblance to human bodies, yet they emanated a sinister black aura. Some arms were adorned with clusters of eyes, while torsos contorted at impossible angles, and one head, sporting 2 faces, stared at them with 4 unblinking eyes. What in the world are these? An elder stammered. Li Chaozong fought against his nausea, scrutinizing the dismembered parts. They exuded tendrils of darkness, appearing particularly macabre under the moonlight. They do not seem human, he murmured, swallowing hard. though they unmistakably belonged to human forms. At that moment, the two-faced head blinked suddenly, causing several of them to recoil in terror. Is it still alive? But upon closer inspection, it became clear that the head had long since lost its vitality. The blink was merely a muscle spasm in its final throes. Who could have slain these abominations? Li Chaozong surveyed the surroundings, finding nothing but the scattered remains. In the center of the clearing lay a massive crater, as if carved by some formidable force. He crouched down, extending a trembling hand, his fingertips hovering mere inches above a severed arm, attempting to sense any lingering essence. After a brief moment, he jerked his hand back, his complexion paling further, tinged with fear. Impossible, he muttered. The owner of this arm must have been at least at the late nascent soul stage. What? The three elders beside him were taken aback, hastily stepping forward to sense for themselves. This head is from a transformation stage cultivator. This remaining torso has likely already brushed the threshold of the void refinement stage. The four exchanged glances, a chill ascending from their feet to the crown of their heads. The primordial infant, the transformation of the divine, and the refinement of the void. These figures, once sovereigns of their realms, now lie scattered as mere remnants of flesh and bone. What manner of being possesses such power to so effortlessly slaughter so many formidable masters? We must flee, Li Chaozong decisively commanded, regardless of who is responsible. They are not adversaries we can confront. Let us return to the camp at once. As they turned to leave, scarcely taking a few steps, the deafening roar resounded once more, this time alarmingly close. With a thunderous crash, a towering tree was cleaved in two, its massive shadow engulfing splintered wood and earth, hurtling towards their hiding place. Beware! Li Chaozong shouted fervently, channeling the last vestiges of his spiritual energy to conjure a precarious shield. The shadow struck the barrier with tremendous force, sending the four tumbling to the ground, their vitality surging chaotically. Upon raising their gazes, they beheld a grotesque creature, towering at 30 feet, its body riddled with festering sores, struggling to rise, its aura unmistakably that of a being in the divine transformation stage. Before they could comprehend the sight, a cacophonous, piercing laughter echoed through the woods, manic and disordered, as though uttered by multiple voices in unison. Gagaga! Run! Where will you flee to? Before this immortal, not a single one of you vile creatures shall escape. From the shadows emerged an eerie figure, a colossal bird, shrouded in darkness, yet resembling a red-crowned crane, most bizarrely adorned with 3 heads. A dense, inky mist swirled around it, unsettling all who dared to gaze upon it. The one-eyed monster, seemingly devoid of intelligence, roared and charged toward the 3-headed avian. Gagaga! The central head threw back its neck in a maniacal laugh, the sound rife with brutality and malevolence. Another vile creature. Why do you filthy beings persist in appearing? Why must you taint the eyes of this immortal? You all shall perish. I will eradicate every last one of you. Before the words faded, He Chuanjin transformed into a streak of black lightning, vanishing from sight. The one-eyed beast swung its immense fist, but before it could turn, He Chuanjin materialized behind it like a specter. In a flash, He Chuanjin's claws, sharp as blades, glided effortlessly through the air. With a piercing tear, the formidable creature of the divine transformation stage was cleaved in twain, its scalding entrails and foul blood spilling forth. The crimson liquid pooled upon the ground, still gushing forth, as the forest resonated with heavy footfalls. Boom, boom, boom. 3 distinct monstrosities, each unique in form, charged toward He Chuanjin from various angles. A humanoid creature with 8 arms, a gelatinous mass covered in writhing tendrils, and a skeletal figure enveloped entirely in dark mist. Each possessed formidable strength, all at least at the divine transformation stage. Gagaga! More fools come to their doom. He Chuanjin's 3 heads erupted in frenzied laughter. In an instant, its form shimmered, splitting into 3 illusory shadows. Tear, splatter, crack. A cacophony of simultaneous, piercing rips erupted. And before the 3 grotesque creatures could emit even a single cry of despair, they were torn asunder, their innards and flesh strewn across the ground. He Chuanjin stood amidst the crimson pool, his aura of darkness intensifying, all 3 of his heads quivering with exhilaration. Li Chaozong, witnessing this horrifying display, felt a chill of dread seep into his bones. Such formidable power was utterly staggering. The few divine transformation monsters before him appeared as fragile as paper. He exchanged furtive glances with several elders, cautiously retreating, hoping to slink away while this madman reveled in his carnage. Yet, no sooner had he taken 2 steps back than darkness enveloped his vision. Planning to flee? He Chuanjin had somehow materialized before him, a razor-sharp claw pressing down upon his crown, lifting him effortlessly. Li Chaozong felt a sharp jolt of pain shoot through his scalp as blood trickled down his forehead. His feet dangled helplessly in the air, struggling in vain against his dire predicament. He, a cultivator, cackled the second head, its greedy laughter echoing. So delectable. The aura of this cultivator is exquisite. I must devour him. Yes, let us consume him. The third head chimed in excitedly. The blood and flesh of a cultivator are the most nourishing. We shall feast upon him. Enough. How dare you? The central head erupted in fury. I, the Great One, have yet to speak. Who are you 2 worthless creatures to dictate terms? Why should you have a say? The second head, indignant, retorted, we are one entity. Why do you presume to be the leader? The third head, equally incensed, interjected, you lunatic. It is always your decision. This time, I shall consume this cultivator. I am the true form. I am paramount. You too be silent. The central head bellowed madly. I shall rend this vile creature to shreds, into 1,000 pieces. He is a cultivator, not a vile creature. You madman. Indeed, you cannot even distinguish between a cultivator and a vile creature. How can you claim to be the leader? The 3 heads grew increasingly agitated, their squabbling escalating into a frenzied melee, black feathers scattering in disarray. Chapter 89. Why did you not speak earlier? Bang, bang. The central head, seething with rage, violently swung its neck like a pair of heavy hammers, striking the left and right heads with a resounding thud. The raucous clamoring of the second and third heads abruptly ceased, replaced by anguished cries. Still noisy, the central head's eyes blazed crimson, resembling a frenzied beast. Granting no opportunity for the other 2 heads to react, its sharp beak descended like a tempest. Tap, 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 tap. The rapid-fire pecking resonated horrifically, sending shivers down the spine as black feathers spiraled through the air. The other 2 heads, dazed and battered, shrieked in agony, their previously haughty demeanor utterly vanquished, reduced to cowering and trembling. Do you yield? The central head inquired, halting its assault and demanding an answer. We yield. We yield. Forgive us, Great One. We were wrong. The second and third heads admitted, their voices weak and filled with trepidation. Li Chaozong, suspended in midair, along with the 3 elders nearby, paralyzed with fear, bore witness to this bizarre and horrifying scene, feeling as though their very blood was congealing. Could this monster truly engage in infighting? 2 worthless beings. The central head scoffed with satisfaction before redirecting its gaze back to Li Chaozong, ensnared beneath its claw. The previously frenzied and violent gaze abruptly vanished, replaced by a chillingly tender demeanor. Tilting its head slightly, its voice emerged soft as a lover's whisper, echoing in Li Chaozong's ear. Tell me, dear mortal, are you a fiend? This sudden transformation caused Li Chaozong's heart to falter. Gazing into those senseless eyes, the instinct for survival compelled him to shake his head vehemently, summoning all his strength to utter a few desperate words. No, I am not. Senior, I am not a fiend. I am a human cultivator. He believed that by disassociating himself from those monstrosities, he would secure his survival. However, no sooner had the words escaped his lips than the gentle gaze was instantly eclipsed by an overwhelming fury. You lie? The central head of Huquanzhen emitted a piercing roar that threatened to shatter eardrums, a thick cloud of dark energy erupting from its form, coalescing in midair into a spiked black whip. Crack! The whip tore through the air with a mournful whoosh, striking Li Chaozong with brutal force. Ah! Li Chaozong's anguished wail resounded, his protective aura shattering instantly, his robe torn to shreds, flesh lacerated. A deep gash visible to the bone stretching from his chest to his abdomen, blood gushing forth. This esteemed one declares you a fiend, and thus you are a fiend. Huquanzhen shrieked madly, the whip of dark energy unrelenting, raining down blows. Crack! 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 How dare you retort? How dare you deceive this esteemed one? A fiend must exhibit the traits of a fiend. Why will you not confess? With eyes that could pierce through deception, this esteemed one saw through your vile nature. Do you still dare to argue? Li Chaozong was battered like a rag doll in midair, his cries hoarse, struggling to comprehend why his truthful declaration had incited the wrath of this lunatic. Confess. Quickly confess you are a fiend. Why have you fallen silent? You filthy fiend. Speak to this esteemed one. Huquanzhen, while relentlessly striking, raved incoherently. The elders, paralyzed by terror, attempted to flee, but their legs felt as heavy as lead, rendering them immobile, forced to witness their sect leader being mercilessly tortured by a madman, faces etched with despair and dread. Just as Li Chaozong's consciousness began to blur, the second head, which had been cowering nearby, suddenly spoke up, cautiously glancing at the frenzied leader, urgently imploring, Leader, cease the beating. If you continue, you will ruin him." Stretching its neck greedily, it fixated on Li Chaozong, saliva nearly dripping. "Look at his spirit platform. It is still somewhat clear, not yet completely tainted by evil energy. What a fine supplement. It would be a pity to ruin him like this. Let us consume him." The frenzied assault came to an abrupt halt. The central head paused, tilting its head as if processing the words of the second. Releasing its claws, the nearly unrecognizable Li Chaozong fell to the ground with a thud. "Oh, a cultivator?" He Quan-Jin muttered, the violent red glow slowly receding, replaced by a dawning realization. Gently, it assisted Li Chaozong to his feet, its movements as tender as if handling a rare treasure. Alas, what a stir this has caused. It appears I, the great sage, have made a mistake. The cultivators are indeed remarkable, their aura resplendent. With delicate flaps of its wings, it brushed the dust from Li Chaozong's form. The sound soothing yet chilling. Li Chaozong was engulfed in agony, his mind clouded, yet the instinct for survival ignited a flicker of hope within him. However, before this glimmer could be kindled, He Chuanjin's gentle demeanor abruptly solidified, transforming into a tempest of fury. "Why did you not speak sooner?" The thunderous outburst rendered Li Chaozong's mind numb. Before he could comprehend that he had indeed spoken, tendrils of dark mist shot forth with lightning speed, ensnaring him once more, along with 3 elders who lay nearby, rendering them all suspended in midair. "Why did you not reveal you are cultivators sooner? Ah, you nearly caused me to mistakenly harm esteemed guests. What are your intentions? Do you look down upon me?" He Chuanjin's 3 heads roared in unison, their voices shaking the very forest. The black whip reappeared, imbued with an even more ferocious force, striking down upon the 4 with relentless fury. Crack, 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 crack. Their anguished cries amalgamated into a haunting symphony, echoing eerily through the still night. They could not fathom what this madman truly desired. Just as the 4 were on the brink of collapse, the barrage of whips suddenly ceased without warning. He Chuanjin's 3 heads fell silent, the central one tilting slightly, seemingly pondering some cosmic enigma. Suddenly, all 3 heads illuminated with ecstatic expressions, as if having reached an epiphany. "Ah, I understand," it exclaimed with exuberance, the joy of finding a kindred spirit resounding in its voice. Gazing at the bloodied figures suspended in the air, it spoke with immense admiration. "I comprehend now. The reason you do not acknowledge your status as cultivators is because, like me, you abhor the vile malevolence that plagues this world. Is that not so?" It offered them no chance to respond, continuing unabated. "Indeed, it must be so. You would rather be misjudged and suffer my blows than consort with the wicked. Splendid. You possess grit. You uphold principles. I commend you." This astonishing conclusion rendered Li Chaozong and his companions utterly speechless. They were confronted with a being entirely enveloped in its own delusions. Chapter 90. The higher the cultivation, the faster the corruption. He Chuanjin cackled with delight. "Since we share the same aspirations, both fervently devoted to eradicating all malevolence from this world, I shall not hold back." Its voice grew solemn and sacred, as if conducting an ancient ritual. "Come, today, I bestow upon you unparalleled transformation, aiding you in transcending your mortal forms to achieve celestial bodies. From this moment forth, we shall be comrades, united in our quest to vanquish all evil." As the words hung in the air, a thick, inky black mist surged from He Chuanjin's razor-sharp claws, a manifestation of the innate energy cultivated over millennia, pure and noble in its essence. Embrace the grace bestowed by this celestial being. With a swift motion of its claw, for streams of pure black energy surged into the bodies of Li Chaozong and his companions. An indescribable agony erupted instantaneously, their cries morphing into something other than human. Their skin melted like wax, only to re-solidify into a strange, ashen hue, while their bones emitted a disconcerting cracking sound, forcibly contorted and reshaped. Tendrils of black mist seeped from their orifices, enveloping their forms. Their consciousness remained acutely aware, vividly perceiving every inch of their bodies disintegrating, transforming into the very embodiments of their deepest fears. Moments later, suspended in midair, were four grotesque humanoid monsters, exuding an ominous black aura. He Chuanjin beheld his masterpiece, a satisfied grin spreading across all three of his heads. Ha ha ha. Behold the perfection of celestial form. From this day forth, you shall serve as the four divine officials under my command. The tide of pain receded, replaced by an unprecedented, surging sense of power. Li Chaozong's awareness emerged from the chaos. He looked down in bewilderment, his gaze falling upon a pair of claws, covered in gray scales, with tips as sharp as blades. This is not my hand. A wave of terror surged within him as he abruptly lifted his head, gazing into a pool of water yet to solidify. In the reflection, a distorted and terrifying visage stared back, with features askew, a mouth stretched grotesquely to the ears, and skin the color of deathly gray. Instinctively, he sought to summon the power within him to assess his condition. However, the familiar Dantian had vanished, replaced by a swirling black vortex residing in his chest, brimming with a frigid, tempestuous force that set his heart racing. This power dwarfed what he had once yearned for in the realm of perfected golden elixirs, even surpassing the nascent soul and transformation stages. Nearby, an elder, similarly transformed, emitted a hoarse and disbelieving groan. He gazed at his spiked arms, feeling the oceanic force within him, a blend of fear and morbid ecstasy etched upon his face. I have reached the stage of refining the void. Upon uttering these words, Li Chaozong and the other two elders froze in astonishment. Refining the void. This was a realm within the cultivation world that could establish sects and become a revered ancestor. A height they had never dared to dream of had suddenly become their reality. Li Chaozong carefully sensed the power coursing through him, soon discovering an even more shocking truth. The relentless black energy within him was not spiritual power. It did not require drawing from the heavens and the earth. It seemed to share a lineage with this realm of desolation, allowing him to absorb the peculiar force emanating from the void. The dead realm that had tormented him for months, watching his disciples fall one by one, now held no sway over him. The sense of weakness, of depleting life force, had vanished entirely. Though he had become a monster, he had also become immensely stronger, multitudes stronger. The four exchanged glances, witnessing the same shock and bewilderment reflected in each other's grotesque visages. As Li Chaozong gazed down at his claws, which were encrusted with a layer of gray scales, he felt an unfamiliar and tumultuous power surging within him, stirring a tempest of emotions in his heart. Fear, loathing, confusion, and a hint of intoxicating allure towards this newfound strength intertwined, nearly driving him to madness. He forced himself to regain his composure, lifting his distorted and terrifying visage to observe the grotesque remnants strewn across the ground. A dreadful thought began to take shape in his mind. The great sage Li Chaozong attempted to speak, but his voice emerged like the abrasive friction of two stones, coarse and unpleasant. May I inquire, esteemed sage, what manner of beings are these that you have vanquished? We have traversed beneath this desolate sky for months without encountering such monstrosities. He posed his question with utmost caution, wary of provoking this lunatic. Oh, well asked. Well asked. The central head of Chuanjin displayed an approving expression reminiscent of a teacher commending a diligent student. Clearing its throat, it spoke in a tone reminiscent of a charlatan, shrouded in mystery. Those beings? They are the failed products that could not withstand the trials beneath this dead sky. Failed products? Li Chaozong and the other three elders exchanged glances, utterly bewildered. Huh. Allow me to elucidate. The left head of Chuanjin interjected, laced with disdain. They are the corrupted practitioners. This dead sky is a manifestation of supreme divine power, purging the world of all impurities. Only those with unwavering resolve and exceptional talent, like yourselves, can receive the sage's grace, undergoing a transformation into celestial beings. The third elder chimed in, indeed. Those worthless practitioners possess muddled spiritual energy, and their mental cultivation is utterly dismal. Subjected to the divine power of this dead sky, they naturally transform into that grotesque, inhuman semblance, a filthy abomination. A heavy dread settled in Li Chaozong's heart as a more horrifying conjecture surfaced. The central head of Chuanjin nodded in satisfaction, concluding, finally, you two fools have spoken some semblance of sense. This dead sky treats all practitioners equally. The higher one's cultivation, the deeper the resonance with this realm, resulting in a swifter purification. Those so-called Yuanying and Huashan ancestors, Believing themselves to be masters of profound arts, what became of them? They were the first to transform into abominations devoid of consciousness. This revelation struck Li Chaozong and his companions like a thunderbolt, illuminating their understanding. It was thus. The reason they had managed to endure was not due to their superior strength, but rather their inherent weakness. The influence of the dead sky had yet to fully consume them. Their prior state of unconscious daze was indeed a consequence of this influence, now dissipated since they had transformed into abominations. The difference lay solely in the absence or presence of self-awareness. Chapter 91. We were truly on the brink of death. The three heads of Hichuanjin simultaneously exhibited expressions of approval, and the central head gently set Li Chaozong down, affectionately patting his shoulder with its wingtip. Well done, my boy. You possess insight. This sage appreciates principled practitioners like you. The three elders suspended in midair were finally released, and the four of them crashed to the ground, their bodies nearly falling apart, yet none dared to utter a sound. Li Chaozong lay on the ground, his mind a tumultuous mess from the recent chain of events. He endured the excruciating pain, struggling to kneel upright, and with utmost reverence, bowed his head to Hichuanjin. Great immortal, please discern. His voice was choked with tears. It is our deep-seated hatred for evil that has driven us to struggle. Yet we are far too weak. Great immortal, I have an unreasonable request. Oh. Hichuanjin's central head regarded him with keen interest. Speak, then. Gritting his teeth, Li Chaozong resolved to take a bold step. I implore the great immortal to bestow upon my incapable disciples the same formidable power as yours. In doing so, we could follow you and eradicate all evil from the world. With that, he forcefully knocked his head against the ground, awaiting judgment. The three elders nearby could hardly believe their ears, their eyes nearly popping out, each harboring the same thought. Has the sect master lost his mind? The atmosphere became palpably tense. Hichuanjin's previously gratified expression froze. 3 heads and 6 eyes were fixed intently on Li Chaozong. The voice of the central head was deep and unreadable. What did you just say? Li Chaozong, believing he had wagered correctly, quickly repeated. I beseech the great immortal to transform us into powerful evildoers. Evildoers? Indeed. Evildoers. Boom. Li Chaozong was suddenly hurled away by an invisible force, spinning through the air 720 degrees before crashing into a tree, then rolling to the ground. Hichuanjin's 3 heads erupted in fury, black energy surging into the sky. Have you lost your wits? The central head shrieked with an ear-piercing cry. I am the immortal who reigns supreme in heaven and earth. An immortal? How dare you label me as an evildoer? It trembled with rage, extending a sharp claw towards the 4 on the ground. You blind fools. How dare you insult me? Ah! Before the 4 could comprehend the situation, they simultaneously let out blood-curdling screams, feeling as though their souls were ensnared by an invisible hand and tossed into boiling oil, repeatedly fried. The 3 elders writhed on the ground in agony, their hearts bursting with indignation. It was the sect master who said it. What does this have to do with us? I didn't say a word. Why am I being punished too? Sect master, our relationship is good, but you cannot drag us to our doom. Yet, all they could do was scream. Not a single word more dared to escape their lips. Li Chaozong felt as though his very soul were being torn asunder, a torment emanating from the depths of his spirit, 1,000-fold more painful than physical suffering. His celestial body, which had only just adapted to the power of the refining void stage, now became the vessel of anguish, every inch acutely aware of the burning, tearing pain. It was the sect master who said we were innocent. The 3 elders twisted and rolled on the ground, cursing inwardly. Silence. Enough. In the throes of excruciating pain, Li Chaozong's instinct for survival surged to its zenith. He abruptly lifted his contorted visage, summoning every ounce of strength to emit a hoarse roar. I was wrong. I was wrong. Great sage. It is a celestial being, not a malevolent spirit. It is the exalted celestial. This bellow seemed to encapsulate all the newfound vigor within him, momentarily halting the torment inflicted by the unseen soul. The fury of Hichuanjin's 3 heads also faltered, their 6 eyes collectively refocusing on Li Chaozong. A celestial? The middle head tilted slightly, its voice frigid. Now you acknowledge it as a celestial? Indeed. Indeed. I am but a blind fool. A dog cannot speak of ivory. Li Chaozong crawled and knelt, his forehead striking the stony ground with a resounding thud. Upon first encountering your divine majesty, I, in my delirium, resorted to the most vile terms to describe you. I am deserving of death 1,000 times over. I implore you, grant me another chance. A chance to atone for my sins. Oh, the left head of He Chuanjin expressed intrigue. Atone for your sins? What could this grotesque creature possibly offer? A glimmer of hope ignited within Li Chaozong's heart. He swiftly raised his head, donning the most obsequious and fervent countenance. Great sage, I am aware that within this region shrouded by the dead heavens, numerous secret treasures of grand sects lie concealed. They departed in haste, leaving behind many precious relics. I am willing to guide you to those treasures, to present them to you, thus enhancing your unparalleled might and eternal supremacy. The atmosphere fell once more into silence. He Chuanjin's three heads exchanged glances, seemingly engaged in a silent discourse. Treasures? The third head greedily licked its beak. Humph, it could very well be a trap. The second head retorted cautiously. Silence. The central head barked, causing its brethren to retract their necks in fear. Its crimson eyes fixated on Li Chaozong, as if attempting to pierce through to his very soul. Just as Li Chaozong felt his heart nearing its escape from his throat, the central head of He Chuanjin suddenly erupted in a cacophony of thunderous laughter. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Splendid. It flapped its wings vigorously, enveloping Li Chaozong and the three elders in a gentle black mist. The four who had recently felt as if they were plummeting into the abyss now found themselves embraced by a refreshing breeze, the stinging of their souls dissipating. I told you so. How could a celestial officer, personally enlightened by me, be a fool? The central head spoke with an air of triumph, as if it had seen through all deceptions. You were testing me just now, were you not? You wished to ascertain whether I would be angered by a mere slip of the tongue. Very well. You possess great courage. I admire you. Li Chaozong, the three elders. We truly thought we were on the brink of death. Chapter 92. A test of nonsense suspended by the gentle black mist. Li Chaozong and the three elders experienced turmoil within, far more terrifying than the agony they had just endured from the soul's burning. A test? Nonsense. We genuinely believed you to be a malevolent spirit. Of course, they would never dare to voice such thoughts. Li Chaozong was the quickest to react. Following He Chuanjin's words, he immediately displayed an expression of admiration that confirmed his expectations, bowing deeply once more, exclaiming, "Oh, great sage! Such minor tricks of mine could hardly escape your keen insight. I merely wish to ascertain that I am following a true immortal with a heart as vast as the heavens, rather than some petty pretender. Having witnessed your divine presence today, I have no regrets even in death." Ha ha ha. Well said. Well said. He Chuanjin's three heads tilted back in uproarious laughter, evidently relishing the flattery to the utmost, and his demeanor towards Li Chaozong grew increasingly affable. Treasure hunting. Excellent. Those sects harboring filth surely have treasures tainted by malevolence, which must be purified by this great sage personally. He gazed at Li Chaozong with satisfaction, tapping him gently with the tip of his wing. You, Li Chaozong, from this day forth, shall be the treasure-seeking immortal officer under my command. You will be responsible for gathering the world's rarest treasures for me. Upon the successful completion of this task, your rewards shall be plentiful. Thank you, great sage. Thank you, great sage. Li Chaozong bowed once more. A weight momentarily lifted from his heart, yet a more formidable burden began to loom. He remained uncertain whether this path was right or wrong. As for your disciples, He Chuanjin cast a disdainful glance at the trembling remnants of his disciples in the distant valley. Their qualifications are too lacking, their resolve too feeble. They lack even the merit to receive my blessings. However, since they are your subordinates, I shall grant them an opportunity to serve as laborers, paving the way for your treasure-seeking endeavors. He had evidently lost interest in transforming those ordinary disciples. His entire focus was now captivated by the allure of treasures. The treasures will enhance my power tremendously, the third head muttered greedily. And what of it? The second head retorted with a cold snort, its tone laced with frustration and agitation. We are still trapped in this wretched place. It is all the fault of that blind heavenly principle outside, daring to act against me. Why the haste? The central head interjected, its voice soft yet commanding enough to silence the other two instantly. It slowly lifted its crimson eyes towards the eternally silent black canopy above, the manic joy on its face gradually fading into a chilling madness. That ungrateful heavenly principle thinks it can confine me in this dead realm, believing I am powerless? Naive. Lowering its gaze, the three heads bore down with a terrifying, euphoric smile, their eyes ablaze with a blend of cruelty, mockery, and boundless malice, locking onto Li Chaozong and the three elders. You four, listen closely to this great sage. All treasures in this world, be they miraculous elixirs or divine armaments, are my sustenance. You will lead the way now and uncover all the treasures that can be found beneath this dead sky for me. A spine-chilling, ecstatic grin blossomed simultaneously on all three heads, as the esteemed master devoured every morsel of the tantalizing appetizers. He could hardly contain his eagerness to burst forth and seize the celestial Tao from the heavens, tearing it asunder and devouring it whole. Ha ha! Hearty laughter resonated throughout the cosmos, filled with disdain for the Tao and a resolute determination to eliminate it. Did it not enjoy striking the master with thunder? In that case, he would treat it like a walnut and see if it could withstand his might. Li Chaozong gazed up at the eternal shroud of darkness above him, the mad utterances of the master echoing in his mind. Devouring the Tao? This lunatic had evidently lost his wits. What a formidable existence the Tao represented. Even legendary immortals would not dare to challenge it. Yet, this fellow fancied himself capable of chewing it like a walnut? Li Chaozong quickly suppressed that thought. Now was not the time for such considerations. He cast a glance at his own claws, now covered in gray scales, feeling the tumultuous black power surging within him. Regardless of the circumstances, he was no longer human. Would the disciples of the Clear Spring sect accept this altered version of himself? Onward, celestial officer, urged the Master's central head, as all three heads turned towards the distant valley. I am eager to meet your delightful little disciples. A jolt of apprehension surged through Li Chaozong. Delightful? The master's notion of delightful was far from pleasant. Yet, he dared not refuse and could only lead the way with trepidation. The four traversed the ground strewn with severed limbs, making their way to the temporary encampment of the Clear Spring sect. In the night, the flickering flames of the bonfire danced in the darkness. The disciples gathered around the fire anxiously awaited the return of their leader, frequently glancing in the direction from which he had departed. Why haven't the master and others returned? Inquired a young disciple, worry lacing his voice. What if something has gone awry? Another disciple, nervously gripping his talisman, shared in the unease. Just as the tension peaked, footsteps echoed from the woods. It's the master, someone exclaimed, rising with excitement. Yet, when Li Chaozong emerged from the shadows, their smiles froze in place. Under the moonlight, he approached as a grotesque creature, exuding a black aura, with a visage twisted and horrifying. His features were distorted, his skin a lifeless, ashen hue, and his hands had morphed into clawed appendages covered in scales. A monster! A disciple shrieked in terror. The others sprang to their feet, drawing their talismans and pointing them at Li Chaozong, their emotions surging as they beheld this abomination clad in their master's attire. Where's the master? What have you done to him? They clamored. Li Chaozong opened his mouth to explain, it is I am Li Chaozong. But no one believed him. The creature before them was utterly unrecognizable from the leader they had known. Preposterous, bellowed an elder at the Foundation establishment stage. You vile apparition, do not dare impersonate our master. Speak, where is he? As the words fell, three other elders, equally transformed into monstrous forms, emerged from the shadows. The disciples of the Clear Spring sect were plunged into utter panic. For monsters, they have slain the patriarch and several elders. In vengeance for our master, the disciples, filled with righteous indignation, raised their magical instruments, ready to charge forth in a desperate frenzy. Li Chaozong, in a state of panic, was drenched in sweat. Wait, I truly am your patriarch. I possess the patriarch's token. He reached to grasp the token at his waist. Just then, a cacophony of maniacal laughter echoed from the heavens. Gaga gaga. The enormous figure of He Chuanjin descended from the sky, its three heads quivering with excitement. What a delightful spectacle. How amusing that you little insects dare to question the celestial official personally appointed by me. The disciples of the Qingchuan sect paled at the sight of the three-headed beast. Yet, their instinct for survival and loyalty to their master compelled them to remain rooted in place, rather than flee. Chapter 93. Those not of my kind must have different intentions. The patriarch's token. Li Chaozong's trembling fingers finally grasped the jade plaque at his waist, lifting it high. In the moonlight, the token inscribed with the words Patriarch of Qingchuan emitted a faint spiritual glow. The disciples froze in astonishment. It was indeed the Patriarch's token, one that could only be activated by the true Patriarch. But was this creature truly their master? An elder disciple hesitantly stepped forward, squinting to scrutinize the distorted visage of Li Chaozong. He nodded, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than a frown. It is I. What has happened to you, master? The disciples lowered their weapons, placing their faith in the patriarch's benevolence. Just as Li Chaozong was about to explain, He Chuanjin impatiently interrupted. Gaga gaga, spare me your prattle. This great immortal has bestowed upon you a supreme celestial form, and instead of expressing gratitude, you dare to question. The disciples recoiled in fear at the sudden roar. Great immortal, please temper your wrath. Li Chaozong quickly turned, bowing deeply to He Chuanjin. These disciples are but simple-minded. I implore your forgiveness. He Chuanjin huffed simultaneously from all three heads, yet mercifully refrained from further outbursts. Li Chaozong sighed in relief, turning back to address his disciples. Listen, our current predicament is far more perilous than you can fathom. Under this dead sky, the spiritual energy is depleted. Our cultivation regresses daily. At this rate, within 3 months, we will all perish from the exhaustion of our spiritual power. Yet now, we have a path to survival. Li Chaozong gestured to his fearsome visage. The immortal has granted us new strength, enabling us to endure in this desolate realm. Is this the path to survival? Transforming into a monster? A young disciple stammered, pointing at Li Chaozong's scaled claws. Silence. Li Chaozong barked, a fleeting glimmer of fear crossing his eyes. This is not a monster. This is a celestial form. He glanced back at He Chuanjin, ensuring the madman showed no signs of anger. Before continuing, our current power far exceeds what we once possessed. I have reached the realm of void refinement, and the 3 elders have broken through to the spirit transformation stage. The disciples gasped in awe. Void refinement? That is a realm they had scarcely dared to dream of. Moreover, we are no longer subject to the dead sky's influence. We can freely absorb the energies of this world. Li Chaozong extended his claw, dark energy coalescing in his palm. This was the only path to survival. The disciples fell into silence. The choice to transform into monsters in exchange for power and existence was far too brutal. Those not of our kind harbored different hearts. If they truly became such, even if they survived, they would face relentless pursuit by humanity. I refuse to become that. A young disciple suddenly spoke, his voice resolute, declaring that he would rather exhaust his spiritual energy and die than become a monster. Indeed, I would rather perish than take on such a form. We are cultivators, not monsters. Increasing numbers of disciples echoed his sentiments. Li Chaozong's expression darkened. He sensed that He Chuanjin's patience was wearing thin. Fools, he bellowed, his voice resonating with an eerie echo that pierced the eardrums of the disciples. Do you think I wish to become this way? But this is the only way to live. Ha ha ha. He Chuanjin suddenly burst into laughter, all 3 heads turning toward Li Chaozong simultaneously. Immortal official, your subordinates truly lack appreciation. Li Chaozong's heart tightened, and he quickly knelt. Great immortal, forgive me. These disciples are young and ignorant, unaware of your grace. The ignorant are fearless. The central head of He Chuanjin spoke with an unsettling calmness, a stillness more terrifying than its fury. Since they refuse to accept my benevolence, let them continue as mere mortals. Upon hearing that He Chuanjin was displeased, Li Chaozong grew anxious. If he could not transform these disciples into evil spirits, their cultivation at the Qi refinement stage would render them incapable of surviving even 3 months. Great immortal, though these disciples are foolish, they are the foundation of our Clear Spring sect. Oh, the head on the right of He Chuanjin sneered. What do you propose? Gritting his teeth, Li Chaozong shouted to the disciples, kneel before me. Seek the immortal's grace. Otherwise, you shall face death. The disciples exchanged glances, and ultimately, under the weight of their leader's authority, one by one, they knelt. Great immortal's grace, we are willing to accept. Li Chaozong led the declaration. All 3 heads of He Chuanjin simultaneously displayed satisfied smiles. Ha ha ha. Now that is more like it. It spread its wings wide, dark energy surging forth like a tide. Since you are so sincere, this great immortal shall show mercy and grant you the immortal body of the golden core stage. The dark energy enveloped all the disciples in an instant, their screams rising and falling like a chorus. Li Chaozong closed his eyes, unable to bear the sight. When the dark energy dissipated, the once kneeling disciples of the Clear Spring sect had all transformed into grotesque beings of various forms. Some had grown scales, others had skin resembling stone, and a few sported horns atop their heads. Yet they shared a commonality. The dark power flowing within them was akin to that of Li Chaozong, their cultivation now elevated to the golden core stage. Do you feel it? This is power, Li Chaozong intoned as he walked among the transformed disciples, his voice low. The disciples gazed down at their mutated bodies. Some were terrified, others bewildered, but most were entranced by the newfound strength. "How powerful," murmured one disciple who had previously opposed the transformation. "I feel the strength within me is more than tenfold what it was before." Li Chaozong surveyed the surroundings. These disciples, once familiar companions, had now become unrecognizable. Yet at least they had survived. Beneath this desolate sky, this may indeed be the sole path to survival. Very well. He Quanzhen, in the midst of his flight, suddenly flapped his wings and declared, "Enough with the trivialities. Let us embark on a treasure hunt at once." Li Chaozong inhaled deeply and gestured to his disciples, "Form up. We shall set forth." A motley crew of monsters, under the guidance of He Quanzhen, ventured deeper into the abyss of desolation. Li Chaozong led the way, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. Uncertain of the righteousness of his choices, he found that the singular obsession of survival had crystallized amidst this eerie stillness. Chapter 94. The treasure hunt in the shadow of the desolation. The monstrous entourage advanced steadily. Li Chaozong led the procession, flanked by 3 elders and numerous disciples who had been transformed into creatures of the night. Above them, the imposing figure of He Quanzhen soared and swooped, his trio of heads constantly swiveling, 6 eyes greedily surveying the surroundings. "Master, where are we headed?" a disciple inquired in hushed tones. Without turning back, Li Chaozong responded in a low voice, "To the Qingxia mountain range. There lie several mid-sized sects. They might have left behind some treasures in their retreat." "The Qingxia mountain range? Isn't that perilously close to the heart of the desolation? What are you afraid of?" Li Chaozong scoffed. "Do we still fear this desolate realm?" The disciple lowered his head, silenced. He gazed at his own spiny hands, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. The price of becoming a monster was the acquisition of unprecedented strength, yet this power felt foreign and terrifying. Suddenly, He Quanzhen descended from the skies, all 3 heads almost simultaneously exclaiming, "Hurry up! This great sage can no longer wait." Li Chaozong hastily quickened his pace, leading the group deeper into the Qingxia mountain range. 3 days later, they arrived at their first destination, the Qingxia sword sect. "This is the place, great sage." Li Chaozong pointed towards a palace complex shrouded in dark mist upon the mountainside. The left head of He Quanzhen elongated, its eyes glimmering with avarice. "Where are the treasures?" Cautiously, Li Chaozong led his team into the sect. The Qingxia sword sect had been ravaged by the desolation, its halls in ruin, spiritual formations collapsed, and a pervasive stench of decay hung in the air. The treasure vault should be beneath the main hall. Li Chaozong commanded his disciples to search in groups. Before long, they discovered a hidden basement. With excitement, Li Chaozong pushed open the heavy stone door, only to find it utterly barren, save for a few broken shelves and some worthless debris. "Where are the treasures?" The left head of He Quanzhen bellowed. "You claimed there were treasures here." A cold sweat broke out on Li Chaozong's forehead. "Great sage, please temper your anger. They must have taken the majority of the treasures when they fled. Let us continue our search." In the days that followed, they plundered 5 or 6 sects, yet the results were consistently meager. Precious items had long been removed, leaving behind only inconsequential trinkets and a few low-grade artifacts. He Quanzhen's patience was rapidly waning. Another empty vault. With a swipe of his claw, he shattered a stone table in a treasure pavilion. "You wretched fool! What manner of places have you led this great sage to?" Li Chaozong knelt, drenched in sweat. "Great sage, forgive me. These minor sects indeed possess little of value, yet I am aware of the location of a major sect, where treasures are surely abundant." Once again, this same rhetoric. The head to the right of He Quanzhen roared, "You have deceived me several times already." Just as Li Chaozong believed his doom was imminent, the head to the left of He Quanzhen unexpectedly circled around him, adopting a surprisingly gentle demeanor. "Ah, Li Xingguan." Its voice was as soft as a lover's whisper, yet sent chills down Li Chaozong's spine. "You see, we have searched so many places, yet treasures are indeed scarce." The head drew closer, nearly brushing against Li Chaozong's ear, its breath chilling and bone-piercing. "Should we fail to find anything of merit, I shall have no choice but to consume you." Li Chaozong trembled, nearly collapsing to the ground. "You see, this celestial body of yours was personally enlightened by me, harboring a fragment of my essence." The second head licked its beak, producing a nauseating sound. "Consuming you would surely be quite delectable, wouldn't it?" "No. Great one. I know of a place." Li Chaozong's voice quivered. "Lian sect. It is one of the most powerful sects in this region. They have an ancestor who has cultivated a corpse. Their treasures are plentiful, and in their haste, They could not possibly carry everything away. He Chuanjin's middle head squinted. Are you certain? Absolutely. Li Chaozong nodded fervently. The treasury of Luyun sect contains ancient legacies, as well as numerous materials for crafting and elixirs. Ha ha ha. He Chuanjin suddenly burst into laughter. Splendid. I shall trust you once more. Lead the way. Li Chaozong felt as though a great burden had been lifted and hurriedly set forth. The group continued deeper into the realm of death, the atmosphere even more oppressive than before. The disciples gazed at the hunched silhouette of their leader, their hearts heavy with anxiety. Master, does Luyun sect truly possess such treasures? One elder inquired softly. Li Chaozong did not respond, merely quickened his pace. 3 days later, a majestic mountain range emerged in the distance. Even under the corrosion of the realm of death, the mountains retained a hint of spiritual energy. With mist swirling around the peaks, the outlines of palaces barely visible. There, Li Chaozong pointed ahead. That is Luyun sect. He Chuanjin circled above the Luyun sect, 6 eyes greedily surveying the palace complex below. Despite the corruption of the realm of death, this sect still exuded a semblance of its former glory. Ha ha ha. This place appears promising. The second head exclaimed. There must be fine treasures here. Li Chaozong cautiously led his group through the gates of Luyun sect. The air was thick with the scent of decay, yet compared to the minor sects they had previously searched, the residual spiritual energy here was markedly more potent. Over there, at the main hall, Li Chaozong pointed towards a towering grand hall in the distance. The treasury of Luyun sect lies beneath the main hall. He Chuanjin could hardly contain its excitement, all 3 heads craning forward, fearing they might miss any treasures. Li Chaozong and his disciples pushed open the grand doors of the main hall, revealing a scene of devastation. It was evident that Luyun sect had evacuated in great haste, with numerous shattered jade slips and fragments of magical artifacts scattered across the floor. Below, where's the basement? He Chuanjin urged. Soon, they discovered the entrance leading to the underground treasury. Li Chaozong, filled with anticipation, forcefully pushed open one heavy stone door after another. With each door he opened, his hope intensified. At last, the final door creaked open. Peering inside, his expression of expectation abruptly froze. It was empty, utterly devoid of any treasure. The vast vault housed nothing but a few barren shelves and a thick layer of dust. No spirit stones to be found. Where are the treasures? The left head of He Chuanjin growled ominously. Li Chaozong's legs buckled, nearly collapsing to the ground. This is impossible. How could the Luyun sect have taken everything? You liar. Old San fumed. You deceived us again. No, this can't be right. Li Chaozong frantically scoured the vault, convinced there must be another hidden place. He pounded the walls, inspecting every corner, but found nothing but air and dust. The 3 heads of He Chuanjin turned simultaneously toward Li Chaozong, 6 eyes ablaze with fury. Very well, the central head spoke coldly. It seems this Grandmaster shall have to change his tastes. Wait, Grandmaster, give me one more chance. Li Chaozong exclaimed, terror coursing through him. I know there are other places. The second head leaned closer, greedily inhaling the dark aura emanating from Li Chaozong, saliva nearly dripping from its beak. Enough, it screeched with unmasked hunger. I've had my fill of this fool's lies. Let me feast upon you. Chapter 95. Lu Chuanfeng deep within the Luyun sect. In a chamber surrounded by layers of powerful barriers, a faint cracking sound echoed in the darkness. The man trapped at the chamber's center abruptly lifted his head, as the dullness in his eyes ignited with a fierce brilliance. This was Lu Chuanfeng, gazing at the chain on his wrist that had bound him for 3 millennia, now gradually losing its luster. The once densely packed runes were dissipating, and the spiritual seal that had confined him for 3,000 years was beginning to weaken. Impossible, he muttered, his voice hoarse like a frayed windbag. How could the seal set by that beast Zhang Yud falter? Before he could finish, the chain emitted another series of crisp cracks. Lu Chuanfeng's heart raced as he cautiously summoned the remnants of his spiritual power, attempting to gauge the situation outside. The spiritual energy had vanished. What on earth had happened? He inhaled sharply. The sky beyond was shrouded in darkness, devoid of spiritual energy, lifeless, with even the heavenly laws falling into silence. No wonder the seal was beginning to loosen. A flicker of ecstasy flashed in Lu Chuanfeng's eyes. Zhang Yud, you could never have imagined that the seal you used to imprison me relies on the nourishment of the world's spiritual energy. Now that it has run dry, your seal is doomed. He began to unleash his remaining cultivation, desperately assaulting the precarious chain. 3,000 years. A full 3,000 years of confinement. 3 millennia ago, he had been the proud leader of the Luyun sect, commanding thousands of disciples and reigning with great power. Zhang Yud, merely an unremarkable junior disciple beneath him, had, in a moment of treachery, poisoned his elixir during a critical juncture of his secluded cultivation aimed at attaining a higher realm. Seizing upon his weakened state, this insidious disciple inflicted grievous wounds upon him and ensnared him in this accursed chamber with chains. Rest assured, senior brother Lu, I shall take good care of Luyun sect in your stead. The hypocritical visage of Zhang Yud lingered in Lu Chuanfeng's mind, indelibly etched after all these years. 3 millennia have passed, Zhang Yud. Are you still alive, you wretched beast? Lu Chuanfeng gritted his teeth, vowing that if you still draw breath, I shall render you a fate 1,000 times more agonizing than death. With a thunderous roar, the chains binding his wrists shattered into fragments. A long-lost sensation of power surged back into his being, and Lu Chuanfeng let forth a howl that resonated with the suppressed fury and exultation of 3,000 years. Ha! I am finally free. He rose abruptly, stretching his stiff limbs, the joints cracking in a symphony of sound. Though imprisoned for 3 millennia, he had once possessed the formidable cultivation of severing 2 corpses, his foundation remarkably solid. Even in such dire straits, his strength had merely waned to the pinnacle of the great ascension. Now, with the seal lifted, his power was rapidly restoring. With each deliberate step towards the exit of the chamber, the very walls trembled beneath his presence. It was time to settle the score of 3,000 years. He extended his hand and gently pushed. The heavy stone door crumbled before him as if it were made of paper, disintegrating into dust. The corridor beyond lay deserted, suffused with an oppressive silence. Was this still Luyun sect? Lu Chuanfeng furrowed his brow. The eerie stillness starkly contrasted with the vibrant Luyun sect he remembered. His consciousness swept across the vast sect, only to discover it was utterly deserted. Have they all fled? Lu Chuanfeng chuckled coldly. Zhang Yud, it seems your charade as sect master has not fared well. You cannot even safeguard your own sect. In the dim chamber, just as the second head was about to take a bite, the central head of He Chuanjin suddenly lifted, all 6 eyes fixated on the distance. Wait, it commanded, abruptly fending off the second head with a flap of its wings, intrigued by an approaching presence. The second head, momentarily stunned, glared at the central head in indignation. Elder brother, I was just about to eat. Silence. The central head barked, as all 3 heads turned towards the depths of Luyun sect, where something alive approached, and it smelled utterly delectable. Li Chaozong, having survived a harrowing ordeal, lay sprawled on the ground, following the gaze of He Chuanjin. A figure was slowly emerging from the depths of the sect. The man appeared to be in his 40s, clad in tattered robes of the sect master, yet exuding a formidable aura that instilled trepidation. With each step he took, the stone floor beneath him cracked with minute fissures, and a suffocating intent to kill permeated the air. Who is this person? A trembling disciple inquired. Li Chaozong's eyes widened, fixated upon the emblem emblazoned on the man's chest. It was the insignia of the sect master of Luyun sect. It is inconceivable that the members of the Flowing Cloud sect have not all withdrawn. As Lu Chuanfeng emerged from his chamber, poised to seek out Zhang Yud's whereabouts, he was suddenly struck by an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Venturing into the basement, he beheld a 3-headed monstrous bird, fixating upon him with an unblinking gaze. What manner of creature is this? Lu Chuanfeng was momentarily taken aback. Throughout his 3 millennia of imprisonment, he had encountered a myriad of demons and spirits. Yet this peculiar 3-headed avian evoked an unprecedented sense of eeriness within him. The trio of heads, each adorned with 6 ravenous eyes, stared hungrily at him, as if he were a delectable morsel. More disconcerting still was the dark mist that enveloped the creature, a presence that stirred an inexplicable sense of familiarity within him. Suddenly, He Chuanjin emitted an ecstatic shriek, the 3 heads lunging toward Lu Chuanfeng's direction. What a delightful aroma! Far more appetizing than those worthless beings. Lu Chuanfeng furrowed his brows, his form flickering as he instantaneously appeared 100 meters away. Quite a speed. The 3rd head eagerly licked its beak, relishing the prospect of a challenging quarry. What exactly are you? Lu Chuanfeng inquired coldly, discreetly channeling the energy within him. Although his cultivation had not yet fully returned, he deemed it manageable to contend with a mere beast. Chapter 96. Freedom. The central head of He Chuanjin abruptly halted, tilting its head as it scrutinized Lu Chuanfeng, its crimson eyes glinting with a frenzied light. What creature is this? It suddenly erupted into raucous laughter, cawing with glee. I am a celestial being, unrivaled in heaven and earth. How dare you, little insect, question my divine status? Lu Chuanfeng, a celestial? This lunatic fancies itself a deity? At that moment, the left head leaned in closer, greedily inhaling the scent emanating from Lu Chuanfeng, drool cascading from its beak. Your aroma is simply exquisite, 1,000 times more delectable than that refuse. It must be truly scrumptious. The third head chimed in eagerly. Let us feast upon him. Scrumptious? Lu Chuanfeng's countenance darkened. You wish to consume me? For 3 millennia, no one has dared utter such audacious words before him. Not even Zhang Yud, who betrayed him in the past, would have dared to regard him with such disdain. Not merely a wish. The central head of Hechuanjin suddenly unhinged its massive beak, revealing a multitude of sharp teeth within. I must feast, cawing with delight. You are so fragrant that not to partake would be a gross misdeed. The 3 heads simultaneously salivated, their drool splattering upon the ground, instantly corroding the stone into deep pits. In the distance, Li Chaozong watched in terror. This sudden arrival possessed a presence more formidable than all of them combined. Yet Hechuanjin displayed no trepidation, instead exhibiting heightened excitement. Lu Chuanfeng's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. 3 millennia of confinement had twisted his psyche to its limits. And now a madman dared to declare its intent to devour him? Seeking death, he roared in fury, unleashing his spiritual energy. Though his cultivation was not yet fully restored, the oppressive aura of the pinnacle of the Great Ascension caused the entire basement to tremble. Cawing with delight. This is intriguing. The central head of Hechuanjin screeched excitedly. It appears to be a tough adversary. I relish a tough challenge. Crunching into something firm is most delightful. As the words fell, the immense form of Hechuanjin lunged towards Lu Chuanfeng, its 3 heads simultaneously opening their sharp beaks, unleashing a torrent of black mist. Lu Chuanfeng let out a cold snort, forming a hand seal with a single hand, and in an instant, a resplendent beam of sword light sliced forth. Boom! The sword light collided with the black mist, causing the entire basement to tremble violently, with countless cracks appearing on the walls. Li Chaozong and his disciples, terrified, scrambled to the corners, fearing the repercussions of the battle between these 2 monstrosities. Not bad at all. The left head of Hechuanjin greedily licked its beak, relishing the thought of such power. Its flesh must be exquisite. Enough of the nonsense. The right head bellowed furiously. Let us tear him apart. Lu Chuanfeng's expression darkened. He realized that the creature's strength exceeded his expectations. In his current state, he was unable to gain the upper hand. Damn it! If only I were at my peak. Gaga. At that moment, the middle head of Hechuanjin seemed to grasp his thoughts, laughing maniacally. Even at your peak, you are still food before me. All 3 heads simultaneously exhaled black mist, weaving a colossal net aimed at Lu Chuanfeng. A resolute glint flashed in Lu Chuanfeng's eyes as he bit down on his tongue, a mouthful of vital blood erupting forth. Blood ignition's secret art. His aura surged dramatically, forcibly restoring his cultivation from the pinnacle of the Great Ascension to the realm of slashing 2 corpse. What? The 3 heads of Hechuanjin displayed expressions of astonishment. Lu Chuanfeng was enveloped in golden light, resembling a celestial deity descending to earth. With a single palm strike, a terrifying force surged towards the left and right heads of Hechuanjin. Bang! Bang! 2 resounding crashes echoed as the left and right heads of Hechuanjin were forcefully struck down. Ah! 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 The 2 heads shrieked in agony on the ground. But soon, they each sprouted bodies, transforming into 2 single-headed Hequanzins. We are free. We are free. The left one, also known as the second, squealed with excitement. Old madman, this is your day? Ha ha. I finally don't have to listen to your nonsense anymore. The right one, the third, laughed maniacally. Let us go. We must flee while we can. Boom. The middle head of Hechuanjin opened its massive beak, unleashing a torrent of frenzied black mist that hurled Lu Chuanfeng back several meters. He tumbled through the air before regaining his balance. He gazed in shock at the creature before him. Despite its seemingly mad demeanor, its strength was astonishing, capable of rivaling his peak condition. Gaga gaga. Trying to escape? The middle head of Hechuanjin emitted a shrill, eerie cry, completely disregarding Lu Chuanfeng as it turned frantically towards the fleeing second and third. You cannot escape, my 3 flowers gathered at the crown. You cannot escape. Its voice was tinged with a manic frenzy as its wings beat violently, stirring up fierce winds. Not escape? Are we to remain for your feast? Old madman, we have had enough of you. Once we attain sufficient power, we shall come seek vengeance. The humiliation we have endured cannot go unavenged. The two single-headed He-Kwanzans declared as they prepared to soar into the skies. No, 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 no. The middle head of He-Chuanjin suddenly let out a piercing scream, its crimson eyes turning blood red. 3 flowers gathered at the crown. It must be 3 flowers gathered at the crown. Without you, I am incomplete. I cease to be immortal. It lunged furiously at the second, its colossal claws reaching for the opponent's throat. Come back. You must return. Get away. The second roared, spewing forth a cloud of dark energy, which collided with the attack of He-Chuanjin. Boom. A tremendous explosion resonated, causing the entire basement to tremble violently, with countless fragments raining down from the ceiling. Li Chaozong and his disciples were utterly terrified, desperately seeking refuge in the farthest corners. Madness. They are all mad. One disciple quivered. Ha ha. Old lunatic. Can you capture us both at once? The third laughed triumphantly, darting left and right in opposite directions with the second. He-Chuanjin's central head spun wildly, alternately glancing at the second and the third, emitting incomprehensible, bizarre calls. No, no. This is wrong. The 3 flowers gathered at the crown must consist of 3. They must be together. If separated, they cease to be immortal. They are no longer immortal. Suddenly, it halted its assault, commencing a frenzied spinning in place. Muttering, the 3 flowers gathered at the crown. Without them, one is not immortal. What to do? What to do? What to do? The second and third exchanged glances, each perceiving disdain in the other's eyes. No, no, no. The central head of He-Chuanjin abruptly ceased its rotation, its crimson eyes transforming into a hue even more vivid than blood. Without the 3 flowers gathered at the crown, one is not immortal. It abruptly raised its head, fixating on the fleeing second and third, a chilling, eerie smile spreading across its face. Since you refuse to return, allow me, the great immortal, to personally invite you back. As the words left its lips, He-Chuanjin's head gaped wide, unleashing a dense cloud of dark energy. However, this time was different. The black mist swiftly coalesced in midair, forming 2 identical manifestations of He-Chuanjin. What? The second and third exclaimed in unison. The 2 shadowy duplicates, though possessing only one head, exuded an essence indistinguishable from the original, even more frenzied. Go, bring back my head. The original He-Chuanjin commanded its 2 duplicates frantically. Bring it back. Crush it. Swallow it. Regrow it. Chapter 97. I am immortal again. The 2 shadowy duplicates, devoid of hesitation, transformed into 2 streaks of black light, accompanied by a piercing shriek as they lunged toward the panicked second and third. The basement space was instantly torn asunder, the violent currents etching deep scars into the stone walls. The second and third were paralyzed with terror, sensing the pure, unrestrained murderous intent emanating from the duplicates. One that was of the same essence as the original, yet even more savage. Boom. The third was the first to be overtaken. It whirled around, expelling a dense cloud of black energy in a desperate attempt to obstruct the advance. However, the black mist duplicate showed no signs of evasion, crashing directly into it, its colossal claws piercing through the third's wing like iron hooks. A piercing scream echoed throughout the space, as black feathers and flesh scattered in every direction. Meanwhile, the second situation was equally dire. Its duplicate clung to it like a parasite. No matter how it twisted or accelerated, it could not shake it off. The doppelganger suddenly unfurled its enormous beak, sinking its teeth into the neck of the second elder, then forcefully flung him aside. A chilling crack echoed, the sound of shattering bones sending shivers down the spine. Lu Chuanfeng stood at a distance, his eyes wide, witnessing this bizarre and surreal spectacle. The power bestowed upon him by the blood-burning secret technique still surged within, yet an icy dread crept into his heart. This monster was actually devouring itself. The shadowy doppelganger dragged the barely conscious second and third elders back before its true form. The central head of He-Chuanjin twisted excitedly, its crimson eyes filled with frenzied delight. They have returned, it murmured indistinctly. Without a moment's hesitation, the 2 shadowy doppelgangers opened their massive beaks and savagely tore into their captured prey. They were not merely feeding, they were executing a command to crush and consume. Flesh and blood flew, and the sound of crunching bones resonated in the eerie silence of the basement, sending chills down the spine. Li Chaozong and the others had long since lost their color, huddled in a corner, trembling uncontrollably, their breaths nearly stilled. Soon, the remnants of the second and third elders were completely devoured by the two doppelgangers. Subsequently, the shadowy figures began to grow ethereal, transforming into thick black smoke that swiftly surged back into the shoulders of He Chuanjin's true form. Its massive body began to convulse violently, swelling. At the wounds interrupted by Lu Chuan foam, flesh writhed in a frenzy. Two grotesque masses of flesh swelled at a visible pace, bursting through the skin, sprouting stark, white-boned spurs, which were then rapidly cloaked in flesh and black feathers. Crack! Crack! The sound of skulls forming and beaks growing filled the air. In a mere few breaths, two brand-new, identical heads emerged from its shoulders. The newly formed heads suddenly opened their eyes, and within their four crimson pupils flickered the same mindless madness as the central head. Gagaga! The three heads emitted strange cries in unison, exchanging glances as if reveling in their own return. Three flowers gather at the apex. I am a celestial once more, the central head of He Chuanjin murmured, slowly turning its 6 bloodshot eyes towards Lu Chuan Feng, who stood not far away. The terrifying hunger within it intensified tenfold. A weight settled in Lu Chuanfeng's heart as the surging aura within him, a result of the blood-burning technique, began to wane. The two newly sprouted heads of He Chuanjin bore a madness that surpassed even that of the previous second and third elders. 6 blood-red eyes, like 6 fathomless whirlpools, fixated intently on Lu Chuanfeng. The overwhelming aura was receding from him like a tide. The side effects of the blood-burning technique were beginning to manifest. The golden light enveloping his body dimmed rapidly, his complexion paling at a visible rate, making even standing a struggle. Escape. This thought burgeoned wildly in Lu Chuanfeng's mind. Having endured 3,000 years of confinement, he could not perish here, devoured by a frenzied monster. To risk his recently regained freedom and opportunity for vengeance for the sake of an unknown madman was utterly foolish. The three-headed crane Chuanjin did not immediately pounce. Its central head tilted, seemingly captivated by the spectacle of its prey's decline. The left head extended its neck, greedily inhaling the increasingly potent scent of blood in the air, while the right head impatiently scraped its beak against the ground, producing a grating sound. Now is the moment. A fierce glint flashed in Lu Chuanfeng's eyes. Without a hint of hesitation, he raised his hand and forcefully struck his chest. With a thud, a spray of bright red essence erupted forth, yet instead of dissipating, it instantaneously transformed into a dense mist of blood that enveloped him entirely. The crane Chuanjin froze in unison, seemingly unprepared for its prey to resort to self-harm. In the next instant, the blood mist abruptly contracted inward, as if devoured by an invisible force, taking Lu Chuanfeng's form with it, vanishing without a trace. A heart-wrenching roar erupted simultaneously from the 3 throats of the crane Chuanjin. The delectable morsel had escaped. Consumed by furious wrath, it lost all semblance of control. The 3 heads opened wide, unleashing torrents of pitch-black energy that indiscriminately surged toward the spot where Lu Chuanfeng had just stood. Boom! The entire basement, along with the structure above, was instantaneously reduced to rubble under the weight of this cataclysmic force. The earth violently caved in, creating an unfathomable pit. With billowing black smoke rising into the sky, the terrifying shockwave hurled Li Chaozong and his companions in the corner into the air, leaving their fates unknown. Over 100 miles away, in a desolate valley, the air twisted as a flash of bloodlight appeared, and Lu Chuanfeng stumbled forth, crashing heavily to the ground. As soon as he landed, he could not help but drop to one knee, spewing forth a copious volume of dark clots of blood, his breath utterly depleted. The blood-burning secret technique and blood escape art, both life-risking methods, had nearly drained his recently restored foundation. He turned his gaze toward the direction of the Luyan sect, where dark energy surged skyward, resembling a realm of demons. His expression bore no fear, only a chilling gloom. What kind of monstrous world had emerged during his 3,000 years of confinement? Without lingering, Lu Chuanfeng mustered the strength to rise, discerning his bearings before his figure flickered and vanished into the depths of the forest. The immediate priority was to find a place to recuperate. The bill owed to Zhang Yud must be settled, but first, he needed to survive. Chapter 98. Entering the secret realm at the Daluo sect. It had been half a month since the cataclysmic self-detonation in the back mountains. Within the sect, tension hung thick in the air, and vigilance was paramount. Yet, the long-anticipated opening of the Xianyu secret realm A grand event held once every century proceeded as scheduled. In the vast plaza atop the sect's main peak, thousands of inner disciples, along with those from other sects, gathered, all displaying expressions of excitement and eager anticipation. Among the throng, a mid-stage golden core disciple named Chun Yuan appeared somewhat distracted. He lowered his head, his shoulders twitching oddly, as though he were struggling to endure something. Within his sea of consciousness, the three heads of the crane Xuanjin were in a cacophony of discord. Gah! Boring. Utterly boring. The head on the left grumbled irritably, blaming the two puppets for directly causing Wang Ye's demise, which forced them to find another skin to don. Meanwhile, the head on the right greedily rolled its eyes, fixated on a nearby plump female disciple, drooling with an insatiable hunger. Enough of your din. Look at her. She smells delectable. Once we enter the secret realm, we shall feast upon her first. Devour. Devour. All you think about is consuming, you useless fools. The central head roared vehemently, its voice stirring a tempest within the sea of consciousness. Silence. Have you not noticed that old man on the platform? He has been prattling on for half an hour. His mouth keeps moving. Why won't he cease? I shall tear his mouth apart and stuff it back where it belongs. A familiar disciple, noticing the peculiar behavior, inquired with concern, Brother Chun, what troubles you? Your complexion seems rather ghastly. Are you too anxious? Get lost. Chun Yuan spat out coldly, his voice hoarse, imbued with a chilling malice. The disciple recoiled in shock, observing the faint bloodshot hue in Chun Yuan's eyes, retreating a few steps, inwardly murmuring. Brother Chun is usually quite mild. Why does he seem like he has swallowed explosives today? True immortal, this is rather concerning. If such a stark contrast in temperament draws suspicion, Lin Jingyan expressed his worries, aware that the elders in the sect were all in the fusion stage. If they detected anything amiss, it would spell disaster. He Chuanjin, unfazed, replied, Do not fret. This is but a mere avatar of mine. If it perishes, so be it. Lin Jingyan was left speechless. Am I worried about you? I'm concerned for myself, you fool. On the high platform, the elder finally concluded his lengthy and tedious lecture. He exchanged glances with several other elders, each taking their positions, and together they unleashed a series of incantations. In the center of the square, the air began to warp violently, and a towering light gate, exuding the rich fragrance of vegetation and immense spiritual energy, gradually took form. The Xianyu secret realm, open. With the elder's command, the restless disciples erupted into cheers, surging towards the light gate like a tidal wave. Chun Yuan was swept along by the crowd, raising his head to gaze at the colossal light gate. A flicker of anticipation and excitement akin to that of his fellow disciples finally gracing his face. Yet, deep within his eyes, a glimmer of unsettling madness and brutality flickered. Gaga. The sinister laughter of the three heads harmonized for the first time in the sea of consciousness, brimming with unbridled joy at the impending chaos and slaughter. Secret realm. So many adorable little creatures. So many resources. I have arrived. With a single step forward, Chun Yuan's figure was instantaneously engulfed by the light gate. The blinding radiance and intense sensation of spatial distortion lasted but a fleeting moment, and the next instant, an air rich with earthy aromas and the fragrance of lush vegetation filled his nostrils. As the light flickered, Chun Yuan's figure emerged within a verdant and lush forest, surrounded by towering ancient trees, each trunk so robust that it requires several individuals to encircle. The immense canopies obscure the sky and sun, allowing only mottled patches of light to filter through the gaps in the foliage. Within this arcane and secret realm, the aura is so dense it verges on the tangible. Each breath feels as though one is inhaling liquefied spiritual essence, nurturing every limb and sinew. For any cultivator, this place is an idyllic paradise, a treasure trove where every step presents a new opportunity. Yet, within Chun Yuan's consciousness, this feast ignites three distinctly divergent desires. He Quanzhen's three heads quiver violently from overwhelming excitement. Caw caw caw. What a delightful aroma. The second head on the left greedily inhales the scent, saliva nearly materializing. So much bounty. It's all mine. Kill them. Kill them. The third head on the right erupts in a furious roar. Fools. Wretches. The central head emits a frenzied shriek, a storm brewing in the mind. Is your vision so limited? What do I see? Countless vibrant, delectable, terrified souls. They all belong to us. We shall seek them out one by one, forcing them to kneel before me, weeping and pleading to be consumed. This is the grandeur of a celestial being. As the words fell, Chun Yuan's body involuntarily convulsed, a barely perceptible wisp of black mist emanating from beneath his feet, causing the surrounding grass to wither instantly. Lin Jingyan's spirit felt an icy chill. He knew that if this madman was not stopped, Chun Yuan would soon transform into a demon, unleashing a merciless slaughter within this secret realm. At that moment, not only would treasure be out of reach, but they would likely be obliterated by the hidden powers of the realm or the formidable forces of rival sections. Realizing this, Lin Jingyan quickly interjected, "True immortal, wait. I have a suggestion." All three heads turned toward him simultaneously, 6 blood-red eyes fixating intently on him. Lin Jingyan, gathering his courage, proposed, "What if I take control of this body? After all, this is a secret realm, the situation is intricate, and we must proceed with greater caution. Moreover," he paused before continuing, "if this avatar perishes here, it would be a tremendous loss. Your true self is currently trapped beneath the dead heavens, unable to escape. Should this avatar also be lost, would you not be trapped there forever?" The three heads exchanged glances, seemingly contemplating the validity of his argument. "That makes sense." The central head nodded. "My supreme true form indeed must not be compromised. But I want to eat." The left head grumbled in dissatisfaction. "What are you babbling about?" The central head snapped, biting it sharply. "There will be plenty to eat once we find a straggler. Then it is settled," the three heads declared in unison. In the next moment, Lin Jingyan felt the reins of control return to him. He gently moved his somewhat stiff limbs, exhaling a long breath of stagnant air, the tension within him finally easing. Within his consciousness, the three heads continued their incessant bickering, their frenzied thoughts crashing against his spirit like a relentless tide. Lin Jingyan forcefully muted the surrounding noise, at least for the moment, alleviating his concerns that He Chuanjin might incite a catastrophic disaster, endangering both of their lives. Chapter 99. Team Formation. Lin Jingyan steadied himself, absorbing the rich spiritual energy enveloping the area, marveling at the extraordinary nature of this secret realm. Just as he had surveyed his surroundings, a rustling sound emerged from the dense foliage. 3 figures soon appeared, emerging from the thicket and making their way towards him. Leading the trio was a robust young man with a square visage and a composed aura, known as Wan Shan. Beside him walked a slightly leaner man with lively eyes, identified as Hu Tao. Lastly, there was a graceful woman clad in a light green gown, her enchanting appearance marking her as Lin Yu. These 3 were fellow disciples who had previously agreed with Chun Yuan to team up within the secret realm. "Junior brother Chen, are you unharmed? It seems the teleportation points are randomized. We searched for you for quite a while." Wan Shan initiated the conversation, his tone relatively polite. "It's quite all right. I just arrived as well," Lin Jingyan replied, emulating the gentle tone that Chun Yuan often employed. Lin Yu scrutinized him from head to toe, her delicate brows momentarily knitting in slight disapproval. Although she quickly masked her reaction, the flicker of disdain in her gaze did not escape Lin Jingyan's notice. Mid-stage golden core. In this perilous secret realm, teaming up with someone of slightly lesser cultivation undoubtedly increased the risk, adding an unnecessary burden. While Hu Tao and Wan Shan did not overtly express their sentiments, Lin Jingyan could discern similar thoughts in their somewhat formulaic demeanor. However, this notion did not linger in their minds for long. Within the Daluo sect, there were thousands of golden core disciples, yet the number of Yuanying level stewards was limited. For all inner disciples, breaking through to the Yuanying stage represented a significant watershed. Upon success, one's destiny diverged into 2 starkly different paths. Disciples with exceptional talent and substantial backgrounds could remain within the sect, serving as stewards, enjoying access to core cultivation resources, and aspiring towards higher realms. Conversely, the majority of those with mediocre talent and lacking support would be dispatched to remote mortal towns under the sect's jurisdiction, ostensibly serving the sect, yet in reality, being distanced from the core of cultivation, rendering their future path bleak. All 3 of them stood at the pinnacle of the golden core stage, merely a step away from Yuanying, and were naturally unwilling to be dispatched to desolate locales to see out their lives. As for Chun Yuan, although he was merely at mid-stage golden core, he possessed a father who was a steward at the transformation stage. This was the crux of their willingness to team up with a perceived burden. Understanding this, Lin Yu's fleeting aloofness evaporated, replaced by a gentle smile. "Junior brother Chun, which direction shall we proceed? This secret realm is vast. It would be prudent for us to find a place to settle before seeking out rare treasures." Her swift change in attitude brought a subtle smile to Lin Jingyan's heart, yet he maintained an outward composure. As Sister Lin mentioned, I am unfamiliar with this place, and I shall defer to the three of you for guidance. His humble words were well received by Wanshan and Hu Tao. You are too modest, junior brother Chun, Wanshan acknowledged, nodding as he retrieved a worn map made of beast hide from his storage pouch. This is a fragment I acquired at great expense, though incomplete. It marks several areas rich in spiritual herbs. Shall we first explore this nearby Baichao Valley? The journey is not far and relatively safe. Agreed. We shall follow your lead. Senior brother Wanshan, Hu Tao immediately concurred, while Lin Yu smiled and nodded in agreement. Following this brief exchange, a subtle yet harmonious atmosphere enveloped the four. Lin Jingyan trailed behind, observing how they deliberately slowed their pace to accommodate him, and he felt a sense of clarity within. He understood that the bond within this group was not founded on trust, but rather on stark self-interest. Yet, this was perhaps for the best. As long as sufficient incentives existed, this temporary alliance would prove more robust than mere friendship. With their direction established, Wanshan took the lead, guiding them toward the Baichao Valley indicated on the map. Along the journey, he displayed a notable eagerness, cautiously scanning their surroundings while addressing Lin Jingyan. Junior brother Chun, we must quicken our pace. This time, as the secret realm opens, our sect has granted a few affiliated smaller sects some quotas to showcase our dignity. While they would not dare confront disciples of our Deluo sect directly, they would go to any lengths to seize resources. Hu Tao chimed in. What senior brother Wanshan says is true. These individuals are quite astute, quick to spot valuable items. However, the rules remain unchanged. All treasures discovered in the secret realm belong to the finders. Whoever retrieves them first claims them, which is also a trial set by our sect. Wanshan resumed, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Our primary objective this time is to seek the jiebing vine, the most crucial ingredient for refining high-grade huabing pill. If we succeed, our chances of breaking through to the nascent soul stage will increase significantly. Upon hearing this, both Hu Tao and Lin Yu exhibited strong desire in their eyes. The huabing pill holds an irresistible allure for any cultivator at the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Sensing the weight of the topic for Chun Yuan, who was mid-golden core, Lin Yu turned back and offered Lin Jingyan a gentle, enchanting smile. You need not feel overly anxious, junior brother Chun. The outer regions of Baichao Valley are relatively safe, primarily inhabited by foundation building and early golden core spiritual beasts, which pose little threat to us. As for the formidable monsters of the nascent soul stage, they are exceedingly rare and seldom show themselves. Just stay close to us. I will ensure your safety. Her words were considerate, as if she genuinely cared for her junior brother's well-being. Thank you for your concern, Sister Lin, Lin Jingyan replied, allowing a hint of gratitude to grace his face, his tone sincere. With the three of you here, I am indeed at ease. If we can truly find the jiebing vine, I shall wish the three of you early success in your endeavors, for the path to greatness awaits. The perceptive remarks pleased the three members of the Wan Mountain group immensely. Wanshan chuckled heartily, thumping his chest and assuring, rest assured, junior brother Chun, you shall not lack for benefits while accompanying us. The atmosphere within the group grew increasingly harmonious as the four continued onward, their figures soon vanishing into the depths of the dense forest. As they journeyed, they encountered only trivial low-tier spiritual herbs and occasionally stumbled upon a few blind, beastly creatures, all beneath the golden core stage, swiftly dispatched by Wanshan with a single stroke of his sword. Days passed without incident. One day, Hu Tao, with keen eyes, discovered a reasonably aged blood nestled within a crevice of stone, adjacent to which coiled a golden core early-stage iron-lined snake. Wanshan wasted no words. A flash of sword light severed the snake cleanly in two, while Hu Tao gleefully advanced to collect the snake's gallbladder and the spiritual herb. The gallbladder offered certain benefits for refining the body, and the blood could fetch several dozen spirit stones. Hu Tao weighed the items and, smiling, presented them to Lin Jingyan, saying, Junior brother Chun, you haven't had any notable gains these past few days. Please accept these as a token of my regard. Lin Jingyan understood all too well that these items were mere trifles to those at the peak of the golden core stage, a mere gesture of goodwill. Nevertheless, he feigned surprise, repeatedly declining. How could I accept this? It was brother who discovered them. I cannot. Ah, junior brother Chun, do not be so polite. Wanshan interjected, laughing heartily from the side. As your older brothers and sisters, it is our duty to take care of you. Just accept it. Lin Yu added with a gentle smile. Yes, junior brother Chun, brother whose kind intentions should be accepted. With the matter pressed thus, Lin Jingyan ceased to refuse, gratefully accepting. Thank you, esteemed older brothers and sisters. Within his consciousness, He Kuan-jin's 3 heads erupted in a cacophony of outrage. Trash! How dare you call such pitiful items a reward? The 3rd head bellowed angrily. Not even enough to fill my teeth. Simply eliminate them and seize their storage bags. The 2nd head greedily suggested, licking an imaginary beak. That woman smells the sweetest. Her storage bag must contain delectable treats. Silence. The central head screeched, shaking Lin Jingyan's very soul. You comprehend nothing. This is an offering, a tribute from mortals to immortals. Though these sacrifices are laughably meager, their attitude is commendably sincere. Ha ha ha. This is splendid. Such is the grandeur befitting an immortal. Lin Jingyan was too weary to argue with He Kuan-jin. After all, if it was free, why not accept it? He comfortably stowed the items in his storage bag. Just as the atmosphere among the group was one of tranquility, a sudden, piercing female scream echoed from deep within the forest. Help! The 4 immediately stiffened, halting in their tracks and casting wary glances toward the source of the sound. A graceful figure emerged, frantically fleeing from the thicket. Dressed in a flowing aquamarine gown, her hair disheveled, her delicate face was etched with terror and panic, tears clinging to her long lashes, a sight that tugged at the heart. Behind her, a massive black wild boar, as large as a small mountain, relentlessly pursued her. Its crimson eyes glowed with ferocity, and its protruding tusks exuded an aura of malevolence. It was none other than a peak golden core crimson blood boar. With each violent clash, the ground trembled beneath, and the trees along the path were effortlessly shattered. The woman named Wang Mei beheld the 4 individuals from Wanshan, and a surge of elation ignited in her eyes, as if she had spotted a lifeline. Without a moment's hesitation, she sprinted towards them at full speed. Her voice tinged with desperation as she cried out, Senior brothers ahead, save me. I implore you to help. Wanshan furrowed his brow, exchanging a glance with Hu Tao. Should they intervene or refrain? To assist would mean confronting a formidable beast at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, thus introducing unnecessary peril. Conversely, to ignore her plight would tarnish their reputation, particularly in the presence of Chun Yuan, the son of the divine transformation elder, rendering them cold-hearted. This thought flickered through Wanshan's mind for merely an instant before he resolved to act. Before Chun Yuan, to witness someone perish without offering aid would portray them as both inept and cruel. This individual must be rescued, and it must be done with panache. You vile creature, cease your arrogance. Wanshan bellowed, his aura surging dramatically. To Lin Jingyan beside him, he boldly declared, Chin Junior brother, wait here as I dispatch this beast and alleviate the fears of your senior sisters. With that, his sword was drawn, transforming into a streak of brilliance aimed directly at the black pig demon. Hu Tao and Lin Yu understood his intent, flanking the beast from either side, their powerful spiritual energy simultaneously locking onto the creature. In the blink of an eye, the 3 figures clashed with the pig demon, sword light and demonic energy colliding with a thunderous roar, the resulting shockwaves carving deep furrows into the ground. Lin Jingyan remained stationary, yet turmoil brewed within him. A beast of the Golden Core pinnacle, pitted against 3 Golden Core cultivators. This battle was of a caliber that even a stray wave could spell doom for someone of his mid-foundation stage. True immortal. This situation seems dire. This spectacle is not one to behold, Lin Jingyan mused within his consciousness. I beseech you to temporarily take control of my body and ensure my safety. Should an errant arrow strike, I would be unable to withstand it. Humph. A gathering of ants brawling. What is there to witness? The central head of He Kuan-jin lazily opened its eyes, its tone laced with disdainful arrogance. Very well. This vessel shall be under my command for now. Rest easy. It is an opportune moment for these mortals to witness what true composure in adversity looks like, and what it means to embody the essence of the immortal way. As the words faded, Lin Jingyan sensed the reins of his body being seized by an overwhelming force. He remained rooted in place, yet a subtle transformation enveloped his entire demeanor. Having narrowly escaped death, Wang Mei's heart raced, her mind still reeling, yet her eyes darted quickly. She observed the 3 from Wanshan, their profound cultivation allowing them to contend with the Golden Core pig demon in a balanced struggle, and her heart steadied. This was undoubtedly the ideal backing. She realized she had stirred a dire hornet's nest. Within the lair of the crimson-blooded pig demon were 3 piglets, scarcely born, which she had slaughtered for their heart's blood to concoct pills. Such beasts bore deep grudges, especially when tainted by the scent of their offspring. The mother pig demon would undoubtedly pursue her to the ends of the earth. She had to devise a means to infiltrate this group, utilizing them as her shield. Her gaze swiftly fell upon Chun Yuan, who stood alone beyond the battlefield, appearing to possess the weakest cultivation. He is the one. It is wise to select the softest fruit to squeeze. Wang Mei immediately donned a visage of sorrow, reminiscent of a weeping pear blossom, and staggered towards Lin Jingyan, her body feigning weakness as she leaned against him. Thank you, senior brother, for saving my life. I am Wang Mei, and I have no means to repay your kindness. She spoke, her voice trembling and laced with a sobbing tone, one hand seemingly feebly grasping Lin Jingyan's arm, while her eyes sparkled with cunning. I am so frightened. That demonic beast is too terrifying. She nearly pressed herself against Lin Jingyan. In his consciousness, Lin Jingyan felt a chill run through him, and he intended to caution He Chuanjin not to reveal their true intentions. However, controlling the body, He Chuanjin's eyes, devoid of emotion, were suddenly filled with a frigid fury. A mere mortal dares to initiate contact with an immortal? A cold, hoarse voice emerged from Chun Yuan's lips, void of any sentiment. Wang Mei was taken aback, momentarily unable to comprehend the meaning of his words. A sharp, resounding slap echoed, startlingly juxtaposed against the roars of the demonic beast and the cacophony of spells. Wang Mei was sent flying by the blow, tumbling twice in the air before crashing heavily against a large tree, subsequently sliding to the ground. Blood gushing from her mouth and nose, half of her face swelling visibly. She lay on the ground, her mind a blank, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. This shocking incident left everyone momentarily stunned. Wan Shan, Hu Tao, and Lin Yu, who were engaged in battling the pig demon, were momentarily slowed in their actions. Turning in unison to stare at Chun Yuan, disbelief etched on their faces. Junior brother Chen? Wan Shan exclaimed in astonishment. While we are here fighting desperately to save lives, you strike the very person we are trying to rescue? In his consciousness, Lin Jingyan was nearly driven to madness. True immortal. What are you doing? We came here to seek treasure, not to cause trouble. Maintain a low profile. Please. He Chuanjin's primary head scoffed disdainfully, turning away and disregarding him.